Chapter 556. Mount Baiyun. What they saw and heard at the ancestral court of Fulu School raised questions in the hearts of the cultivators from the various sects and clans. Between the Fulu School and Xuanzong, who was the leader of the 6 Daoist sects. In terms of strength, Xuanzong was without a doubt. However, in terms of connections and relationships, Xuanzong did not seem to be worthy of the title of number 1. The Yao nation did not like Xuanzong's disciples, and the Great Zhou court expelled Xuanzong's Daoist sect from its borders. They did not give any face to the number 1 Daoist sect. However, when it came to Fulu School, the two sides placed great importance on it. During the Fulu School's dual cultivation ceremony, the Empress of the Thousand Fox Nation personally came to congratulate them. The arrival of the 2 Seventh Realm Demon Kings, Lord of Illusions and Blue Wolf King, gave Fulu School plenty of face. As for the Empress of the Great Zhou, she also sent a female official to Mount Baiyun on a dragon to deliver a generous gift. Which of the 6 Daoist sects, including Xuanzong, could have such extravagance? If Fulu School could have an 8th realm elder, then Xuanzong would lose its position as the number 1 Daoist sect in terms of strength and influence. In the main peak's Daoist palace, Xianxia personally welcomed the guests from the Yao nation and the Great Zhou court. The Lord of Illusions smiled at him and said, "We came uninvited. Please forgive us, sect master." Xianxia cupped his hands and said, "You are our guests from afar. Please forgive us if we have not received you well." The Lord of Illusions said, "The Thousand Fox Nation and Fulu School do not distinguish between you and me. Sect master, please do not be so polite." These words stunned the Fulu School's elders. It was understandable that the Fulu School and the Danding sect did not distinguish between you and me, but since when did their sect and the Yao nation not distinguish between you and me? However, the arrival of the Empress of the Yao nation and 2 Seventh Realm cultivators was a great show of respect for the Fulu School. After some polite greetings, Hyun Jinko personally led them to a Taoist palace to rest. Li Mu walked to the Holy Ji Palace on the main peak. Xianxia looked at him meaningfully and said, "I'll have to trouble you to entertain our friends from the Yao nation." Thinking about this matter, Li Mu felt a headache. It was fine if Huan Ji stayed in Thousand Fox Nation, but she had to come here to join in the fun. Li Qing was by his side, and Lu Hanyan was also watching him from behind Yuzhenzi. He didn't know whether to go see Huan Ji or not. Fortunately, the Empress had not come in person. Otherwise it would really be lively. On behalf of the Empress, Mr. Mei and Qing Exin came to congratulate them. Li Mu took them to another Taoist palace to rest. The dual cultivation ceremony was actually a cultivator's wedding. It would begin in 3 days. Those who came to Fulu School early were all sects and clans with status. On the day of the ceremony, even more cultivators would come. After sending them to the Taoist palace where they were staying, Li Mu said, "You two rest first. I still have to entertain other guests." Mr. Mei asked, "Before you left, did you make Her Majesty angry again?" Li Mu said, "Her Majesty just likes to get angry. Don't mind her. She'll be fine in a while." Mr. Mei said, "When I left, Her Majesty was still angry. Don't you know how to appease Her Majesty before leaving?" Li Mu looked at her and asked suspiciously, "You're not Her Majesty in disguise, are you?" Mr. Mei glanced at him indifferently and said, "Do you think Her Majesty is that bored?" She didn't understand how bored the Empress could be. It wasn't the first time that she had turned into Lord Mei to test Li Mu. If she were to act on a whim again this time with Li Mu's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to tell the difference. To prevent him from saying or doing something he should not say or do, Li Mu took out the spiritual snail. After injecting his spiritual power, the Empress's voice came from the other side. "What are you doing?" Li Mu confirmed that it was Mr. Mei in front of him. He said, "Nothing. I just forgot to tell Her Majesty that I went back to the North County to attend the dual cultivation ceremony. I'll go back in a few days." "Got it." After saying that, the Empress cut off the snail. Li Mu put it away and said to Mr. Mei, "I really have a lot of things to do. You've been on the road for so long. Take a rest. I'll come back later." Mr. Mei did not say anything. After Li Mu left, he said, "Let's go out for a walk too." She walked out of the Taoist palace. Qing Exin followed her step by step. Li Mu went back to the Taoist palace on the main peak alone. It was not that he deliberately neglected Huan Ji and Mr. Mei, but that he had more important things to do. The people from the South Clan and the North Clan had come to congratulate him. Like Xuanzong, they each sent a sixth realm chief. This was to maintain the basic etiquette between the major clans. Fulu School did not have much of a relationship with the South Clan and the North Clan. In the market of Shendu, these two clans did not have shops. If they wanted to, they would have sent people to contact the imperial court already. Obviously, the South Clan and the North Clan did not want to offend Xuanzong for benefits. To be more precise, the benefits that Li Mu could offer were not enough to move them. The North Clan was good at making ritual implements, while the South Clan was good at refining bodies. The ritual implements and body-tempering liquid produced by these two clans were very popular in the cultivation world. If he could win over these two clans, Luoyang's wishing square could completely replace Xuanzong's market. The two Taishang elders of the Spirit Array sect were already waiting for Li Mu in the side hall. Li Mu walked in and saluted the two elders. "Greetings, Uncle Masters," he said. "No need to be so polite." A red-faced old man waved his hand at Li Mu and said, "If it wasn't for Marshal Nephew's evil-suppressing pill, I would have already killed myself. Now I can live on for more than 10 years. I still haven't thanked Marshal Nephew." Li Mu smiled and said, "You're too polite, Uncle Masters. This is what we should do." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the red-faced old man finally cut to the chase. He stretched out his hand and a simple page appeared in front of him. He slowly said, "I'll have to ask Marshal Nephew to help me decipher this page of the Heavenly Book of the Spirit Array sect." Li Mu had already helped the Danding sect decipher the entire Heavenly Book. Because of what happened last time, the Spirit Array sect stood with them. Li Mu never mistreated his allies. The Taishang elder personally went to the Spirit Array sect and told them that he had the heart of 7 orifices and could decipher the Heavenly Book. The inheritances of the 6 sects originated from the contents of the Heavenly Book. The Spirit Array sect knew very well what it meant to completely decipher the Heavenly Book. Of course, they wouldn't let go of this opportunity to make their sect prosper. This time they sent 2 Taishang elders. Other than congratulating the Fulu School, they also had the important task of asking Li Mu to decipher the Heavenly Book. He accepted the Heavenly Book and nodded, "Rest assured, Uncle Masters. Within a month, I will engrave the contents of this page of the Heavenly Book into a jade slip. At that time you can send someone to retrieve it." After accepting the Heavenly Book, he left the side hall. In another part of the Dao Palace, several figures gathered together with puzzled expressions. One of them looked at Guang Yuanzi of the Spirit Array sect and asked, "Since when did your Spirit Array sect have such a close relationship with the Fulu School? This time you actually sent 2 Taishang elders." Guang Yuanzi smiled and said, "Not long ago Uncle Master entered the demonic path. If it weren't for the help of the Fulu School, our Spirit Array sect would have lost a Taishang elder. Naturally we have to repay the kindness." Everyone had heard about the Spirit Array sect. If the Fulu School had done such a great favor for the Spirit Array sect, the Spirit Array sect's actions wouldn't be so surprising. Only Xuanzong's Miao Xuanzi looked unhappy. After hearing Guang Yuanzi's words, he didn't say a word and left. After Miao Xuanzi left, the person who spoke just now said to Guang Yuanzi, "Is the Spirit Array sect going to stand on the Fulu School's side and oppose Xuanzong because of this?" Guang Yuanzi revealed a mysterious expression and said lightly, "Of course it's not just because of this." The North sect's first seat was even more puzzled. "Is there some other secret behind this?" Guang Yuanzi smiled and said, "This is the sect's secret. Please forgive me for not saying more." After saying this, he also turned and left, leaving behind the North and South sect's first seats who were full of doubts. One of them stroked the short beard on his chin and said in a deep voice, "That's not right. Guang Yuanzi must be hiding something from us. If there weren't enough benefits, why would the Spirit Array sect stand on the Fulu School's side?" The other person thought for a while and shook his head. "But I still don't understand. How many benefits could the Fulu School give the Spirit Array sect to make them not hesitate to oppose Xuanzong? What is the secret that Guang Yuanzi spoke of?" He was puzzled. He quickly caught up with Guang Yuanzi and asked, "Don't keep us in suspense. With the relationship between our 2 sects, what kind of secret is there that can't be said?" The Spirit Array sect and the North sect did have a close relationship. This was because many of the Spirit Array sect's high-level formation flags were refined by the North sect. The magic treasures refined by the North sect also had to be inscribed with formation patterns by the Spirit Array sect to increase their power. Guang Yuanzi looked at this person and shook his head. Senior brother Dong Yunzi, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but the sect master has told me that this matter is of great importance and cannot be spread. If I tell you, wouldn't I be violating the sect's rules? Senior brother, please don't make things difficult for me. Dong Yunzi was full of doubts, but Guang Yuanzi was unwilling to say more. Just as he was about to give up, Guang Yuanzi changed his tone and said, "Forget it. We have been brothers for decades. Although junior brother can't reveal the sect's secret, I can remind senior brother, so that you don't ruin the sect's future because of a momentary mistake." Guang Yuanzi said it as if it was true. He even used the words ruin the sect's future. Looking at his appearance, it didn't seem like he was exaggerating. Dong Yunzi's expression immediately became serious. At this time, Guang Yuanzi moved closer to his ear and whispered, "Junior brother Ling Jizi of the Fulu school has the heart of 7 orifices." He looked at Dong Yunzi and said, "Junior brother can only tell senior brother this much. If I say more, I'm afraid the sect master will blame me." After saying that, he flew up and left completely. Ling Wuxia of the South sect walked forward and frowned. What kind of reminder is this? Ling Jizi has the heart of 7 orifices. It's good for the Fulu school. What does it have to do with our sect? Dong Yunzi also didn't understand the mystery. He only knew that the heart of 7 orifices was an extremely rare constitution. Cultivators with this kind of constitution, although it didn't help their cultivation, had extraordinary talent in writing talismans and alchemy. Even so, what did this have to do with the future of the North sect? However, he believed that Guang Yuanzi wouldn't tell him this for no reason. After hesitating for a while, he immediately used a magic tool to send a message to the sect master. At the same time, Ling Wuxia also sent the news back to the South sect. North sect. The sect master of the North sect paced in the Dao Palace and muttered, "Heart of 7 orifices. The Fulu school has really picked up a treasure." Said that people with this kind of constitution can multitask. The success rate of writing talismans is several times higher than people with other constitutions. No wonder they have written so many saint-level Fulu books in the past 2 years. It should have something to do with Ling Jizi. A grand elder of the North sect thought for a moment and said indifferently, "What does this have to do with the Spirit Array sect? Is the heart of 7 orifices of the Fulu school worth offending Xuanzong?" The two of them looked at each other and thought of the same thing at the same time. Their expressions changed and they blurted out, "Heavenly book." 15 minutes later, a stream of light flew out of the North sect's mountain gate and headed straight for Baiyun Mountain. South sect. After Ling Wuxia's news was sent back, a few cries of surprise came from the Dao Palace on an inverted mountain peak. Heart of 7 orifices. Grandmaster once said that people with this kind of constitution must be recruited into the sect at all costs. The most important use of the heart of 7 orifices is not talisman writing or alchemy, but to decipher the heavenly book. No wonder the Pill Cauldron sect and the Spirit Array sect are so anxious to tie themselves to the Fulu school. They must have benefited greatly from it. Not long after, an extremely powerful aura flew out of the South sect's ancestral court and streaked across the sky, disappearing into the northern horizon. Baiyun Mountain. After the Spirit Array sect, the South sect and the North sect each sent a grand elder to the Fulu school's dual cultivation ceremony. In this way, other than Xuanzong, the other 4 sects of the Dao sect had given the Fulu school enough face. This made the cultivators who did not know the situation suspect that the position of the leader of the Dao sect had been transferred from Xuanzong to the Fulu school. Li Mu immediately sensed the auras of the 2 7th realm cultivators. This meant that he had used Guanji Wanzi as bait, and the fish he wanted to catch had already taken the bait. Although the 6 Dao sects were nominally led by Xuanzong, which little brother did not want to be the big brother. If the heavenly books of the Fulu school, the Pill Cauldron sect and the Spirit Array sect were completely deciphered, perhaps Xuanzong, who had an 8th realm cultivator, could continue its glory for a few more decades before that cultivator's lifespan ran out. However, the South sect and the North sect would soon be pulled apart by these 3 sects, and would be left further and further behind. The cultivators of these 2 sects would not fail to see the pros and cons of this. Continuing to be Xuanzong's little brother or developing their own sects was a choice that did not need to be considered at all. Li Mu did not need to do anything now. The South sect and the North sect would come to him and beg him to do it. He stood at the peak of the main peak, and an aura quickly approached him from behind. Huan Ji flew to his side and snorted coldly, saying, "If I don't come to you, you won't come to me, right?" Li Mu turned around and looked around. He asked softly, "Why are you here? Why can't I be here?" Huan Ji glared at him and asked, "You are my man, so your senior brother is my senior brother. Or are you trying to deny it after putting on your clothes?" Li Mu said helplessly, "I didn't." Huan Ji finally smiled and jumped into Li Mu's arms. She said, "I missed you." This was the main peak and there were many people here. Li Mu used a concealment technique and flew to a nameless peak in the Baiyun mountain range with her. Huan Ji looked around and said with a red face, "You bad guy, don't tell me you want to." Li Mu looked at the soft grass under his feet and was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he saw two figures walking out from the mountain path in front of him. Li Mu and Mr. Mei looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Mr. Mei looked at Li Mu and then at Huan Ji, who was beside Li Mu. A layer of frost suddenly formed on the ground within 1,000 feet radius. Chapter 557. Huan Ji didn't understand. She looked at Mr. Mei and frowned. "Why are you here again?" Li Mu looked at Mr. Mei and Xianxia, then looked at the frost on the ground. After a moment of silence, he said to Huan Ji, "You go back first. I'll find you later." Huan Ji said unhappily, "Why?" "I just found you," Li Mu said. "Be a good girl." After a moment of silence, Huan Ji said, "Okay, I'll wait for you in the room." She glanced at Mr. Mei and Xianxia, then flew to the Daoist palace on the main peak alone. Li Mu walked to Mr. Mei inside. "Your Majesty, what are you?" He had confirmed it with the conch. If the one standing in front of him was the Empress, then who was on the other side of the conch? Did she predict his prediction and make preparations in advance? Mr. Mei's face was full of frost and his tone was calm. He asked, "When did you start?" Xianxia stood behind her and also looked at Li Mu with dissatisfaction. This was the biggest shame in Li Mu's life. He didn't want to talk about it, but since the Empress had seen the result, there was no need to hide the process from her. So Li Mu told her the truth and briefly what happened that night. Zhou Yi was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She said angrily, "Did you forget what I told you? I told you again and again to be careful of that fox, but you were enchanted by her. You didn't take my words to heart. Do you want to anger Xiaobai to death?" Xianxia's chest bulged. She agreed, "Yes." Li Mu looked at her. She immediately hid behind the Empress. She was the one who was angry, but she always used other people's names. Li Mu said in a low voice, "Xiaobai already knows. She's not angry." Zhou Yi pointed at Li Mu and said angrily, "You." She waved her sleeves and said coldly, "Let's go." Then she and Xianxia disappeared in front of Li Mu at the same time. Li Mu didn't chase after them immediately. He lay on the grass with a blade of grass in his mouth and looked up at the blue sky. He wondered if he should make his relationship with the Empress clear. One played dumb and the other didn't say anything. He didn't know how long they would drag it out. He might as well take this opportunity to confess his feelings to the Empress. Since she was unwilling to take the initiative to take that step, Li Mu could only force her. Li Mu flew back to the main peak and came to the Daoist palace where they lived. Xianxia stretched out her hands and stood in front of Li Mu saying, "Master said she didn't want to see you." Li Mu glanced at her indifferently. She immediately covered her head and hid to the side. She would never forget Li Mu's methods of killing the people of the Shan kingdom. Even now she was still a little afraid of him. Li Mu walked to the front of the Daoist palace and pushed open the door. Zhou Yi, who had changed back to her original appearance, was sitting on the table. She turned her head away from Li Mu and said coldly, "Why are you still looking for me? Go find your fox spirit." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Mu had already walked to her side and turned to walk outside. Zhou Yi smashed the white jade table with a palm and said angrily, "Come back here." Li Mu walked back and said, "Didn't Your Majesty tell me to go?" Zhou Yi said angrily, "Now you know to listen to me. What were you doing before? I told you to be careful of that fox. Were you careful?" Li Mu took a deep breath and said, "This is my private matter. I am a public official and I am worthy of the great Zhou dynasty and Your Majesty. Your Majesty is not my wife, so you can't meddle in my private affairs." Zhou Yi's lips trembled and her face revealed a shocked expression. She found it hard to imagine that such words would come from Li Mu, her most trusted official, the person she liked the most. Didn't he like her? In the dream they were already like that. How could he say such words? Zhou was extremely sad. When she was betrayed by her family and became the crown princess, she wasn't this sad. When she was used as a pawn by her father and was cursed by the world to ascend the throne, she wasn't this sad either. A sorrowful feeling emerged in her heart and she couldn't control it. Zhou turned her head away, not wanting Li Mu to see her tears. She did her best to calm herself down and said lightly, "Go and be the empress of the Yao kingdom. I don't want to see you again." Li Mu slowly looked at her and said, "But I want to see your majesty. I want to see your majesty every day. I want to see the sunrise and sunset with your majesty. I want to grow flowers and vegetables and plow the fields with your majesty. If this is all my wishful thinking, then I will disappear from your majesty's sight and never appear again." Zhou tears were still in her eyes and her lips were slightly parted. She had gone from great sorrow to great joy in such a short period of time. Even she found it hard to come back to her senses. Was this Li Mu's declaration of his feelings to her? Watching the sunrise and sunset together. In any case, this wasn't something that a ruler and his official would do together. Zhou looked into Li Mu's eyes. Li Mu met her gaze with sincerity. Zhou looked away and a faint blush appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, It depends on your performance." Li Mu looked at the empress who had suddenly become shy and his heart was already blooming with joy. Huangji had taught him that when it came to love he had to take the initiative. The empress was an inexperienced Xiaobai. By the time she opened her mouth, Huangji had already given birth to a nest of foxes. Li Mu knew that the reason why she was angry was not because Li Mu had hidden the matter between him and Huangji from her. Rather, it was because Huangji had surpassed her and her competitive nature did not allow her to lose to another empress. Since he had taken the initiative and the two of them had already made their relationship clear, what happened next was just a matter of time. Li Mu tentatively sat down beside her and gently held her hand. The empress's hand was a bit cold. She subconsciously dodged and then allowed Li Mu to hold her hand. Their fingers intertwined, and the hall was so quiet that only the sound of each other's heartbeats could be heard. Zhou lowered her head. Li Mu looked at her and felt that the empress at this moment was exceptionally moving. The blushing empress exuded a unique charm that made Li Mu unable to take his eyes off her. Even his body inexplicably moved towards her. In the next moment, Li Mu realized that it was not just charm. There was really a suction force on the empress. Not only his body, but also his magic power and primordial spirit were being sucked towards the empress by this suction force. Zhou also realized something. Her expression changed slightly. She lightly pushed Li Mu's shoulder and Li Mu's body flew out of the hall. Li Mu and Xianxia stood together and looked up at the sky. In the sky, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. All the white clouds in the sky within 100 miles seemed to be attracted by something and gathered above the Dao Palace. In the end, a huge funnel shape appeared and it was spinning non-stop. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, this was not just a white cloud vortex, but a spirit chi vortex. There seemed to be a huge spirit gathering formation here. With the main peak of Baiyun Mountain as the origin, all the spirit chi within 100 miles was rapidly gathering here and being sucked in by this spirit chi vortex. It was Fulu School's grand ceremony today. The powerful cultivators of the Zhou continent gathered at Baiyun Mountain. Such a strange phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Figures flew into the sky one after another and looked towards the Dao Palace. What pure spirit chi, this is. Someone is breaking through. Transcendence realm. This must be a Transcendence Realm cultivator's spirit chi fluctuation. Which 7th realm cultivator's magic power has broken through again? This phenomenon. It's probably the peak of the 7th realm. Fulu School is really on the verge of replacing Xuanzong. There isn't a single cultivator at the peak of the 7th realm in the entire Dao sect. If he takes another step forward, Fulu School will really replace Xuanzong. While everyone was discussing softly, Miao Xuanzi's expression turned ugly in another Dao palace. He did not know that Fulu School was already so powerful that it could even threaten Xuanzong's position. From the main hall at the front of the main peak, a few people quickly walked out. An old man asked Xianxia, "The aura is so strong that even we can't compare to it. I wonder which senior brother's cultivation has improved again?" Xianxia was also confused. As the headmaster of Fulu School, he knew better than anyone that there was no cultivator of such a level in the sect. Countless people flew towards that direction. When they wanted to get closer to take a look, a huge bell fell from the sky and completely isolated the area. At the same time, Xianxia also received Li Mu's telepathic message. "I'm here. Senior brother, don't worry." Xianxia looked at the North and South sect Taishang elders and said with a smile, "Uncle Masters, let's talk about the interpretation of the heavenly book." The two old men looked at the spiritual chi vortex and only felt that Xianxia's smile was even more mysterious. Fulu School had changed too much in the past few years. Was it all because of the heart of 7 orifices? After coming to Mount Baiyun, what they saw and heard strengthened their belief in interpreting the heavenly book. The North sect Taishang elder laughed dryly and said, "To be honest, I came this time not only to congratulate you on finding a good partner, but also to ask junior brother Ling Jizi to help interpret the heavenly book of North sect." Xianxia sneered in his heart, but the expression on his face was still kind. He said, "It's true that junior brother has the heart of 7 orifices, but Uncle Masters don't know that Fulu School has decided that he will be the next head of the school. And from now on, I have handed over all the internal affairs of the school to him. If Uncle Masters want him to help interpret the heavenly book, I'm afraid you'll have to discuss it with him face to face." The South sect Taishang elder Daoist priest said, "I wonder where junior brother Ling Jizi is now. Let's go find him now." Xianxia smiled and said, "It's a little inconvenient for junior brother now. However, Uncle Masters also know that junior brother and Xuanzong have an irreconcilable enmity. South sect and North sect are too close with Xuanzong. I'm afraid he may not agree to your request." The North sect Taishang elder waved his hand and said, "Rumors, pure rumors. To tell you the truth, North sect also can't stand Xuanzong's disregard for the relationship between fellow disciples and bully others. Naturally, we won't be too close with Xuanzong." The South sect Taishang elder continued, "Xuanzong is disloyal to his fellow disciples. Of course, we'll stand with Fulu School." Before the two Taishang elders came to Fulu School, they had a careful discussion with the higher-ups of the school. They had to make a choice between offending Xuanzong or seeking the development of the school. Xuanzong was still the leader of Taoism, but their decline was a foregone conclusion. These days the things that happened to Xuanzong were obvious to everyone. Once Elder Tianjizi's lifespan came to an end, Xuanzong would become mediocre among the 6 sects. Whether South sect and North sect would become mediocre with them, or rise with Fulu School, Danding sect and Lingji sect, there was no need to think too much about it. After saying so much, they still didn't get to the point. Xianxia could only hint. Junior brother Lingji has built a market in Great Zhou's Shendu. Our Fulu, Danding sect, and Lingji sect all have a market in it. The market in Great Zhou's Shendu was built to compete with Xuanzong. This was no secret. Once the North and South sects like Danding sect and Lingji sect set up shop in that market, it was the same as clearly standing opposite of Xuanzong. Moreover, when other than Xuanzong, the other 5 sects moved their shops to Great Zhou's Shendu due to the geographical and price advantage, Xuanzong's market would be completely destroyed. This was the same as cutting off Xuanzong's greatest source of cultivation resources. It would affect the cultivation of the disciples. Wouldn't Xuanzong hate them to death? Clearly, Xianxia was letting them make a choice. They could only choose between Fulu School and Xuanzong. Other than being powerful, Xuanzong couldn't bring them any direct benefits. However, Fulu School was different. They could usher in a period of flourishing development for the South and North sects. The North sect's first elder thought for a long time, then said, "From now on our 4 sects will have to provide more support." The South sect's first elder immediately said, "It's our 5 sects." Xianxia smiled and said to the 2, "Uncle Masters, you can give the heavenly book to me temporarily. I will persuade junior brother to help you decipher it." The 2 stretched out their hands and a page appeared in each of their palms. They sighed in their hearts. From now on they were completely tied to Fulu School. Inside the Law Bell. In the Law Palace where the Empress was, there was a very powerful fluctuation of magic power, and her aura was still growing little by little. Just from the aura alone, this was already the most powerful aura Li Mu had ever felt except for that elder Xuanzong. Although Li Mu hoped that the Empress could advance to the 8th realm in one go, it was impossible. The Great Zhou had the power of a nation, and decades of accumulation allowed her to have strength stronger than ordinary transcendence when she just stepped into transcendence. This time her strength had increased slightly, and she should be able to stabilize at the late stage of transcendence. If he knew that the Empress's heart knot was here, Li Mu would have made it clear to her earlier. Like Jade Sun, the Empress also had a heart demon. Jade Sun's heart demon was Xianxia, and the Empress's heart demon was Li Mu. Once the heart demon was eliminated, their cultivation would also have a small leap. The heart demon was a disaster, but it was also an opportunity. The process of defeating the heart demon and eliminating it was a process of fighting with oneself. If one lost, their cultivation would stagnate, and if it was serious, they would lose their rationality. If they won, it would be a vast sea and sky. After reaching the transcendent realm, any breakthrough was very difficult. The Empress shouldn't be able to finish it in a short time. Li Mu let Xianxia watch over here. He just received Xianxia's voice transmission, and the South Sect and North Sect's heavenly books had been obtained. Main Peak's Law Palace. The South Sect and North Sect's supreme elders looked at Li Mu with hopeful eyes. An old man asked, "How long will it take to decipher the heavenly book?" Li Mu, 10 years. The two's expression changed and they blurted out, "So long." Li Mu sighed and said, 10 years is already very short. The disciples of the six sects have been deciphering the heavenly book for thousands of years. Until now there are still many mysteries. Our sect's heavenly book has not been fully deciphered. In these 10 years, I can't just decipher the heavenly book of each sect and neglect my cultivation. Chapter 558. Li Mu was not stupid. If he could decipher the heavenly tomes of the two sects in 3 to 5 days, the southern and northern sects would turn their backs on him. Who could he reason with then? He only needed 10 years. In 10 years he could tie the 5 sects together and create the greatest benefits. He could increase the strength of the Fulu school, the national strength of the Great Zhou, and the national strength of the Thousand Fox country. Li Mu was confident that in 10 years he would fight his way to Xuanzong, find Qing Qingzi, and let Xiaobai take revenge with his own hands. The two supreme elders of the southern and northern sects hesitated. Li Mu continued, "Of course, in these 10 years, at most every 6 months, I will decipher a part of the heavenly tomes and give them to your sections. To show my sincerity, after senior brother's dual cultivation ceremony, I will decipher a part of the heavenly tomes. You can take a look at it and then make a decision." This was an offer they could not refuse. After thinking for a moment, they nodded at the same time and said, "Sorry to trouble you, martial nephew." Li Mu smiled and said, "Martial uncles, I have built a market in the divine capital of the Great Zhou." Before he could finish his words, the two elders had already understood and said, "Martial nephew, don't worry. I will send a message to the sects right away. The northern sects will move their weapon forging pavilion there. The southern sects will also open a body forging pavilion there." With the shops of the southern and northern sects, Rosy Lane did not lack anything. Fulu, elixirs, formations, magic weapons, body tempering, and any other resources cultivators wanted could be found there. The Xuanzong market, which was far away at the end of the world, could be closed from now on. After collecting the heavenly tomes of the two sects, Li Mu could not wait to find a Daoist palace to comprehend. As expected, the northern sect's heavenly tomes contained the art of refining artifacts. The southern sect's heavenly tomes contained the art of body tempering and body strengthening. The spirit array faction's heavenly tomes contained the complex art of array formations. Similarly, there were projections of ancient cultivators and giant beasts. The history recorded in the heavenly tomes of the six sects was the history of the battle between the ancient people and the giant beast. Li Mu scrutinized the 3 pages of the heavenly book in his hand. At a certain moment he suddenly realized that the edges of these pages were emitting an undetectable white light. He carefully observed for a while and was surprised to find that the 3 pages were slowly connecting. As if he had thought of something, he took out the Dragon Clan's heavenly book and stacked the 4 pages together. The edges of the Dragon Clan's heavenly book began to emit a white light. These pages of the heavenly book seemed to want to be glued back together. Legend had it that the heavenly book was originally a book. In other words, all the pages of the book should have been one. If all the pages could be gathered, the complete heavenly book would appear in the world. Li Mu found Xianxia again and obtained the Fulu school's heavenly book from him. He also borrowed the Pill Cauldron sect's heavenly book from Wuxia. He had completely deciphered the heavenly books of these 2 sections. From now on, their existence was more of a symbolic function. Therefore, when he borrowed it from Wuxia, She did not mention anything about returning it. Finally, Li Mu came to the palace where Illusion Princess lived. Illusion Princess sat on the edge of the bed and patted the space beside her. She said with dissatisfaction, "Why are you only here now?" Li Mu walked to her side and did not sit down. He asked, "Did you bring the Demon Clan's and Fox Clan's heavenly books with you?" Illusion Princess nodded and said, "I did." She stretched out her hand and a white light flashed in her palm. 2 pages of the heavenly book appeared. Li Mu now had 8 pages of the heavenly book. The Dao sect had 5 pages, the Dragon Clan had 1 page, the Fox Clan had 1 page, and the Demon Clan had 1 page. He stacked the 8 pages of the heavenly book together. These heavenly books were gradually covered by a hazy white light. Li Mu touched the white light with his divine sense. Suddenly, a blurry image appeared in front of his eyes. He could only vaguely see that it seemed to be a door. This door was huge and too illusory. Li Mu could only see a very blurry door frame. He did not know what would happen if these heavenly books continued to fuse together. He could only forcefully separate them. Illusion Princess also retracted her divine sense and asked, "What is that?" Li Mu shook his head. This was also the first time he saw this. He looked at the few pages of the heavenly book in front of him and tried to stack them one by one. He then realized that when he stacked more than 6 pages of the heavenly book, an illusory door would appear in front of him. When he stacked the 7th and 8th pages of the heavenly book, the door would become clearer. It was a pity that Li Mu did not have more heavenly books. Otherwise he would want to see what would happen when more heavenly books fused together. Legend has it that the heavenly book had 24 pages. 8 of them were in Li Mu's hands. There were 16 pages left. 1 of them was in Xuanzong and the other 4 were in the 4 Buddhist sects. Li Mu guessed that the demon sect should have more than 1 page. As for the others, their whereabouts were unknown. He had already interpreted the Fox Clan and Demon Clan's heavenly books for Illusion Princess. Li Mu put away all the heavenly books and said to Illusion Princess, "Leave these 2 pages with me for now." Illusion Princess held his arm and said, "What's mine is yours. If you want it, then take it." Then she looked at Li Mu and asked, "Was that Zhou Yi?" Li Mu was shocked. "How did you know?" The Empress's transformation technique could not be seen through even by Saint Realm experts. Even Li Mu was fooled. How could Illusion Princess know the Empress's identity? Illusion Princess curled her lips and said, "I feel annoyed when I see her. Who else could it be but Zhou Yi?" As expected, a mountain cannot hold 2 tigers, especially 2 tigresses. Their intuition even made up for their lack of cultivation. Luckily, one of them was in the divine capital and the other was in Thousand Fox country. They did not meet often. Li Mu was relieved. Illusion Princess asked again, "Was the commotion just now also caused by Zhou Yi?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes, she made a small breakthrough in her cultivation." Illusion Princess was shocked. She's already so strong. She still has a breakthrough? Her tone was filled with shock, unwillingness, envy and jealousy. Even if she was ahead of Zhou Yi in other aspects, the difference in cultivation would always be an insurmountable gap between them. Li Mu comforted her, "You're already very strong. You don't have to compete with her everywhere." Illusion Princess snorted, "You also think I'm not as good as her." This was the truth. Not to mention people of the same age, even in the 10 continents, the Empress was probably the strongest among all the females. This was the case in the past and it was even more so after she had a small breakthrough. The phenomenon in the sky had disappeared. Li Mu said to Illusion Princess, "Stay here obediently. I'll go take a look." After Li Mu left, Illusion Lord walked in from outside. Illusion Princess snorted, "Isn't it just the 7th realm? What's so great about it?" Illusion Lord walked in from outside and said, "Don't worry. The heavenly fox bloodline in your body is very strong. Your cultivation will not be below hers in the future." Illusion Princess pursed her lips and said helplessly, "If I'm not as good as her now, I'll be even worse in the future." Illusion Lord pondered for a moment and said softly, "Although the demon nation is small, its foundation is not weaker than the Zhou nation. Otherwise it wouldn't have fought with them for so many years. If she could transcend with her psychokinesis, my daughter can too. However, just our clan alone is not enough. We have to unite the other 4 clans." Li Mu returned to the palace where the Empress was and kept the Dao bell. The puzzled crowd gathered here. Zhou Yi waved her sleeves and Li Mu and her disappeared from the palace. Dozens of miles away, the two of them appeared on the peak of another mountain. Li Mu made some calculations. The Empress' teleportation mystical power was not even as far as his shrinking Earth in 2 inches. This meant that even if he couldn't defeat a transcendent realm opponent, if he wanted to escape, the opponent wouldn't be able to catch up to him. The prerequisite was that the opponent didn't confine the space in advance. Zhou Yi lowered her head and looked at her feet. She asked softly, Is what you said just now true? Li Mu asked, What? Zhou Yi glared at him and said angrily, You said you wanted to watch the sunrise and sunset with me. Li Mu held her hand and placed it on his chest. He said, If you don't believe me, you can feel it for yourself. Zhou Yi placed her hand on Li Mu's chest and felt his heartbeat. After a moment of silence, she suddenly let out a long sigh and said, If only you came to Fairy's capital a few years earlier. Li Mu thought for a moment. With her personality, if he came to Fairy's capital first and met her first, there wouldn't be Lu Hanyan, Li Qing or Phantom Princess. Li Mu might have become the true empress of the Great Zhou. In this world there were always gains and losses. He lost the position of empress and gained an entire forest. Zhou Yi suddenly looked at Li Mu and said, You can't tell anyone about this, including them and that fox. Li Mu knew that the empress was different from Phantom Princess. She had the dignity of being the empress of the Great Zhou. Although the people of the Great Zhou had a lot of support, she couldn't really come to the Li family and live under another woman. Although this gave him the feeling that he was having a secret relationship with the empress, the empress's words were an imperial edict. Li Mu still nodded and said, As you wish. Then he asked, Not even Ali and Mr. Mei? Zhou Yi said without hesitation, No. Li Mu looked at her and used his gaze to promise her that he would keep this a secret. He even had to hide it from the people closest to her. This was a secret relationship. Although it felt a bit strange thinking about it carefully, it was quite exciting. He let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. No matter what the process was, under his initiative, the Empress didn't back down this time. Although he was still under observation, Li Mu had full confidence in facing a Xiaobai who had no experience in relationships. Zhou Yi's face revealed a thoughtful expression. Suddenly she looked at Li Mu and said, I want to ask you a question. Li Mu said, Your Majesty, please ask. Zhou Yi said, If you had to choose between me and that fox, who would you choose? Reality proved that women were self-taught when it came to certain things. This had nothing to do with experience but their nature. Li Mu shook his head and said, How could there be such a choice? Your Majesty, your assumption is unreasonable. Zhou Yi frowned and said, How is it unreasonable? If both of us were in danger and you could only save one, who would you choose? Li Mu smiled and said, Your Majesty, you must be joking. Your cultivation is already at the top of the continent. How could you be in danger? Who could threaten you? Even if you were in danger, it would be you who saved us. I'm saying if. But there's no if in this kind of impossible situation. Zhou Yi took a deep breath and said, What if I told you never to see that fox again? Li Mu shook his head and said, That's also impossible. Your Majesty is so gentle and considerate. How could you make such a request? Zhou Yi's lips moved. In the end she just waved her sleeves and said, Just don't whisper sweet nothings in front of me. Several bells rang in the distance, indicating that the dual cultivation ceremony was about to begin. Li Mu and the Empress held hands and slowly flew toward Mount Baiyin. Although they could both return to the main peak in an instant, they both chose to fly, which was the slowest. Phantom Princess was bold and passionate about her feelings, while the Empress was much more shy and reserved. Even when holding hands, she kept a distance from Li Mu and did not have any unnecessary physical contact. Li Mu knew that his relationship with the Empress could not be rushed. From holding hands in dreams to holding hands in reality, it was already a huge leap. Every step after that had to be done step by step. As they gradually approached the ancestral court, the Empress changed into Mr. Mei's appearance in order to fool people. A stream of light flew past from behind, flew to the front and suddenly turned back. Although the Empress let go of Li Mu's hand immediately, it was still seen by that person. Zhou Zhong stood in the air and looked at Li Mu and Mr. Mei. He said in shock, Li Mu's expression was normal. He asked, What are you doing here? Zhou Zhong did not continue this topic. He said, Something happened in the Shen Kingdom. I knew you would come here, so I came here to see Qing. Li Mu asked, What happened in the Shen Kingdom? Zhou Xian glanced at Mr. Mei in surprise. He said, "It's not that urgent. I won't disturb you. I'll find you later." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light again and disappeared. Li Mu watched him go inside. He murmured, "It's over. My innocence is ruined." Zhou Xian knew Mr. Mei. He must have thought that Li Mu and Mr. Mei had some kind of ambiguous relationship, and wondered if his taste and preferences had changed. Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "What innocence do you have? Mei Wei doesn't care." Li Mu could not clear up this misunderstanding. It was better to see him and Mr. Mei than to see him and the Empress. Mr. Mei was one of the Empress's most trusted subordinates. It was natural for him to be the cover for her secret relationship. To avoid the previous embarrassment, Zhou Yi kept a distance from Li Mu and flew slowly to the main peak. Li Mu followed behind him with a thoughtful look on his face. Since the Empress was going to change her appearance to Mr. Mei, she might as well change into Shangguan Li. If people saw him holding hands with Ali, at least they would not suspect that his taste had changed. At this time Mr. Mei, who was far away in Chengdu, sneezed a few times. She put down the memorial in her hand and frowned. "Who is talking about me behind my back?" As soon as she finished speaking, Shangguan Li, who was sitting opposite her, also started sneezing. Chapter 559. When they were about to arrive at the main peak, Li Mu flew back to the Empress and said, "Your Majesty, can I discuss something with you?" Zhou Yi said indifferently, "What is it?" Li Mu looked at the face that belonged to Mr. Mei. He thought for a moment and said, "Next time when you want to change, can you change into Ali or Xianxia instead of Mr. Mei?" Zhou Yi asked, "Why?" Li Mu explained, "After we return to Chengdu, if people keep seeing me with Mr. Mei, it will damage Sister Mei's innocence." Zhou Yi asked, "Are Ali and Xianxia not innocent?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Xianxia is not even human. Why would she want to be innocent? Ali is so much younger than Sister Mei and is still in her prime. She won't have to worry about marriage in the future. Mr. Mei is different. She's so old. If there are any rumors about me, I'm afraid she won't be able to get married in this lifetime. Your Majesty, even if you don't think for me, you have to think for her. He treats me like a brother. I can't hurt her." Li Mu was sincere. Zhou Yi thought about it carefully and felt that what he said made sense. So she said, "Then let's wait until we return to Chengdu." In the square in front of the palace on the main peak, the disciples of Fulu School were already setting up the place. There were thousands of tables in the square. In recent years, the only place that could compare to today's Fulu School was Xuanzong during the Taoism Exchange Conference. To a certain extent, even the Xuanzong Exchange Conference not long ago couldn't compare to today's dual cultivation ceremony. After all, there were indeed many cultivators present at the Xuanzong Exchange Conference. However, the Empress of Thousand Fox Country wasn't present, nor were the two transcendents from the Yao Nation. The other Daoist sects didn't send their sect masters or grand elders either. The Grand Supreme Elder of Fulu School had arrived, but he had gone to cause trouble in Xuanzong. He had almost destroyed Xuanzong's gate. Apart from Xuanzong, all the other Daoist sects sent at least one seventh realm expert to attend the Fulu School's dual cultivation ceremony. The Great Zhou Court and the Demon Nation also gave the Fulu School enough face. Those who didn't know better would think that Fulu School was the #1 Daoist sect. At the front of the square, Miao Xuanzi's expression was ugly. It was a stark contrast to the smiles on the faces of the people around him. Ever since they had a falling out with the Fulu School during the exchange conference, what happened next was completely out of their expectations. Xuanzong suddenly became the enemy of the continent. They were ostracized by the Great Zhou, discriminated by the Demon Nation, and alienated by their peers. They became a joke in everyone's eyes. The Grand Supreme Elders of the Fulu School and the other 4 sects sat at the front, facing the crowd. To their left and right were the sect masters, the Demon Nation experts, and the Demon Nation's queen. Although Phantom Princess's cultivation wasn't high, her status was revered. It could be said that apart from the Empress who had hidden her identity, no one present could compare to her status. Although the Demon Nation was small, it could still be evenly matched with the Great Zhou for hundreds of years. As the Empress, her position was even before Li Mu's. To be precise, she was right next to Li Mu. Similarly, the emissary of the Great Zhou court couldn't sit too far behind. Mr. Mei, who represented the Empress and was actually the Empress, sat on the other side of Li Mu. Li Mu was surrounded by them on both sides and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were third-generation disciples, so their seats were slightly behind Li Mu. However, they were only diagonally below Li Mu. Li Mu felt uncomfortable being stared at from all directions. Therefore, he didn't look at anyone and focused on drinking the spiritual wine on the table in front of him. On her left, Phantom Princess was restless. She stretched out a hand and drew circles on Li Mu's waist. Although her small movements were hidden, they couldn't escape the eyes of the transcending state experts present. The Grand Supreme Elders from other sects finally understood why the Fulu school and the Demon Nation were so close. It turned out that Ling Jizi had somehow hooked up with the Demon Nation's queen. The Demon Nation was a land of treasures. It was rich in spiritual herbs, whether it was refining pills or writing talismans. The various sects also needed the Demon Nation's resources. It seemed that the Fulu school wouldn't lack talisman liquid in the future. Phantom Princess's movements didn't escape the Empress's notice. Li Mu's waist was gently stroked, but the other side was in pain. Li Mu didn't get to enjoy the blessings of two lovers, but he got to experience the taste of ice and fire. He was in pain but happy at the same time. He endured until the end of the ceremony and could move freely. He immediately left his seat and went to Zhou Xian's seat. He asked, "What happened in the northern state?" Zhou Xian put down his wine cup and said, "Recently, people from the demonic path have been frequently active in the northern state. They have clashed with Sangu's subordinates many times. I don't know what they are planning." The demonic path again. Li Mu frowned slightly. Ever since he started cultivating, the demonic path had never stopped. Qian Huan, Chu Jiang of Gozhouzian and later Cui Ming, as well as the 10,000 Illusions Lord of Heaven, and the 3 elders of the Netherworld who almost overturned the Demon Nation. The demonic path was known as the *T stirrer of the Zhou continent. They first stirred up trouble in the Great Zhou, then meddled with the Demon Nation and now set their sights on the Shen Nation. With Li Mu's hard work, he finally made the northern state a buffer zone between the Shen Nation and the Great Zhou. Once the northern state fell, the situation on the southern border would return to how it was before. All his hard work for this would go down the drain. The enemy was in the dark while they were in the light. Li Mu couldn't transfer more people over for the time being. The Demon Nation's current strength was just enough to protect itself. If he borrowed the Demon Nation's strength to stabilize the northern state, the demonic path might take advantage of the weakness to invade the Demon Nation. Moreover, the Demon Nation and the northern state were in the north and the south. It was difficult to provide support from a geographical point of view. Li Mu pondered for a long time and could only say, "Be vigilant for now. If you feel that something is wrong, immediately send a message to me." Zhou Xian didn't say anything else. He suddenly asked, "Does Qing'er know about the matter between you and Mr. Mei?" Li Mu's face darkened. He said, "There's nothing between me and Mr. Mei." Zhou Xian thought for a moment and asked, "You young people are so open now. Is holding hands no longer a big deal?" Li Mu now regretted not suggesting this to the Empress earlier. She didn't want to become Ali. It was fine if she became Xianxia. Now he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After the ceremony, Zhou Xian returned to the northern state. Phantom Princess was going back to the Demon Nation. The Empress and Xianxia were also going back to the divine capital. Li Mu was glad that all the women were gathered together this time. Although there were twists and turns, at least there was no danger. He also took the opportunity to improve his relationship with the Empress. Could be said that he profited from a disaster. Before Phantom Princess returned to the Demon Nation, she secretly gave Li Mu a look. When the Empress left with Xianxia, she also gave Li Mu a meaningful look. Li Mu now understood that the 9 words mantra was most useful to him. It wasn't the thunder technique or the trapping technique. It was the last technique, distance shrinking. This should be a technique that could only be used at the 8th level. This technique relied on the power of heaven and earth and consumed very little magic power. It allowed him to go back and forth between the divine capital and the Demon Nation several times in a day. In the morning, he walked hand in hand with the Empress in the Imperial Garden. At night, he hugged Phantom Princess to sleep. At noon, he could even go back to the Fulu school to eat lunch with Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. This was what Li Mu learned from Ao Qing's diary. At his level of cultivation, he could travel all over the 10 continents and 3 islands in a day. He often hung out with the nine-tailed fox in the morning, went to find the snake demon sisters in the afternoon, and flipped the seas with the dragon girl at night. The word sex ran through his life. However, Li Mu couldn't go find Phantom Princess and the Empress now. Li Mu promised Xianxia before that he would use his identity as the future sect leader to truly plan for the sect's future. Now it was time for him to fulfill his promise. The most important aspect of a sect's rise was naturally the sect's strength. Fulu was a type of strength. However, the disciples' own cultivation was the true strength of a sect. The reason why Xuanzong was the Taoist sect's #1 sect was because the sect had many powerful cultivators. It suppressed the other 5 sections. If the Fulu school wanted to replace Xuanzong, there were at least 2 conditions. First, the sect had to have at least one 8th level cultivator. Second, the sect's core strength had to be stronger than Xuanzong. Since he wanted to defeat Xuanzong, he first had to understand Xuanzong. In the main peak's palace, Li Mu asked Xianxia, "How many 7th level cultivators does the sect have now?" Xianxia said, "Including junior sister Jade Sun, there are 5 now." Xuanzong also only had 5 7th level cultivators. It seemed like the Fulu school and Xuanzong were on par. However, the 2 Grand Supreme Elders were nearing the end of their lifespans. Xuanzong's 5 transcendents each had a lifespan of tens or even hundreds of years. After a few years, Fulu school would only have 3 7th level cultivators. One of them was even shared with the Pill Cauldron sect. Li Mu asked again, "How many 6th level cultivators are there?" Xianxia said, "Including you and Martial Uncle Fu Dozi, 8. What about Xuanzong?" 23. What about the 5th level? 56. Xuanzong? There should be more than 200. 4th level. Our sect has more than 200. Xuanzong more than 1,000. Other than Xuanzong, the strength of the other sects was about the same. Li Mu knew that Xuanzong was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Xuanzong's strength was almost comparable to the rest of the sects combined. If Fulu's Pill Cauldron sect and Spirit Formation sect were major sects, then Xuanzong was the only super major sect. Xianxia answered Li Mu's question, then patted his shoulder and said, "The difference between our Fulu school and Xuanzong is not small. Senior brother's ability is limited. The heavy responsibility of revitalizing the sect will be handed to junior brother." Li Mu pondered for a long time. He looked at Xianxia and said seriously, "Senior brother, I think you should find someone else to revitalize the sect." Xianxia said leisurely, "Other than you, who else has this ability? You are a disciple of the Fulu school. Qing, and Han Yan are also disciples of the Fulu school. Do you have the heart to disappoint them?" Li Mu raised a finger and said, "I didn't expect senior brother to act so insidiously. You might as well change your Daoist name to Schemer." After knowing Xuanzong's strength, the burden of revitalizing the Fulu school was indeed much heavier than Li Mu expected. However, Li Mu was never one to back down in the face of difficulties. He glanced at Xianxia and said, "I can revive the sect, but from now on, all of the sect's resources will be under my control, including the gifts you received during the dual cultivation ceremony." Xianxia took off a thumb ring from his thumb and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu scanned it with his divine sense. He saw mountains of spiritual medicines, spiritual jades, and all kinds of cultivation resources in the thumb ring. Thousands of cultivators attended Xianxia's dual cultivation ceremony. They received many gifts. These things, in addition to the profits from the market, were enough to raise the overall strength of the Fulu school to a new level. In terms of high-level combat strength, Li Mu was temporarily unable to create a 7th realm cultivator. But there were more than 55th realm cultivators in the sect. He should be able to find at least 10 who were only one step away from Zhou Xian. With these resources, Li Mu and the Empress could work together to refine some saint-level cultivation increasing pills. At the very least, they would be able to create a few more Zhou Xian cultivators. As for 5th realm cultivators, including those below the 5th realm, they could be created completely with pills. As long as they worked closely with the Danding sect, they would be able to produce a steady stream of pills for low-level disciples to increase their cultivation. Li Mu and the Danding sect's headmaster Wu Chenzi had a private conversation for several hours before Wu Chenzi left the Fulu school. When she left, she took a large amount of spiritual medicines with her. At the same time, All the disciples at the peak of every single realm in the Talisman sect were gathered together by the head seat. On the second day, all these disciples entered into closed-door cultivation and didn't leave, and they adjusted their states to their best so that they could make preparations for breaking through in the near future. After the headmaster's dual cultivation ceremony, the atmosphere in the entire Fulu school became tense. Xuanzong. In the highest Taoist palace, Miao Xuanzi's face darkened as he reported to Dao Qingzi. Master, for some reason the Yao nation is also on good terms with the Fulu school. On the day of Xianjizi's dual cultivation ceremony, 2 7th realm Yao kings came to congratulate him. The Danding sect, the Spiritual Formation sect and the northern and southern sects also sent their Grand Supreme Elders. Now many cultivators are saying that the Fulu school is the top Taoist sect. The Fulu school, the top Taoist sect? Dao Qingzi's mouth twitched. He said calmly, all these years Xuanzong has been living in the East Sea. It seems that many people have forgotten about our existence. Miao Xuanzi thought for a moment and said, Master, it'll be your 150th birthday in a month. Why don't you invite the cultivators of the Zhou continent to your birthday? Let them see the strength of our Xuanzong and who is the top Taoist sect. For the 150th birthday of the Xuanzong Grand Supreme Elder, invitations were sent to all the sects and families of the Zhou continent. These forces were not as powerful as the Fulu school, so they did not dare to offend Xuanzong. Anyone who received an invitation traveled thousands of miles to the East Sea. They thought that the birthday of the Xuanzong Grand Supreme Elder would be grander than the Fulu school's dual cultivation ceremony. However, when they arrived at the East Sea they realized that was not the case. No one from the Great Zhou court came. No one from the Yao nation of Xing province came. The other 5 Taoist sects only sent a 6th realm first seat symbolically. They did not even send a 7th realm cultivator. The cultivators who had just attended the Fulu school's dual cultivation ceremony could not help but feel that the so-called top Taoist sect was just SOSO. It was easy to tell who was the top Taoist sect, Xuanzong or Fulu school, from the attitudes of the other 4 sections. In a Taoist palace in Xuanzong, the expressions of the elders were not good. The Grand Supreme Elder's birthday celebration was meant to showcase Xuanzong's strength and influence. They thought that since the other 4 sects had paid so much attention to the Fulu school last time, they would not neglect Xuanzong this time. However, who would have thought that the difference between their attitudes toward the Fulu school and Xuanzong would be so great? In this case, was Xuanzong not asking to be humiliated? Miao Xuanzi said angrily, the Danding sect, the Spiritual Array sect, the South sect and the North sect. What are they trying to do? How dare they humiliate our Xuanzong? On the main seat, Dao Qingzi's face showed deep fear. He said in a low voice, there must be a reason for the North and South sects to do this. What benefits did the Fulu school give them to make them break off their relationship with Xuanzong? Chapter 560. South Sect. An inner sect elder came to a Dao palace and bowed. Sect Master, Grand Elder, Elder Miao Xuanzi of Xuanzong has come to our sect. He said he has something important to discuss and wants to see the sect master. Xuanzong's Grand Elder's birthday celebration had just ended. The 4 sects did not send any transcendent powerhouses to the East Sea to congratulate him, causing Xuanzong to once again lose face in front of the cultivators of the Zhou continent. Miao Xuanzi must have come for this matter. The Southern sect had sent a Grand Supreme Elder to the Talisman Puppet sect's sect Master Xianjizi's dual cultivation ceremony. The Southern sect had sent a Grand Supreme Elder to the Profound sect's Grand Supreme Elder's 150th birthday. However, the Southern sect had only sent a first seat. If they couldn't give them a suitable reason, they would probably offend the Profound sect. However, at this moment, South sect Master and Grand Elder had no time to pay attention to Miao Xuanzi. They all stared at a jade slip floating in the void with a strange light in their eyes. It's really a new supernatural power. 300 years ago, a senior in the sect only comprehended part of this supernatural power. Ling Jizi actually completed it. As expected, it's really the heart of 7 orifices. The rise of South sect is just around the corner. Half an hour ago, Hyun Jinko of Fulu School sent a jade slip. After reading the contents of the jade slip, the 3 transcendent powerhouses of South sect could not help but be moved. This jade slip recorded the contents of South sect's heavenly scripture. What they comprehended from the heavenly scripture was recorded in this jade slip. What they did not comprehend from the heavenly scripture was recorded in this jade slip. This was enough to show that Ling Jizi had the ability to decipher the heavenly scripture. Although 10 years was a long time, it was nothing compared to the rise of South Sect. After South Sect's sect master calmed down, he said to the Taoist priest, "Tell Miao Xuanzi that I and the 2 grand elders are in seclusion to comprehend the supernatural power. Let head Ling Wuzi receive us." To be honest, Xuanzong's strength was well known. Perhaps only the 5 sects combined would have the qualifications to compete with Xuanzong. The South Sect originally didn't want to offend Xuanzong again and again for the sake of Fulu School, but who told the Fulu School to give them too much? The 6 sects were all Daoist sections. One made them work like cattle and horses, while the other gave them a chance to rise. No matter how stupid they were, they should know which side to stand on. In a certain hall of the South Sect, Miao Xuanzi had just learned the news that the South Sect leader and supreme elder were in seclusion. He had just come from the Northern Sect. Not long ago, the Northern Sect had told him the same thing. This meant that the North and South sects did not want to see him at all. Miao Xuanzi had already felt the seriousness of the situation. He did not even feel angry in his heart. Instead, he flew in the direction of the Eastern Sea with a heavy heart. Shizuan's guess should be correct. The Fulu School must have given these sects great benefits. How great would the benefits be for them to choose to oppose Xuanzong? Miao Xuanzi vaguely felt that Xuanzong had missed a great opportunity. Eastern Sea Xuanzong. In recent days, the atmosphere of the entire Xuanzong had continued to be gloomy. No one had expected that the Daoist exchange meeting would become a turning point for Xuanzong's luck. Before the exchange meeting, Xuanzong, as the #1 sect of Taoism, had limitless glory. After the exchange meeting, Xuanzong was hated by everyone and could only stay in the Eastern Sea. The disciples of Xuanzong were too ashamed to walk around outside. Many people were dissatisfied with the decision of the upper echelons of the sect, but they could not change anything. Out of trust in Tianjizi, they hid all their doubts in the bottom of their hearts. In a space of the flask heaven, Tianjizi held a turtle shell in both hands and shook it gently. There was a clattering sound from the turtle shell. Not long after, a few copper coins were thrown out of it. Miao Yunzi sat cross-legged on the side and asked, "Uncle Master, how's the divination?" Tianjizi said leisurely, "It's 5% more. The probability of the cultivation world resisting the catastrophe has increased by 5%? Miao Yunzi's face was filled with shock. He muttered, "It seems that this 5% change should be the reason why the other 4 sects broke off relations with Xuanzong." "Uncle Master, you're right." The old man did not speak. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Miao Yunzi said nervously, "Uncle Master." Tianjizi casually wiped away the blood and casually said, "Don't worry, this old man won't die for a while and I can't die. If this old man dies, then the 10 continents will lose even half of their vitality." Great Zhou, Divine Capital. In the past 2 years, Divine Capital had become much quieter. A few years ago, the new and old parties fought openly and secretly, stirring up the entire Divine Capital. The people had no way to make a living. Now the Shao royal family had declined. Not only did they have no right to speak in the imperial court, even the powerhouses guarding the ancestral shrine in the palace were chased out of the palace. Whether it was the people or the officials, they were well aware of a certain matter. That was, the Shao royal family, who had controlled Great Zhou for hundreds of years, was probably going to lose the imperial power forever. The old party had no chance at all. It should have been the new party's victory, but the Zhou family and its wings were also constantly losing power. In the imperial court led by Zhang Chun, most of the officials were loyal to the empress. The original supporters of the 2 parties had all cut ties with them. The biggest contributor to Divine Capital's current situation was, of course, Lord Li Mu. He was the empress's most trusted official, the guardian of the people. He had swept away most of the internal and external troubles for the Great Zhou. He was using practical actions to fulfill the oath he made in his early years. He set his heart for heaven and earth, set his life for the people, inherited the lost knowledge of the past saints, and established peace for all ages. In the hearts of the people, Lord Li could be said to be a perfect person apart from being a little lecherous. In recent days, there were rumors in Divine Capital that someone had seen Lord Li and Her Majesty's personal female official Shangguan Li having a private meeting by the river. Their behavior was very intimate. These rumors had even spread to the palace, and even the palace maids were talking about it. Lord Li is an important official of the imperial court, and Commander Shangguan is also one of Her Majesty's most trusted guards. Isn't it normal for them to discuss national affairs together? Forget it. I would believe it if it were someone else discussing national affairs, but Lord Li and Lord Shangguan are together all day long. Maybe they'll fall in love with each other over time. Who wouldn't like a man like Lord Li? I see Lord Li every day too. Why didn't he fall in love with me over time? In the imperial palace, a few palace maids in the corner of the corridor whispered. Naturally, it could not escape the ears of Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li. In Changle Palace, Mr. Mei stood beside Shangguan Li and asked nosily, "Ali, when did you get together with Li Mu? You didn't even tell me." "That's so mean." Shangguan Li's face was livid. She gritted her teeth and said, "What are they looking at? When did I get together with Li Mu by the river?" Mr. Mei murmured, "If it's not you, then it must look like you. Li Mu is really too much. The real Ali is right next to him, but he has to find an imposter." The palace maids outside had no idea what was going on. They continued to talk. "It's not strange that Lord Li is with Commander Shangguan. If he's with Mr. Mei, please don't. This will ruin Lord Li's image in my eyes. Why don't you think Mr. Mei is so old? Why isn't he married yet?" Beside Shangguan Li, Mr. Mei's face was also livid. Several palace maids on duty near Changle Palace were punished to do laundry in the laundry department because they were negligent in their duties. Mr. Mei was still angry. He said angrily, "Why should I be a good match for you? My image will be ruined." She couldn't calm down. The sky above Fairy's capital changed again. It wasn't the first time this phenomenon had happened. Even the people of Fairy's capital were used to it. Naturally, the two of them didn't make a fuss. The shadow of a bell flew into the dark clouds. The dark clouds quickly dissipated. Soon Li Mu and the Empress walked out from the back of the palace. With Li Mu's current cultivation base, he had no problem writing and refining low-grade heaven-level talismans and pills. As for middle-grade heaven-level, high-grade and saint-level talismans, because they exceeded the upper limit of Li Mu's magic power, he could only cooperate with the Empress. In Changle Palace, Shangguan Li looked at Li Mu with hostility. Mr. Mei looked at Li Mu with hostility. Li Mu looked at them and asked curiously, "Why? Did I offend you?" Mr. Mei said, "Someone said that they saw you and Ali having a private meeting by the river." Li Mu felt guilty. He said, "That's just a rumor. You can ask Ali if you don't believe me. We've never been alone." Mr. Mei asked, "Then why would there be such a rumor?" Li Mu shook his head. "How would I know?" "Oh right, His Majesty and I have something for you." He threw 2 jade bottles to Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li. "These are saint-level breakthrough pills. Your powers are already at the peak of the creation realm. Try and see if you can break through to Zhou Xian." Saint-level pills that could help people break through to the 5th level were extremely precious. Mr. Mei was shocked. These are for us. You don't want them." Li Mu glanced at her. "If you don't want them, I'll give them to someone else." Before he finished, the jade bottles in Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li's hands disappeared. Li Mu gave the low-grade pills to the Danding sect to make. He and the Empress made the saint-level and saint-level pills themselves. This time, Li Mu and the Empress used more than a month to make 4 saint-level breakthrough pills for the creation realm. Some of the materials used were from the Great Zhou Treasury, and some were from the Fulu School. For the sake of fairness, 2 of the 4 pills were given to the imperial court and 2 to the Fulu School. Lord Mei and Shangguan Li were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates for the 2 pills of the imperial court, considering their status, experience and how much they were favored. The courtiers would not have any objections to such an arrangement. As for the other 2 pills, Li Mu planned to take them back to the Fulu School and give them to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. The imperial court and the school would each provide half of the materials for making the pills and half of the pills. This arrangement was fair and reasonable. The 2 Taishang elders had planned to pass on their powers to them before their lifespans were completely exhausted. Theoretically speaking, they were also the first in line to take the pills. When the time came, the 2 Taishang elders could pass on their powers to other disciples. Li Mu considered whether or not to let Wanwan and Xiao Bai also enter the Fulu School. Using the school's resources on the Fulu School's disciples was reasonable. This would prevent people from saying that he was abusing his power for personal gain in the future. When they returned to Mount Baiyun, Li Mu took Wanwan and Xiaobai with him. He let Wanwan become a disciple of Yuzhenzi, and Xiaobai become a disciple of Dan Yangzi. From now on, they were all third-generation disciples of the Fulu school. They were only disciples of the two heads in name. Their specific cultivation was still under Li Mu's guidance. Xianxia had no objections to Li Mu giving the two mirror-breaking pills to Lu Hanyan and Li Qing. The two of them had already gone into seclusion to adjust their transcendence energy and were preparing to take the pills to break through their cultivation. With nothing to do, Li Mu returned to Yangqiu County. He originally wanted to find Zhou Xian for a drink or two, but 2 years ago, Zhou Xian had moved out of Yangqiu County and bought a residence in the Shendu. He was usually not in the Shendu, but rather in the Great Zhou to expand his business. Half a year ago he had already opened a shop in the state of Yong. Li Mu made another trip to the Jinshan Temple. The abbot of the Jinshan Temple had already changed. Xuandu and the original abbot had already left for the ancestral court of the Exan sect. Li Mu finally arrived at the Bay of Clear Water. The small house by the water was still there, and the furnishings inside hadn't changed in the slightest. However, there was no one there. Ever since she had left without saying goodbye, Li Mu hadn't heard from Su He again. At that time, Li Mu didn't completely understand her feelings. If he had the chance to do it all over again, he would have kept her by his side no matter what. Returning to the small courtyard he had once lived in, he felt the powerful transcendence energy in his body and thought back to everything he had experienced in the past few years. In just a few years he had gone from a lowly bailiff of Yangqiu County to a powerful official of the Great Zhou, the future headmaster of the Fulu school and the state preceptor of the Yao Kingdom. Li Mu lay on the bed, his hands behind his head. He felt as if he was in a dream. Not a sound could be heard beside him except for the sound of insects. In a rare moment Li Mu forgot everything. Lying on the wooden bed he had a dream. In his dream he saw a golden door. Li Mu wanted to touch it but he couldn't get close. It was only a few hundred steps, but he walked for an entire night. It was like a distant snowy mountain. It seemed to be right in front of him, but when he tried to get closer he discovered that the path was endless. Even when he woke up, Li Mu was still reminiscing about this dream. In his dream he desperately wanted to pass through that door, but he couldn't even get close. That feeling of helplessness made him feel incomparable despair. Li Mu took out the heavenly book in his hand and stacked it on top of each other. Using his divine sense he saw a door that was exactly the same as the one in his dream. Seeing this door in reality, Li Mu also wanted to go through it to find out what was inside. However, this door wasn't real. If he wanted to understand its mysteries he would probably have to gather more heavenly tomes. Speaking of the other heavenly tomes, the first one that Li Mu thought of was naturally Xuanzong. Unfortunately, he and Xuanzong had already become enemies. Xuanzong wouldn't give the heavenly tomes to Li Mu for free, and Li Mu wouldn't help them decipher the heavenly tomes. This was no different from helping their enemy. Other than Xuanzong's page, only the 4 Buddhist sects were confirmed to have the heavenly tomes. Among the 4 Buddhist sects, 3 of them were in the Shan nation. Li Mu didn't have any relationship with them. It could even be said that there was some friction between them. He probably couldn't borrow the heavenly tomes, nor could he use them to decipher the heavenly tomes in exchange. After all, the 3 sects belonged to the enemy nation. In Li Mu's heart, their position wasn't much higher than Xuanzong's. The only heavenly tomes he could come into contact with were in the Heart sect. Although the Heart sect was also a Buddhist sect, it was a local Buddhist sect in the Great Zhou. It also cooperated with the imperial court. Moreover, Xuandu was in the Heart sect. It was very possible to make a deal with the Heart sect. After making a quick decision, Li Mu walked into the courtyard. With a step his figure disappeared. Chapter 561. Great Zhou, Nanyang County. The ancestral court of the Heart sect, one of the 4 Buddhist sects, was located in Nanyang County. The Heart sect recruited believers here. After hundreds of years, almost everyone in Nanyang County worshipped Buddha. There were more than 100 temples in Nanyang County alone. Tiantai Mountain, which was located in the center of Nanyang County, was where the ancestral court of the Heart sect was located. It was also the sacred ground in the hearts of the Great Zhou Buddhist believers. Tiantai Mountain would often have a Buddhist glow. No demons or ghosts dared to cause trouble nearby. This made the Heart sect even more revered by the people. Every day there would be an endless stream of people coming to worship them. On this day, There was a spatial fluctuation at the foot of Tiantai Mountain. A figure appeared out of thin air. There were many people on the mountain path. Most of them were filled with reverence as they went up the mountain to worship. No one noticed that there was an additional person behind the crowd. Li Mu followed behind these Buddhist believers and slowly walked up the mountain. Although the heart sect's strength was far inferior to the various Daoist sects, in this small Nanyang county, the heart sect's influence was greater than the imperial courts. The population of Nanyang County was one of the top 36 counties. However, the amount of psychokinesis contributed by the state temple was one of the lowest. It was not that the people of Nanyang County were living in an abyss of suffering. Instead, they contributed most of their psychokinesis to the heart sect. They all relied on the people's psychokinesis. This was a conflict between the Buddhist sects and the imperial court. Therefore, the Great Zhou court would never allow the Buddhist sects to expand without limit. The heart sect's influence was only in Nanyang County. Outside of Nanyang County, there were very few temples in the heart sect. The crowd discussed softly as they walked up the steps. Once one gets old, one's body won't be able to take it anymore. It would be great if I could ask for some medicine on this trip up the mountain. I'm here to fulfill a vow. Last year I went up the mountain to worship the Bodhisattva. This year my daughter-in-law gave birth to a chubby boy. Is it that effective? Then I'll have to pray too. Young man, what are you here to pray for? Someone asked him. Li Mu smiled and said, to pray for marriage. The warm-hearted auntie reminded him, if you pray for marriage and children, you have to pray to the Bodhisattva. Remember not to pray to the wrong person. After chatting for a while, Li Mu became familiar with this group of people. They chatted and laughed all the way up the mountain and came to a temple. The ancestral court of the Xin clan seemed to be a slightly extravagant temple. Compared to the other sects, it was slightly shabby. However, this was not the case. This temple was only used to receive ordinary believers. Above the concealment array above everyone's head, there were several huge mountain peaks floating. There were pavilions and towers on the mountain peaks. There were also countless relief sculptures of Buddha. Buddha light flashed and there were sounds of Sanskrit chants. At the bottom of the mountain there was a mountain gate. Two young monks stood guard there looking at the crowd below. However, the crowd below could not see them. One of the little monks seemed to have noticed something and said in surprise, Hui Kong, look at that person below. Is he looking at us? The other little monk didn't even look. He shook his head and said, how is that possible? Without level 5 cultivation one cannot see through the array. How can he be in the Dharma plane? The little monk said, but he was really looking at me. He even smiled at me. Li Mu stood at the back of the crowd. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the two little monks. This young man was still below a moment ago. In the next moment he passed through the array and appeared in front of them. The little monk was shocked and said with a trembling voice, Who are you? What do you want? Li Mu couldn't help but touch his bald head and said, Don't worry. I'm here to look for someone. Is Master Xuandu here? Oh, Uncle Xuandu? Hearing that he was here to look for Uncle Xuandu, the little monk was relieved. He said, Sir, please wait here for a while. I'll help you pass on the message. The little monk with level 3 cultivation flew to the mountain peak above. Not long later, a golden light shot down from above and landed heavily beside Li Mu. A handsome monk looked at Li Mu and said happily, Third brother, why are you here? Li Mu smiled at him and said, Second brother, long time no see. Xuandu gave Li Mu a big bear hug. Li Mu said, Congratulations, second brother. After not seeing you for a few years, your cultivation has improved again. You're already at the peak of level 5. Xuandu smiled and said, Congratulations too, third brother. You've advanced so quickly. He looked at Li Mu with a hint of shock in his eyes. He realized that he couldn't see through Li Mu's cultivation. When they first met he was still a mortal. A small vengeful spirit could take his life. But after a few years he couldn't even see through Li Mu's cultivation. For this to happen, it was either that he had a powerful treasure that could hide his aura or that his cultivation was already above his. Xuandu's common sense told him that it was the former. But he still asked, What's your cultivation now? Li Mu pinched his thumb and index finger and said, Just a little higher than you. Xuandu was stunned. After a long time he muttered, Even if you had a fortuitous encounter, your cultivation shouldn't have improved so quickly. It seems like you've encountered a great opportunity. Li Mu smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. I came to the heart sect this time not only to see second brother, but also for an important matter. Li Mu came here to get the heavenly book of the heart sect. Although he was the future head of the Fulu school and one of the leaders of the Dao sect, it didn't seem good for him to come and interpret the heavenly book for the Buddhists. But there were few free meals in the world. If he didn't pay a price, the heart sect wouldn't give him the heavenly book." After Xuandu heard Li Mu's words, he hesitated and said, "The heavenly book is the most important treasure of our sect. It's related to the inheritance of the sect. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to ask the elders first." Li Mu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I can wait for the elders' reply first." To completely interpret the heavenly book, for any sect that possessed the heavenly book, it was a major matter that couldn't be ignored. After Xuandu heard Li Mu's intention, he immediately reported to the elders. Heart sect, the Great Hall of Light. There were bursts of discussions. Heart of 7 orifices? There is indeed a rumor that those who possess the heart of 7 orifices can understand the entire content of the heavenly book. But rumors are only rumors. I have never seen such a physique. I'm afraid someone is using this as a pretense to deceive the heavenly book. Such a technique is too clumsy. The heavenly book was the most precious treasure of the heart sect. Of course, it couldn't be easily given away. A middle-aged monk thought for a while, looked at Xuandu and asked, "Your friend, what is his name?" Xuandu said, "Uncle Puji, his name is Li Mu." Puji's gaze was deep as he said, "According to what I know, the Ling Jizi of the Fulu school of the Dao sect is called Li Mu. Recently, the other 4 sects of the Dao sect for the sake of the Fulu school have offended the number 1 sect, Xuanzong. This matter is extremely unusual. It seems that the 4 sects must have received the promise of the Fulu school to interpret the heavenly book. Ling Jizi possessing the heart of 7 orifices, there is a 90% chance that it is true. There is such a thing? If that's the case, then isn't this Xuanzong's opportunity? But he is a person of the Dao sect. Why would he help our Xuanzong? Could there be some conspiracy behind this?" A few elders of the heart sect revealed a hesitant expression. On one hand, this was the heart sect's opportunity. On the other hand, this matter was very risky. If the heavenly book was lost, it would cause an unbearable loss to the heart sect. In the end, an old monk stroked his snow-white long beard and said, "Although the Dao sect is not our enemy, the heart sect's most precious treasure cannot be given to the Dao sect. Our esteemed guest has come from afar. Xuandu, treat him well. There is no need to mention the heavenly book anymore." When the Xuanzong elders heard this, they did not say anything else. The one who spoke was Elder Puxiang. His cultivation had reached the peak of Zhou Xian. When the Venerable One was in seclusion, Elder Puxiang was in charge of all matters of the heart sect. Even the heavenly book of the sect was under his control. When everyone was silent, only Elder Puji stood out and said slowly, "I think that this is an opportunity that our heart sect cannot miss. We cannot give up on the great opportunity of the heart sect's rise just because the person with the heart of 7 orifices has the identity of the Dao sect." He walked to the front of the crowd and analyzed. As everyone knows, ever since the Xuanzong exchange, the Dao sect that was originally one has begun to split. Fulu school has roped in the other 4 sects, most likely through the heavenly book. Xuanzong's strength is too strong. Even if the other 5 sects join forces, they would not be able to shake him. At this time, Fulu school must be anxious to find allies. If not, he would not have come to the heart sect. He came here to gain new allies and has no other intentions. If the heart sect is suspicious and fearful of him, we will miss this great opportunity. Elder Puji did not stop and continued. Now the reality of the cultivation world is that with Ling Jizi with the heart of 7 orifices, the heavenly books of the 6 sects of the Dao sect will be completely deciphered except for Xuanzong. The 5 sects will usher in a period of rapid development. The battle between the sects is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. If the heart sect continues to stick to the old ways, I'm afraid there will be no chance for a comeback. Elder Puji's words made the elders fall into deep thought. He knew the situation of the cultivation world like the back of his hand. His analysis was also reasonable. The heart sect's rejection of the Fulu school's Ling Jizi's suggestion would not be wrong in the short term. However, in the long term, it would be destroying the sect's future. Since ancient times, The decline of many sects in the world of cultivation was not because they did something wrong, but because they did nothing. In the cultivation world there were hundreds of schools of thought contending. When Dao sect and Buddhism flourished, those schools did nothing wrong and gradually disappeared in the long river of history. Once Dao sect flourished again, the space left for Buddhism to develop would become smaller and smaller. Elder Puxiang, who was in charge of the heart sect, was obviously moved by Elder Puji's words. After thinking for a long time he said, "Xuandu, invite Ling Jizi over." Under Xuandu's lead, Li Mu came to a large hall. The first thing he saw were a few shiny bald heads. The strength of the heart sect could not be compared to the other Dao sects. They only had one person in the 7th realm. At this moment the 4 monks in front of Li Mu were all in the 6th realm. Li Mu put his palms together and said, "Greetings, elders." When they saw Li Mu, the few elders of the heart sect felt waves in their hearts. Could the gap between Buddhism and Dao be so great? A young disciple of the Fulu school actually had a cultivation level that did not lose to theirs. The young man in front of them not only had unfathomable mana. The few Buddhist powerhouses who specialized in physical cultivation could also feel an incomparably powerful physical strength from him. It was hard to imagine that a cultivator of Dao sect could have a physical body that did not lose to a 6th realm Buddhist powerhouse. Clearly he was a dual cultivator of energy and body. Moreover, he had cultivated both his mana and body to the 6th realm. Elder Puji put his palms together and praised, "Heroes indeed come from the young." With Ling Jizi, it is only a matter of time before the Fulu school surpasses Xuanzong. Li Mu clasped his fists and said, "Elder Puji, you flatter me, you flatter me." When he came, Xuandu had already told him that the heart sect did not agree with him interpreting the heavenly tomes. It was Elder Puji's strong argument that made them change their mind. Not only was this monk aware of many major events that happened in the cultivation world, but his insight was also very sharp. Even Xuanzong did not know that Li Mu was interpreting the heavenly tomes for the other sections. Yet he was able to guess the truth of the matter just based on Xuandu's words. At this moment, another old monk walked forward and said, "Ling Jizi is willing to interpret the heavenly tomes for the heart sect. This old monk is extremely grateful." Li Mu was very clear that he had delivered himself to Exen Zong's doorstep and let them take advantage of him. Any normal monk would suspect that he had ulterior motives. He did not bother to be courteous with the old monk and said, "To be honest, I came this time to form a good relationship with the heart sect. Xuanzong of Taoism has gone too far. One day the Fulu school will definitely denounce it. Today I am helping the heart sect to interpret the heavenly tomes. I hope that one day the heart sect can join the other sects to denounce this unrighteous sect." Xuanzong and the other elders looked at Puji. Elder Puji had guessed correctly. Ling Jizi's goal was indeed to form an alliance with the heart sect. Elder Puxiang thought for a moment and said, "You should know that Xuanzong is not only the #1 sect of Taoism, but also the #1 sect in the world. Within Xuanzong there is an 8th realm powerhouse. If there is no 8th realm powerhouse, there is no way to fight against them." Li Mu said, "Elder, don't worry. If we are not fully prepared, we will not act rashly." Elder Puxiang thought for a long time and finally nodded and said, "I heard that you have the heart of 7 orifices. Can you show it to me?" Since they were here to interpret the heavenly tomes, Li Mu naturally had to show it. Otherwise, these old monks would think that he was taking advantage of the situation. He thought for a moment and said to Taoist priest Puxiang, "Can I take a look at the heavenly tomes of your sect?" Elder Puxiang stretched out his hand and a page appeared in his palm. If Ling Jizi really had the heart of 7 orifices, then the heavenly tomes were meant for him to comprehend. There was no harm in letting him take a look. If Ling Jizi did not have the heart of 7 orifices and came here to find an excuse to comprehend the heavenly tomes, he would not be able to comprehend anything in a short period of time. Moreover, the heart sect would not suffer any losses. Li Mu closed his eyes and scanned the heavenly tomes with his spiritual sense. After a long time he opened his eyes. After forming a seal, he slowly extended his finger. In the void, a golden finger condensed. An elder exclaimed, "Great Nirvana finger." This great Nirvana finger was a divine ability from the heart sect's heavenly tomes. Li Mu changed his hand seal and pressed down with his palm. Another golden palm appeared in the main hall. Prajna palm. They watched as Li Mu executed the second Buddhist divine ability. This level of divine ability was only passed down to the core disciples of the heart sect. Normally, outsiders would not be able to understand it. However, this did not exclude the possibility of an accident. However, the divine abilities that Li Mu used afterward were things that even they had never seen before. These divine abilities were very powerful. When executed, there was a Buddhist light that appeared. It was definitely from the heavenly tomes. However, they had never seen it before. If it was not him comprehending it on the spot, then what was it? After executing a few divine abilities consecutively, Li Mu's face turned pale. His body swayed and he shook his head. No, comprehending the heavenly tomes is too taxing on the mind. I can only comprehend this much this time. I'm afraid I will need half a month before I can recover my mind and comprehend it a second time. Elder Puxiang smiled and said, "There's no hurry. You can stay in the heart sect for a long time. I'll let Xuandu prepare a room for you." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I'm an official of the Great Show. I have to manage the Fulu school and interpret the heavenly tomes for the other 4 sections. I'm afraid I can't stay here for a long time. If the elders trust me, you can temporarily hand the heavenly tomes to me like the other Dao sections. I'll take some time to slowly interpret it. Every once in a while I'll report back to your sect." The Heart sect had never handed the heavenly tomes to an outsider. Elder Puxiang hesitated and said, "This we still have to discuss. Xuandu, bring Ling Jizi around the sect." Xuandu brought Li Mu out. A Taoist priest said, "I'm afraid it's not good to hand the heavenly tomes to an outsider. What if something goes wrong?" At this moment Elder Puji walked up and said, "When Ling Jizi was in the 5th realm he already had the power to transcend. Now that he's in the 6th realm, I'm afraid only those in the 8th realm can stop him. If there's really an 8th realm cultivator who wants the heavenly tomes, what's the difference if the heavenly tomes are with him or with us?" Puji's analysis was very reasonable. After a discussion, Elder Puxiang nodded and said, "What we can think of, the other 4 Dao sects can also think of. Since they can trust Ling Jizi, why can't we? Puji, go and ask Ling Jizi to come back." Puji nodded and turned to walk out of the hall. The moment he stepped out of the hall, a faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 562. In terms of deciphering the heavenly book, Li Mu had already formed a monopoly. In the end, the Heart sect agreed to his request to take the heavenly book away. In order to show enough sincerity, Li Mu first helped them decipher a portion of the heavenly book to dispel some of their doubts and worries. Only then did he prepare to leave. Before he opened his mouth, Elder Puji said, "You have done a great favor for the Heart sect. Why don't you stay here for a few more days and let us play host to you?" If he could not wait to leave after taking the heavenly book, it would be easy for others to think that he was running away with the treasure. After careful consideration, Li Mu decided to stay here for a few days. Taking advantage of these few days, Li Mu studied the Heart sect's heavenly book in detail. The Heart sect's heavenly book was divided into 2 parts. One part was the Buddhist scriptures, which were equivalent to the Daoist Heart Sutra to guide the cultivation of qi. The other part was various Buddhist supernatural powers. Taoism had countless spells. Taoism cultivators used the mana in their bodies to the extreme. Buddhism, on the other hand, developed the body. Buddhism's supernatural powers were mostly related to the body. Their bodies were no weaker than Dharma treasures. Combined with their physical supernatural powers, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. Li Mu was a dual cultivator. After receiving Ao Qing's inheritance, his physical body reached the 6th realm. He could cultivate most of the supernatural powers in the heavenly book. In this page of the heavenly book, Li Mu did not see any strange beasts. Among the heavenly books that he had, not all of them had such records. When he placed the 9th page of the heavenly book on top of the other 8 pages, the golden door became a little clearer. He now had 9 pages of the heavenly book in his hand. He needed to gather 15 more pages before he could make the complete heavenly book appear. There was still a long way to go in the future. The heavenly book was undoubtedly the most mysterious treasure in the world. Every page was a priceless treasure. After collecting all the heavenly books, what secrets could be uncovered? What was behind the golden door? These were constantly tugging at Li Mu's heartstrings. After staying in the Heart sect for 7 days, Li Mu proposed to leave. Several elders personally sent Li Mu out of the mountain gate. Elder Puxiang looked at Li Mu and solemnly said, "I'll leave the heavenly book to you, Ling Jizi." Li Mu nodded and said, "Don't worry, Elder. In 10 years at most I will return the heavenly book intact." Similarly, Elder Puxiang promised Li Mu, if there comes a day when Taoism denounces Xuanzong, the heart sect will also lend a helping hand. With his ability to decipher the tomes of arcane, Li Mu had become a social butterfly in the cultivation world. Regardless of whether it was Buddhism or Taoism, as long as they had the tomes of arcane, they would need his help. After leaving the heart sect, Li Mu headed north. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing should have already taken the realm-breaking pill. Li Mu planned to wait for them to come out of seclusion at Baiyun Mountain. After flying away from Mount Tiantai, Li Mu stopped flying in the air. He took a step and his body disappeared on the spot. Far away in the sky, 3 shadows suddenly appeared from the void. One of them exclaimed, shrinking the ground into an inch. Could this person be a path integration realm elite? Another person said flatly, that's impossible. At his age, even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's impossible for him to cultivate to the 8th realm. This is an ancient Tao technique that has been lost for a long time. He actually knows the ancient Tao technique. This person has a huge secret. The last person pondered and said, if he's a path integration realm elite, he would have discovered us long ago. The last time I saw him, he was only at the 5th realm. Now his cultivation is at most Zhou Xian. He has the heavenly book of the 5 sects of Taoism and the heart sect of Buddhism. If we can capture him, we will have made a huge contribution. We don't have time to waste on you. Chase. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them spread out and stood in a triangle. They quickly formed seals with their hands and stretched out their hands at the same time. A thick black gas was released from each of their palms. The black gas connected and formed a huge black triangle. Within the black triangle there was a violent spatial fluctuation. Swoosh. After a strange sound, the black triangle disappeared. At the same time, the 3 shadows also disappeared. The void returned to calmness. 100 miles ahead, Li Mu's body appeared from the void. He lifted his foot and was about to use shrinking the ground into an inch again. In the sky in front of him, there was a sudden change. A huge triangular black vortex suddenly appeared. In the next moment, 3 figures walked out of the vortex. The 3 of them did not conceal their powerful aura. An extremely strong sense of oppression rushed toward him. Li Mu was shocked. Where did these 3 Transcendence Realm elites come from? But soon he sensed a familiar aura from one of them. It was the aura of the demon sect elder who had joined forces with the Green Wolf King in the Demon Nation. Li Mu blurted out, the 3 elders of Yuan Ming. The 3 elders of Yuan Ming were the 3 Transcendence Realm elites sent by the demon sect to guard the Zhou continent. Over the years they had stirred up trouble all over the Zhou continent. They had stirred up trouble in the Great Zhou, the Demon Nation and the southern countries. The 3 of them usually hid behind the scenes and rarely appeared. The last time they appeared together was when they besieged the Lord of Illusions. Could it be that they came for him this time? Li Mu did not have time to think. He could deal with 1 Transcendence Realm elite, but there was no way he could win against 3 at the same time. He formed a seal with one hand in his sleeve and took a step forward. However, his body remained in the same place. Li Mu's expression turned serious. This space was confined by someone. The demon sect elder who had met Li Mu twice looked at him and said indifferently, "For you, the 3 of us have been waiting here for 6 days. How can we let you leave so easily?" Li Mu's expression changed slightly. He was indeed the target of the 3 elders of Yuan Ming. In the Demon Nation, he had ruined the demon sect's plan and severely injured one of the 3 elders of Yuan Ming. The demon sect had never given him such treatment. This time, the 3 elders of Yuan Ming must have come for some important reason. The Heavenly Book. In just a moment, Li Mu figured out the crux of the matter. They did not come earlier or later. They just had to come when he obtained the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. Their target was the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. Perhaps it was not only the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. Only Xuandu and a few elders of the Heart Sect knew that he had taken the Heart Sect's Heavenly Book. The 3 elders of Yuan Ming were lying in ambush outside Tiantai Mountain 6 days ago. This meant that someone had leaked the news to them immediately. This person could not be Xuandu. In other words, there was a traitor among the 6th realm elders of the Heart Sect. Puji's face flashed across Li Mu's mind. No wonder he had been facilitating the cooperation between Li Mu and the Heart Sect. He also tried his best to persuade the people of the Heart Sect to let him take the Heavenly Book away from the Heart Sect. Only when the Heavenly Book left the Heart Sect would the Demon Sect have a chance to seize it. Li Mu slowly looked at the three of them and asked, "Is Puji one of your people?" That demon sect elder said faintly, "I still have to thank you." Puji had been hiding in the heart sect for 50 years and did not have a chance to take the heavenly book away. If it wasn't for you, I don't know when he would be able to control the heart sect and obtain the heavenly book. Li Mu's heart trembled. For the heart sect's heavenly book, the demon sect actually sent someone to spy in the heart sect for 50 years. That was close to 60 years. Furthermore, that person had climbed to such an important position. What exactly were they scheming? If it was the supernatural powers of the Buddha sect, it would not be justified. With Puji's current position, even if he could not control the heavenly book, the supernatural powers of the heart sect would be at his fingertips. The demon sect's long-term plan made Li Mu even more convinced that the heavenly book contained a huge secret. An elder said in a deep voice, "Meng-san, why are you talking nonsense with him? Hurry up and kill this person. Take the heavenly book and prevent new problems from arising." Just as he was about to move, Meng-san stretched out his hand and stopped him. He transmitted his voice. "Have you forgotten what Puji said? This person has the heart of 7 orifices and can decipher the heavenly book. It's best if we can use such a person. If we kill him and the higher-ups find out, I'm afraid we will be punished and blamed." After that elder thought about it, he retreated. Meng-san was right. If what Puji said was true, then this person's value was more important than 1 or 2 heavenly books. It would be a pity to kill such a person. Even if they wanted to kill him, it was not up to them to decide. At this moment, Meng-san looked at Li Mu and said slowly, "Today you can't escape even if you have wings. You're a smart person. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you die or you hand over all the heavenly books and join us. You have 15 minutes to think about it." Li Mu asked faintly, "What's in it for me to join you?" Meng-san raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you want?" "Strength, status." Li Mu glanced at him and said, "What you said I already have." Meng-san thought for a while and said, "I know you like women. With your ability, join us. You can choose any woman on the continent. Who do you like? The sage sect will capture them for you." Li Mu said coldly, "Women will only affect my cultivation speed. If you want to move me, it's not enough." Meng-san thought for a while and said, "What if we can increase your lifespan by 60 years? Li Mu said, "You should know that the 7th realm is not difficult for me." Meng-san shook his head and said, "It's not what you think. What I mean is that you can have a maximum lifespan of 30 years as a Dongxian. If you can break through, your lifespan will reach 40 years. He looked at Li Mu and said in a tempting tone, "What do you think? We cultivators fight against the heavens and ourselves. What we seek is immortality. Every year we live is a greater chance of immortality. I don't mind telling you that the real way to immortality is hidden in the tomes of arcane. Join us. With the strength of the devil's doctrine and your ability to decipher the tomes of arcane, perhaps one day, you will be able to decipher the great path of immortality." The expressions of the other 2 old men changed as they shouted sternly, "Meng-san." Meng-san stretched out his hand and said, "It's fine. This is not an absolute secret. What can you do if you tell him?" Li Mu was shocked. The demon sect actually had such a heaven-defying technique that could prolong a cultivator's lifespan. And it was not a short one like the Tianji talisman. It could prolong a Dongxian cultivator's lifespan by 60 years. How much could this increase the chance of breaking through to the 7th realm? If the 2 elders had 60 more years of lifespan, even if they couldn't reach the 8th realm, they could still protect the Fulu school for another 60 years. This was something Li Mu didn't even dare to think about before. Moreover, the great way of immortality mentioned by the elders of the demon sect. Which cultivator could resist this temptation? Immortality, the ultimate pursuit of human cultivation, was hidden in the heavenly books? Judging from the 3 elders of Yu and Ming's reaction, his words were most likely true. No wonder the demon sect had dominated the 10 continents for tens of thousands of years. Who knew how many heaven-defying techniques they had and what they were plotting? He had obtained too much information today. Li Mu took a deep breath and said, "Let me think about it." Meng-san floated in the air and said indifferently, "You have less than half an hour." Li Mu stood in place, his expression changing. He seemed to be making a difficult choice. Prolong his lifespan by 60 years was a great temptation. Li Mu was even more tempted by eternal life. However, joining the demon sect was impossible. He could only listen to half of what the demon sect said. It was true that they could prolong his lifespan. However, if he joined the demon sect, he would most likely be used as a machine to decipher the heavenly books. He would probably lose his freedom. Of course, he would not let go of this opportunity. Not to mention eternal life, Li Mu would not let go of the opportunity to prolong the elder's lifespan by 60 years. He had already secretly sent a message to the Empress. What he needed to do now was to stall for time. There were no secrets between him and the Empress. He had already taught the Empress the 9 words mantra. With her cultivation, she could use the earth shrinking technique to cross hundreds of miles with a single step. Including the time between casting the technique, she should have taken less than half an hour to reach here. Even if he only caught one of the 3 elders of Yuan Ming, it would be an extremely important harvest. Demon sect elites of this level would definitely know more secrets. Half an hour passed quickly. Meng San asked Li Mu, "Have you thought about it?" Li Mu said, "How can 15 minutes be enough for such an important matter? Give me another hour." Meng San's expression darkened. Stalling for time is useless. No one can save you today. The 3 elders of Yuan Ming had come personally to capture a 6th-level junior. It was indeed very difficult for them to fail. Unless several transcendence cultivators or a path integration cultivator came. Even if the possibility was very small, they did not want any accidents to happen. An elder said, "No need to talk nonsense with him. Take him back. There will be plenty of time for him to slowly think about it." After saying that, he directly reached out to grab Li Mu. The elder's hand became incomparably huge. Li Mu's body was also imprisoned by the power of heaven and earth. He could only watch as the hand reached out to grab him. With a thought, the power of heaven and earth around him dissipated. His body also regained its freedom. Then he formed a seal with his left hand and pointed forward with his right. A golden finger met the giant hand. When the two collided, the finger directly collapsed. The giant hand only paused for a moment before grabbing Li Mu without losing its momentum. Just as the hand was a few feet away from Li Mu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and attacked the giant hand. The elder who attacked sneered with disdain. "You overestimate yourself." However, in the next moment, a ray of green light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Li Mu held the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear glowed with green light as it viciously stabbed into the giant hand. Boom! After a deafening sound, the elder retreated a few steps. His hand also rapidly shrank. His face was gloomy as he looked at the bloody hole in his palm with a bewildered expression. Chapter 563. As a 7th realm cultivator, Ming Yi was in disbelief. This person was only Zhou Xian, but he could hurt him. What kind of dharma treasure was his spear? At this moment, Ming San reminded him, "Be careful. This person's supernatural powers are strange. Even Xuanzong's Dao Qingzi was hurt by him. Don't be careless and treat him like a 7th realm cultivator." Li Mu held the spear in his hand. The weapon of a 9th realm dragon king was indeed extraordinary. If he had used the Xianxia sword just now, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through the demon sect elder's defense. After hitting the target, Li Mu formed another seal. The spear left his hand and pierced towards the elder. With his 6th realm cultivation, he was extremely fast on his weapon. Countless spear shadows appeared in the void. However, as the spear shadows pierced towards the demon sect elder, his body also became illusory. Countless shadows appeared around him. Li Mu's attack couldn't touch him at all. This person's cultivation was much higher than the Green Wolf King. Every time he could predict Li Mu's attack and make preparations beforehand. Li Mu couldn't do anything about this. After all, a transcendent realm cultivator was on another level. This kind of supernatural power was almost always effective against cultivators with lower cultivation. To cross the gap between the middle realm and the upper realm, one needed to catch the opponent off guard. Just like the intellectual sword when he hurt Dao Qingzi and the first spear just now, Li Mu reached out. The spear flew back into his hand and he stabbed it in the air. Mingyi waved his sleeve. A black lotus platform flew out from his sleeve and smashed towards Li Mu. Suddenly, the person in front of him changed. From Li Mu to Ming San. Nightmare 3, who was watching the battle from the side, had just reacted when a black lotus throne came crashing down on him. He hurriedly put up a mana shield, but it only managed to stop the lotus throne for a moment before it shattered into pieces. The lotus platform didn't slow down. It smashed into him. Ming San flew back 100 feet and spat out blood. His aura instantly weakened. Pei San suddenly appeared where that person was and took his attack. Pei Yi's eyes widened in an instant and then his pupils contracted. Behind him, where Ming San had been, a powerful spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly came. He couldn't dodge in time and his waist was pierced by a spear. A blinding green light exploded from the spear, bringing with it a destructive force as it exploded inside his body. Ming Yi's body turned into a cloud of black mist and instantly appeared 1,000 feet away, condensing his body once again. There was a ball of black gas wriggling around his abdomen. His aura was not as strong as before. He stared at Li Mu. Li Mu didn't have it easy either. Earlier he had expended a small portion of the mana in his body to forcefully perform shadow shift with one of the 3 elders of the netherworld, catching them off guard and injuring them at the same time. At this moment, Li Mu stood in the void with his spear. 2 of the 3 elders of the netherworld were weak, while the others' eyes were filled with disbelief. The 3 of them had roamed the Zhou continent for so many years. When had they ever suffered such a great loss? And it was at the hands of a cultivator from Zhou Xian. Where did he get such a treasure and where did he learn such a strange ability? The 3 of them looked at each other. The tacit understanding they had formed over a long time allowed them to connect their minds in an instant. At the same time they shot out a ray of black light towards Li Mu. The space was sealed. The 3 elders of the netherworld blocked Li Mu's path of retreat from 3 different directions, leaving him no room to retreat. With his cultivation facing 3 transcendents head-on was no different from seeking death. Just as Li Mu was about to summon the Dao Bell and prepare to resist for a while, the space in front of him rippled and a figure appeared. The Empress must have just left the court. She was wearing a dragon robe and a phoenix crown. As she appeared, the 3 rays of black light were annihilated. The 3 elders of the netherworld gathered together again with a shocked expression. Ming San even blurted out, "The Empress of the Great Zhou." Feeling the aura of the woman opposite him was stronger than before, Ming San wanted to retreat. However, he didn't want to let go of this rare opportunity. He shouted, "No matter how strong she is, she's only at the 7th level. Let's attack together." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Ming Er's figure opposite him. And at Ming Er's original position, there was a powerful aura that made his hair stand on end. Recalling Li Mu's strange divine ability just now, Ming San's expression changed greatly. He wanted to retreat but it was already too late. A tyrannical magic power swept across, and his body and primordial spirit were both severely injured. Li Mu didn't miss this opportunity. He stabbed forward with his spear. Ming Er, who was teleported over by the Empress, was pierced through by the spear. The strength of the Empress of the Great Zhou was beyond his imagination. Ming San didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately said, "Let's go." A ball of black light burst out of the 3's bodies at the same time. Then they disappeared into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already gathered together. Their palms were connected. A black light flashed and they actually disappeared into thin air. Only a spatial fluctuation was left behind. Li Mu hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, don't let them escape." Zhou Yi appeared beside him. He closed his eyes and opened them again. He said, "It's a long-distance teleportation formation. They're no longer in Zhuzhou. We can't catch up with them." Although Li Mu felt it was a pity, capturing a 7th level alive was already an extremely difficult task. Moreover, there were 3 of them. He didn't delay and immediately said, "I need to go to Exen Zone immediately." At the same time on Tiantai Mountain. In the concealment formation, a golden light suddenly flew out from one of the meditation rooms. It quickly flew towards Exen Zone's ancestral court. A few elders noticed this and couldn't help but wonder, "Junior Puji is in such a hurry. Where are you going?" Just as the golden light was about to disappear into the horizon, a green light suddenly appeared. The green light and the golden light collided and exploded with a violent wave of mana. Not long after, a figure flew over from afar. Li Mu carried Puji, who was tied up by the immortal binding rope, and landed on a mountain peak of Exen Zone. A few elders flew over. Elder Pu Xiang looked at Li Mu and then looked at Puji, who was in his hands. He said in shock, "Ling Jizi, this is..." Li Mu casually threw Puji on the ground and said, "Elder Pu Xiang, you should ask him properly." After a while, the few elders of Exen Zone were all shocked and exclaimed, "What? Senior Puji is a spy from the demon sect? How is this possible?" Did Ling Jizi make a mistake somewhere? Li Mu said indifferently, this is what the elders of the demon sect admitted personally. If you don't believe it, then there must be other traitors in Xin Zone. Otherwise, how could I be attacked by 3 7th realm elders of the demon sect when I just left Xin Zone? One of the elders said in disbelief. 3 7th realm elders of the demon sect can already fight Xin Zone. How did Ling Jizi escape from their hands? Li Mu looked at them and said, if I didn't have some ability, how would I dare to carry the heavenly tomes of the various sects and walk around? Pu Xiang looked at Puji and asked in a low voice, Puji, is what Ling Jizi said true? Puji raised his head and looked at Li Mu indifferently. He slowly said, to be able to defeat the 3 elders, no wonder you dared to bring so many tomes with you. This poor monk has underestimated you. This poor monk has nothing to say. After Puji finished speaking, the few elders of Xin Zone were shocked. Senior Puji, you really... I don't believe it. Why did you do this? How can you face our brothers and sisters? How can you face Buddha? Puji put his palms together and said in a low voice, since the mission has failed, you don't have to say any more. I grew up in Xin Zone and returned to Xin Zone. Amit Ba. After chanting the name of Buddha, he lowered his head. At the same time, the aura on his body disappeared completely. Elder Pu Xiang looked sad. He put his palms together and said in a low voice, Amit Ba. Amit Ba. All the elders chanted the name of Buddha at the same time. Soon the bell rang in the ancestral court of Xin Zone. Li Mu didn't expect Puji to be so decisive and pass away just like that. He gave up his cultivation in life. Maybe 60 years of practicing Buddhism changed his temperament. Or maybe he expected the outcome of his identity being exposed and made him make such a decisive decision. He wanted to get some information about the demon sect from Puji, but now he could only give up. When he left Xin Zone, Li Mu had a lot on his mind. For thousands of years, the demon sect and the righteous sect had been opposing each other. The 6 Taoist sects, including the Fulu school, had all been attacked by the demon sect. Even Xuanzong was no exception. Li Mu used to think that this was just a battle between the righteous and the evil sect. Now it seemed that the demon sect's ultimate goal might be the heavenly book. There were so many sects in the Zhou continent. They didn't pick on the small ones but went against the 6 Taoist sects. To a certain extent, it also confirmed Li Mu's guess. There was no doubt that from now on he would officially enter the demon sect's sight and become their #1 target. After all, compared to attacking a big sect, it was easier to capture a small 6th realm cultivator. To a certain extent, the demon sect was also Li Mu's #1 target. The demon sect's method of prolonging life and the secret of longevity also deeply attracted him. After leaving Tiantai Mountain, the space around him fluctuated and the Empress appeared. Li Mu pondered for a moment and took out all the heavenly books. He said, Your Majesty, you can keep these heavenly books. Zhou Yi said lightly, I don't need these things. Li Mu explained, the demon sect now knows that I have several pages of the heavenly book. They will probably send experts to find me in the future. You can keep the heavenly books. Even if I fall into the hands of the demon sect in the future, they won't get the heavenly books. Zhou Yi said without thinking, I don't want them. Li Mu was stunned and asked, Why? Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, Since you know that if you fall into the hands of the demon sect, they will get the heavenly books. Then don't get caught by them. Think before you do anything. Li Mu felt warmth in his heart and didn't insist. The two flew side by side and the back of their hands accidentally touched. Li Mu took the opportunity to hold her hand. Zhou Yi resisted a few times and let him hold her hand. At the same time, above the South Sea, the sea and the sky were connected and boundless. At a certain moment, a black whirlpool suddenly appeared above the sea. 3 figures staggered out of the whirlpool. The 3 elders of Yuan Ming were already injured. In order to escape from the Empress of the Great Zhou, they used the secret technique of the demon sect. They were teleported thousands of miles away and their magic power was almost exhausted. They floated in the void and panted heavily. Ming Yi and Ming Er's bodies that were pierced by Li Mu's spear couldn't heal themselves. They could only use a cloud of black fog to temporarily seal their wounds. Ming San said with lingering fear, It hasn't been long and that woman has become stronger again. Ming Yi used one hand to cover his wound and said in a low voice, With that woman interfering, I'm afraid Puji is doomed. Our 50 years of planning in the heart sect have gone down the drain. Ming Er said. It's not like we didn't gain anything. Although Puji's position in the heart sect is high, we don't know how many decades it will take for him to control the heavenly books. Now we already know that the heavenly books of all the sects are with that person. As long as we capture him, we can get a few pages of the heavenly books at the same time. Ming San shook his head and said, You saw it too. It's easier said than done to capture him. It's impossible with just us. Why don't we report this to the third elder? With this person's importance, the third elder might take action personally. The three of them discussed and reached an agreement on this matter. They continued to fly south. In the depths of the South Sea, there was an island shrouded in black fog. The sky in the nearby sea region was clear and boundless. Only the sky above this island was covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the clouds. The entire island was shrouded in a thick black fog that emitted a strange aura. The vegetation on the few small islands nearby had long withered. There was no sign of life. The bottom of the sea was dead silent. Regardless of whether it was the fish or the marine creatures in the sea, they didn't dare to get close to the island. 3 figures flew over from afar and flew straight into the black fog. Within the black fog, there was an extremely dense spiritual energy. There were many buildings on the island and countless figures. Seeing the Yuan Ming elders, the figures on the island all bowed and greeted them. The 3 of them flew into a tall tower. In the small building at the top of the tower there was a stone coffin. The Yuan Ming elders stood in front of the coffin and bowed. Greetings to the third elder. An old voice came from the coffin. Who hurt you? It was difficult to say that they were hurt by a Zhou Xian cultivator. Ming Yi said, We met the Empress of the Great Zhou in the Zhou continent. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I found out that the heavenly tomes of the 5 Daoist sects and the heart sect of Buddhism are in the hands of one person. Creak. After an ear-piercing screech, the lid of the stone coffin opened. A skeleton-like figure sat up and asked, You brought him here? The Yuan Ming elders looked embarrassed. Ming Yi said, This person's supernatural powers are strange. He also has a great treasure and the protection of the Empress of the Great Zhou. We couldn't catch him. If the third elder makes a move, we'll definitely be able to capture him. At that time, we'll at least get the 6 pages of the heavenly tomes. 2 gloomy flames appeared in the eyes of the old man, who was so old that only his skin was left sticking to his bones. He said calmly, As long as Tianjizi is alive, I can't set foot on the Zhou continent. Who is this person you're talking about? Ming Yi formed a seal with his hands. An image appeared in the void before him. In the image was the scene where the 3 of them intercepted Li Mu. The old man looked at the young man in the image with gloomy flames in his eyes. When he saw Ming Yi reach out to grab Li Mu, but his palm was pierced by the latter's spear, the gloomy flames in his eyes suddenly extinguished. He blurted out, Ao Qing. Chapter 564. Ao Qing. The 3 elders of Yuan Ming had never heard of this name. Ming San explained, Third elder, this person's name is Li Mu. He's a disciple of the Fulu school. At this moment, the fire in the eyes of the skeleton-like elder lit up again. He whispered to himself, Did that lascivious dragon also pass on its memories? This is going to be troublesome. He looked at the 3 elders of Yuan Ming and asked, Is this person extremely lecherous and has countless beauties as his companions? Ming San bowed and said, Third elder's foresight is divine. This person is indeed extremely lecherous and has many beauties as his companions. Not only did he have an affair with the Queen of Thousand Fox Country, but he also had an affair with the Empress of the Great Zhou. The elder continued to ask, Are there snakes, dragons, foxes and ghostly cultivators by his side at the same time? Ming San nodded and said, According to our intelligence, there are 2 fox women and a pair of snake demon sisters who are related to him. As for ghostly cultivators, we haven't found any. The elder in the stone coffin exhaled and whispered, It really is him. No wonder you 3 returned in defeat. That lascivious dragon had already touched that realm. The 3 elders of Yuan Ming were confused by the elder's words. Ming San asked tentatively, Third elder, what should we do next? The elder was silent for a long time before saying, No matter who it is that has survived until now, they have to start from the beginning every time they reincarnate. His cultivation is only at the 6th realm, but his supernatural powers and battle experience are far superior to yours. If the 3 of you work together, it won't be difficult to capture him. After another moment of silence, he continued to ask, "Is there any news of the White Emperor?" Mingyi shook his head and said, "No." After the Demon Emperor's cave disappeared, the White Emperor's demonic corpse also seemed to have disappeared into thin air. "We can't find it anymore." The elder calculated with his fingers and said, "Then there's no need to search anymore. You guys are no longer his match. Continue to search for other heavenly tomes and pay attention to Yong." 3 streams of light flew out of the tower. The 3 elders of Yu and Ming looked down at the figures below. The young disciples of the sage sect who had been nurtured from a young age had already entered the 5th realm of cultivation before or after turning 20. Any one of them would be a top genius on the continent. However, in front of this monster-like young man, the light of the genius disciples of the sage sect seemed so dim. At the top of the tower, the old man sat in his coffin and looked into the distance. He said in a low voice, "The situation has changed again." He stretched out his hand and a gray ball of light appeared in his palm. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Shui Yun, come and see me." The voice spread out from the tower. A young man who was cultivating in one of the buildings on the island immediately ended his cultivation and flew towards the tower. Everyone on the island looked at the stream of light with envy. The 3rd ancestor has awakened. 3rd ancestor has summoned Shui Yun again. I wonder what benefits he'll get this time. The body of blood in Yin is so good. It's only been a few years, but his cultivation has already been pushed to the peak of the 5th level. I'm afraid he'll reach the 6th level soon. The young man flew into the tower and knelt down on both knees. He said respectfully, "Greetings, 3rd ancestor." The old man sat in the coffin and asked, "How is your blood fiend demonic art?" The young man said, "I've already reached the peak of the 5th level. I encountered a bottleneck a month ago and couldn't break through. I was just about to ask 3rd ancestor." The old man flew out of the coffin and came before him. He said, "The blood fiend demonic art is a top cultivation technique. There are 9 levels and each level corresponds to a realm. You can only begin to cultivate the 6th level when your cultivation has broken through to the Zhou Xian." He waved his sleeve and a blood-red pill appeared before the young man. He looked at the young man and said, "Take this. I'll protect you and help you to reach the 6th level." The young man was pleasantly surprised. Ever since he entered the sect had piled countless resources on him, turning him from a wandering beggar into a powerful cultivator. He could destroy mountains and fill seas with a wave of his hand. He took a deep breath and said, "In the future I'll climb a mountain of swords and dive into a sea of fire for the sage sect. I won't hesitate to die 1,000 times." The old man said calmly, "Begin." The young man took the pill and slowly put it into his mouth. A powerful spiritual energy surged through his limbs and bones, causing the veins on his exposed skin to bulge. There were even traces of blood slowly seeping out. The old man pressed a hand on his head, and another powerful spiritual energy surged in. The violent spiritual energy suddenly calmed down, and the young man's aura continued to rise. After an unknown period of time, his aura increased several times in an instant and then it calmed down. The old man slowly withdrew his hand. The young man sat cross-legged on the ground with a dull expression. His eyes were blank. The old man stretched out his hand and a gray ball of light appeared in his hand. He pressed the ball of light on the young man's head. The ball of light quickly entered and the young man's eyes gradually lit up. He looked down at his hand, then frowned and asked, "Who am I?" The skinny old man said, "You're the 4th ancestor of the sage sect, Blood River." The young man was silent. He closed his eyes as if digesting the memories. After a while he opened his eyes again, and there was a hint of vicissitudes in them. He said calmly, "This body is only at the 6th realm. It's not time for me to awaken yet." The skinny old man said, "It's indeed not the time, but the situation in the Zhou continent has changed, and I have to wake you up in advance. Now at least 6 pages of the heavenly book are in the hands of a 6th realm cultivator. I'm being watched and I can't set foot on the Zhou continent. If you can capture him, you'll succeed." The young man asked, "Who is it?" The old man waved his sleeve, and a figure holding a spear appeared in the void. "Ao Qing." The young man's expression changed drastically, and fear came from the depths of his soul. He said in shock, "He's still here too." The old man said, "What are you afraid of? Even if someone inherited his memories, he's only at the 6th realm now. You should quickly advance to the 7th realm, capture him and take revenge. Won't that be easy? The young man's expression was uncertain. Ao Qing's terror was still so clear even after countless reincarnations of his memories. Not long after, Shui Yun flew out of the tower while the people on the island waited in confusion. The aura on his body was completely different from before. This aura, Shui Yun, he's already at the 6th realm? He's only been in the sect for a few years. This speed is really enviable. Everyone looked envious. They wanted to reach out and greet Shui Yun, but Shui Yun ignored them and flew straight away from the island. Many people looked indignant and they thought to themselves, what's there to be proud of? He's just relying on the 3rd patriarch's love. Without the sect's resources, he's nothing. If those resources were given to me, I would have reached the 6th realm long ago. At the bottom of the South Sea, Zhou Yi let Li Mu hold her hand. She looked at the schools of fish swimming among the corals, and the jellyfish of various colors dancing under the waves. It was very dreamy. After bringing Wan Wan and the others to swim in the East Sea, Li Mu realized that the bottom of the sea was an extremely romantic place. He must bring others here in the future. Under Zhou Yi's mature appearance was a young girl's heart. The young girl had no resistance to this dreamy scene at all. In this kind of romantic scene, it was naturally suitable to do some romantic things. Li Mu's hand, which was originally holding her hand, was gently placed on her waist. Zhou Yi was completely unaware of this. It was as if she had also become a fish in the sea, swimming freely with Li Mu at the bottom of the sea. Li Mu used to hate being underwater. Under the situation where his magic power was suppressed, this made him feel very insecure. Now he had the idea of building a cave abode underwater. Every year he would bring them here to avoid the summer heat and have a vacation. It would be fun of its own. Speaking of the cave abode, Li Mu suddenly thought of something. He held the Empress's soft and slender waist with one hand, and a jade slip appeared in his other hand. This was a treasure map he got from Sanggu. The location was in the South Sea, but it was in the deeper parts of the sea. Li Mu didn't have the ability to explore in the past. This time it was a good opportunity to check it out. The two of them traveled all the way to the deep sea. The sea was full of danger, mainly from the water tribe and some sea beasts. The water tribe was the overlords of the water. It was not difficult for them to kill humans in the water. In comparison, the sea beasts were more difficult to deal with. They were some primitive beast. Their intelligence was not high, but they were very strong. They would attack all creatures that invaded their territory. Even if they were facing beings that were much stronger than them, they would still dare to take the initiative to attack. Li Mu and the Empress swam all the way here, and they saw a giant tortoise that was as large as a mountain, a strange fish with 3 heads, and a cuttlefish that was over 300 meters long. If Li Mu hadn't received Ao Qing's inheritance with his cultivation level of level 6, it would have been difficult for him to deal with these things. For ordinary human cultivators, the deeper the sea, the greater the suppression on their cultivation. But for these sea beasts, the deep sea was their home ground. With Sanggu's cultivation, he could still swim freely in the shallow sea. But once he went deep into the sea, there was a high possibility that he would not be able to return. Boom! Li Mu once again raised his spear and repelled a huge squid. That sea beast also knew that the human in front of it was not to be trifled with. After spitting out a mouthful of ink, it fled. Li Mu propped up a water screen beside the Empress and himself. When the ink dissipated, what appeared in front of them was an undulating underwater mountain range. The location recorded on the treasure map was here. Li Mu could tell at a glance that there was a formation set up in this mountain range. The formation was mainly for protection. Generally speaking, cultivators would set up such a protective formation in their cave abodes or sections. In other words, Sanggu's treasure map pointed to a cave abode at the bottom of the sea. Humans would not build caverns at the bottom of the sea. The caverns here should belong to the Water Clan or the Dragon Clan. The formations in the mountains were not very powerful. Most of the formations would run out of spiritual chi in a short period of time without the maintenance of cultivators. This formation was no exception. Even if it cleverly used the mountain range as its foundation, the spirit chi contained in the mountain range would dissipate with the passage of time. Even if Li Mu did not do anything, this formation would completely lose its effect in 100 years. Li Mu easily broke the formation that was on the verge of losing its effect. Under the formation there was a huge palace made of coral. On the coral square in front of the palace, there was a skeleton lying. As the formation was broken, a weak wave of spirit chi swept over, and the dragon skeleton also turned into ashes. This was a cave abode of the dragon tribe and also his tomb. Li Mu and the dragon tribe were somewhat related. He gathered the ashes scattered in the square and buried them in the center of the square. Then he cut a piece of coral and made a wordless tombstone for him. Then he and the Empress began to search the cave abode. The dragon tribe had two most important natures: lust and greed. It was difficult for them to reproduce with their own kind. They would leave their bloodline everywhere and create many new species with countless races. At the same time, they also liked to collect treasures. Most adult dragons were very rich. Even if they died, they would choose to sleep with their treasures. Li Mu now suspected that the story about the dragon tribe being very rich was made up by someone. Chang Xin was so poor that she was the only one left. Ao Qing also did not have many treasures. This nameless dragon tribe's cave abode was also empty. Could it be that someone had already been here before Li Mu? Li Mu looked carefully and did not find any traces of someone having been here. There was also a certain possibility that he had placed the treasures in the flask heaven space. Generally speaking, when a powerhouse of the upper realm died, the flask heaven space opened by them would stay in place and move with the fluctuations of space. Li Mu could take a gamble. He took out the long spear and after circulating his spirit chi, he stabbed it into the void above his head. Where the tip of the spear passed, a gap appeared in the void. Through the gap, another space could be faintly seen. Li Mu held the Empress' hand and their figures disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in a dead silent space. This space was much smaller than the Demon Emperor's space. It was about the same size as the space that Li Mu was pulled into by the old man in Xuanzong. It could be seen that this dragon tribe powerhouse's cultivation was at the 8th realm when he was alive. On the ground of the space, there were piles of spirit jades scattered, but they had all lost their spirit chi. The spirit jades in the flask heaven space could not be preserved for a long time. In order to maintain the vitality of the space, it needed the nourishment of spirit chi. When the owner of the space was alive, they could absorb spirit chi from the outside world. When the owner of the space died, it could only consume the spirit chi inside. Spirit jades, pills and magic treasures. Without any protective measures, the spirit chi within them would gradually dissipate and they would become useless. Li Mu looked at the spirit jades and magic treasures that had lost their spirit chi, and his heart was filled with endless regret. The spirit jades would shatter with a touch, and the magic treasures could only be reforged. Li Mu did not waste any of these magic treasures and put them away. The materials used to forge magic treasures were still useful. When he put away a bow, Li Mu's hand movements paused. This bow actually contained a strand of spirit chi, which formed a sharp contrast with the other magic treasures that had lost their spirit chi. Bark-shaped magic treasures were very rare in the cultivation world. Li Mu casually pulled the bowstring and his expression suddenly changed. At this moment, more than half of the magic power in his body was sucked away by the bow. The bow in his hand shone with a golden light, and an illusory arrow condensed on it. Not only that, but Li Mu's magic power was also continuously being sucked into the bow. Zhou Yi felt the destructive power in the arrow and immediately said, "Let go." Li Mu let go of the bowstring and a golden light shot out, directly penetrating the barrier of the flask heaven space. A black hole appeared on the spatial barrier and it was still expanding rapidly. Zhou Yi grabbed Li Mu's wrist and said, "This space is about to collapse, let's go." In the next moment, the two of them teleported out and appeared in the sky above the sea. Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief. The collapse of the flask heaven space was no small matter. If they were swept into the spatial turbulence, he and the Empress would be a pair of miserable lovebirds today. He looked down and a huge whirlpool appeared on the originally calm sea. The whirlpool was dozens of miles in diameter and countless fish and prawns were swallowed up. The magic power in his body was less than 10% and he felt a deep emptiness. Li Mu looked at the bow in his hand. The bow was no longer shining with golden light, and it had returned to its original state. There were 2 words carved on it in the dragon language and it seemed to be the name of the bow. Li Mu identified it and whispered, "Shooting the sun." Chapter 565. Li Mu had never seen such a powerful magic weapon in the sky before. This was definitely not something that could be created with the current level of refining. It was not even recorded in the heavenly book of the North sect. The power of this magic treasure was even above Ao Qing's spear. Of course, this bow also consumed a lot of magic power. With Li Mu's magic power, he could not draw the bow a second time. Even the arrow just now was not at full power. Under the Empress's reminder, Li Mu cut off his magic power in advance. The bow was named Sun Shooting. The power of this bow lived up to its name. This was originally something that Li Mu and the Empress found to do out of boredom when they were roaming the bottom of the sea. They did not expect that the ordinary jade scroll that they got from Sangu would have such a great harvest. With Ao Qing's spear nearby and the sun-shooting bow far away, Li Mu was confident that he could kill one of the three elders of Yuan Ming. The collapse of the flask space at the bottom of the sea formed a turbulent whirlpool. It took a long time for it to dissipate. It was not easy for the Empress to come out. She was in the mood for fun. Coincidentally, Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were in seclusion. Li Mu did not have anything important to do, so he took her around. This place was not far from the South County and was also very close to the north. Zhou Xian once said that there were traces of the demon sect's activities in the north. Li Mu wanted to find out more about it. North Mount Jing. As soon as the two figures landed, a figure flew out from one of the halls. Zhou Xian looked at Li Mu and the Empress, who had turned into Shangguan Li, and asked, "Why are Lord Li and Commander Shangguan here?" Li Mu said, "You said a few days ago that there were people from the demon sect in the north. How's the situation recently?" Zhou Xian said, "It's not optimistic. Sangu and the others eliminated some of the demon sect's spies in the north. The north is temporarily stable, but the Xin Kingdom's royal family in the central state has been moving frequently in the past few months. They seem to be planning something. I suspect that they have already joined forces with the three Buddhist sects. If the Xin Kingdom's royal family really joined forces with the three Buddhist sects, then the northern state would indeed be in trouble. The Xin nation was the birthplace of Buddhism. The Xin nation's royal family had always had close ties with Buddhism. The Nirvana sect, Suffering sect, and Mind sect were similar in strength to the Heart sect. Each sect had a seventh realm supremacy. If they joined forces, Zhou Xian and Li Mu wouldn't be able to stop them with just the demon corpses left here. Since he was already here, he might as well resolve the northern state's crisis before leaving. Li Mu made a decision and said to Zhou Xian, "We will stay here for a few days." Zhou Xian nodded and said to Sangu, who had followed them out, "Prepare a room for Lord Li and Commander Shangguan." Li Mu coughed and said, "There are two of us." Zhou Xian looked at him and asked, "Do you need two rooms?" Li Mu said, "Of course, we're not in that kind of relationship. However, it's best if the two rooms are connected. I still have something important to discuss with Commander Shangguan." After all, he and the Empress had just broken through a thin layer of window paper. Their relationship had progressed from holding hands with great difficulty to hugging each other's waist. They were still far from living in the same room. After staying in his room for a while, Li Mu went to the Empress's room. The Empress was cultivating cross-legged on the bed. Li Mu sat at the table and looked at her with one hand propping up his cheek. Zhou Yi's face gradually turned red. Then she opened her eyes and asked angrily, "Have you seen enough?" Li Mu smiled at her and said, "I'll never see enough." Zhou Yi glanced at him and asked, "Did you often use such words to deceive other women in the past?" Li Mu said, "I swear this is the first time." Li Mu really hadn't experienced much about love. With Lu Hanyan, it was like yin and yang attracting each other. Before they had even expressed their feelings, they were already inseparable from each other and wanted nothing more than to accompany each other day and night. With Li Qing, he had gone through many trials and tribulations. Everything was understood without words. With Phantom Princess, this was a shame that Li Mu didn't want to mention. His experience with the Empress was something he had never experienced before. It was like a man and a woman who had just experienced the first awakening of love, tentatively getting close. The process in between was sweet and warm. Zhou Yi lowered her head and said, "Don't look anymore. You're making it impossible for me to cultivate in peace." The Empress was still too shy. If it were Phantom Princess, she would have already pounced on him or entangled Li Mu on the bed. Li Mu turned around and stopped looking at her. He thought about the northern state. Actually, from the bottom of his heart, he rather hoped that the three Buddhist sects would support the royal family of the Xin Kingdom and cause trouble for the northern state. This way, he would have a reason to obtain the heavenly tomes of the three sections. The three sects were enemy forces. Li Mu couldn't make deals with them. However, they didn't provoke him. He couldn't use force either. This was bullying. In the next few days, Li Mu first did some research. Although the northern state was already independent, the thoughts and habits of the people at the bottom of the Shin kingdom couldn't be changed overnight. Until now, there were still riots at the bottom of the northern state. The division of ranks and the ideology of men being superior to women were deeply engraved in their genes. This was a good thing for Zhou Xian. In such a country, re-establishing order could maximize the benefits of legalism. Li Mu saw Zhou Xian once and felt that he had become stronger. If the entire Shin kingdom was under his control, transcendence might not be the end of his cultivation. Although legalism was a small group, if they had a suitable cultivation environment, their cultivation speed would be very shocking. At the entrance of a palace in Mount Jing, Wei Peng stood behind Zhou Xian. He looked at the two rooms opposite him and shook his head. Why bother? Just prepare one room for them. They're together all day anyway. Zhou Xian put his hands behind his back and said, maybe they have a lot of national affairs to discuss. In the room, after a few days of getting along with each other, the relationship between Li Mu and the Empress finally progressed further. The two sat by the bed and looked at each other. Li Mu pursed his lips. Zhou Yi blushed and then slowly closed her eyes. Li Mu took a deep breath and slowly approached her. Just as their lips were about to touch, Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly opened. Li Mu's movements stopped abruptly. He panicked for a moment. The next moment he raised his head and looked through the window into the distance. A black line appeared in the horizon at the end of his line of sight. At the same time, Zhou Xian, who was standing in front of a palace, also flew up. At the border of the northern state, countless figures flew over. In the room, Zhou Yi's body disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in the air. A few black lines appeared on Li Mu's forehead. He and the Empress had been together day and night, and had cultivated their feelings for each other for several days. It had not been easy for him to pry open the Empress's heart. Just now he had only been 0.01 centimeters away from the Empress's lips. Then he was interrupted by these damned people. Li Mu looked at the horizon. Anger burned in his heart. In the sky, hundreds of figures flew over. Their target was Mount Jing. At the very front of the crowd was a bald man with countless blood-red runes drawn on his head. He looked a little demonic as he reclined on a white jade chair. On his left and right there were two women in his arms. The bald man's hands roamed over the two women's bodies. A young man in luxurious robes stood respectfully behind him. He said in a flattering voice, once we exterminate the rebels of the northern state, we will choose even more beauties for the imperial preceptor. At the front of the crowd were 3 old monks. The 3 of them stood on lotus platforms with their eyes closed. It was as if they did not want to see the lewd scene on the chair. These people were extremely fast. They soon approached Mount Jing. Sanggu was already floating in the air. When he saw the 3 old monks from afar, his expression changed drastically. He said in horror, 3 supremacies. The battle had not started, but he was already in despair. The Shin Kingdom's imperial family had actually invited 3 supremacies. 3 seventh realm Buddhist powerhouses. In addition, there was the powerhouse on the white jade chair whose aura was not inferior to the 3 supremacies. His life was going to end today. After careful observation, he recognized that the man on the chair was the great elder of the demon Dao's Hehuan sect. The Hehuan sect was notorious in the southern states. The Shin Kingdom's imperial family had actually invited him. The bald man lay lazily on the chair and looked down. He did not care about Zhou Xian, Sanggu and the others at all. However, when he glanced at the other young lady, his eyes suddenly lit up. He violently pushed the 2 women beside him away and flew straight to the young woman. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. What a beautiful woman. Why don't you follow me? At this moment, the space beside the young woman fluctuated. A young man appeared. The young man's expression was very ugly. A simple bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. A golden arrow pierced through the air and left a black mark in the void. It was the mark of space collapsing. The bald man did not even have time to think before the arrow pierced through his body. Boom. His body exploded. His limbs flew everywhere and were swallowed by a black hole that appeared where he was. An extremely illusory shadow tried to break free from the black hole but was still mercilessly swallowed. No. In the void, only an extremely unwilling roar was left. The black hole gradually disappeared. The The bald man's figure also completely disappeared as if he had never appeared. After killing the enemy with one arrow, Li Mu's magic power was completely drained. Even his physical strength was exhausted. He fell powerlessly into the void and landed in a soft and fragrant embrace. Chapter 566. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. Not long ago the northern state declared independence. The Xin Emperor ignored the objections of his ministers and appointed the Hehuan sect's Grand Elder as the Xin nation's state advisor. After that, this person personally went to the ancestral court of the three sections. Although no one knew what happened, the three sects that watched the northern state declare independence suddenly agreed to help the royal family suppress the rebellion, and the three supremacies came together. They thought that this was a battle without suspense. Who would have thought that before the battle officially started, the Hehuan sect's Grand Elder was killed by an arrow? Even his essence spirit was not left behind. On the lotus platform, the three supremacies' faces were full of shock. The Xin Emperor's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Someone as strong as the state advisor was gone just like that. After a brief moment of silence, a monstrous uproar broke out. The state advisor was killed? What Dharma treasure is that? Retreat, retreat quickly. The first to react were the three supremacies. Although they didn't say a word, a golden light appeared under their feet. They drove the lotus platform and shot into the distance. If that bow could kill the Hehuan sect's Grand Elder, it could also kill them. But someone didn't want them to do so. Zhou Xian took a step forward and appeared in front of one of the supremacies. He said calmly, "Since you're already here, don't be in a hurry to leave." The other supremacies was just about to escape when a strong suction force burst out from behind and sucked his body back. At the end of the suction force was a figure emitting demonic aura and corpse aura. No one stopped the last supremacies. He disappeared into the sky in an instant. Li Mu wasn't in a hurry. The monk can run away but the temple can't. Unless he left the Xin nation, Li Mu would find him sooner or later. He lay in the Empress' arms and the scene from his dream reappeared. At this moment he could use the mantra to recover his Dharma power, but there was no need to. Zhou Yi knew that Li Mu could quickly recover his Dharma power, but she pretended to forget. The two of them hugged quietly like this, completely ignoring the anxious battle around them. Although Zhou Xian was strong, he wasn't at the seventh realm. It was already rare for him to be able to fight a Buddhist supremacies to a standstill with his unique skills. That demonic corpse's opponent was a similarly powerful seventh realm cultivator. It did not gain any advantage at all. When the imperial advisor was shot to death, the cultivators of the Xin kingdom behind him panicked. Now that even the venerables had fled without fighting, there was no point for them to stay here. After coming to their senses, they immediately scattered in all directions. But at this moment, a giant bell descended from the sky, enveloping all of them. Countless people attacked the bell, but they could only make it tremble slightly. The young emperor of the Xin kingdom had a dull expression on his face. This was just a personal expedition without any suspense. He had never imagined that the powerful imperial advisor and the three venerables would end up with one dead and one escaping. The other two couldn't escape even if they wanted to. The expression on Sanga's face was also very sluggish, but after the sluggishness, it was ecstasy. If they could kill an expert of the Hehuan sect with one arrow, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Xin nation. Li Mu's expression was calm. He didn't feel proud because of such a battle result. His opponent was never the Xin nation, nor was it the Hehuan sect of the demonic way. Xuanzong. If he couldn't even deal with such a small matter, how could he fight against the number one sect in the world? After cuddling with the Empress for a while, Li Mu was too embarrassed to lie in her arms. He slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot that I can quickly recover my spiritual power." He formed a hand seal and said the word Jie softly. Endless power of heaven and earth surged in, and his spiritual power quickly recovered by half. With the Jie mantra, Li Mu only needed a short time to recover his spiritual power to shoot arrow after arrow. The power of the sun-shooting bow was stronger than he imagined. The Hehuan sect's great elder was a level 7 cultivator just like the Lord of Illusions. Yet he was unable to defend against an arrow shot with all his might. Although this arrow would have drained the spiritual energy of a normal level 6 cultivator and caused them to lose their ability to fight, it was not a loss to exchange for the death of a high-level cultivator. The demonic corpse that was fighting against a venerable was already showing signs of defeat. Li Mu drew the bow and poured in 10% of his spiritual power. Another arrow condensed on the bow and pointed at the venerable. This venerable of the Nirvana sect had already suppressed the demonic corpse. Suddenly he felt a sense of danger. He turned around and saw a golden arrow aimed at him. The scene of the Hehuan sect's great elder being swallowed by the black hole lingered in his mind. This arrow could really threaten his life. The venerable's expression changed. He could only raise his hands and place them flat in front of his chest to show his surrender. The young man didn't shoot that arrow. He was giving him a chance to surrender. Li Mu saw the venerable make a gesture of surrender and point the arrow at the other venerable. Without much hesitation, the old monk made the same choice as the previous venerable. After the sun-shooting bow's arrow was condensed, it couldn't be retracted. Li Mu aimed it at the sky above his head and released it. A golden light shot into the sky and finally disappeared. This time 4 7th-level cultivators came from the Xin nation. 1 was dead, 1 escaped, and 2 were captured. The remaining cultivators of the Xin nation's defense army couldn't pose any threat at all. They were trapped in the Dao Bell and were still crazily attacking. Li Mu ignored them for the time being. Once his spiritual power was exhausted, they would be obedient. With the sun-shooting bow in hand, he looked at the 2 venerables who had given up resisting and said calmly, "Hand over your soul blood." The 2 venerables never thought that there would be a time when they would hand over their soul blood. Against an expert of the same level, they still had the strength to fight. However, that bow was so terrifying that it made them despair. The Hehuan sect's grand elder threatened them with the demonic path. The 3 sects knew how terrifying the demonic path was and had no choice but to interfere in the northern states' affairs. In the end, they had no one to blame but themselves for ending up like this. After a while, Li Mu put away the 2 drops of soul blood and said to Zhou Xian, "One escaped. Take them with you." Just now, the venerable from the Yen sect had escaped. Zhou Xian took the demon corpse and the other 2 venerables to the Yen sect's ancestral court. Li Mu floated in the air and carefully examined the bow in his hand. This bow gave him a great surprise today. At the same time, deep in the South Sea, on an island shrouded in ghostly fog, the stone coffin at the top of the tower suddenly opened. A skinny old man flew out of the coffin and said angrily, "Hehuan is dead." A red-robed young man sitting cross-legged in the tower opened his eyes. His eyes were blood-red. He said in a low voice, "Who is it that can make even his essence spirit unable to escape?" The skinny old man said coldly, "I'll go and see for myself." He took a step and was already outside the tower. When he lifted his foot again, he appeared on the sea 100 miles away. Not long after, the space on the shore of the South Sea fluctuated and the skinny old man's figure appeared. He had just lifted his foot but was unable to take a step forward. On the beach not far ahead stood an old man. The old man was stooped and his face was full of spots. He did not have many strands of hair and looked like he was about to die. However, it made the 3rd forefather of the demon sect tremble in his hollow eyes. "Tianjizi." He looked at the old man and slowly spat out a few words from his throat. The old man also looked at him and said, "Go back." The 3rd forefather retracted his leg that had already stepped forward. He looked at the old man and suddenly smiled. "So what if you can calculate my movements? How can a mortal like you pry into the mysteries of heaven? You frequently pry into things you shouldn't be prying into. You don't have many years left in your lifespan, do you?" The old man said faintly, "At least before this old man dies, you can't set foot in the ancestral province." The 3rd forefather of the demon sect looked gloomy in the face of his old rival. He asked, "It's been so many years. What have you been holding on to?" The old man looked at him and asked back, "It's been 10,000 years. You didn't hesitate to pass down your memories from generation to generation and scourge the Zhou continent for 10,000 years. What is it for?" The 3rd forefather of the demon sect looked very serious. He said in a deep voice, "We're looking for a way out. We're looking for the door that was closed by your ancestors for their own selfish interests." The old man was silent for a moment and asked, "What if it's not a way out but a dead end behind the door?" The 3rd forefather of the demon sect's eyes flickered. He said, "We'll only know what's behind the door after we open it." Chapter 567. Not long after Zhou Xian left with the demon corpse and the 2 subservient supremacies, he returned. The other 2 sects had already submitted. The The supremacy of the Yen sect did not put up much resistance and handed over his soul blood. At this moment the three of them were filled with regret. They did not expect their opponents to be so powerful. They also did not expect the Hehuan sect's first elder to be so weak. In order to protect themselves they could only hand over their soul blood. If they had known this would happen they would have let Beibang be free. In a hall on Mount Jinggang, Li Mu looked at the three old monks and said lightly, "Hand over your sect's heavenly book." After a short silence the three of them shook their heads at the same time. An old monk said, "The heavenly book is no longer in our sect." Li Mu's face darkened. He said coldly, "Do I look like I'm easy to fool?" The old monk put his palms together and said, "I swear on the name of Buddha that our sect's heavenly book was taken away by the demon sect 100 years ago. This is also the reason why Nirvana sect has been declining over the past 100 years. The other two old monks also said, "Our heavenly book was also taken away by the demon sect 100 years ago." Li Mu frowned. He vaguely felt that these three old monks were not lying. The heavenly book was very important. Li Mu naturally would not believe them so easily. He asked Zhang to lead people to investigate the three sections. He actually found out that the three Buddhist sects of the Shin nation had not had a disciple comprehending the heavenly book for 100 years. After careful investigation he found out more secrets. More than 100 years ago the three Buddhist sects were attacked by the devil sect at the same time. In the end the Buddhist sects were defeated. Although the three sects were saved in the end, their heavenly tomes were taken away. To be precise, the powerhouses of the three Buddhist sects had used the heavenly books to exchange for the inheritance of their sections. Li Mu could not help but recall that for thousands of years, the Fu school had been attacked by the demon sect several times. However, with the help of the Dao Bao and the other sects, they had successfully repelled the demon sect powerhouses each time. The other sects, including Xuanzong, had the same experience. The Buddhist sect was weaker than the Daoist sect and could not resist the invasion of the devil path. It was no wonder that in the past 100 years, the mainland's Buddhist sects were not as good as before. If not for the fact that the ancestral court of the Heart sect was in the Great Zhou, they would probably end up in the same situation as these three sections. In short, Li Mu would not be able to obtain the heavenly book from them. Since then, of the confirmed heavenly sutra pages on the continent, 1 page was in Xuanzong's hands, 9 pages were in Li Mu's hands, and the remaining 14 pages were likely controlled by the demonic path. Wanting to obtain them wouldn't be easy. Li Mu temporarily stopped thinking about the heavenly book. This time, the Shin Kingdom's emperor had personally led the expedition. He had also brought a group of personal guards and the Shin Kingdom's nobles. All of them had been imprisoned in the Dao Bao. At this moment they had already given up resisting and completely accepted their fate. If Li Mu was willing he could incorporate the Shin nation into the Great Zhou territory in a very short period of time. But he had no intention of doing so. The two nations had different races, different systems and different beliefs. Even if he conquered the Shin nation there wouldn't be many benefits. Instead it would bury a huge hidden danger for the future. Moreover, the imperial court was already unable to manage the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. If they added the Shin nation they might not be able to manage it. Yesterday, a tsunami had occurred in the South Sea without warning. Several states near the sea had suffered varying degrees of flooding. If the Shin nation became a part of the Great Zhou, such matters of comforting the people and providing disaster relief would become part of the Great Zhou's responsibility. If the Shin nation was in trouble the Great Zhou would have to waste money and manpower. Even if the imperial court agreed the people might not agree. It was better to hand the Shin nation over to Zhou Xian. He could use the Shin nation to advance and the Great Zhou would no longer have to worry about the south. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. Li Mu also planned to build state temples in the various states of the Shin nation. There were many people in the Shin nation. Even if each person's psyche power was very small, when gathered together, it would be very considerate. Connecting these state temples with the Great Zhou's ancestral temple could accelerate the formation of the emperor's qi. However, the more than 20 states of the Shin nation had always been independent. It would not be easy to complete this plan. For a long time to come, what they needed to do was to subdue the various states. With Zhou Xian's current power, it was only a matter of time before he completely integrated the Shin nation. The situation of the Shin nation had been settled. There was no need for Li Mu and the Empress to stay here. He used a sound-transmitting ritual implement to ask Xianxia. The two women were still in seclusion. The time it took for high-level cultivators to break through to the next realm varied from person to person. There was no pattern to it. Some people's fateful encounters would allow them to break through to the next realm in an instant. Some people needed days, months, or even years. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing should not need that long. Judging from the effects of the pills they had taken, it would take them at most 3 months to completely refine the effects of the pills. When he and the Empress returned to Shendu, Shangguanli had already successfully broken through to the next realm. Mr. Mei was still in seclusion. The saint-level pills could only greatly increase the probability of breaking through to the next realm. Whether or not the cultivator could break through to the next realm depended on themselves. Without Mr. Mei, Li Mu and the Empress were of course more at ease. They could draw together in Chang'an Palace. In the name of discussing state affairs, they could dismiss the guards and maids, stroll in the imperial garden and admire the flowers. Or they could change their appearances and eat a bowl of noodles at a roadside noodle stall, fly a kite together and watch the sunrise and sunset together. However, Shangguanli's existence often disturbed their plans to spend time together. Because Qing Exin was always with the Empress, she had already been sent to a few dry counties to make rain. She would not be back for at least half a month. Shangguanli was the Empress's personal female official. She should be by the Empress's side all the time. Once or twice was enough to send her away, but if it happened too many times, it was inevitable that the Empress would become suspicious. Li Mu was already regretting it. If he had known earlier, he would have cut corners in her pill. If the effect of the pill was not so good, she might still be in seclusion now instead of being the third wheel between the two of them. In Chang'an Palace, Li Mu was reading a booklet. Zhou Yi was drawing. Shangguanli stood behind her waiting for orders. Li Mu and Zhou Yi looked at each other and instantly understood each other's intentions. Zhou Yi coughed softly and said, "Ali, go to the National Treasury and check if there are any more pills, Fulu and the like. If there are not enough, let the Ministry of Revenue go to the shops of the various sects to buy more." A trace of doubt appeared in Shangguanli's eyes. These small matters were all handled by specialized officials. There was no need for her to go at all. Moreover, the Empress had never liked these complicated affairs of state. Why was she so concerned about these matters recently? The day before yesterday she had gone to the Department of Worship to supervise the offerings. Yesterday she had gone to the Ministry of Revenue to check the accounts. Today she had gone to the National Treasury to check the inventory. Why did she feel that the Empress was intentionally sending her away? At this time Zhou Yi said to Li Mu, "You've been reading the booklets for a long time. After you finish reading these, go back and rest." Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes." This was the secret code that the Empress and he had agreed on. The meaning of this sentence was that Li Mu should go back first and that the two of them would meet at the Li residence in a moment. If it was just sending away Shangguanli and leaving Li Mu in Chang'an Palace, the purpose would be too obvious. This way Ali would not have any suspicions. Shangguanli also agreed and walked out of Chang'an Palace with a belly full of doubts. Li Mu looked through a few booklets. Seeing that Shangguanli had already walked far away, he exchanged a look with the Empress and also directly left the palace. He first bought a fish and some fresh vegetables at the market and cooked with the Empress. It was also a different kind of sweetness and romance. When he returned home, Li Mu pushed open the door and saw that there was already a figure standing in the courtyard. Towards these kinds of things she was always more impatient than he was. He walked over and hugged the Empress who had turned into Shangguanli from behind. He asked, "What do you want to eat today?" The delicate body in his arms trembled. Soon after he was blasted away by a tyrannical transcendence energy. Shangguanli retreated a few steps and looked at Li Mu with shame and anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "What are you doing?" Li Mu looked at her in shock and muttered, "You?" Shangguanli crossed her arms in front of her chest and said angrily, "Are you crazy?" Li Mu instantly realized and immediately said, "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." As his voice fell, the space in the Li residence fluctuated and another Shangguanli appeared in the courtyard. The two Shangguanli looked at each other. One was shocked and the other was flustered. Chapter 568. Shangguanli came to the Li mansion to ask Li Mu if he felt that Her Majesty was a little strange recently, but she didn't expect to see such a scene. She stood behind Li Mu. After the shock she said angrily, "Who are you?" Zhou Yi went through the initial panic, but soon calmed down and returned to her original appearance. Seeing the familiar figure, Shangguanli trembled and said in disbelief, Your Majesty, she was full of doubts. She didn't understand why Her Majesty would change into her appearance and come to the Li mansion, until she remembered a rumor in Chengdu these days. It was a rumor that Li Mu and the Empress' personal maid were strolling hand in hand. Only now did she finally realize that it wasn't a rumor. Zhou Yi walked to the door of the study and said, "Ali, come in with me." Shangguanli glanced at Li Mu and walked into the study in a panic. After a long time she came out of the study, looked at Li Mu again and then strode out of the Li mansion. Zhou Yi walked to the yard and said, "It's fine if Ali knows. She won't tell anyone." As she spoke, she sighed softly in her heart. In the past she always hid it, worried that it would be discovered. Out of helplessness she felt a little better after telling Ali about it. In the future she didn't have to hide these things in her heart, but could share them with someone. Li Mu also felt that this was a good thing. At least he didn't have to hide from Ali in the future. However, he always felt that since Li Mu knew about this, the way Ali looked at him was a little strange, as if Li Mu had stolen something important from her. Li Mu could understand her on this point. After all, as the Empress' personal maid, she was the only one who was favored. Now that the Empress's favor was given to him, it was inevitable that she felt disappointed. Just like Li Mu didn't want her to compete with him for favor in the past. Since leaving the Zhou family, the Empress had no relatives. Ali and Mr. Mei were the closest people to her, just like her family. And the Empress's family was his family. Li Mu also didn't want Ali to be sad because she was neglected, so when he brought breakfast of love for the Empress, he would also bring a portion for her. Occasionally he would prepare a small gift for the Empress so that he wouldn't forget her. Finally, one day Shangguanli no longer looked at Li Mu as if something important had been taken away. However, her gaze became very vigilant. She gritted her teeth and said to Li Mu, "Let me tell you, don't even think about having any ideas about me. I don't like men." Li Mu understood what she meant and frowned. "What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person?" Shangguanli looked at him indifferently and asked, "Isn't that so?" Li Mu couldn't refute. In order to show that he didn't have any other thoughts about her, he stretched out his hand and said, "Then give me back what I gave you." Shangguanli was stunned and asked, "How can there be someone like you?" Li Mu shrugged and said, "I'm just proving to you that I don't have any other thoughts about you." Shangguanli gritted her teeth and took off a hairpin from her hair. She also took off 2 delicate earrings and put them heavily in Li Mu's hand. She asked, "Is this enough?" These women's accessories were given to her by Li Mu when he gave the Empress gifts. Li Mu put them away and said, "You also ate my breakfast many times." Shangguanli's face darkened and said, "I will give it back to you." Li Mu continued, "You also took my breakthrough pill." Shangguanli said angrily, "That was given to me by Her Majesty." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "All right, that doesn't count." Shangguanli left in a huff. Not far away, Zhang Chun and Prince Shou, who were leaning on the white jade railing in front of the square, shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Chun said with a face full of indignation, "How can someone like Lord Li be surrounded by beauties?" King Shou glanced at him and said, "You don't understand. This is called doing the opposite. It's an even more brilliant method. I think Commander Shangguan will fall soon." Zhang Chun shook his head again and sighed. "He is still too young. He doesn't know how good a woman is and mistook a girl for a treasure. Isn't Commander Mei more charming than Commander Shangguan?" Early in the morning when he was reading through the reports, Li Mu didn't see Shangguanli. Some women were beautiful and had beautiful thoughts. Li Mu couldn't even take care of his own family matters, so how could he have any thoughts about her? He was reading a few reports when suddenly footsteps came from outside the hall. Shangguanli walked in with a bowl in her hand. She put the bowl in front of Li Mu and said, "This is back to you." Li Mu looked at the black thing in the bowl and raised his head to look at her and asked, "Is this what I gave you? Even if I gave it to Qing Xen wouldn't eat it." Shangguanli took a look at the bowl, picked it up and left silently. Not long after, a busy figure appeared in the imperial kitchen. The imperial chefs didn't know what was going on. Commander Shangguan, who was of noble status, actually began to practice her cooking skills. This caused countless people to speculate. Many people thought that she should have someone she liked. A gentleman would die for someone who understood him, and a woman would dress up for someone who liked her. It made sense that Commander Shangguan, who only knew how to fight and kill, would practice the skills that ordinary women should have for someone she liked. In the Changel Palace, Li Mu put down the report in his hand. He breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and stretched his body. Recently, all kinds of things were developing according to his plan. With the participation of the 5 Daoist sects and the aristocratic families of the southern countries, the operation of the wishing lane was completely on the right track. It became the largest cultivation market on the Zhou continent, attracting cultivators from all over the world. The imperial court profited greatly from the market. The treasury was quickly filled and they could attract more and more powerful worshippers. There was also good news from Yingzhou. The southern army found several mineral veins in the miasma of Yingzhou, including a small spiritual jade mine. They didn't need much help from the imperial court. They could be self-sufficient and even subsidize the imperial court. In the Xin kingdom, Zhou Xian replaced the royal family of the Xin kingdom with iron and blood. Aragu, who was born a pariah, became the nominal emperor of the Xin kingdom. Although there was fierce opposition from the nobles, under the strong suppression of Sangu and the 3 sects, the voices of opposition in the country disappeared without a trace. As for the sects that actually controlled the various states, there were no top-level powerhouses in them. After several transcendent powerhouses came to visit, they could only choose to submit. In the imperial palace, in the ancestral temple of the Great Zhou, there was a bronze cauldron. Inside the cauldron, there was a thick golden line that extended to the giant cauldron in the center of the ancestral temple. The golden dragon in the giant cauldron was much stronger than when Li Mu first saw it. The golden light on its body was even more dazzling. Only the dozens of scales on its tail were slightly dimmer. When these scales completely turned from dark gold to gold, it would be the time when the Emperor Qi matured. Li Mu walked out of the ancestral temple. Before he reached the Chang'e Palace, there was a sudden surge of aura from one of the palaces in the palace. Li Mu looked at the palace and a trace of joy appeared on his face. His figure flashed and he was already in front of the palace. Mr. Mei walked out of the palace. His aura was restrained and he looked a few years younger. Li Mu clasped his hands and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Sister Mei." The Empress and Shangguanli appeared at the same time. Shangguanli looked at Mr. Mei and couldn't help but walk forward. She pinched his face and exclaimed, "Why can you become younger after breaking through?" Chapter 569. It wasn't that Mr. Mei became younger when he broke through the realm. It was just that every time he broke through the realm, his body and primordial spirit would undergo a sublimation. In the process of breaking through, her skin became more delicate, so she looked younger. When Shangguanli broke through, her body also underwent such changes. However, she was young, so the changes didn't seem to be big. Even Mr. Mei had broken through. He wondered how Lu Hanyan and Li Qing were doing in Mount Baiyin. Li Mu planned to ask Xianxia, but the sound transmission magic instrument from Fulu School vibrated on its own. In the imperial kitchen, Shangguanli was carefully boiling a bowl of soup. Mr. Mei walked in and asked, "Ali, what are you doing?" Shangguanli added some spices and said angrily, "Can't you see? I'm spooning." Mr. Mei asked curiously, "When did you become interested in these things?" Shangguanli said lightly, "Recently." Mr. Mei picked up a spoon and reached for the bowl. Shangguanli hit the back of his hand. Shanghaili said, "If you want to eat, make it yourself. It's not for you." Mr. Mei asked curiously, "Then who is it for? Is it for His Majesty?" Then she denied this conjecture. If it was given to His Majesty, Ali would definitely be happy, and not have this expression of someone who owed her a huge debt, as if she wanted to spit in the soup. She thought for a moment and asked suspiciously, "Is it for Li Mu?" Shangguanli hated Li Mu so much that her teeth itched. Not only did he take His Majesty away from her, but he also treated her like that. However, she couldn't tell Sister Mei about this, even if she was one of the closest people to her. Her expression was calm as she said indifferently, "It's nothing. The reason why we were able to break through was because of him. I originally wanted to return the favor and thank him, but he didn't seem to lack anything, so I cooked for him as a token of my appreciation." Lord Mei thought for a moment before nodding. "That makes sense. Then shouldn't I thank him as well? But how should I thank him?" By the time Shangguanli finished preparing the soup and arrived at Chang'e Palace with Mr. Mei, Li Mu had already left. Mr. Mei looked around, walked to the front of the hall and whispered to Zhou Yi, "Your Majesty, where is Li Mu?" Zhou Yi's tone was somewhat resentful as he said, "His wife has made a breakthrough in her cultivation and returned to Mount Baiyin." Mr. Mei looked at Queen in surprise. When Li Mu left Fairy's capital in the past, she was not happy, but she was more reluctant to part with him. This time, however, she was more upset. She was sure that something must have happened while she was in seclusion. When she was patrolling the palace with Shangguanli, she asked, "Did something happen between your majesty and Li Mu?" Shangguanli raised her eyebrows. She pretended to be calm and asked, "What happened?" Mr. May thought for a moment and said, "I don't know why, but I feel that your majesty is a bit strange." "Not only your majesty, but you are also very strange." Shangguanli shook her head and said, "You're being paranoid. You're overthinking it, Mao Baiyun." Li Mu had just received the news from Xianxia and rushed back as soon as possible. Lu Hanyan and Li Qing successfully made a breakthrough in their cultivation on the same day and entered the Dongxian realm. Within 10 years, the ancestral temple had produced 2 strands of Emperor's Qi. They had hopes of reaching the Transcendence realm. During this time, thanks to the endless supply of pills, many low-level disciples of the school had made breakthroughs in their cultivation. The overall strength of the Fulu school had quietly risen to a new level. Li Mu took them back to his ancestral home in Yangqiu County to stay for a few days and reminisce about the past. Then he took them to various parts of the Zhou continent. They left their traces in each of the 36 counties of the Great Zhou. They watched the sunrise in Yuntai County, watched the sunset in Hanyang County, skied on the snowy mountains in Jiangyin County, and rode horses on the grasslands in Yantai County. They experienced all the infinite sceneries of the Great Zhou. Eastern Xianxia. On the east coast of Yingzhou, 3 streaks of light slowly flew over from the sea. These days, Li Mu took the 2 girls to experience the underwater world. They happened to be in Yingzhou, so they decided to go to Yingzhou to have a look. Although Yingzhou was large, it was not suitable for humans to live in. There were many monsters and poisonous insects. Apart from a few natives, there were no countries here. The headquarters of the Corpse sect and the research organization of the School of Moism led by Mo Li were both in the hinterland of Yingzhou. Li Mu and the other 2 descended from the sky. When they approached a seemingly ordinary mountain, a few thick pillars of white light suddenly flew out from the mountain. The white light was extremely fast and carried with it a destructive force. If a transcendent realm cultivator was hit by this attack, they would probably die on the spot. Li Mu waved his hand to dispel these attacks. A few people flew out from the mountain. "Lord Li. Stop the attack, it's Lord Li." They flew to Li Mu and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Li." Li Mu landed in the middle of the mountain and saw a row of cannons extending outwards. The white light just now came from this row of cannons. Mo Li hurriedly walked over and cupped his fists towards Li Mu. "This is a no-fly zone. These mechanisms have arrays that automatically sense mana fluctuations. Once they discover an intruder, they will attack. Please don't take offense, Lord Li." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "It's fine." The Mahis clan was indeed a genius in the field of mechanisms. Using this artifact to guard the city was much more suitable than using humans. The formation would automatically sense the intruder and launch an indiscriminate attack. Even if it was unable to kill the intruder, it would be able to raise the alarm immediately. Although they could not threaten cultivators of the 5th realm and above, killing a 4th realm cultivator was only a matter of 1 cannon. If the army was equipped with these things on a large scale, they would become a nightmare for the low-level cultivators of the enemy forces. Li Mu said to Mo Li, "What other mechanisms do you have? Let me see them." As the successor of the School of Moism, Mo Li knew the complete art of mechanisms. In the past, because he lacked manpower and financial resources, he could not display the School of Moism's mechanisms. Now that he had the support of the Great Zhou, he could turn many powerful mechanisms from blueprints into reality in a short time. The self-defense cannon that Li Mu had seen was only one of them. Referring to Li Mu's suggestion, he had also successfully developed another mechanism. This mechanism was very similar to modern tanks in appearance. There was a formation carved at the bottom and it could be used on land and in the air. The entire mechanism was made from the hard materials used to forge artifacts. Although the cost of production was high, its defense was extremely strong. Even a 6th realm cultivator would not be able to break through it in a short time. As long as a 3rd realm cultivator controlled it simply and filled it with spiritual jades, it could become a killing machine. It only required 1 spiritual jade to kill low-level cultivators. It was also a fatal threat to 5th realm cultivators. Just from the price, the materials of a single mechanical tank could be used to forge many artifacts. If it were not for the great Zhou's wealth, they would not be able to afford to mass-produce it. However, the advantages of this mechanism were also irreplaceable. It had the attack power of the fifth realm and above. As long as it had spiritual jades, it would never run out of mana. Its defense was extremely strong and its attack power was extremely high. If there were tens of thousands of these mechanisms, they could raze a small country to the ground in an instant. They could also make Xuanzong disappear from the East Sea. Other than this kind of attack mechanism, the Daoist sect also had some small auxiliary mechanisms. Their voice transmission Dharma artifacts were unique. A mother box could have countless child boxes. The mother box could establish a connection with the child boxes. This way, Li Mu did not need to bring so many voice transmission Dharma artifacts. He only needed to hold a mother box and he could easily communicate with the person who had the child boxes. Li Mu asked Demo Li to prepare dozens of child boxes for him. He gave one to Lu Hanyan and one to Li Qing. When he returned, he would give one each to Wan Wan, Xiaobai, Sister Mei, and Ali. After that, he imprinted the Fulu formation and artifact forging knowledge that Emoli might use in a jade scroll. If he could comprehend it, there was still the possibility of improvement in the Daoist sect's mechanical arts. After leaving Yingzhou, Li Mu went to the fairies' capital with them. At the same time, in the demon nation of Life State, Hu Jiu led a few subordinates and floated on top of a mountain. She could not help but shiver when she saw the tragic situation below. In a cave abode on the mountain, a small demon clan was slaughtered. The demon nation was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. This kind of thing happened from time to time. However, since these small demon clans submitted to the Thousand Fox Nation, no matter how powerful the demon clans in the demon nation were, they did not dare to do anything to them. What was even more frightening was that this demon clan had died in a very strange way. There were no wounds on their bodies, but the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry. There was not a single drop left. They had all turned into dried corpses. There was still a look of horror on their faces. That was not all. Not only this small demon clan, there was not a single living thing within a 10-mile radius of the mountain. Whether it was the birds, the beasts, or the small demons in the mountain, they all seemed to have turned into mummified corpses at the same time. The mountain was dead silent. Hu Jiu and the other demons could even hear their own breathing. An extremely strange atmosphere was spreading among them. Chapter 570. In the past month, the entire Yao nation was shrouded in a horrifying atmosphere. In the territories of Qianhu Nation, Tianlang Nation, Shen Snake Tribe and Flying Bear Tribe, a number of shocking incidents happened. More than a dozen small and medium-sized Yao tribes were slaughtered overnight. These demon clan members had died a horrible death. All the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry, leaving behind only withered demon clan corpses. What was even more terrifying was that not only were the demon clan members slaughtered, but even the demon clan members nearby that did not have any intelligence were also sucked dry. This incident caused the entire Yao nation to panic. Qianhu Nation in the cave abode on the highest peak. The Blue Wolf King's face was pale as he muttered, "Demonic path, it must be the demonic path. This is the method of the demonic path." That elder of the demonic path did the same to heal himself. The Lord of Illusions narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "The elders of the sage sect are inhumane. We can't let this go on. Absorbing so much blood essence at once, I'm afraid someone is using it to cultivate the demonic art. If we let him go, he will become stronger and more difficult to deal with." The Blue Wolf King said, "If it's really those people, we're no match for them. If we want to kill an elder of the sage sect, I'm afraid we'll have to call that bear and that snake together." The Lord of Illusions looked out of the cave abode and said, "Looks like it's time to go to Tianshan Mountain and the Snake Swamp." In the extreme north of the Yao Nation on an ice field. The vast northern territory of the Xing continent was the territory of the Tianshan Bear tribe. The climate here was extremely cold and the land was covered in snow all year round. Stepping into the northern ice field, all one could see was white. At this moment, there was a glaring red on one of the ice fields. A few white bears fell on the ice, their blood soaking a large area of the ice beneath them. The blood was still spreading in all directions, and the few white bears had long lost their vitality. A sinister human youth in a red robe floated in the air. Looking at the blood on the ice, he licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and whispered, "The blood of a familiar expert." He took a deep breath, and the blood under the ice gathered toward him, forming a river of blood that merged into his body. The young man shuddered. His aura grew stronger and his face regained some color. The white bears on the ice had all turned into shriveled corpses. The young man looked at the abnormally strong corpse of a giant bear. With a wave of his hand, the bear corpse disappeared. He muttered, "When Old Five wakes up, it wouldn't be a bad idea to refine her into a demonic corpse." After collecting the bear carcass, he was about to leave when a white light suddenly whizzed towards him from the north. The white light carried a powerful aura. Before it even arrived, an earth-shattering roar could be heard. "Who killed my son?" The young man looked in that direction and the corners of his mouth curled up. "After killing the little one, the big one has come." He was only at the 6th level of cultivation, but he showed no fear in the face of an aura that was much more powerful than his own. A foul river of blood surged out from his body once more, blotting out the sky as it rushed towards the figure in the distance. The river of blood and the white light collided, and a powerful wave of mana exploded. The ice plains within a radius of dozens of miles immediately collapsed, forming countless icicles that pierced towards the red-robed young man. The icicles almost filled the void and the young man had nowhere to hide. His body suddenly turned into a pool of blood, allowing the icicles to pass through him. Then he turned into a streak of blood light and merged into the river of blood in the distance. As the young man's body merged into the river of blood began to surge violently as if it was boiling. In an instant, it enveloped the giant in the white light, forming a constantly shrinking ball of blood. The ball of blood scurried around in the air above the ice plains, and at the same time, it was also constantly shrinking. The surface of the ball of blood surged even more violently, and from within came roars of shock and panic. "What the hell are you?" Within the ball of blood, the young man's voice was sinister. "To be able to contribute blood essence to this lord, your death is not without value." With that, the ball of blood suddenly fell silent for a moment, and then it began to expand violently. In the end, it exploded with a bang and a streak of white light escaped, shooting off into the distance. The young man returned to his original form, but his face was rather pale. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and said softly, "It's been too long since I've fought. I've underestimated these juniors." His aura was much weaker than before, so he did not continue to pursue. Instead, he turned into a streak of blood-red light and disappeared in the opposite direction of the white light. A day later on Sky Mountain, within a huge ice cave, the 9-Heaven Snake King stared at a burly man with a withered aura. He said in shock, "What? Even you were no match for that person?" The White Bear King still had lingering fear. He said, "If I hadn't self-destructed the artifact I'd nurtured for 60 years to escape, I probably would have died at the hands of that human." The Blue Wolf Demon King asked, "Which demonic Tao transcending elder injured you?" The White Bear King shook his head. He said, "Not a demonic elder. That person was only at the 6th level." The Blue Wolf King was in disbelief. He blurted out, "Impossible. How could a 6th level almost kill you? You think everyone is like that? That lord?" The White Bear King said seriously, "I'm sure he's only at the 6th level, but his divine art is too strange. I've never seen such a strange and terrifying divine art before. Where did this person come from? How come I've never heard of him before?" The Blue Wolf King asked suspiciously, "Is it not demonic?" "It's demonic." The Heaven Lord of Illusions was silent for a moment. He then said slowly, "I've read the history of the demon sect. Every few hundred or thousand years, a few powerful cultivators would suddenly appear in the demon sect. They were so powerful that they could kill and transcend through Zhou Xian. The divine art that the human Bear Mountain mentioned was also recorded in the ancient records. Every 300 or 400 years, a powerful cultivator would appear who was good at using blood arts. It's been more than 400 years since the last powerful cultivator died." The 9-Heaven Snake King said, "If it's demonic, then things are even more troublesome. This person has the power to kill us now. When his demonic arts are perfected and his cultivation improves, even if we work together we might not be his match. At that time, even if we don't go to him, he'll come to us." The powerful cultivators of the Demon Nation all had serious expressions. The Demon Nation had once been at odds with the Great Zhou, but only a portion of the demon forces were involved. The civil strife that followed was just a war between the Celestial Wolf tribe and the Thousand Fox tribe. However, the situation now was different. Small demon clans had been destroyed under the four major forces. The mastermind's hand had already reached out to the White Bear King. If they ignored it, this would become the greatest catastrophe in the demon nation in the past few hundred years. The Heaven Lord of Myriad Illusions swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "Everyone is well aware of the situation in the demon country. I hope that in the coming days, we can put aside our past grudges and join forces to deal with our common enemy." The White Bear King and the 9-Heaven Snake King looked at each other and nodded slowly. Among the four great factions of the demonic kingdom, the Wolf Clan and the Fox Clan had somehow formed an alliance. Even though there had always been territorial disputes and conflicts of interest between them, for now, they had a common enemy. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful enemy. They had to work together to survive the demon nation's crisis. After a short secret discussion, the four major forces of the demon nation officially formed an alliance. The Heaven Lord of Illusions looked at the weak White Bear King and took out a bottle of pills. He poured out a pill and threw it to the White Bear King, saying, "There might be a fierce battle ahead. Take this pill and your injuries will recover." As the Heaven Lord of Illusions opened the jade bottle, the other three demon kings immediately smelled a medicinal fragrance. Judging from the fragrance, this pill was definitely not an ordinary one. Pills that could be effective on seventh realms were already very precious. Furthermore, the demon race was not good at refining pills. Such pills were even harder to find in the demon nation. The Heaven Lord of Illusions actually had an entire bottle, which made the other demons envious. The White Bear King accepted the pill and cupped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Brother Illusions. I wonder how much this pill costs. I will pay you with spiritual jades." The Heaven Lord of Illusions waved his hand and said proudly, "It's just one pill. It's nothing. My son-in-law gave me several bottles. I won't be able to finish them all in a short time," the White Bear King said enviously. "Brother Illusions has found a good son-in-law. It's a pity that my daughters don't have this fate." The Green Wolf King glanced at him and said, "Forget about your daughters. They're all big and burly. Which human would like them? But those girls from the Zhou Xian clan know how to pester people. That man is very lecherous. Zhou Xian, you might as well." The Heaven Lord of Illusions' face darkened and said coldly, "Green Demon, I advise you to mind your own business." Chapter 571. Baiyun Mountain. Li Mu, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing had just spent a beautiful and shameless time together. They stayed in Shendu for a few days before returning to the ancestral court. Some ancient lost cultivation techniques could be cultivated much faster than Taoism's guided qi refinement. Li Mu had already cultivated Ao Qing's secret dual cultivation technique for some time. Often one night was equivalent to 10 days of qi refinement. Ao Qing was able to cultivate to the 9th realm because of his cultivation technique. It was also inseparable from his huge harem. This cultivation technique was originally very suitable for the dragon race. It could not only satisfy the dragon's lustful physiological needs, but it was also a top-notch cultivation technique. Speaking of which, it seemed like it was tailor-made for Li Mu. However, in these 2 days, Li Mu could cultivate qi refinement in an honest manner. After Lu Hanyan and Li Qing's cultivation broke through, their status was promoted from core disciples to first seats. In the 6 sects, any disciple whose cultivation reached Dongxian could occupy a peak independently and recruit disciples. Yuzhenzi had already transcended. Baiyun Mountain was left to Lu Hanyan to manage. Li Qing was the head disciple and her cultivation had reached Dongxian. She also had the qualifications to open a peak. She was originally a disciple of Ziyun Peak. After her promotion, Ziyun Peak's first seat, Yu Quanzi, relinquished his position and completely handed over Ziyun Peak to her. The Talisman Pai sect used to recruit disciples once every 4 years. After taking over the Talisman Pai sect, Li Mu changed this rule. The Talisman Pai sect and the Mysterious sect were on par with each other in terms of high-level combat strength. However, the gap between the two sects in terms of low-level disciples was too huge. If the Talisman Pai sect still used the previous rule, it was unknown when they would be able to catch up with the Mysterious sect. Fulu School didn't cooperate much with the imperial court in the past. It was difficult to recruit disciples from the common people. Currently, the Fulu School had already begun a deep cooperation with the imperial court. Some time ago, Li Mu had asked the Empress to select people of suitable age and decent aptitude within the 36 counties, and then have the school contact their families. Being able to join such a cultivation sect was undoubtedly a good thing for ordinary people to completely change their fates. Not only would they be able to learn new skills, but their families would also not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. They might even be able to achieve meteoric success. Very few people would reject such an opportunity. Therefore, during this period of time, there were many new faces in White Cloud Mountain. These people were divided equally among the peaks and were temporarily handed over to the young disciples. They would lead these new disciples onto the path of cultivation. After flying out of the White Cloud Peak, Li Mu arrived at the Purple Cloud Peak. Two female disciples who were chatting immediately stood up straight, puffed out their chests and said respectfully, "Greetings, Martial Uncle." Li Mu smiled at them and walked toward the Holy Ji Palace. When Li Mu entered the Holy Ji Palace, an older female disciple said to the younger one, "Martial Uncle Ling Jizi is the sect master's junior brother. According to seniority, we should address him as Martial Uncle. Don't get it wrong in the future." The younger female disciple was puzzled. "But I heard that Martial Uncle Ling Jizi is the Daoist companion of the head monk. If that's the case, we should address him as Martial Uncle." The older female disciple was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, "You don't have to worry about that. This is the sect. If you see him in the future, just address him as Martial Uncle." The female disciple who had just joined the sect thought for a moment and mumbled, "If that's the case, wouldn't the head monk have to address his Daoist companion as Martial Uncle? That's too strange." Before she could finish, her senior sister knocked her on the head. The older female disciple reprimanded her. "This is White Cloud Mountain, not the secular world. You have to treat the elders of the sect with respect. Don't talk about them casually." The younger female disciple nodded and walked away as if she had been taught a lesson. The older female disciple then mumbled softly, "It's a little strange to not talk about them." 3 days later, a figure flew out of White Cloud Mountain and headed towards the Life Continent's Fey Nation. Li Mu, who had changed his appearance, flew through the air at a steady pace. The current him was definitely a thorn in the side of the fiends. Even though his cultivation had reached Zhou Xian, he was still far from being invincible. Ignoring the fact that the fiends might have 8th realms, if the Yuan Ming elders were to block his path again, it would be difficult for him to deal with them alone. Therefore, before leaving the Fulu school, he changed his appearance and used a heaven-ranked Fulu to conceal his heavenly secrets. Even high-level experts would not be able to divine his whereabouts. It had been a long time since he saw Huanji. Li Qing and Lu Hanyan were busy with the sex matters and did not have the time to bother with him. He decided to stay in the Fey Nation for a few days to prevent Huanji from feeling upset. After returning to the Fey Nation, Li Mu acutely sensed that the atmosphere was a little off. In the past, the Fey Nation was filled with demonic energy. Some greater demons did not even bother to conceal their auras. Their auras soared into the sky and could be sensed from far away. However, at this time, Li Mu was flying above the Fey Nation. All he could feel was a deathly stillness. There was not a single strand of demonic energy that soared into the sky. Some lesser demons were doing their best to conceal their demonic energy and were hiding in their caves. The atmosphere was very strange. If there was only one place, then it would be fine. But after flying for 1,000 miles, he had encountered such strange situations all the way. He could not help but feel suspicious. A few hundred miles ahead was the Thousand Fox Nation. Li Mu wanted to increase his speed, but he suddenly sensed an abnormal aura. He sniffed and smelled a faint scent of blood. This blood aura was extremely faint, but it gave Li Mu a very uncomfortable feeling. He was bewildered as he followed the blood aura and finally came to a valley. In the valley there was a blood lake. The blood lake was surging and countless dead demons were drowning in it. The water and blood in their bodies seemed to have been sucked dry, leaving only withered corpses floating in the blood lake. A young man in a blood-red robe sat cross-legged in the center of the blood lake. Wisps of blood mist rose from the blood lake and were absorbed into his body. Heretical cultivation. This bloody purgatory scene made Li Mu's stomach churn. A thought immediately arose in his mind. There were countless paths of cultivation. There were righteous paths that relied on one's own efforts to cultivate. There were also evil paths that coveted shortcuts and harmed others to benefit oneself. Heretical cultivation was something that everyone had the right to punish. Although this was the Fey Nation and this person was killing demons, this was already the territory of the Thousand Fox Nation. He was killing the demons under Phantom Princess and Li Mu. Just as Li Mu thought of this, the young man sitting cross-legged in the center of the blood lake seemed to have sensed the intruder. His closed eyes suddenly opened. 2 beams of blood-red light shot out from his eyes and headed straight for Li Mu. Li Mu formed a seal with one hand and a silver array appeared in front of him. In the next instant the blood-red light shot onto the array. The array that Li Mu had formed at the last minute collapsed and the 2 beams of blood-red light also dispersed. The young man in the center of the blood lake slowly stood up and stared at Li Mu with a greedy gaze. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. His voice was soft and feminine. I didn't expect such a powerhouse to come to me. Li Mu looked at the blood-robed young man and his gaze turned serious. This person's aura was around the middle stage of the 6th realm. However, the threat he posed was even greater than the Yuan Ming elders. What shocked him even more was that this person was about the same age as him, but his cultivation level was much higher than his. After all, Li Mu had relied on his own efforts to achieve his current cultivation level. The willpower of countless people in the divine capital, the inheritance of the Dragon King, and the countless opportunities he had encountered during his cultivation journey. How did this person who was about the same age as him cultivate to be able to suppress him in terms of cultivation level? The heretical cultivation clearly did not want to let Li Mu go. Before Li Mu could think further, the blood river in the valley had already surged up. The huge wave seemed to want to swallow Li Mu whole. Thousands of sword shadows appeared behind Li Mu and sank into the blood river. Then they exploded. Countless holes appeared in the blood river, but they gathered together in the next instant. The young man's eyes were filled with disdain. Li Mu frowned slightly. He had not fought with the heretical cultivation many times. These heretical supernatural powers were more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. With another thought, a gust of wind blew behind him. The gust of wind mixed with raindrops blew the blood river away. This time it was the young man's turn to frown. He said in a low voice, "Call the wind and summon the rain. You, a human, know this supernatural power. Those old fogies of the dragon clan did not chase after you." As he muttered to himself, his figure disappeared from where he stood. A blood shadow went straight for Li Mu. The Xianxia sword in Li Mu's hand flashed with countless streaks of lightning as it slashed across the sky. The blood shadow was sliced into 2 halves before quickly fusing back together. The evil cultivator's hands turned into 2 blood blades as they slashed towards Li Mu. Golden light flashed on Li Mu's body and a golden armor appeared. The blood blades slashed at the golden armor. Li Mu's figure retreated quickly, and the blood shadow was also sent flying. In order to avoid exposing his identity, Li Mu did not use the protection of the Dao Bell, nor did he use Ao Qing's spear. He was confident that he could deal with any cultivator of the same level with his supernatural powers. The 2 figures had just separated when they charged at each other again. In the next 15 minutes, the sky was filled with the light of supernatural powers. Mountains collapsed one after another. Monsters and beasts within a radius of dozens of miles all fled. Another 15 minutes later, Li Mu floated in the void and looked at the blood shadow opposite him. His chest rose and fell slightly, but there was a huge wave of emotions in his heart. Sure enough, he could not underestimate anyone in the world. He had fought with the heretical cultivation for so long, but he had not gained the upper hand at all. Not only was this person's supernatural powers strange, causing him to almost lose several times, but what was even more strange was that this person's fighting experience was so rich that it was unbelievable. In close combat, Li Mu could only fight to a draw with him using the fighting formula. In terms of long-range combat, Li Mu had been suppressed from the very beginning. After fighting with this person for half an hour, Li Mu gained a lot of knowledge. Supernatural powers could be used and linked in such a way. Using 2 different kinds of supernatural powers at the same time or in combination had a completely different effect than using them separately. After fighting for a short while, Li Mu realized that this heretical cultivation's fighting experience was far from what he could compare to. If it were not for the fact that he could shrink the distance and move out of the range of the supernatural powers in an instant, he would have been defeated by this person at least 16 times in the fight just now. Li Mu was shocked, and the Blood River ancestor was even more terrified. He had tens of thousands of years of fighting experience, and it was not difficult for him to kill enemies of a higher realm. Yet he could not take down a 6th realm junior whose cultivation was lower than his. This person was not more than 30 years old. but his cultivation was Zhou Xian. His fighting experience was so rich that even he felt inferior. He even began to suspect that this person was also reincarnated with the memories of some old monster. Otherwise, the scene before him would be difficult to explain. However, if he was an old monster from thousands of years ago, how could his fighting experience be so rusty? It was unlikely that this kind of contradiction would appear on the same person. Both of them were shocked by each other's strength. They floated in the void hundreds of feet apart, not daring to move. Li Mu took a deep breath and his gaze gradually returned to normal. Although this person's cultivation was only Zhou Xian, even a transcendent cultivator would not have an easy time against him. Today he could not let this heretical cultivation go. Otherwise, for the Yao nation and the Great Zhou, there would always be a huge hidden danger. He had to bring out some of his trump cards. Li Mu stretched out his hand and with a flash of green light, a long spear appeared in his hand. The moment he saw the long spear, the evil youth could no longer maintain the calm expression on his face. His face was filled with extreme fear and he cried out, "Sky-piercing spear. Why your Ao Qing?" When Li Mu heard the name of the Dragon Clan's powerhouse from 8,000 years ago from the heretic practitioner's mouth, the calmness on his face was also broken. He said in shock, "How do you know Ao Qing? What exactly are you?" Chapter 572. Ao Qing had already been dead for 8,000 years. Even the dragon race had forgotten about him. Yet there was someone who could recognize his weapon and call out his name. As Li Mu thought about this, he felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know that this spear was originally called Heaven Breaker. When he saw that iconic spear, fear surged from the depths of his memories, causing the nefarious youth to tremble. However, he soon realized something. As he looked at Li Mu, he was overjoyed. He blurted out, "So it's you." Li Mu became even more vigilant. He asked, "Do you know who I am?" The nefarious youth coldly snorted and said, "The future headmaster of the Fulu school, the favored minister of the Empress of the Great Zhou, the imperial advisor and Empress of the Thousand Fox Nation. Li Mu, do you think you can hide from me just because you've become a bit uglier?" Li Mu's gaze turned cold. He didn't know anything about this person, but this person was able to accurately identify him. Even his secret relationship with Phantom Princess had been revealed. In this world, the only people who knew him better than he did were those from the demonic path. Li Mu looked at the youth and asked, "Which demonic path elder are you?" The youth stood in the air, his eyes locked onto Li Mu. He said, "Before answering you, should I call you Li Mu or Ao Qing?" Ao Qing had already been dead for almost 10,000 years. Li Mu didn't know why this youth would ask such a question. But the doubt hidden deep in his eyes couldn't escape the youth's notice. The nefarious youth revealed a look of understanding. He let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "It's not Ao Qing." The person in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. Li Mu had never encountered such an opponent before. He grasped his spear and thrust it forward. The void fluctuated and Li Mu's spear-wielding figure appeared behind the nefarious youth, thrusting his spear towards his back. The youth's body suddenly turned into a mass of blood. As the spear pierced through, a portion of the blood evaporated, but the youth's figure reformed not too far away. Azure light and blood shadows crisscrossed in the sky. Even with the sky-piercing spear in hand, Li Mu was still unable to gain the slightest advantage. At this moment, the mysteries in his heart were piling up one after another. Although the young man in front of him was young, his fighting experience was frighteningly rich. Moreover, he could recognize the powerhouse of the Dragon Clan from 8,000 years ago. Could he be an old monster from the ancient times? As soon as this idea appeared, it was rejected by Li Mu. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they couldn't escape the ravages of time and the sanctions of their lifespans. The old monsters of that time couldn't have lived until now. Furthermore, if this person was really an old monster that had lived since the Antiquity Age, he would not only have the cultivation of Zhou Xian. At this moment, Li Mu's first thought was Emperor Bai. Before his lifespan ended, he had extracted his memories and passed them on for 3,000 years. To a certain extent, his life had also been extended. If this person was a powerhouse from the same era as Ao Qing, he had extracted his memories and left them to fuse with another person or pass them on again and again, then everything that happened today could be explained. Including the fact that he recognized the sky-piercing spear. His fighting experience was unbelievably rich. With nearly 10,000 years of accumulation, how could he not be rich? The sinister young man's hands turned into two blood blades and easily neutralized Li Mu's attack. With a faint smile on his face he said, "I've searched high and low for something, only to find it without any effort. The successor of Ao Qing, it's fate that you'll die in my hands today. Hand over the tomes of arcane on you as soon as possible, and I'll give you a dignified death." Li Mu looked at him and said indifferently, "Even if you're an old monster from 10,000 years ago, you're only in the Dongxian realm now. You're not qualified to kill me now." The sinister young man grinned and said slowly, "Junior, you'll soon know whether I'm qualified or not." He threw out 4 black lotuses. The black lotuses flew in 4 directions and connected to each other with a black light, confining this space. Li Mu knew that this was to prevent him from escaping. This old monster was too strong and had too much experience. He was more difficult to deal with than anyone Li Mu had ever fought. By confining the space in advance, it meant that he was not afraid of any of Li Mu's trump cards. This was just to prevent him from escaping. Following the imprisonment of space, a curtain of blood rose from behind the evil-looking youth. The thick smell of blood was nauseating. At the same time, Li Mu discovered that the blood in the youth's body was showing signs of leaking out of his body. Li Mu originally thought that with his current strength, it would be easy for him to deal with a 6th realm heretical cultivation cultivator. However, there was a slight change in the situation now. If he really fought with him to the death, even if he could get rid of him, Li Mu would definitely be seriously injured or even die together with him. He looked at the blood shadow that was attacking him again. Without hesitation, an ancient bow appeared in his hand. With the appearance of the sun-shooting bow, the blood shadow that was attacking him stopped abruptly. Then he heard a voice that was even more shocked and terrified than when he saw the sky-splitter spear. "Sun-shooting bow. Why is Ao Xian's sun-shooting bow in your hands too?" The blood shadow quickly retreated when he saw the sun-shooting bow. However, before he could escape he had to break free from the confinement of this space, which slowed him down for a moment. In just a moment, a golden arrow suddenly arrived, stirring up a burst of spatial turbulence. South Sea. On an island shrouded in black fog. At the top of the tower, a soul kneeled in front of a stone coffin and said respectfully, "Third ancestor, a month ago for some reason, the soul page enshrined in the Hall of Souls suddenly vibrated non-stop. I felt that there might be a reason behind it, so I immediately came here to report." The ghostly fire in the eyes of the skinny old man that was as thin as a skeleton trembled. He immediately said, "Feng Yi." An old man that was waiting at the side immediately went forward and said, "Third ancestor, please give your orders." The skeletal old man said, "The soul page is a copy of the Ghost Dao Heavenly Book. The vibration of the soul page means that the Ghost Dao Heavenly Book is in the ghost realm of Yudu. I order you to immediately head to the ghost realm and bring that heavenly book back." Feng Yi bowed and said, "Yes." After saying that, he looked at the soul shadow beside him and said, "King Qingguang, let's go." After they left, the lid of another stone coffin beside the skeletal old man suddenly opened, and a woman's voice came from within. "After 500 years, the Ghost Dao Heavenly Book has finally appeared. Aren't you going to make a trip personally?" The skeletal old man clutched his chest and said, "Tianjizi won't allow me to set foot on the continent. Although this person's Dao skills aren't strong, his arithmetic is one of the most difficult opponents I've met in the past few thousand years." The woman said leisurely, "All these years many 9th realm cultivators have died in our hands. Now a mere 8th realm cultivator is enough to make you so fearful." The skeletal old man said indifferently, "Today is different from the past. In the past it was easy to advance to the 9th realm. Now I've exhausted my lifespan and have only just stepped into the 8th realm. If I still can't find that door in a few hundred years when my lifespan is exhausted, I'm afraid I'll be stuck at the 7th realm." The woman thought about it and said, "It's a heavenly book after all. Send a message to Blood River." The skeletal old man said, "Blood River is in the demon country. He needs to transcend as soon as possible. As long as he succeeds in breaking through, he will be invincible below Dao integration. When that time comes, it will be the day we make a move on the Dao sect." The woman was silent for a moment before asking, "Will he encounter any accidents in the demon country alone?" In these 10,000 years, memories have been passed down through reincarnation. Of the dozens of senior and junior brothers in the sect, only the few of us are left. The skeletal old man's voice was steady as he said, "Don't worry. With his current abilities, as long as he doesn't meet Tianjizi, he can deal with any situation. It won't be a big problem for him to be alone in the demon country. As his voice fell, a jade talisman hanging on the wall of the pagoda suddenly shattered. Chapter 573. In the demon nation, the nameless mountain range was silent. Li Mu held the sun-shooting bow in one hand and the sky-splitting spear in the other. He slowly descended from the void and frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to recover his spiritual power. The sun-shooting bow had once killed the 7th realm Hehuan sect Grand Elder with a single arrow, causing his body and soul to be unable to escape. However, it was still unable to kill the evil youth with a single arrow. Of course, the price of receiving the arrow was the destruction of his physical body. His primordial spirit was severely injured and on the verge of dissipating. It was directly destroyed by Li Mu's next spear. In the void, countless light spots were slowly dissipating. Those were the primordial spirit and memory fragments of this person. Li Mu's palm released a suction force that sucked in the light spots. Eventually they formed a light ball the size of a thumb. He scanned it with his spiritual consciousness and then fell into a long period of contemplation. 4 ancestors of diabolism, Blood River. His guess was not wrong. The youth was indeed a 10,000-year-old monster. What was different from Emperor Bai was that he had passed down his memories over and over again. He had already passed down his memories dozens of times. Not only him, but there were also a few ancestors of diabolism who were using the same method to pass down their memories. 10,000 years ago their cultivation had reached the 9th realm. When they started cultivating again, everything was familiar. As long as they had enough resources, they could cultivate to the upper 3 realms in a short period of time, or even return to the peak. Although Li Mu had always felt that such a reincarnation was actually not the original life, and that ancestor Blood River had already died 10,000 years ago, to the youth who only had Blood River's memories, he was Blood River. This philosophical question could not be answered in a short period of time. Of course, such a legacy was not without its risks. If one of the inheritors of their memories died unexpectedly and their memories dissipated, they would no longer have the chance to pass down their memories. Just like Blood River today, he died under the sun-shooting bow and the sky-splitting spear. In the future, diabolism would no longer have ancestor Blood River. From Blood River's remnant memories, Li Mu learned that 10,000 years ago, there were dozens of diabolism people who used this method to pass down their memories. But now there were less than 10 people left. Most of the others had fallen at the hands of experts of a certain era. Among them, the owner of the sky-piercing spear Ao Qing, and the owner of the sun-shooting bow Ao Xian, had both killed such demonic inheritors before. That was why they were so terrified and shocked when they saw these 2 weapons at the Blood River. Li Mu was slightly moved. In fact, it wasn't just the demonic path. Righteous path cultivators could also use this method to continue their lineage. But on the other hand, in order to find the owner of the memories, one would have to erase their original memories. This was not something that the righteous path would do. On the other hand, memories could be passed on, but cultivation could not. Even if the previous owner was a cultivator at the 9th realm and placed his memories on an infant, he would still have to start cultivating as a mortal. The process of cultivation was extremely dry and tedious. No matter how strong a person's mind was, it would still be very difficult for them to endure the torment over and over again. In Blood River's memories, there were several demonic path powerhouses who were unable to endure this endless torment and committed suicide in the process of passing down their legacies. Thus, the powerhouses of the demonic path that were a step ahead of the others would look for some special physique suitable for cultivation. They would spend a massive amount of resources to raise them to a certain level of cultivation and then erase their memories. At this time they were the best memory hosts. Blood River's body was a genius with a special physique. It was very suitable for him to cultivate an ancient demonic art. Compared to the demonic path, the seniors of the righteous path would also choose to leave behind their memories before they died. But this was not for the sake of seizing the bodies of their juniors, but for them to comprehend and cultivate. Li Mu let out a light breath. Before Blood River died, his memories were already fragmented and fragmented. What he could gather wasn't much. Besides this, he only knew that the demonic path had been willing to endure the loneliness of 10,000 years ago. Generation after generation of great perseverance powerhouses had reincarnated. The reason they did this was because they were looking for a door. A door? Li Mu recalled the illusory door that appeared after he overlapped the heavenly books. For the past 10,000 years, the demonic path had never stopped searching for the heavenly books. Could it be for this door? They had dominated the 10 continents for 10,000 years. The number of heavenly books in their hands was probably no less than Li Mu's. At this time, Li Mu was also certain that the demonic path did indeed have an 8th realm powerhouse. The demonic path Holy Sect's headquarters was in the depths of the South Sea. Although he wanted to attack the demonic path's headquarters and snatch back the heavenly books to see what was behind the door, he obviously didn't have the strength to do so. In this world, the only 2 known 8th realm powerhouses were his enemies. Li Mu sighed inwardly. He collected his thoughts and flew in the direction of the Thousand Fox Nation. At this time above the South Sea, 2 old figures stood in the air. The flames in the skeletal old man's eyes flickered violently. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Divine Predictor, I won't set foot on the Zhou continent this time, but you still want to stop me?" Divine Predictor looked at him and calmly said, "If this old man doesn't die, don't even think about leaving the South Sea to harm the world." Not long after, huge waves rolled up above the South Sea. The fishermen on the coast all climbed up the mountains to hide. The aquatic creatures in the sea also swam deeper with all their might. Li Mu was completely unaware of all this. He descended from the sky and landed on the square in front of the Thousand Fox Nation's imperial palace. Then he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He sensed several extremely powerful demonic auras in the imperial palace. One of them was the Myriad Illusion Lord, another was the Blue Wolf King, and the other 2 were also 7th realm powerhouses. Moreover, the auras of these 4 demons were somewhat unstable. They were obviously injured. Li Mu didn't have time to pay attention to them. He looked ahead and saw a familiar aura quickly approaching him. In the imperial palace's main hall, the Blue Wolf King's face was still a little frightened. He said in a trembling voice, "What the hell is he?" Ever since the 4 great factions formed an alliance, the 4 7th realm demons worked together to patrol the Yao nation. They wanted to find the culprit behind the annihilation of countless demon tribes. However, they didn't expect that person to be able to play the 4 7th realm demons like a fool with his 6th realm cultivation. Once the 4 of them separated, he would definitely find them and defeat them one by one. Once the 4 of them gathered together, that person would avoid battle and turn to slaughter the small and medium-sized demon tribes. During this period he was getting stronger almost every day. It wouldn't be long before he could completely threaten the 4 of them. The 9 Heaven Snake King thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "If it really doesn't work, we can only gather the 4 of us and guard the mountain gate." The White Bear King asked, "What about the small and medium-sized demon tribes other than the 4 clans?" The 9 Heaven Snake King shook his head and said, "We can't care about that now." The Myriad Illusion Lord, who hadn't spoken for a long time, said, "It's useless. You all can see that the demonic art he cultivates absorbs the essence and blood of others to become stronger. If we let him wreak havoc in the Yao nation, it won't be long before we're no match for him even if we join forces." The current situation in the Yao nation was still within their range of control. If they waited until the heretical cultivation grew to a certain level, it would be out of their control. The Green Wolf King hesitated for a long time and murmured, "Why don't we ask that lord for help?" Footsteps came from outside the hall. Illusion Princess walked in with Li Mu intimately. Li Mu looked at everyone and asked, "What are you all talking about?" The Myriad Illusion Lord coughed lightly and said, "My dear son-in-law, you may not know this, but recently, a vicious heretical cultivation appeared in the Yao nation. The 4 of us joined forces but couldn't capture him." Li Mu was caught off guard when the Myriad Illusion Lord called him, "my dear son-in-law." He had only been with Illusion Princess since he came to the Yao nation. He didn't speak much with the Myriad Illusion Lord and wasn't so familiar with him. However, in front of so many people, even if Li Mu didn't consider him, he had to consider Illusion Princess. Moreover, the Myriad Illusion Lord called him, "my dear son-in-law," was based on the truth, so he tacitly agreed to it. He reached out his hand and gently touched the void. A shadow appeared in front of the Myriad Illusion Lord and the others. Li Mu asked, "Is it this person?" The Myriad Illusion Lord said in shock, "My dear son-in-law, you've seen him?" Li Mu nodded slightly and said casually, "On the way to the Yao nation, I happened to see this heretical cultivation slaughtering innocent demons. I killed him in passing to prevent him from harming the Thousand Fox Nation in the future." In passing, The 4 demons in the hall, including the myriad illusion lord, were all stunned. Although the heretical cultivation was only at the 6th realm, even they who were at the 7th realm had almost died in his hands. How could he be killed so easily? If Li Mu could kill that evil youth, wouldn't he have the ability to kill them as well? Li Mu continued, this person's cultivation wasn't high, but he was very strong. His mystique was strange and his battle experience was also very rich. I was almost injured by him and spent a lot of effort to kill him. He had a high status in the demon sect. If he died in the Yao Nation, he might attract the revenge of the demon sect. You have to be careful in the Yao Nation. Illusion Princess had already hinted to him countless times. After reminding them, Li Mu and Illusion Princess walked out of the hall and went straight to the harem. Inside the hall, the Green Wolf King's mouth was wide open and didn't close for a long time. That person is really dead? That's impossible. He's only at the 6th realm. That person is invincible at the 6th realm. The myriad illusion lord was the first to come back to his senses. He smiled and said to the others, since my son-in-law said he's dead, then he's dead. Compared to how he killed that person, what's more important is whether we can withstand the revenge of the demon sect. The original temporary alliance of the 4 races was to deal with that heretical cultivation. Now that he was dead, the alliance of the 4 races should be dissolved. However, the myriad illusion lord's worries weren't unfounded. The Green Wolf King's life was still in the hands of others, so of course he didn't have any objections. The 9 Heaven Snake King and the White Bear King fell into a long silence. The myriad illusion lord looked at them and continued, many things have happened in the Yao Nation in the past 2 years. I believe that you can see that only a unified Yao Nation can gather all forces and resist the calamity together. The 9 Heaven Snake King frowned and said, you want us to bow down to your 1,000 Fox Nation? The myriad illusion lord shook his head and said, we're not bowing down to you. The 4 races will unite and our territories will remain unchanged. We'll use the power of the 4 races to unify the power of the entire Yao Nation. In the future we'll discuss the matters of the Yao Nation together. Only the Black Snake Tribe and the Flying Bear Tribe couldn't fight against the demon sect. A complete unification of the Yao Nation's races was a good thing for everyone, especially with the 1,000 Fox Nation behind them. Relying on that man was equivalent to relying on the Great Zhou Court. The various Dao sects would instantly gain countless powerful allies. The 9 Heaven Snake King and the White Bear King looked at each other and quickly came to a decision. The 9 Heaven Snake King nodded and said, the myriad illusion lord's words make sense. With the enemy before us, it's time for the Yao Nation to be unified. The White Bear King also said, I also agree with the unification. The myriad illusion lord said meaningfully, since the Yao Nation is to be unified, we must choose a ruler. Who do you think is the most suitable person to take this position? Although the myriad illusion lord asked in a questioning tone, there was no choice in this matter. The 1,000 Fox Nation was currently the dominant power in the Yao Nation. Even if the Black Snake Tribe and the Flying Bear Tribe controlled the Yao Nation, they didn't have the strength to protect the Yao Nation. The entire Yao Nation was now tied to the 1,000 Fox Nation. To be more precise, it was tied to the man behind the Queen of the 1,000 Fox Nation, Phantom Princess. The 9 Heaven Snake King took a deep breath and said helplessly, I think that niece Phantom Princess can take on this heavy responsibility. The myriad illusion lord shook his head and said, her cultivation is too low. I'm afraid she can't take on this responsibility. The 9 Heaven Snake King cursed in his heart. The myriad illusion lord had clearly dug a hole and was waiting for them to jump into it. However, they had no choice but to jump into it. He could only harden his heart and grit his teeth and said, with the accumulation of our 4 tribes over the years, it shouldn't be difficult to push her to the 7th realm. The myriad illusion lord looked troubled and said, I'm sorry. The White Bear King also understood the meaning behind their words and said with a pained heart, it should be so. The Queen of the Yao Nation can't lose to the Queen of the Great Zhou. I suggest that we merge the psychic spirits of the 4 tribes to help the Queen break through.
Chapter 71. Is she really dead? Ji and Huang finally stopped and asked from a commanding position. Yes. She committed suicide to escape punishment. The jailer replied. These were the lines they had rehearsed beforehand. Where's the body? Burned. Ji and Huang was furious. He could no longer suppress his murderous aura. Who gave you the courage? His anger caused the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. The 4 jailers trembled even more violently as they prostrated themselves on the ground. Reported a crown prince. After Miss Ning died, we immediately reported it. The higher-ups said that the weather was too hot to store the body. After all, Miss Ning was Marquis Ning's daughter. Since she had already confessed and committed suicide, we would not pursue the matter any further. We were afraid that her body would rot in the prison, so we were ordered to cremate it and place it in an urn to be sent back to Marquis Jing Yuan's residence. This was also the script they had prepared beforehand. Ji Yanhuang's hands and feet were ice cold. At this moment, he already understood that this was a trap. This trap was most likely set up by his imperial father. Lu Hinti first trapped him in the imperial palace, then sent people to capture Ning Xiuma and interrogate her overnight. She had no choice but to confess after being tortured and isolated. Then, she was killed. Although he had guessed the mastermind behind this trap, he did not understand why Lu Hinti would deliberately plot against the little girl. She had no power, no influence, and no one to rely on. She was not a threat to the imperial power, right? He was puzzled. Ning Xiuma's smiling face seemed to flash in front of his eyes. His heart felt as if it had been pierced by a needle. The girl who was smiling at him last night had died, just like that. She clearly had a special ability. She clearly had the ability to shine in Chongkong country. He turned to look at the torture tools on the 4 walls, and then looked at the 4 jailers kneeling on the ground. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he slowly asked, "Where is Tu Dao? Tell him to come see this prince." The 4 of them followed the plan they had discussed beforehand and reported Tu Dao's whereabouts. They said that after he left the prison last night, he got drunk and slipped into the Sunset Lake. They only knew about it when someone came to report to them this morning. Ji Yanhuang was somewhat puzzled. According to what he knew, Tu Dao was not a good drinker. It could be said that he rarely drank. He had once said that people who drank often had unstable hands. What he did for a living was an extremely delicate job, so it was impossible for his hands to be unstable. How could such a person get drunk? This doubt flashed through Ji Yanhuang's mind, but he didn't take it to heart. To him, the life and death of such a person was of no concern to him. His gaze landed back on the 4 people. Since you can't find him, then this king will ask you, how many punishments did you use on Miss Ning last night? The 4 of them naturally did not dare to admit it. They desperately kowtowed and denied it. How could Ji Yanhuang not know their tricks? His gaze was cold, and so was his voice. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. This king will let you have a taste of all the torture tools in this torture chamber. He couldn't save her in time, so he would avenge her. The sun was shining brightly outside. Ji Yanhuang stood outside the Ministry of Justice's prison. He looked up at the sun hanging in the sky and sighed softly. In just one night, everything had changed. That clever little girl had already died. He would never be able to see her again. Chapter 72. Your Highness, shall we return to the residence? His personal bodyguard bowed and invited him to enter the carriage. Ji Yanhuang looked at the carriage. Yesterday, he had used this carriage to bring Ning Xiuma into the Crown Prince's residence. The carriage was still the same carriage, but that person was nowhere to be seen. Ji Yanhuang waved his hand. Burn this carriage. He would burn it for her. He jumped onto the horse, and with a shake of the reins, the horse galloped away. The bodyguards looked at each other in dismay. This carriage did not look too special, but regardless of whether it was the materials or workmanship, they were all of the highest quality. It could be said that it was the Crown Prince's favorite carriage. Usually, it was meticulously maintained and did not allow for the slightest bit of damage. Now, he wanted to burn it. No one dared to disobey the Crown Prince's orders. The bodyguard leader immediately arranged for a group of people to burn the carriage, while another group of people chased after the Crown Prince to protect him. Outside the newly painted Marquis Jing Yuan's residence, a white banner was hung, and the residence was filled with cries. Ji Yanhuang reined in his horse and stood in front of the Marquis Jing Yuan's residence. He looked inside and sighed softly before turning around to leave. He knew that no one who entered the Ministry of Justice's prison would survive, so he did not have the slightest suspicion towards Ning Xiuma's death. He did not want to go in and look at her coffin. At most, there would only be a handful of ashes inside. It was no longer her. Even if he went in, it would only increase his grief. Ji and Huang did not sleep for the entire night, so he was somewhat tired. He returned to his own residence and prepared to rest well before doing anything else. He emotionlessly pushed open the door to his sleeping quarters. Suddenly, he sensed something. A light flashed in his palm, and a long sword appeared out of thin air. He lifted the bed curtain. After clearly seeing the scene on the bed, the usually calm and collected Ji and Huang could not help but be stunned. On the bed, there was a person sleeping under the brocade quilt. Her black hair was spread out on the pillow. Her small face was rosy, and her long eyelashes were slightly closed. She was sleeping soundly. It was the Ning Xiuma that everyone said was already dead. Ji and Huang could not believe his eyes. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes and slowly walked forward. The little fellow was probably too tired and was not alert enough. He was already close to the bed, but she was still sleeping soundly. His fingers gently caressed her cheek. It was warm and soft. She was real. It was alive. Ji and Huang almost thought that he was dreaming when he saw a dead and burnt person suddenly appear on his bed. Whether it was Lord Liu or the 4 prison guards, none of them dared to lie. Then what was going on? Ji and Huang stood beside the bed in a daze. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. His vision suddenly blurred, and the brocade quilt on the bed flew up, covering him from head to toe. Although Ji and Huang was caught off guard, he was still a top-notch expert. His body retreated backwards like flowing water. With a wave of his hand, the brocade quilt floated to the ground. The little person who had been lying on the bed was now standing on the ground, with a short sword in his hand, pointing diagonally at him. After clearly seeing Ji and Huang's face, Ning Xiuma heaved a sigh of relief. She lowered the dagger in her hand and smiled, revealing her dimples. "You scared me. Your Highness, you've finally returned." The little girl's vigilance was quite high. Ji and Huang's eyes revealed admiration, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a smile. "You're the one who scared this prince. Come, tell this prince. How did you escape from the Ministry of Justice's prison?" He was dying of curiosity. When Ning Xiuma heard his tone, she knew that he already knew the general situation. Chapter 73. When Ning Xiuma heard his tone, she knew that he already knew the gist of the matter. She pursed her lips and said, "Crown Prince, I am innocent. Hu Jiechang's death has nothing to do with me. I didn't kill her." Ji and Huang nodded slightly. "This prince understands. This prince is curious about how you managed to escape." Ning Xiuma sighed. "This matter is a long story. Xiuma almost couldn't see your Highness the Crown Prince. Let me drink some water first." She felt that her throat was extremely dry. Last night, she had peeled off 2 Yidao's skin and used the opportunity to disguise herself as him to escape from the prison. Her understanding of the human heart was not ordinary. She knew that 2 Yidao would not be able to survive. After the 4 prison guards tortured 2 Yidao, even if they knew that they had gotten the wrong person, they would still make the best of it. They would even help her clean up the mess. Thus, she did not need to stay and watch. In her previous life, she had killed many people and performed many surgeries. Originally, using a knife to cut a human body was a common occurrence for her. Thus, she was able to do it when she tortured 2 Yidao. However, surgery and torture were 2 different concepts. The former could anesthetize a person, while the latter was a living person. The feeling of doing it was different. Ning Xiuma looked calm on the surface. Her hands were steady, but her stomach was churning. She was about to vomit, especially since she had to disguise herself as 2 Yidao. She had no choice but to wear his skin like a mask. Her nose was filled with the smell of blood, causing her stomach to churn even more. After hurriedly leaving the prison, she found a secluded corner to vomit. He hurriedly tore off his face and stole a set of clothes from a clothing store. Then, he took advantage of the night and jumped into a small river to take a bath. Because she was a little traumatized, she felt that 2 Yidao's dirty blood was still on her body. Thus, she took a long bath. After soaking for an hour, she changed into a new set of clothes. Only when she could no longer smell the smell of blood did she feel better. If it was any other girl, they would have escaped far away from the city. It would be best if they could escape from Chongkong country and never come back. This time, they could only suffer in silence. But Ning Xiuma didn't want to run away. She had never been the type to endure humiliation. What was the difference between running away and not daring to say anything after being wronged? Since she had taken on the title of Ning Mansion's eldest miss, she couldn't tarnish this girl's reputation. She wanted to clear her name. Even if she had to leave in the future, she wanted to clear her name and leave openly. She couldn't let the people behind her see her as a joke. Besides, she had just revived the Jingyuan mansion, and there was still a large group of people waiting for her to raise. More importantly, the chastity-testing beast was still being raised in her mansion. That little fellow was quite loyal. She didn't want to abandon it like this. More importantly, Hu Jiechang's case shouldn't be too difficult to solve. As long as she could escape for the night, she would be able to rely on Ji Yunhuang's influence to make a comeback. She had been too busy that night, and her little body couldn't take it anymore. She urgently needed to sleep somewhere to replenish her strength. Where was the safest place? Where was her safe haven? Of course, it was the Crown Prince's palace. Therefore, after Ning Xiuma finished bathing, she immediately rushed to the Crown Prince's mansion. Along the way, she happened to see the 4 jailers throwing a fake 2 Dao into the lake. She hid in a dark place. After the 4 jailers left, she threw 2 Dao's clothes and human skin one by one into the lake. Chapter 74. Because Ji Yinhuang wasn't in the residence, and Lord Liu had brazenly taken her away from the Crown Prince's residence, the people in the residence were very busy and their defenses were much more lax than usual. Therefore, Ning Xiuma was able to sneak in easily. Without the Crown Prince's permission, no one dared to enter the Crown Prince's sleeping quarters. Therefore, Ning Xiuma slept soundly and didn't even dream. Perhaps it was because she had soaked in the river for too long last night, but when she woke up, she felt a little dizzy. She raised her hand to touch her head and cursed in her heart. Her head was a little hot. She had caught a cold. No wonder she, who was usually alert, slept so soundly that she only noticed the Crown Prince after a long time. She naturally couldn't tell him the truth about how she escaped. Fortunately, she knew that Ji Yinhuang would definitely ask about it, and had already prepared an excuse. Now that Ji Yinhuang asked, she straightforwardly told him the excuse she had prepared. She said that when she was in the Ministry of Justice's prison, 2 Dao originally wanted to torture her. However, she saw through his illness and used it as a condition to make a deal with 2 Dao. She would completely cure his illness, and he would try to find a way to let her out. 2 Dao agreed. She used half a night to completely cure him. She was afraid that 2 Dao would go back on his word, so she purposely held back and said that she would do the final treatment after she regained her freedom. In order to completely cure his illness, 2 Dao disguised her as a corpse and sent her out of the prison. After she escaped from the prison, she felt that she had been wronged and didn't want to escape. Therefore, she came to find the Crown Prince. She didn't forget to flatter Ji Yinhuang. Xiuma knows that your highness abhors evil and wouldn't have the heart to let Xiuma be wronged. You would definitely give Xiuma justice. So, I came to see your highness. Her words were 70% true and 30% false. It could be said that her plan was flawless. Ji Yinhuang glanced at her and smiled faintly. 2 Dao's legs couldn't be cured by the imperial physicians in the palace. Can you cure him in one night? Ning Xiuma smiled. Your highness, have you forgotten? Xiuma had excellent medical skills. Of course, if your highness doesn't believe me, you can go and interrogate 2 Dao. However, he's afraid of being held responsible, so I'm afraid he won't easily confess. However, your highness definitely has other ways to make him speak the truth. 2 Dao is dead, Ji Yinhuang said. Ning Xiuma's eyes widened. Dead? He was clearly fine last night. Her face was filled with disbelief. Ji Yinhuang sized her up again. Her eyes were as clear as water and did not seem to be fake at all. He didn't know what to feel. This girl, even he couldn't see through her, she looked innocent and pure, but she was actually a cunning little fox. Ji Yinhuang chuckled. I heard that he got drunk this morning and fell into the lake to his death. Could it be that his legs were cured, and he was so happy that he broke his vows and got drunk and lost his life? Ning Xiaoma had a look of realization on her face. She said with some regret, "So that's how it is." She really felt sorry for him. It wasn't easy for him to walk, and his good days had just begun. Actually, when Jian Huang was released from the Ministry of Justice's prison, he had already sent people to investigate Tu Yidao. When he found out that Tu Yidao had walked out of the Ministry of Justice's prison by himself, the guards even congratulated him several times. Although Jian Huang wasn't familiar with Tu Yidao, he had heard of his character. He knew that those who fell into his hands would never be able to escape unscathed. However, he didn't expect that Ning Xiaoma would use this method to save herself. Chapter 75. Tu Yidao's legs had been injured for a long time. Now that there was hope in front of him, it was not surprising that he would be tempted. However, he did not expect that he would have the guts to let her go like this. He thought of something and asked Ning Xiaoma, "Did you confess in the Ministry of Justice's prison?" Ning Xiaoma shook her head. "I didn't kill anyone, so of course I didn't." Jian Huang thought of the confession in Lord Lu's hands, and his heart skipped a beat. "Xiaoma, write a few words for me to see." Since Ning Xiaoma was a secret agent in her previous life, she naturally had the ability to imitate all kinds of handwriting. She immediately wrote a few words and imitated the original Ning Xiaoma's handwriting. Jian Huang picked it up and looked at it. He was an expert in calligraphy, so he still remembered the signature on the confession. At this moment, he compared it with Ning Xiaoma's handwriting in his mind. The corner of his lips slightly hooked up as he understood everything. At first glance, the two handwriting looked very similar, but it could not escape the eyes of a calligraphy expert like him. The signature on the confession was fake. It seemed that Tu Yidao had received a death order. He had to force out a confession last night, and then kill her and burn her to silence her. However, it was because of this order that Tu Yidao dared to do this kind of thing. He used the trick of substituting one person for another to release her. Then, he found someone to imitate Ning Xiaoma's handwriting to sign the confession and write a suicide note. If Ning Xiaoma did not come to find him, he was afraid that even he would not be able to deceive her. However, was Tu Yidao the kind of person who would secretly release someone like this? Based on his character, even if it was to treat his legs, he would not leave such a big scourge in the world. Perhaps there was something else that he did not know. He glanced at Ning Xiaoma again. The little girl was combing her hair. The peachwood comb glided through her black hair, which was as soft as satin. The way she combed her hair was very beautiful. Jian Huang could not help but look at her a few more times. "What do you plan to do next?" Jian Huang asked her. Ning Xiaoma looked at him with a pair of big eyes. "Of course it's to ask the crown prince to testify for me and clear my name." Jian Huang pondered for a moment before finally making a decision. "All right, let this prince rest for 2 hours before entering the palace to clear your name." Ning Xiaoma was puzzled. "Since your highness can clear Xiaoma's name, why don't you take action immediately?" Jian Huang yawned and said, "Little Xiaoma, I didn't sleep at all last night. You have to let me rest so that I can have the energy to redress your grievances, right?" "Fine." Then she would listen to him. She would wait for a few more hours. Ning Xiaoma agreed. As a former Secret Service agent, patience was the one thing she did not lack. To be honest, she had only slept for a little more than 2 hours last night, so she was still a little sleepy. She impolitely jumped onto the large bed and beamed at Jian Huang as she said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince wants to sleep on the soft rope bed? I see that Your Highness the Crown Prince is as stable as Mount Tai. Your Highness must be used to sleeping on it. Xiaoma's martial arts are not good enough, so she will definitely fall off the soft rope bed. She can only sleep on the bed." By the time she finished speaking, she had already crawled into bed. Jian Huang was originally taking off his outer robe, but when he heard what she said, his fingers paused. He looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "You actually dare to say that?" She was fighting for his bed, and yet she was so bold and confident. In this world, she was probably the only one. Ning Xiaoma looked as if she could not open her eyes. She raised her hand and rubbed them. "Could it be that Your Highness is not willing?" "Ah, forget it. Xiaoma will just curl up on the chair and rest for a while." As she spoke, she lifted the blanket and was about to get off the bed. Chapter 76. Ji and Huang raised his hand to stop her from lifting the quilt. "All right, you can rest here. Don't let others think that I'm bullying a child." He probably felt that her hand was a little warm and slightly frowned. "Do you have a fever?" Ning Xiaoma calmly withdrew her hand. "This small body is a little weak. I caught a cold last night." Her voice was slightly nasal. She was born with watery eyes, coupled with a small cold. Her face was red, and she looked particularly pitiful. Ji and Huang's heart was moved. Without saying anything, he pulled her up and sat her up. "Let me treat you." Because the people of Chong Kong continent generally had psychokinesis, they rarely caught a cold. However, once they caught a cold, it was not easy to recover. It must be treated at the beginning of the cold to recover quickly. Logically speaking, the original Ning Xiaoma was a psychokinesis trash and should have caught a cold frequently. However, perhaps because she was poor and often suffered from wind and frost, it was easy to feed the children of the poor. Although she was thin and sallow from hunger, she had never caught a cold before. Who knew what would happen if this small body caught a cold? When she felt uncomfortable, she had already used acupuncture and massage to treat it. If it was in her era, this method would have cured her immediately. Therefore, after the massage, she went to bed. She did not expect that after sleeping, not only did she not show any signs of getting better, her cold seemed to have worsened. Her head was a little dizzy and her nose was a little stuffy. She originally did not care about this cold, but now that she saw Ji and Huang's serious expression, her heart was moved. She still had a lot of things to do and did not have time to recuperate. She wanted to see how this era treated colds and learn a thing or two. Therefore, she did not refuse and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." She sat there and watched his movements. Ji and Huang sat across from her. He pulled her hand over and placed it against hers. The psychokinesis in his palm flowed into her body like water. This method was a bit like the healing scene in martial arts dramas. Ning Xiaoma only felt a warm and ethereal force enter her body from her palm and flow through her meridians. Wherever it passed, it felt cool and refreshing. Her somewhat congested blood vessels seemed to show signs of being unblocked. She felt her body heating up, and beads of sweat appeared on the tip of her nose. Her originally clogged nose also began to breathe. Psychokinesis was indeed the best way to treat colds. His psychokinesis went one round inside her body, and it was as if he had taken a special antipyretic. The effect was immediate. The psychokinesis in this world was truly amazing. If she had psychokinesis, coupled with her medical skills, she would be even more outstanding. She was slightly distracted. When Ji and Huang's psychokinesis flowed through her meridians and reached her dantian, that lively and flowing psychokinesis suddenly disappeared without a trace. Retracting it just like that, Ning Xiaoma opened her eyes. Just as she was about to urge him to help her to the end and use his psychokinesis to scan all the blood vessels in her body, she did not expect that Ji and Huang would look at her in astonishment. His expression was a little strange. "What's wrong?" "That's it." Ning Xiaoma stretched her arms and legs. She was half relaxed and half sore. Ji and Huang sized her up. "You didn't take the opportunity to absorb this king's psychokinesis?" Ning Xiaoma was really puzzled this time. "Absorb your psychokinesis? How could that be? You were treating my illness. Why would I absorb your psychokinesis?" Ji and Huang also seemed to have understood something. "You shouldn't be absorbing this king's psychokinesis on purpose." Chapter 77. Only a psychokinesis expert who practiced some kind of evil technique would be able to absorb other people's psychokinesis. However, Ning Xiaoma was a psychokinesis trash. Even if she wanted to absorb psychokinesis, she did not have the ability to do so. Then what happened just now? When his psychokinesis reached her dantian, it disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. Not only that, he felt his arm tighten and all the psychokinesis in his body crazily flowed out. If he was not smart enough to withdraw his hand in time, he would have lost a lot of his psychokinesis. He looked at Ning Xiaoma. in Chongkong continent. Those who could absorb other people's psychokinesis were all from evil sections. Moreover, their skills were at least at the second level of Earth rank. Even if it was a peerless genius, it would take at least 20 years for them to cultivate. However, Ning Xiuma was only 13 years old. Even if she practiced this technique in her mother's womb, she would not be able to do it. Furthermore, she did not have any psychokinesis in her body. His heart was bewildered, but he did not show it on his face. He pulled her hand again. Just now, I was probably too tired and misunderstood. Come, let's do it again. He transferred his psychokinesis to her again. He looked the same as before, but he was a lot more cautious. He used his psychokinesis to unblock the other half of her meridians and slowly walked to her dantian. He condensed his psychokinesis into a line and was prepared to withdraw his psychokinesis at any time. However, he did not expect that this time he did not feel anything. His psychokinesis wandered around her dantian for a while and then continued to move forward. Could it be that he was too tired and misunderstood? After half an hour, Ning Xiuma was drenched in sweat under Ji Yinhuang's psychokinesis. The feeling of dizziness had completely disappeared. After waiting for Ji Yinhuang to finish his cultivation, she jumped up with a smile on her face. Your Highness is indeed capable. My cold is completely cured. She jumped up too quickly and accidentally tripped on the quilt. Her body tilted, and she threw herself into Ji Yinhuang's arms. Ji Yinhuang subconsciously opened his arms, not forgetting to tease her. She's throwing herself at me. Before she could finish her sentence, just as she was about to fall into his arms, Ning Xiuma's palm suddenly slapped forward, right on his chest. She used the momentum of this slap to twist her body, regaining her footing at an unexpected angle. He could even smell the faint fragrance of sweat on her body, but he hugged nothing but air. Instead, he received a palm strike on his chest. If it wasn't for his high level of martial arts, her palm strike would have knocked him down. His body swayed slightly. He looked at Ning Xiuma with a deep gaze. What kind of lightness skill did this little girl practice? Despite his vast knowledge and experience, he had never seen such a sight before. After Ning Xiuma steadied herself, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, when she suddenly received Ji Yinhuang's gaze, her heart skipped a beat. She was a special agent, so she had an instinctive aversion to anyone who approached her. That slap just now was purely an instinctive reaction, and her body acted before her brain. After finishing the action, she realized that she had gone overboard with her actions. She coughed and smiled. Xiuma lost her footing and almost fell onto Your Highness the Crown Prince. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Ji Yinhuang was speechless. Her slap was not rudeness. What kind of logic was that? This little girl's reaction speed was not ordinary. Moreover, she was subconsciously on guard against him. Chapter 78. Ning Xiuma felt somewhat apologetic towards him. If her slap had landed on a normal person, that person would have been sent flying. I'm sorry, Your Highness. It was Xiuma who was rude. I apologize. She sincerely bowed to him. Ji Yinhuang's eyes were deep as he looked at her for a moment before he sighed in disgust. Forget it. I won't lower myself to the same level as you. Just treat it as you owe me a favor. You're sweating all over? Quickly go and wash yourself. Just now, Ning Xiuma's entire body was drenched in sweat, soaking her gauze dress. Now that it was stuck to her body, it was sticky and uncomfortable. This crown prince was indeed misophobic. Just a moment ago, he was affectionate, but now his face was full of disgust. However, his expression made Ning Xiuma inwardly sigh in relief. This crown prince's expression was a little strange, giving her the illusion that he liked her. Now it seemed that she was just being paranoid. Although her mental age was already over 20 years old, her body was still only 13 years old. She was still a little lowly and was still at the age where she could play as she pleased. She still wanted to live a carefree life on this continent, so she did not want to repeatedly attract love debts and bring trouble to herself, especially when the other party was a crown prince with a high position and power. He was not someone she could afford to provoke. If he was really moved by her and wanted to take her as his wife or concubine, she really could not refuse. Even if she reluctantly refused, it would still be troublesome. Fortunately, she was just being paranoid. Ning Xiaoma smiled. Her smile was quite happy as she cheerfully waved her hand at him. Okay, I'll go wash up now. Your Highness, you should rest. Xiaoma will not disturb you. She opened the door and was about to leave. Ji Yunhuang glanced at her and suddenly felt that her smile was a little dazzling. He also jumped off the bed. Aren't you afraid of scaring the people in the Crown Prince's residence? That's true. After all, in the eyes of the Crown Prince's residence's attendants, she was taken away by Lord Liu. If she suddenly came out from the Crown Prince's palace, it would probably scare them. She blinked. Then what should I do? Your Highness, go out and order someone to bring in the bath water. Ji Yunhuang's voice was indifferent. This is my bedroom, not a bathroom. This Crown Prince was really fussy. Not only did he not allow her to go out, but he also did not allow her to send in the bath water. He even forced her to take a bath. What was she going to use to bathe? Dry cleaning? Or was it some kind of immortal cleansing spell? Could he be that godly? Ning Xiaoma shrugged. Then what does your Highness want me to do? Ji Yunhuang opened the door. This prince will take you there. He took the lead and walked out. Ning Xiaoma. She had no choice but to follow him. She had to trouble the Crown Prince to personally lead the way for her to take a bath. She really had a lot of face. Ever since Ji Yunhuang's return, the Crown Prince's residence had returned to normal. The maids and imperial bodyguards were busy with their duties. Ji Yunhuang brought her through the Crown Prince's residence. Along the way, they met many maids and guards. When these people saw Ji Yunhuang's figure from afar, they immediately knelt down and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Only when the two of them passed by did they dare to stand up. Naturally, some people saw Ning Xiaoma. Although everyone was surprised, no one dared to talk about it. Of course, no one dared to spread the news out of the Crown Prince's residence. Back then, the maid who served tea to the sixth prince, Ji Yunhao, was a living example of what would happen to her. After passing through 3 courtyards, 2 corridors, and a pond. Chapter 79. Ning Xiaoma was a little puzzled. It was just a bath. Was there a need for him to travel so far? Your Highness, the bathhouse in the Crown Prince's residence was built so far away. She quickened her pace and caught up with Ji Yunhuang. It's not a bathhouse, it's a hot spring. You were soaked in sweat just now, so you'll recover faster if you soak in a hot spring. There was a hot spring for her to soak in? Ning Xiaoma's eyes lit up. Ever since she came to this continent, she had always bathed in the bathtub. It was only last night in the river. It was not a comfortable bath. She had not soaked in a hot spring for a long time. She followed Ji Yunhuang through another courtyard and arrived in front of a small building. There were 3 big words on the building, disappearing earth spring. There were 4 maids standing in front of the building. When they saw Ji Yunhuang, they bowed. Your Highness. Ji Yunhuang only nodded slightly and walked forward. The 4 maids politely opened the door for him. Your Highness, everything is ready. Ji Yunhuang lifted his feet and walked inside. Ning Xiaoma naturally followed him. Miss, please wait outside. His Highness does not need anyone to serve him when he's bathing. The 4 maids stopped her. Ning Xiaoma raised her eyebrows. Who said that she wanted to serve the Crown Prince? Before she could say anything, Ji Yunhuang, who had already walked into the building, said without turning his head, "Let her in." Ning Xiaoma went in. The 4 maids looked at her back in surprise. Everyone knew that only the Crown Prince could enjoy the hot spring here. Even if other princes came and wanted to soak in it, they were not allowed to. There was also the Crown Prince's favorite sister, Ji Yunyao. She wanted to soak in the hot spring and begged the Crown Prince for a long time, but the Crown Prince did not agree. What was going on today? Ning Xiaoma finally saw the hot spring of this continent. When she saw it clearly, the corner of her mouth could not help but twitch. This hot spring, it's so small. The hot spring was round, and the sides of the pool were inlaid with various colored jade stones. The diameter was about 2 meters, and the water was more than 1 meter deep. There was steam rising from the surface of the water. The hot spring looked like a lotus flower bud. At the bottom of the hot spring, there were some round things that looked like pebbles. They looked very colorful and very charming. She tilted her head to observe the situation. Suddenly, she saw Ji Yanhuang taking off his clothes and was startled. His Highness the Crown Prince wants to soak as well. Didn't he say that he was going to soak for her? Ji Yanhuang had already taken off his outer robe. This prince will come here to soak in the water every day. Ning Xiumao. This bastard wanted to take a bath with her? She blurted out. This pool is too small. 2 people won't be able to soak in it. Ji Yanhuang had already rolled up his trousers. Hearing her words, he glanced at her and said, Do you think that this prince wants to bathe with you? Is that what you're trying to do? Although Ning Xiumao didn't say anything, her expression was clearly that way. In your dreams, the only person who can bathe with this prince is the crown princess. Ji Yanhuang had already stepped into the water barefoot, so his words were not polite at all. Ning Xiumao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's good. Fortunately, I'm not your highness's crown princess. Then your highness can soak first. I'll come back later. She turned around and walked out. The hot spring belonged to his family, so naturally, he had the final say. Did this prince say to soak first? Ji Yanhuang called out from behind her. Ning Xiumao turned around and looked at him. Big brother, you've already entered the water, so why aren't you soaking first? Why is he wearing clothes in the water? Why is he only rolling up his trousers? Watch this prince's actions. The way to soak in this hot spring is somewhat special. If this prince doesn't teach you, I'm afraid that you'll accidentally step on something and be scalded to death. Chapter 80. Ji Yanhuang stepped on the pebbles at the bottom of the hot spring, causing bubbles to appear in the water. Some were white, some were colorless, and some were colorful. These pebbles represent different elements and different temperatures. Your body is currently weak, so you can't step on the black pebbles at the bottom of the water, but you can step on half of the green pebbles. Ji Yanhuang began to teach him how to soak in the hot spring. Ning Xiumao's forehead was filled with countless black lines. It was just soaking in a hot spring. Why did it feel like soaking in a trap? Wasn't it tiring? You have to step on these stones according to your body's adaptability. You can't be too hasty. Ji Yanhuang taught her by example for a full 2 minutes. Ning Xiumao resisted the urge to yawn and nodded. Okay, no problem. She was an expert in traps, so it was not difficult for her to remember these steps. Only then did Ji Yanhuang get out of the water. He glanced at her worriedly. You have to remember what this prince said. Once you feel that something is wrong, immediately get out of the water or call for this prince. This prince will wait for you outside. Ning Xiumao had the urge to rub her eyebrows. It was just soaking the hot spring, so why did this prince make it seem like she was clearing a mind? She agreed very well, so Ji Yanhuang went out. Ning Xiumao waited for him to go out and closed the door before she began to undress. She knew that although this prince occasionally teased her, he was actually quite proud and upright. He should not be watching this little lowly bathe in the dark. Hot spring, I'm coming. I haven't soaked in you for a long time. The water splashed everywhere. She was already standing in the hot spring, but when she jumped in, she felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be a weak current in the hot spring. The water rippled, and there were countless thin, thread-like things that drilled into her body through her skin, causing her to shiver in an instant. What was worse was that half of her body was being drilled into by the warm current, while the other half was being drilled into by the icy current. Half of her body was red, while the other half was white. This hot spring was too strange. Ning Xiumao only felt that the blood in half of her body was boiling, while the blood in the other half of her body was congealing. She hurriedly lowered her head and found that her cold foot was stepping on a black stone. She quickly lifted her cold left foot, only to find that her whole body was burning. He looked down and saw that his right foot had stepped on a fiery red stone. Ji Yanhuang seemed to have said that she could not touch this fiery red stone. She quickly changed her footwork according to Ji Yanhuang's instructions. Once she had completely stabilized herself, she finally felt a lot more comfortable. After soaking for a while, she discovered the great benefits of soaking in this hot spring. The weak electric current in the hot spring seemed to be able to flow through her blood vessels, making her blood flow more smoothly. Not only was the dust on her body washed away, but the trash in her body was also taken away. What was even more amazing was that the temperature of the hot spring varied from time to time. As long as she stepped on the right stone, the hot spring water would automatically adjust according to her body's adaptability. Moreover, due to the stimulation of the water temperature and the weak electric current, the breath in her body would automatically adjust and flow more smoothly. While Ningxiuma was recuperating her body's functions, she was also practicing the internal strength from her previous life. She didn't care about psychokinesis, but she must have internal strength. This way, her body would be more agile, and she would have more ability to protect herself. She had her own set of internal strength training methods, and this small body was also very capable. It was a good seedling for cultivating internal strength. In just a short period of 10 days, her internal strength had already reached 20% of her previous life's level. She estimated that in less than a year, she would be able to recover her previous strength. Even if she couldn't walk unhindered in this continent, she would have no problem protecting herself. Chapter 81. Now that she was in the hot spring, she felt that the inner energy in her body was running vigorously. It was twice as fast as normal cultivation. Ningxiuma's heart was filled with joy. Naturally, she wouldn't miss this kind of good opportunity to cultivate. In any case, after washing her body, she began to sit in the water and cultivate. Slowly, she calmed her heart and closed her eyes. She was about to cultivate when she suddenly sensed something and opened her eyes. Then she was stunned. She did not know when, but there was a person sitting and floating in front of her. It was a man that she did not know how to describe. Only his upper body was exposed in the water, but his upper body was already dazzling. His hair was like seaweed wriggling in the water. His skin was like jade, warm and radiant in the water. His long eyelashes were like fans, and his perfectly curved lips were slightly pursed. Under the reflection of the waves, his body seemed to be covered with a faint halo of Buddha's light. The bright moon in the sea has tears, and the warm jade in the blue field gives off smoke. The moment Ningxiuma saw him, the first thing that came to her mind were these 2 lines of a poem. Then she was shocked. She resisted the urge to scream. She clenched her fingers in the water and shouted, "Who are you? When did you come in?" The hot spring was so small and so clear that she could see the bottom. If this person was hiding here, it was impossible that she did not know. Then, where did he come from? And he was so quiet that she did not notice him beforehand. The person opposite her still had his eyes closed. He looked lazy and calm, and he seemed to be enjoying himself. Even the posture of his hands did not change. Because the hot spring was too small, the distance between the person and Ningxiuma was less than a foot. Ningxiuma was short. If she did not float in the hot spring, only her head would be exposed. However, the person was half exposed, and he was still sitting. Ningxiuma saw his beautifully curved collarbone and beautiful chin. At such a close distance, she could hear his breathing. The hairs on Ningxiuma's body suddenly stood up. She could not sense the other party's breathing. He was like a perfect jade carving. His chest was obviously moving up and down. "Hey, you." Ningxiuma extended her hand, wanting to pat his shoulder. However, she didn't expect that her palm would pass through his body without a sound. Then, there was a faint flash of light, and the man actually disappeared. "Ghost! Ghost!" Ningxiuma almost trembled. She stepped on empty air and gulped down a large mouthful of her own bathwater. She quickly stood up and looked again. The surroundings were completely silent. There was no one else around. Did she really see a ghost? No, that person did not give her the feeling of a ghost, but a 3-dimensional figure. Could it be a 4-dimensional figure? How could there be such an advanced thing in this era? Even in the technologically advanced modern era, it wasn't as realistic as this. Naturally, she had a lot of scientific knowledge. She immediately looked at the corresponding projection area, but she couldn't see any similar equipment. She thought, G Yin Wang, G Yin Xian thought. Or maybe there was a magnetic field here, so the illusion of a person bathing here was unintentionally left behind. She heard that only Ji and Huang could come here. Who was this person? Was it Ji and Huang's slave? No, this person's aura was not ordinary. Even if Ji and Huang's aura was equally strong, it was obvious that he was not on the same level. Chapter 82. This kind of person would definitely not have sex. Was he Ji and Huang's lover? Didn't Ji and Huang not wear short sleeves? Ning Xuema thought of countless possibilities and rejected them one by one. She was puzzled. She had always been bold. Although she was puzzled by the sudden appearance and disappearance of the man, she would not give up the idea of soaking in the hot spring. This kind of hot spring was not something that could be soaked all the time. She closed her eyes and was about to circulate her inner energy when the man's strange sitting posture and hand gestures flashed in her mind. Could it be that it was the secret to cultivating psychokinesis? Ning Xuema simply imitated the man's posture, half floating and half sitting. She clenched one hand into a fist and the other hand into a fist with her middle finger pointing upwards. Suddenly, she felt that there was an aura that was different from her inner energy coming from her lower abdomen. It slowly joined the flow, and wherever it went, it felt warm. Her meridians felt as if they had been cleansed by warm water. It was very comfortable and comfortable. However, this aura was very weak and faintly discernible. She could not move it even if she wanted to. Her heart skipped a beat. Could this be the so-called psychokinesis? She closed her eyes and used her inner vision to examine her body. In a trance, she seemed to see a touch of soft, twig-like green slowly extending and flowing in her blood vessels. It was like the new green of a willow branch in spring, fresh and lively. The hot spring water around her seemed to have sensed the unusual aura in her body. A weak current flowed in her body and gathered towards the green branch. The green branch began to flow faster and faster. It moved forward inch by inch and spread inch by inch. That feeling was very strange. It was as if she suddenly saw a flower blooming in her body. It was novel and exciting. She felt as if she saw a small river full of vitality flowing. As it flowed forward, flowers bloomed on both sides of the river. Her mind was also running along with it. All of a sudden, a patch of darkness appeared in front of them. The river flowed straight into the boundless darkness and quickly disappeared without a trace. Ning Xuema's mind was shocked. Her body trembled, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She felt hot blood surging in her chest. She was impatient, and she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body swayed, and she almost fell down. She hurriedly grabbed a stake to steady herself. Ning Xuema, are you okay? A voice rang out. Ning Xuema raised her head and saw Ji and Huang standing not far from the hot spring. Damn, when did he come in? She hurriedly squatted down and only showed her head. It's okay. You can go out first. I'll be done soon. Ji and Huang heaved a sigh of relief. He crossed his arms and said with a smile that was not a smile, What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that this prince will take advantage of you? With your small body, there's no difference between your front and back. What's there to see? Even if you invite Ben Wang to look, Ben Wang doesn't want to look. Then he walked out. This girl had been soaking in the hot spring for a full quarter of an hour. He was afraid that something would happen to her, so he called her a few times outside the door. She didn't answer, so he recklessly rushed in to take a look. This hot spring was very special. Moreover, it wasn't natural. Instead, it was created by the ancestor when he was resting in the crown prince's residence 10 years ago. It was said that it was connected to the geothermal energy of 1,000 feet deep. It had the effect of strengthening one's physique. The hot spring water had a source of psychokinesis. If one cultivated psychokinesis in it, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, it was not easy for people to enter the hot spring. Even for Ji and Wang, when he first entered the hot spring, he only lasted for half an hour before coming out. Chapter 83. That was why he gave Ning Xuema a maximum of 15 minutes. He thought that she would be able to come out in less than 5 minutes. But he did not expect that not only did she stay inside for a full hour, she even seemed to have fallen asleep. When he went in just now, her eyes were closed, and she looked like she was asleep. He remembered the first time he soaked in this place. Because he was not used to it, the psychokinesis in his body flowed too quickly, and his face was as red as a tomato. However, her face was pink and tender, and he could not see anything wrong with it. Could it be that a psychokinesis trash would not feel uncomfortable in this place? Or could it be that her body was special and she was not affected by this hot spring? Or could it be that she was a special genius? He suddenly became very interested in retesting Ning Xiuma's psychokinesis. Not long after, Ning Xiuma came out. She had changed into a light yellow muslin dress. Her black hair was dripping wet and draped over her shoulders. Coupled with her bright eyes and bright red lips, she looked indescribably fresh and adorable. Ji and Huang suddenly had an impulse to hug her. But with this girl's temperament, she would definitely not let him hug her. He did not know why, but he felt a little disappointed. Ning Xiuma asked casually, "Your Highness, who else has used this hot spring before?" Ji and Huang frowned slightly. "Why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing. Did your Highness find any illusions or anything like that in there?" "No." Ji and Huang answered with certainty. "Did you hallucinate while soaking in the hot spring? What did you see?" It was not a hallucination, right? That scene was too real. But Ji and Huang had never seen it before. Was she lucky or was she hallucinating? Ji and Huang thought that she was tired from soaking in the hot spring and could not help but ask her to return to his palace to rest. He would naturally return after soaking in the hot spring. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but want to laugh. Today, this crown prince was really long-winded. She reached out and patted his shoulder. "Your Highness, you're not Xiuma's husband, so you don't need to be so detailed." She smiled and left. Ji and Huang was stunned. Husband? What was husband? This girl had a lot of strange words in her mouth. He did not know where she learned them from. However, she actually found him nagging. Who didn't know that he, the crown prince, was a straightforward person? However, he seemed to be a little long-winded today. Was he possessed? Inside the imperial palace of Chongkong, country Luhin Ti sat in the imperial study, feeling a little restless. He had the most outstanding and perfect son, but he could not understand his son's temperament. He looked gentle and refined, but in reality, he was emotionless and had no desires. He would never be bound by any emotions. Luhin Ti felt that this was the most outstanding trait of an emperor, so he also hoped that his son could maintain this trait and become a wise emperor that would be passed down through the ages. However, he did not expect that such an outstanding son would be fascinated by a little girl and make many exceptions for her. What was worse was that the little girl was not only a good-for-nothing, but also a concubine who had broken off the engagement with Old Sixth. In the tea house, he openly confronted Old Sixth and even brought him back to the mansion. Stirring up a storm in the city, his son was the most outstanding. He did not want to see any imperfections in his son. He did not want any stains on his son, so he used all kinds of methods to erase that stain. This morning, he finally received the news that he wanted. Only then did he let Ji Yin Huang go and sleep in peace. He did not expect that he would dream of Ning Xiuma's father, Marquis Jingyuan, Ning Zhongzi. Chapter 84. When Luhin Ti was a prince, he had fought on the battlefield, and Ning Zhongzi was his right-hand man. Ning Zhongzi had once carried him out of a pile of corpses regardless of his own safety, risked his life many times to save him, and even sacrificed his first child for him. When Luhin Ti was a prince, the conflict between the brothers was fierce, and there were countless open and covert struggles. Ning Zhongzi played a decisive role in his battle for the throne. For him to win the world, Ning Zhongzi racked his brains. It could be said that without Ning Zhongzi, there would be no Luhin Ti today. It was also because of this that Luhin Ti betrothed Ning Xiuma to one of his sons, even though he knew she was a waste. It was a kind of comfort. Luhin Ti and Ning Zhongzi were no longer simple monarchs and ministers, but friends who had gone through life and death together. This time, he had no choice but to hurt his daughter so miserably. Luhin Ti actually felt a little guilty, but for the sake of his son's perfect reputation, he had no choice but to do so. In this dream, Ning Zhongzi seemed to have just come back from the battlefield, with a bloody smell, standing in a cloud, looking at him without speaking, but there was a faint condemnation and disappointment in his eyes. Luhin Ti felt a little guilty in his dream, but he didn't know what to say. Just as he was about to ask him a few questions, he didn't expect Madame Ning to rush out from behind Ning Zhongzhou with disheveled hair. Fatuous ruler, why do you treat my daughter like this? Isn't it enough that you kill my son? Where is your conscience when you treat her like this? Return my daughter's innocence. Give her justice. Madame Ning's voice was as shrill as a ghost, and Lu Hinti was frightened and woke up. When he woke up, he was covered in cold sweat, and then he felt uneasy until now. The eunuch outside reported that the sixth prince had asked to see him. Lu Hinti ordered him to come in. Ji Yunhao first paid his respects to Lu Hinti, and then made an unexpected request to Lu Hinti. He wanted to take Dai Chong, who was already dead, as his first wife, and Ning Xiuma, who was also dead, as his second wife. Lu Hinti looked at him like he was looking at a lunatic. Hu Daichong is one thing, but why do you want to take Ning Xiuma as your concubine? Didn't you always hate her and think of ways to break off this engagement? If it weren't for this brat publicly humiliating Ning Xiuma in the square and forcing her to break off the engagement, how could all these things have happened? This brat was the real culprit. Ji Yunhao had already thought of an excuse. Imperial father, although the son somewhat dislikes her, she's still Marquis Ning's daughter. She's a loyal descendant. If we let her die silently like this, the imperial family won't do anything. I'm afraid that the common people will talk about it, and the other loyal officials will be bitterly disappointed. Why don't you let me take her in and give her status? It will also show the grace of our imperial family. So you're saying that you're doing this for the sake of the royal family's reputation? This son is ashamed, but being able to share some of imperial father's worries is also good. Lu Hinti suddenly sneered. If you really wanted to share my worries, then you wouldn't have set up such a vicious scheme to frame the Ning family's little girl. As an emperor, he had been rolling around in conspiracies and intrigues all year round. How could he not see through the schemes of the younger generation? When he said that Ning Xiuma was having an affair, it was obvious that he had wronged her. Ji Yunhao lowered his head. That matter really wasn't this son's doing. Even if he didn't do it, you still knew about it. Was it that girl who died, Chong? Lu Hinti's words hit the nail on the head. Ji Yunhao knew that he couldn't hide it from his imperial father, so he lowered his head even more. This son only knew about it afterwards. Chapter 85. What a good excuse. Didn't she tell you immediately after she did it? Otherwise, how could you have caught her in the act? How could you make the best of it? Lu Hinti was not easy to fool. Ji Yunhao did not dare to refute. I know I was wrong, so I wanted to compensate her. Lu Hinti did not speak for a long time. Suddenly, he asked, what happened to Li Sanlang? Wasn't he a playboy? How could he not touch her? After the incident, I secretly investigated. That guy was indeed a playboy. Logically speaking, Ning Xiuma should not have been able to escape. But according to his confession, he was also a little dizzy that night. When he saw a girl beside him, he really did want to do it. But later, I don't know what happened, but he inexplicably fainted. When he woke up, I had already brought people to break in. Lu Hinti's heart moved. Li Sanlang would not have fainted for no reason. Could it be that someone was secretly protecting Ning Xiuma? But who would protect her? If they really wanted to protect her, they would not have let her make a fool of herself in the square, right? His mind involuntarily thought of Marquis Jingyuano. His heart jumped. Could it be that his heroic spirit was not extinguished and was secretly protecting his daughter? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Recalling the dream where Madame Ning's hair was disheveled and she wanted to fight with him, he secretly shivered. In any case, Ning Xiuma was already dead. She would not tarnish the reputation of his most outstanding son. Perhaps he should help her restore her innocence and restore her reputation. While he was thinking, someone outside reported that His Highness the Crown Prince and Marshal who were requesting an audience. Lu Hinti's eyes flashed. Everyone who should be here was here. Ji and Huang and Marshal who came in together. Ji and Huang was accompanied by a boy. When Ji and Huang met the emperor, he would occasionally bring people with him. It was also Lu Hinti's permission, so no one paid attention to him. Marshal who naturally came to seek justice for his daughter who had suddenly died. As soon as he came in, He cried bitterly and begged the emperor to redress his daughter's injustice. Lu Henti secretly shot a glance at Ji Yanhuang. Ji Yanhuang stood there expressionlessly and did not seem to have any intention of denouncing him. Lu Henti secretly heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was inexplicably afraid of his son. He took out Ning Xiuma's confession and suicide note from the desk and handed them to General Hu. General Hu took a quick glance and then prostrated himself on the ground in grief and indignation. He begged Lu Henti to severely punish the murderer and avenge his daughter. Lu Henti waited for him to finish his speech before saying calmly, "Ning Xiuma is indeed guilty of harming Miss Ning Xiuma, but your daughter also framed Ning Xiuma first. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Now that Ning Xiuma has committed suicide as an apology, let's forget about this matter." General Hu was not convinced. "Your Majesty, my daughter is gentle and virtuous. When has she ever harmed Ning Xiuma?" Lu Henti threw him a few confessions. "Dear Marshal Hu, take a look at them yourself." He then added, "Because the venerable emperor was also involved in this matter, I also investigated thoroughly." The confessions were written by the guards that Hu Daichang had secretly sent to drug Ning Xiuma. They wrote down clearly what Hu Daichang had ordered them to do and how she had paid them. After all, Hu Daichang was a young girl who had not experienced many things. It was inevitable that she would be negligent in doing such immoral things. It did not matter if no one investigated, but if someone really investigated, there was nothing that couldn't be found. Moreover, the minister of the Supreme Court was a famous expert in handling cases. If he led people to investigate, they would naturally find the truth. General Hu still wanted to exonerate his daughter. Chapter 86. General Hu still wanted to exonerate his daughter, but Lu Henti added, "If Minister Hu doesn't believe me, those criminals are still being held in the Supreme Court. Minister Lan of the Supreme Court has several pieces of evidence, enough to prove that your daughter is the mastermind behind this case." General Hu choked and was speechless. No one doubted the ability of the Supreme Court's Minister Lan Yufeng. He was comparable to the famous Bao Qingtian. No difficult case could not be solved in his hands. Moreover, he was impartial and selfless, not giving face to anyone. He only asked about the case and did not look at the person. In his hands, there had never been a case of injustice. Since it was his investigation, General Hu really had nothing to say. What's more, he knew his daughter's true temperament. Because she was poor when she was young, she hated Ning Xiuma the most. She hated Ning Xiuma to the point of wanting to kill her. It was entirely possible that she would plot against her in secret. He could only say, "Your Majesty, my daughter did indeed make a mistake, but that was because she was impulsive. She did not harm Ning Xiuma's life, but instead died in her hands. Thinking about it, my daughter suffered a loss. Forget it. Ning Xiuma is after all the daughter of Marquis Jingyuan, and Marquis Jingyuan has promoted this humble subject. For the sake of Marquis Jingyuan, this humble subject will not pursue Ning Xiuma." At this time, he could only show his magnanimity. Lu Henti secretly let out a sigh of relief and glanced at General Hu. Right now, he was his right-hand man, so he could not let him be too bitterly disappointed. It is good that General Hu is so reasonable. Zhen is relieved. How about this? Zhen cannot let your daughter suffer too much, so Zhen will let Yun Hao take your daughter as his official consort. Although Ning Xiuma was also at fault, her crimes are gone. Old Sixth also wronged her, so let Old Sixth also take her as his concubine. They were once good sisters, but because of some misunderstandings, they ended up like this. Now that they are both Old Six's wives and concubines, I hope they can smile and forget their enmity in the netherworld and be good sisters again. Lu Henti deserved to be called the Emperor. His method of playing with people was brilliant. His method of giving a sweet date after a slap had reached the point of perfection. Even the victim, General Hu, couldn't say anything else after hearing his last words. He was very grateful. In any case, his daughter was already dead. It would be good to win her the title of Princess Consort. After all, that girl's surname Ning was destined to be a concubine. Even if she died, she would have to bow down to his daughter. Ji Yunhao didn't have any objections. Ning Xiuma's figure flashed through his mind. That little girl was his in the end. Even if she died, she would be his concubine and wouldn't belong to anyone else. This kind of ending was actually quite good. He bowed and was about to agree when Ji and Huang, who had been watching from the side, suddenly said, "Wait, Imperial Father, there's something fishy about this matter. We can't just let it go like this." Lu Hinti and Ji Yunhao stared blankly at him. Lu Hinti frowned slightly. "Huang, this matter is already so clear. What other fishy things are there?" Ji and Huang shook the testimonial and suicide note in his hand and said indifferently, "Hu Daichang did indeed frame Ning Xiuma, but her death has nothing to do with Ning Xiuma." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Lu Hinti said, "Huang, our Imperial Father knows that you have always been fair and selfless. You don't want a little girl to be wronged, so you protect her. However, her testimonial and suicide note is clearly written here. If you continue to say this, it's a little." Chapter 87. This suicide note and confession aren't hers. Ji and Wang interrupted Lu Hinti. "At first glance, this handwriting looks very similar, but it can't escape my eyes. These things are clearly written by someone who imitated her handwriting. If Imperial Father doesn't believe me, you can summon Lord Lan and let him verify the authenticity of these things." Lu Hinti was speechless. He didn't expect that the suicide note and confession would be forged. At this time, he naturally couldn't refute his son. He could only send someone to summon Lan Yufeng from the Supreme Court. Not long after, Lan Yufeng quickly walked into the imperial study. After greeting everyone present, Lu Hinti directly handed over Ning Xiuma's confession and suicide note to him for verification. Ji and Huang was obviously prepared. He also handed over the purchase list that Ning Xiuma usually wrote. Lan Yufeng looked at it for a moment and said with certainty that the confession and suicide note were fake. Lu Hinti's expression was very ugly. He didn't expect that the Ministry of Justice would dare to give him a fake confession. He immediately sent someone to summon the Minister of Justice. When the Minister of Justice, Lord Lu, arrived and heard Lu Hinti's interrogation, he also cried out that he was wrongly accused. He said that the confession was personally presented by someone from the prison. The crime of deceiving the monarch was no small matter. Thus, the imperial guards were ordered to capture the 4 prison guards from the Ministry of Justice's prison. The 4 prison guards had already prepared a confession that day. They said that the suicide note and confession were personally interrogated by Tu Yidao and that they were only responsible for handing it over. Tu Yidao had already drowned. As for Ning Xiuma, the 4 prison guards insisted that they had already burned her corpse under Tu Yidao's orders. Since these confessions were fake, then Hu Jiechang's murderer might not be Ning Xiuma. Lu Hinti could only reprimand the Minister of Justice, Lord Lu, and then transfer the case to the Supreme Court Chancellor, giving him a deadline to solve the case. Lu Hinti was also tired. Just as he was about to order everyone to kneel down, Ji and Huang stepped forward and said, "Imperial Father, there's no need for Minister Lan to set a time limit to solve this case. This son has already secretly investigated this matter. I can get to the bottom of this matter right now." Ji Yunhao's expression changed slightly. Lu Hinti's heart stirred. He looked at Ji and Huang and asked, "What do you want to do?" Ji and Huang said, "Imperial Father, please move to Wumen. There are a bunch of evidence and witnesses regarding Miss Hu's death there. When we get there, Aken, Imperial Father, will be able to find out the truth." Lu Hinti frowned slightly. He had already achieved his goal. He didn't really care about the real cause of Hu Jiechang's death. However, since the matter had developed to this point, he could only continue with the investigation. Ji Yunhao stepped forward and said, "Imperial Father, since there is something fishy about this case, I'm afraid that it won't be solved in a short period of time. Why don't we hand over this case and the witnesses to Minister Lan? After Minister Lan has finished his investigation, he will give Imperial Father an explanation. Why bother Imperial Father to personally go there?" These words were said in a dignified manner. Lu Hinti deeply agreed. He was the emperor. If he personally presided over the case, it would be beneath his status. He was about to agree. Ji Huang had already bowed and said, "Imperial Father, this matter implicates Miss Ning's reputation. It also implicates the cause of Marshal Hu's beloved daughter's death. For the sake of Marquis Jingyuan and General Hu, please personally oversee the case. This case isn't complicated. Imperial Father will quickly understand." Since Ji Huang had already said this, General Hu was also anxious to find out the real culprit behind his daughter's death. He also added a few sentences and requested Lu Hinti to preside over the case. Lu Hinti had no choice but to agree. Ji Yunhao's eyes flashed slightly. He stood up and said, "Imperial Father, this son still has matters to attend to today. I will take my leave first." Chapter 88. Before he could finish speaking, Ji Huang smiled and interrupted him. "Six brother, this matter is somewhat related to you. After all, those two women are more or less related to you. Don't tell me you don't want to find the real culprit behind Hu Jiechang's death?" Ji Yunhao's hand was held by Ji Huang, and he was unable to free himself. He could only smile. "Of course I want to, but I have something urgent to deal with. Don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. The truth will come to light within an hour." Ji Yunhao didn't have anything else to say and could only follow along. The others naturally followed behind them, and they quickly arrived at the Meridian Gate. Outside the Meridian Gate, there were already a few people waiting in the side hall. When they saw the emperor, they all knelt down to welcome him. Those people were the best coroners in the vast sky country. These were not the strangest things. The strangest thing was that there was a coffin in the side hall. When General Hu saw the coffin, he stared blankly for a moment. Suddenly, he rushed forward and pushed open the coffin to take a look. His face was as heavy as iron as he looked at Ji Huang. "Crown Prince, why did you bring my daughter's coffin here?" His daughter's coffin was clearly placed in the Marshal's mansion's morning hall. Ji Huang glanced at him and said concisely, "General, don't you want to know the truth behind your daughter's death?" His words made General Hu shut his mouth. He was still extremely wary of this crown prince. Ji Yunhao, who was standing to the side, looked at Ji Huang with a deep gaze. He did not expect that Ji Huang would secretly accomplish so many things in such a short time. Didn't this crown prince return to his mansion immediately after leaving the palace? It seems like he ordered someone to do it. Ji Yunhao secretly sent people to observe the movements in the crown prince's mansion, but his people did not find out anything. Looking at his imperial father's expression, it was obvious that he did not know either. It seems like the power behind his third brother's back was very deep. Ji Yunhao's face was slightly pale, and his fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned white. Although his heart was somewhat flustered, he could not say anything. His gaze turned and suddenly fell on the child that Ji Huang brought in. The child had a small and thin stature, and he stood behind Ji Huang. Ever since he came in, he had been quiet and well-behaved, as if he was invisible. His presence was very low, and almost no one noticed him. Ji Yunhao hadn't noticed it at first, but now that he saw it, his heart suddenly stirred. He faintly felt that this child's figure was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Ji Huang often had some strange people by his side. Furthermore, Ji Yunhao was already feeling uneasy, so he only glanced at the child once before shifting his gaze away. That manservant had his head slightly lowered the entire time, but he seemed to have sensed Ji Yunhao's gaze. At this moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, faintly revealing a trace of a smile. It was unknown whether it was ridicule or ridicule. Ji Yunhao looked at the coffin and frowned. "Young miss whose precious body, how can it be exposed in front of others like this? Third brother's actions are too rash." Even Ji Yunhuang's voice was indifferent. "This case is a murder case, and it even implicated Marquis Jingyuan's orphan daughter. Naturally, this is no small matter. If the imperial court did not get to the bottom of this, how could they face the spirit of Marquis Jingyuan? Are you worthy of the people's trust in the imperial court?" These words once again left Ji Yunhao speechless. Lu Hinti tried to smooth things over. "Since this is to investigate the truth behind young Miss Hu's death, General Hu should not be too concerned about this matter. All right, Huang, Where's your so-called truth? Chapter 89. Ji and Huang beckoned General Hu to come closer to the coffin. General Hu, please take a look. Is your daughter's current appearance the same as when she was killed? General Hu had already seen it clearly and nodded. Correct. His daughter's eyes were wide open and her small mouth was slightly open. There was a thin blade in her chest, right above her heart. Ji Yunhao coldly interrupted. There was a blade in Dai Shang's chest. This is the fatal wound. And this blade is very similar to the one Ning Xiuma used. Ji and Huang ignored him and called the coroner forward. Examine the body. The coroner was worthy of being called a gold medal coroner. His movements were swift and nimble. He first carefully examined the corpse's face. Then his hands quickly moved over the corpse. First, he pulled out the blade and looked at the wound on the corpse. Then he looked at the blade in his hand and said, "There's not much blood around the wound. The flesh is red and dark." He said a string of terms and finally said, "From the above points, it can be inferred that this blade was inserted after the victim was killed. The wound here is not the fatal wound. A stone raises 1,000 ripples." Everyone's face slightly changed. General Hu clenched his fists tightly. He also went forward to examine the wound. The characteristics were indeed the same as what the coroner said. Since this wound is not the fatal wound, then where is the fatal wound? General Hu's voice was like ice. The coroner examined for a while and thought for a moment. Suddenly, his finger gently touched the hair on Hu Daishang's forehead. After carefully sensing it, his eyes suddenly lit up. "It's here." General Hu also carefully looked. That place was originally the place where the hair grew. He did not see anything unusual. "General Hu, please use 30% of your psychokinesis to absorb it." The coroner saluted. Although General Hu was full of doubts, he still followed the coroner's instructions and placed his hand on his daughter's hair. A moment later, a strand of 3 strands of hair was pulled out by General Hu inch by inch from Dai Chang's hair. That strand of hair was covered in blood and was nearly a foot long. It laid horizontally on General Hu's palm and looked very shocking. And at the place where Hu Daishang pulled out the hair, a line of blood slowly flowed out. Without the coroner saying anything, everyone knew that this strand of hair was the fatal wound that killed Hu Daishang. She could actually kill people with such soft hair. Such soft hair had penetrated nearly a foot deep into the deceased's head, directly destroying the vital parts of the deceased's head, but it was not visible from the outside. What a brilliant and insidious way of killing. It seemed that the person who did this was not only a psychokinesis expert, but also a meticulous person. Ji and Huang looked at Le Hin Ti and said, "Imperial Father, this thing is the real culprit behind Hu Jiechang's death. It must be a psychokinesis master who is close to the head of the deceased and suddenly exerts force to produce this effect. As for Ning Xiuma, we all know that she doesn't have psychokinesis. Can this prove that she is innocent?" Lu Hinti didn't say anything, but Ji Yunhao snorted again. This only proves that she didn't act directly. What if she secretly sent an expert? After all, Daichang hasn't offended anyone yet, and Ning Xiuma just received 2,000 taels of gold from this prince, so she can hire someone to kill. After this explanation, everyone couldn't help but nod, feeling that it made sense. Ji and Huang chuckled. What Six Brothers said is not impossible. But Six Brothers seems to have forgotten something. To be able to use this method to kill, there must be 2 conditions. Chapter 90. First, to get close to Hu Daichang when she least expected it. Second, the person who did it must have a psychokinesis of at least human realm rank 7. In vast Sky Empire, there are only a handful of people with such high psychokinesis, and they are all talented people with high positions. Would such a person kill someone for 1 or 2,000 taels of gold? Taking a step back, even if there is such a person who only covets money and doesn't want to be an official, Ning Xiuma had already spent 1,500 taels of gold before she met Hu Daichang. She only has 500 taels left. Even if she took it all out, who would risk being chased by the entire vast Sky Empire to assassinate a marshal's daughter for 500 taels of gold? Everyone was stumped by this question. Lan Yufeng, the official from the Supreme Court, also said in a low voice, According to what I know, if any telekinesis experts above the 7th level of the vast sky empire work as assassins, they're all in the most famous assassin organization, the Blood Oath Alliance. The lowest reward for their missions is 2,800 taels of gold per mission. If they assassinate a marshal's daughter, the reward should be higher. Lan Yufeng was very clear about the affairs of the various sects in vast sky empire, so no one would doubt his words. Lu Hinti nodded. It seems that Ning Xuema hired someone to kill her daughter is not valid. Then who is the real murderer? Huanger, didn't you say that you've almost finished investigating? Ji and Huang bowed and said, Imperial Father, before that, please allow the boy beside me to do an experiment for everyone. Everyone's gaze landed on the boy who had been following Ji Yun Huang all this time. The boy looked to be around 11 or 12 years old. His body was small and thin, and his face seemed to be wearing a mask. He was stiff and expressionless. He had been quietly standing by Ji Yun Huang's side the whole time, but now he slowly walked out. Lu Hinti glanced at him, but didn't find it strange. Ji Yun Huang often had all kinds of strange people around him, and there was no lack of boys among them. As long as it wasn't harmful to the imperial family, Lu Hinti would turn a blind eye to it. At this moment, his gaze fell on the boy. What kind of experiment do you want to do for everyone? The boy said, experiment with a safe distance. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ji Yun Hao. The distance between them was about 3 feet. Ji Yun Hao jumped in fright and subconsciously took a big step back. What are you doing? The boy ignored him and turned around again. He stopped in front of the Supreme Court Chancellor Lan Yufeng and the Assistant Minister Liu of the Ministry of Justice. They were less than 4 feet apart. Those people also subconsciously retreated, putting some distance between them and him. Only then did the boy stop. Your Majesty, as you can see, I'm a stranger to these people. If a stranger comes within 3 feet of me, I will subconsciously avoid them. Only when I am 4 feet away will I feel more at ease. This statement was novel to these people, but it was also very effective. His experiment was right in front of them. Everyone thought about how they usually acted when they interacted with other people and nodded. The boy continued. Miss was killed by someone in front of her. Moreover, to use this kind of martial arts, he had to first press his hand near her forehead and then make a move when she least expected it. The distance between them was less than an arm's length. Who could be so close to Miss Hu and catch her off guard? Everyone thought about this distance and then thought about the distance between themselves and the people around them. Because this case clearly showed that Ning Xuema had nothing to do with it, Lord Liu, who was in charge of arresting Ning Xuema, was very uncertain. At this time, he was also anxious to make a contribution, so he immediately replied, It's a lover, wife, concubine, or child. Chapter 91. The boy nodded. That's right. Only the person closest to her would be able to get close to her and catch her off guard. Miss Hu is still unmarried and naturally has no children. Thus, the only possibility is that she is a lover. This kind of inference obviously had a hidden meaning. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the 6th prince, Ji Yun Hao. He was Hu Jiechang's lover and had a psychokinesis above level 7. Who else could it be other than Ji Yun Hao? General Hu's eyes were almost spitting fire as he stared at Ji Yun Hao. 6th prince, how do you explain this? Ji Yun Hao's face was slightly pale, but he couldn't help but sneer. He's talking nonsense. Hu Jiechang's psychokinesis is average. Anyone with a high psychokinesis can get close to her. If such an expert instantly got close to her and took the opportunity to attack, she wouldn't be able to escape. The boy smiled. The 6th prince's explanation is reasonable, but the 6th prince seems to have forgotten one thing. Come. Everyone could take a look at Miss Hu's expression before she died. He pulled Lan Yufeng closer to the coffin. Lord Lan often deals with cases and has seen many expressions of the victims before they died. Lord Lan, please take a look at Miss Hu's expression. Lan Yufeng looked at it for a moment and commented, It's an expression of shock and disbelief. In Lord Lan's opinion, if the victim saw a stranger attacking her, would she be shocked and disbelieving or fearful? Fearful. Lan Yufeng replied. He pondered for a moment. Miss Hu's expression before she died proves that the person who killed her was someone she was familiar with. Moreover, she would never have thought that the other party would attack her. The boy clapped his hands. That's it. Then I don't need to point out who the murderer is, right? Which one of the people present wasn't a clever person? They naturally understood after thinking about it. Their gazes towards Ji Yunhao were full of suspicion and condemnation. General Hu clenched his fists again and again. Suddenly, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lu Hinti. Your Majesty, my daughter died unjustly. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for my daughter. Lu Hinti's face also sank. Old Six, what's going on? Ji Yunhao clenched his fists in his sleeves. I'm innocent. Father, even if I meet all the conditions, what's the reason for me to kill her? She and I are in love with each other. I can't wait to pamper her. So how can I bear to kill her? There is something fishy about this matter. Father, please investigate this matter. Lu Hinti nodded slightly. He also felt that what Ji Yunhao said was reasonable. His gaze couldn't help but fall on the boy. Fairy Child's deduction is naturally irrefutable, but Old Sixth really has no reason to kill Hu Daichang. He came here today to ask you to make Hu Daichang his official consort. He has deep feelings for her, so why would he kill her? This matter cannot be justified. Lu Xian Emperor was already very polite to the boy. On this continent, no one dared to look down on the boy. This was especially true for the clever, and mysterious children who had special abilities. Many of these children were disciples of the venerable sovereign, so their status was noble, and they were treated even better than the first-rank ministers of various countries. Occasionally, a boy would appear by Ji Yunhuang's side, and these boys were all from the Sun Moon sect. When Ning Xiuma cried out for justice in the public square, she had alarmed the venerable sovereign, and the venerable sovereign had sent a boy to uphold justice. Could it be that the venerable sovereign still hadn't forgotten about that little girl, and specially sent a boy to investigate this case? Lu Hinti's heart suddenly became nervous. Chapter 92. Lu Hinti's heart suddenly became nervous. With this boy here, even if he wanted to be biased, he wouldn't dare. Lu Hinti looked at the boy with a complicated gaze. The boy didn't seem to notice as he faintly smiled. His face was covered by a mask, so even when he smiled, his face was expressionless. However, everyone felt that his smile was actually quite good-looking and very likable. Ji Yunhao's heart felt as if it was hooked by a hook. He suddenly felt that this smile was very familiar. Just as he was about to think about it, the boy's next words struck him like a bolt of lightning. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you can ask the midwives to come on stage. A midwife was a woman who specialized in helping women deliver babies and take care of miscarriages. These people had rich experience in childbirth. A high-level midwife could accurately determine a woman's pregnancy by observing the size and shape of the pregnant woman's belly. Ji Yunhuang was clearly well prepared. After obtaining Lu Hinti's approval, he sent someone to find the midwives who had been waiting outside the palace. The two women who came in were the most famous midwives in Chongkong country. One of them had even helped a concubine in the palace give birth before. Under Ji Yunhuang's instructions, the two midwives went forward to carefully examine Hu Daichang. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the two midwives replied with certainty, Miss Hu is already around 50 days pregnant. The other midwife was even more specific. Around 49 days. When the two midwives said the date, everyone's expression changed. General Hu was stunned for a moment before he suddenly roared. Nonsense. How can it be around 50 days? The boy smiled faintly. If Miss Hu's child is the sixth prince's, then it can't be around 50 days pregnant. Because the sixth prince had some matters to attend to 2 months ago and only returned a month ago. In other words, if the child was Ji Yunhao's, then the child was either 2 months pregnant or less than a month old. There was only one possibility for this to happen. This miss who had an affair during this period of time and made Ji Yunhao wear a green hat. That boy's gaze coldly fell on Ji Yunhao's face. Sixth prince, that day at the tea house, Ning Xiuma inadvertently revealed Miss Hu's pregnancy date. It should have aroused your suspicions, right? That's why I secretly sent people to investigate. Your guards aren't useless. They're very useful at crucial moments. Not only did they find out that Hu Daichang had an affair, they even found out who her adulterer was. You flew into a rage out of humiliation. On one hand, you secretly sent people to kill that adulterer. On the other hand, you went to find Hu Daichang to settle the score. While you were testing her with words, you wanted to kill her. That was why you killed her and tried to frame Ning Xiuma. Ji Yunhao inwardly clenched his teeth and said, "This is only a mortal child's conjecture. Without any evidence, it's hard to believe." The boy's lips curled up slightly. It seems that the sixth prince won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. He won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. All right, then I'll convince the sixth prince. He glanced at Jian Huang and said, "Your Highness, you can let the other witnesses enter the court now." "There are other witnesses?" Ji Yunhao's expression became even more unsightly. However, with the immortal child present, no one could stop the situation from developing. Very quickly, 3 people were escorted into the side chamber. 2 men and 1 woman. When Ji Yunhao saw these 3 people appear, his body trembled and his face turned pale. He knew that the situation was hopeless. Chapter 93. Those 3 people were Hu Daishang's personal maid, a guard from the Hu Manor, and a secret guard from the Six Kings Manor. After a few simple interrogations, everything began to come to light, and the truth came to light. Actually, the truth was not complicated. Hu Daishang looked virtuous, but deep down, she was a bit licentious. She relied on her status as the Grand Marshal's daughter to act willfully and recklessly. First, she seduced the crown prince, Jian Huang, but was rejected. Then, she changed her mind and accepted Ji Yunhao's love. However, she was still somewhat indignant, so she took advantage of Ji Yunhao's absence to hook up with a handsome guard from the Hu Manor. After a few secret encounters, she unexpectedly became pregnant. When Ji Yunhao returned, she purposely hooked him in a bed several times, intending to blame the child on him. That day, when Ji Yunhao became suspicious of the tea house, he immediately investigated and found out the truth. He was extremely angry and wanted to kill. The guard from the Hu Manor who came in was the adulterer, and the secret guard from the Six Kings Manor was the one who went to assassinate him. As for Hu Daishang's personal maid, she was a witness and an insider of the entire matter. Originally, she was also on Ji Yunhao's list of people who wanted to kill her. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them did not die and now became living witnesses out of consideration for their own safety. The adulterer and the maidservant told him everything that happened. As for the secret guard from the Six Kings Manor, he did not dare to lie due to the majesty of the imperial family. In front of irrefutable evidence, Ji Yunhao could no longer deny it. He knelt down in front of Lu Hinti and admitted his guilt. He only said that he accidentally killed someone in anger, but in reality, he had long regretted it. As for General Hu, he had no face left. No matter what, his own daughter having an affair was an extremely disgraceful matter. His face turned green and white, but he didn't dare to make any more demands. He could only wait for Zhou Xian Emperor's verdict. In front of the fairy child, Lu Hinti could not be too biased, so he finally passed down the verdict. Although Ji Yunhao killed someone, it was Hu Daishang who had done it first. In a moment of anger, it was pardonable for him to act. In order to show fairness, Ji Yunhao was severely punished with 80 strokes of the cane. He was removed from the throne and demoted to a commoner. He was chased out of the imperial city and was not allowed to take a single step into the capital for 3 years. Anyone who violated this rule would be killed without mercy. Ji Yunhao's face was ashen. He thanked the emperor for his benevolence and was about to leave to receive his punishment when the boy stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I still have something to say." Lu Hinti could only say, "Fairy child, please speak your mind." The boy said, "Ning Xiuma has suffered such injustice. Is your Majesty only going to say that she was wronged and let it go?" Lu Hinti paused for a moment and then sighed. "It was me who let Miss Ning down. However, the dead cannot be brought back to life, and there is nothing I can do about it. I and her father are both monarch and minister, as well as friends. His daughter is like my own daughter. I'll make her," just as he was about to act magnanimous and grant Ning Xiuma the status of a princess, Jian Huang who was beside him, suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, Shuma was originally your daughter-in-law. Granting her the title of a princess is inappropriate. Lu Hinti was stunned. He looked at the kneeling Ji Yunhao and said, Why don't we let this evil creature make her his wife? Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ji Yunhuang. That's also not appropriate. Sixth brother is already a commoner. Xiuma should at least be a princess. This son is willing. He did not finish his sentence before the boy interrupted him with a smile. Let me ask for a few rewards for her. What does your Majesty think? In fact, Zhou Xian Emperor had already guessed what Ji Yunhuang wanted to say. In his heart, he rejoiced that he had been interrupted by the child. Thus, he immediately said in a kind tone, I will listen to a mortal child's words. What reward does a mortal child want to ask for? First, your Majesty, please pardon her for the crime of deceiving the monarch. Lu Hinti secretly rolled his eyes. That girl is already dead. How could she still deceive the monarch? Therefore, he went with the flow and agreed. I'll allow this. What else? Chapter 94. The boy said, Marquis Jing Yuan's residence is a bit poor. Your Majesty, please bestow her with 10,000 taels of gold. This was a bit like a lion opening its mouth. In Chongkong country, 10,000 taels of gold was the lifetime salary of a first-rank official. Marquis Jing Yuan's residence did not even have a master. What use would 10,000 taels of gold be to them? Lu Hinti felt a bit of heartache as he muttered, This, the boy looked at him. Your Majesty is unwilling? Could it be that in your Majesty's heart, 10,000 taels of gold is more valuable than the position of princess? Lu Hinti's face darkened. Because he had guessed the identity of the boy, he could not refute and could only grit his teeth and agree. The boy continued to raise two other conditions. The first was that the chastity-testing beast would officially belong to Ning Xiuma. The second was that he wanted to personally supervise the execution of the sixth prince when he was being flogged. Of these two conditions, Zhou Xian Emperor happily agreed to the first. The second condition was somewhat forced, but he had no choice but to agree. The kneeling Ji Yunhao's complexion slightly changed. In fact, anyone who had worked in the imperial palace would know that the flogging was very particular. The same 80 strokes could directly kill a person, but it could also cause the person to only suffer a few superficial wounds. It looked frightening, but it was not a big deal. When a prince was being punished, under normal circumstances, the executioner would grasp the heat. But if this boy was supervising the execution, who would dare to go easy on him? Ji Yunhao was pressed down on the execution bench. Four executioners stood at his side with black and red flogs in their hands. The boy slowly walked over and looked down at Ji Yunhao, who was lying there in a sorry state. He seemed to smile. It was obviously an ordinary smile, but it made Ji Yunhao's hair stand on end. It was as if he saw the smile of a man-eating monster. That familiar feeling was even stronger. He knew that today's beating was unavoidable. He closed his eyes and secretly channeled the psychokinesis in his body to form a protective layer around his body. This protective layer could not be seen or touched, but it could block the beating of Ting's rod for him. At most, he would suffer some superficial wounds. The boy circled around him and smiled again. He stretched out his white little hand and gently knocked on a certain part of his back. The sixth prince has a very high psychokinesis, which is enough to defend himself. You don't have to worry when you hit him. If you dare to go easy on him, I'll make you take twice the punishment for him. He turned around and looked at Lu Hinti, who was sitting not far behind him. Your Majesty, isn't that right? Lu Hinti forced a smile. Fairy child, don't worry. They wouldn't dare. This threat was very practical. The four executioners shuddered and answered in unison, yes. Ji Yunhuang, who was standing beside Lu Hinti, had a strange look in his eyes as he looked at the boy with a complicated expression. Vengeful for the smallest grievance. This little fellow really wasn't a kind child. Ji Yunhao was complaining incessantly in his heart. That boy had unintentionally knocked on his chi acupoint just now, and it just so happened that it had knocked on his chi acupoint. It made him feel as if his acupoint was sealed, and his psychokinesis was suddenly broken. He could no longer operate his psychokinesis. Right now, he was no different from an ordinary person. When he was flogged, he was not allowed to use psychokinesis to resist. Therefore, Ji Yunhao could only suffer in silence. He could not even say a word. He knew that today's punishment was inevitable. The boy was still not at ease. He checked the 4 executioner's sticks one by one. After confirming that there was nothing fishy, he returned them to them. Then, he sat on a chair and said with a smile, "Let's begin." Chapter 95. The black and red cudgel struck Ji Yunhao's body again and again with the sound of the wind. After 3 or 4 strikes, his body was already bleeding. Ji Yunhao did not want to lose face as a prince in front of everyone. At the beginning, he could still clench his teeth and endure the pain. But after a few strikes, he could not help but groan. After a dozen strikes, he began to groan. As the cudgel fell, his groans became louder and louder, as if he was about to cry out in pain. The cold sweat on his forehead kept rolling down his face. Not far away, Lu Hinti heard his ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls, but his face darkened. It was just a beating. How painful could it be? As a man and a prince, how could he not be able to endure this? How could he cry out like this? He had lost the face of the imperial family. When he was fighting on the battlefield, he was struck by a poisonous arrow. The medical facilities in the army were not sufficient, and the army doctor did not have anesthetics to help him remove the arrow. He scraped his bones to treat the poison, and blood flowed into a small basin. All the soldiers were frightened, but he did not make a sound. He was even able to casually chat with the doctor. Because of this, he was given the title of Iron Blood Prince and received the respect and love of all the soldiers in the army. This was the foundation for his later seizure of power. He had a strong personality and naturally did not want his children and grandchildren to be so spineless. He also looked down on cowards who cried out in pain. Originally, Ji Yunhao was very favored by Lu Hinti, but after this incident, he did not like him anymore. He treated his son coldly. Of course, this was a story for later. Ji Yunhao simply wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide. It was not that he had never been injured in his life, and it was not that he had never eaten a beating, but it was never this kind of pain. It was as if salt had been sprinkled on the cudgel. Every strike was as painful as a bee sting, as if he was being dismembered. It was so painful that he could not help but cry out and struggle. But before he was tortured, his 4 limbs were fixed in place by special iron cuffs. He could not break free. His body twisted with all his might, with tears and snot running down his face, like a caterpillar struggling on its deathbed. When the surrounding people saw how miserable his cries were, they all knelt down and begged Lu Hinti for mercy. Even Ji Yunhuang pleaded with Lu Hinti. Imperial father, 6th brother, also knows his mistake. He has been spoiled since he was young. Why don't we reduce his punishment? Lu Hinti's face was as gloomy as water. He also felt that his son was too spoiled and needed to be hardened. Keep fighting. Not 1 strike less. Whoever begs for mercy again, I'll beat him up too. His words silenced everyone. Lu Hinti was still angry and ordered, "Shut his mouth. Don't let him cry like a ghost again." As a result, Ji Yunhao's mouth was also stuffed with a special gag, and he couldn't make another sound, because the pain was too intense. Although Ji Yunhao was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death, he was unable to faint even if he wanted to. When he whipped others, he was afraid that they would not feel enough pain. Now that he was the one being beaten, he wished that there would be no more pain in this world. He stared fixedly at the boy. He really did not understand how he had offended him to make him use such a method. Suddenly, Ning Xuema's figure flashed through his mind. His heart suddenly moved. This boy's figure was 80% similar to Ning Xuema's. He stared at the boy's small face. He knew that the boy was wearing a mask. He only stared fixedly at the boy's eyes. This boy had a pair of extremely bright eyes. They were as clear as water and as limpid as a lake. Chapter 96. This boy had a pair of extremely bright eyes, as clear as water, as limpid as a lake. At this moment, this pair of eyes was also looking at him, flickering with light, as if they were smiling. Ji Yunhao's body suddenly stiffened. This pair of eyes unexpectedly also looked like the eyes of the girl in his impression. Could it be that this boy was actually Ning Xiaoma in disguise? But wasn't she already dead? It was impossible for her to appear here again. The boy's line of sight met his in the air, staring at each other for a moment. The boy's eyes slightly narrowed, curved like the crescent moon, as dark as the night. Ji Yunhao's eyes suddenly widened. This expression, he had seen it before in the tea house. At that time, when he whipped Ning Xiaoma, and Ning Xiaoma was rescued by the Crown Prince Ji Wang, she also had this expression. This expression, this boy is Ning Xiaoma. He wanted to shout out, but when he opened his mouth, he found that there was something stuck in his mouth, and he could not make a sound. The boy tilted his head to look at his face. The happy expression in his eyes deepened. Demon. She's simply a little demon. The enmity between the two of them is set. Ji Yunhao's teeth itched with hatred, but he could not expose her identity. Ning Xiaoma happily looked at him. This bastard whipped her 3 times, making her feel so much pain that she wished she was dead. He even put the blame on her, almost taking her little life. If she did not take revenge, how could she face herself? Just now, when she was inspecting the stick, she took the opportunity to add a little something to it. She had collected them from a jujube tree. On the tree, there was a type of small insect that stung people. This insect had a type of poison on its body. Once it came into contact with the poison, it wouldn't take the person's life, but it would cause extreme pain, making the person wish that they had never been born in this world. She felt that the pain should be comparable to the effect of the soul-breaking whip, enough for her to take revenge. She looked at Ji Yunhao's pale face from the pain, her heart incomparably carefree. She had never been a good person. She did not understand what it meant to repay evil with good. She was particular about repaying kindness and enmity. If you respect me a foot, I'll return you 10 feet. If you bully me a foot, I'll bully you 10 feet. As long as someone bullied her, she would think of a way to make the other party pay back 10 times, 100 times. 80 strikes, not one less. Ji Yunhao had managed to survive. When he was helped down from the torture stool, he was already badly mutilated. There was not a single piece of flesh on his back that was intact. He could not even stand. When the servant removed the gag from his mouth, he immediately cried out, "She's Ning Xiaoma. Imperial Father, she is Ning Xiaoma." He desperately raised a bloody hand and pointed at the boy. It was earth-shattering. Other than Ji and Huang, everyone present looked at the boy. Lu Hinti also slightly narrowed his eyes. He looked at the boy and then at Ji Yunhao. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't Ning Xiaoma dead? It's her. Imperial Father. It was her. Son recognizes her eyes. Ji Yunhao's tone was excited and certain. Lu Hinti could not help but look at Ji and Huang. Huang, or isn't this celestial child under the ancestor? Before Ji and Huang could say anything, the boy had already raised his hand and removed the mask on his face. He smiled and bowed to Lu Hinti. Xiaoma thanks your majesty for clearing Xiaoma's injustice and giving Xiaoma justice. Lu Hinti was speechless. Ji and Huang also took the opportunity to apologize. Imperial Father, please forgive me. Son had no other choice. Xiaoma insisted on proving her innocence, so Son brought her into the palace in disguise. Chapter 97. Lu Hinti stared blankly for a moment. His mood was obviously not good. What exactly happened? She didn't die and escaped from prison? There was obviously a trap waiting for Ning Xiaoma to jump into. If she admitted that she escaped from prison, it would be another crime. Ning Xiaoma immediately replied, "Your Majesty, I didn't escape from prison. I was released by someone." She had already thought of an excuse in her mind. This humble girl was wrongly accused and was sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison by official Lu without distinguishing between right and wrong. This humble girl was unable to cry out for justice in such a dark place. Fortunately, Tu Yidao listened to this humble girl's grievances. He also respected my father for being a good official who served the country and the people. Thus, he boldly decided to let this humble girl out. This humble girl could actually take advantage of the night to escape, but this humble girl is still Marquis Ning's daughter. If this humble girl were to run away like this, it would smear my father's name and ruin his illustrious reputation. Xianxia also thought that His Majesty should be kept in the dark about this matter. Once he knew the truth, he would definitely clear Xianxia's name. Therefore, Xianxia went to beg Crown Prince and asked him to bring Xianxia into the palace to plead her grievances. Crown Prince was kind and righteous, so he immediately started to investigate this matter. Relying on his outstanding ability, he found clues to this case. Because he was afraid that Xianxia's appearance would alarm His Majesty, he let Xianxia follow him in disguise. Her words were 70% true and 30% false. There were no loopholes. Even Lu Hinti couldn't find any fault with her words. Lu Hinti paused for a moment and coldly said, "From what I know, that Tui Dao wasn't so chivalrous." Ji and Wang stepped forward. "Imperial Father, I've also investigated this matter. Tui Dao didn't release Miss Ning completely because of his chivalrous heart. Instead, it was because Miss Ning used her superb medical skills to treat his legs. That was why he took the risk to release her. The 4 prison guards under him and the guards guarding the prison can all testify." He explained everything in great detail, including how Tui Dao drowned because he was too happy and drunk. Finally, he added, "Imperial Father, although Tui Dao's actions were wrong, by a free combination of factors, he managed to save Miss Ning's life. He prevented her from dying a wrongful death and gave the imperial family a chance to remedy the situation. It should be Marquis Ning's spirit in heaven protecting Miss Yuning." The last sentence reminded Lu Hinti of the nightmare he had this morning. He coughed once, not wanting to let the matter drop. Ning Xianxia being released is one thing, but why did she disguise herself as the ancestor's fairy child? Because of this, he didn't dare to show favoritism and had to beat up his son. Ning Xianxia widened her eyes and said innocently, "This humble girl has never said that I am the ancestor's fairy child. So your Majesty has misunderstood my identity?" Lu Hinti choked. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that Ning Xianxia had never said such a thing. Everything was just a misunderstanding he had speculated. It was all this girl's fault for behaving so strangely just now. She knew too many strange things, and the ancestor's servant also had this characteristic. Furthermore, she was coincidentally brought in by Ji and Huang, so he had this kind of misunderstanding. Damn it. Actually, they did it on purpose. Lu Xian Emperor could not help but glare at Ji and Huang. He was still not reconciled. "Ning Xianxia, I have helped you clear your name. However, you did not reveal your true face to others. In the end, you have committed the crime of deceiving the monarch." Ning Xianxia blinked again. "Didn't your Majesty pardon Xianxia in advance for deceiving the emperor?" Chapter 98. So she had been waiting for him all along. This little girl was really careful at every step. Her actions were watertight, and even he had unknowingly fallen into her trap. This time, Lu Hinti was truly at a loss for words. He couldn't help but size up Ning Xianxia. The little girl was kneeling there, her head slightly tilted as she looked at him. Her eyes were clear, and she looked innocent. Her attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. Lu Hinti's intuition told him that this little girl wasn't simple. Marquis Jingyuan was hot-blooded and loyal, and he did things openly and above board. Even his wife was only a gentle and virtuous daughter of a humble family. She only knew how to take care of her husband and children, and she didn't have any schemes. Who would have thought that she would give birth to such a clever and eccentric daughter? At first glance, this girl was like a puddle of clear water. But at second glance, she was like an extremely deep pool. The pool looked clear and shallow, but in reality, it was unfathomable. This kind of girl was a combination of contradictions, and she was also like a small light source. Unknowingly, she attracted everyone's attention. He couldn't help but look at Ji Yunhao. Was his brat blind? He didn't want such a good girl, and instead chose to like that brainless Hu Daichong. He said in a low voice, "You were actually able to cure Tui Dao's leg? Your medical skills can be considered very high. You also know a lot of strange things. I wonder who your teacher is?" Ning Xianxia smoothly replied, "No one taught me. It was a gift from the heavens." "A gift from the heavens?" Luhinti clearly didn't believe her. What kind of gift from the heavens? Ning Xiuma casually replied. It's probably because the heavens pitted Xiuma for being alone, so they sent an immortal to teach Xiuma medical skills in her dreams, so that Xiuma could have a skill to rely on. What did the immortal look like in your dreams? This emperor's inquiries were really detailed. Ning Xiuma secretly rolled her eyes. She could only casually make up a story. The immortal in the dream probably used some kind of camouflage technique. Xiuma couldn't see his true appearance. I only vaguely remembered that he seemed to be wearing an ice-cold mask and was dressed in white. His aura was extremely strong, like a snow sculpture. Luhinti's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly stood up. Di-Zun. Huh? Ning Xiuma's eyes widened. It can't be right. She had only made up a few words, and he had already connected her with the Overlord. It couldn't be so coincidental, right? Ever since she came to this continent, she had heard of the ancestor's reputation like thunder. She knew that he was the most popular person on this continent and was worshipped by mortals like an immortal. Unfortunately, even though she was saved by him once, she still didn't know whether he was round or flat. It seemed that not many people on this continent knew his true identity. He was extremely mysterious. Ning Xiuma had seen countless experts' demeanors in her previous life. They were also extremely cold and noble. They had an appearance that didn't talk to mortals, and when they spoke, they were like clouds and mist, full of zen. They had the highest level of being able to make people unable to understand them, and they were very pretentious. They were also widely worshipped by the masses, and many high officials and nobles fought to give them tickets to become their disciples. Outside, they were also very mysterious, and some people even worshipped them as saviors. However, after Ning Xiuma deliberately made friends with them a few times, she was always able to easily see through their disguises and beat them back to their original selves. Using Ning Xiuma's summary, the so-called Great Master was a deceitful person who liked to bring you along to act pretentious and sore. He didn't have much ability, but he had a lot of ability to bluff people. He was a complete swindler. You said that he was wearing white clothes? That white clothes looked like they were woven from clouds and mist. Was the mask on his face different every time? But they all had the same kind of aura. Chapter 99. You said he was wearing a white robe? That white robe looked like it was woven from clouds. Is the mask on his face different every time? But they all have the same aura. Luhinti asked a series of questions. Ning Xiuma answered vaguely. This seems to be the case. But I can't remember. Because every time I wake up, I can't remember the immortal's appearance. I only remember the medical skills he taught me. Her answer was very slippery, neither admitting nor denying, making everyone unable to distinguish the truth from the lies. Is it the legendary dream entering technique? Luhinti slowly sat down, becoming more and more bewildered. Rumor has it that the emperor's selection of disciples is extremely strict, and the conditions are unimaginably harsh. He didn't accept anyone who wasn't a peerless genius, a disciple of the imperial family, an ugly person, a talkative person, and even a dark-skinned person. All in all, there were very few people in the entire continent who could catch his eye. It had been several decades since he had accepted a new disciple. Why would he inexplicably use the most profound dream entering technique to teach Ning Xiuma? This is illogical. More importantly, didn't the ancestor no longer accept female disciples? Why did he break his vow this time? But if the immortal in Ning Xiuma's dream was not him, then who else could it be? As far as he knows, in the entire Xianxia continent, only the emperor can use the dream entering technique. It is impossible for there to be a second person. And according to Ning Xiuma's description of the immortal's appearance, is roughly consistent with the emperor's. What qualities does this little girl have that made the emperor so fond of her? He couldn't help but look at Ning Xiuma several times. Could it be that this little girl is actually a genius? Is there something wrong with the crystal? No, he had to test her aptitude with his own eyes. If she really is a peerless genius, then he will throw caution to the wind and not care about the reputation of the royal family, and let his proudest son take her as his concubine. He suddenly stood up and said to Ning Xiuma with an amiable expression, "Xiuma, come with me." Ning Xiuma naturally didn't know what Lu Hinti was thinking. She had no choice but to follow him. Ji Yanhuang's eyes flashed, and he moved to her side. He held her hand and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. Imperial Father won't do anything to you." His palm was warm, causing Ning Xiuma's heart to feel slightly warm. This time, she was able to turn over a new leaf because of the Crown Prince's help. She clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges. Towards the Crown Prince, she was very grateful. She was the boss of the Secret Service in her previous life, and her subordinates all listened to her. At that time, she led them through who knows how many life and death situations. In the most dangerous times, she often said, "I'm here for everything," always giving everyone strength. They really trusted her wholeheartedly, and she really used all kinds of methods to win by surprise and lead them out of their predicament. What she often did was to shelter others from the wind and rain. And now, there was someone who stepped forward to shelter her from the wind and rain. It turns out that the feeling of being sincerely cared for is also very good. Ning Xiuma never had the habit of holding hands with others. She lifted her hand and brushed her hair, taking the opportunity to withdraw her hand. She smiled and said, "Yin Huang, thank you." Ji Yanhuang's heart jumped. After knowing each other for so many days, this was the first time she called him by his name. Originally, other than his imperial father and brother, he would feel offended if other people directly called him by his name. But today, when this little girl called him by his name, his heart felt warm. Chapter 100. He also smiled. "Xiuma, there's no need to be polite between us." The two of them followed Lu Hinti side by side. Since the emperor had left, the officials naturally dispersed. Ji Yunhao, who had just been punished, was left alone. No one cared about him anymore. Ji Yunhao could no longer walk. He was supported by a guard to lie down on a bench. He stared blankly at his brother and Ning Xiuma as they walked away. He clenched his fists. She should have been his wife, or even his concubine. But now, she was gradually drifting away from him, and it was impossible for her to return to his side. Unwillingness, anger, resentment, all kinds of complicated emotions coiled around his chest. He was really blind. He mistakenly threw away the luminous pearl as trash, but he took a fish eye as a treasure and brought it home. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he could start over again, he definitely would not choose to force her to break off the engagement. Instead, he would imprison her by his side, allowing her to blossom only for him. Could it be that he had to let her go now? No, he was not willing to. Ji Yunhao's face flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He knew that his imperial father demoted him to a commoner to give an explanation to General Hu and Ning Xiuma. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Soon, his imperial father would definitely find a reason to restore his status as a prince. Wasn't his imperial residence not taken back? His trusted aides were still there. He would make a comeback. In the solemn and serene main hall, black and white were its main colors. There were very few furnishings in the main hall. There was only a crystal platform, and on top of the crystal platform, there were 5 different colored crystal pillars. Next to each crystal pillar, there was an old man wearing a different colored robe. Seeing Lu Hinti enter, the 5 of them cupped their hands in greeting. "Your Majesty." They were the guardians of the psychokinesis crystal pillars and were not bound by the secular world. They only respected the strong, so they were more polite to Ji Yunhuang than to Lu Hinti. They bowed. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Ning Xiuma finally understood why Lu Hinti brought her here. It seemed like the emperor was suspicious of her aptitude and wanted to re-examine it. She raised her eyes to look at the 5 crystal pillars, and then looked at the 5 envoys who were constantly sizing her up with gazes as sharp as knives. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of expression the 5 envoys would have if she was still found to have a trash aptitude. What kind of expression would the emperor have? She sighed inwardly. Actually, she really didn't want to be a good-for-nothing, but this small body might not be able to live up to her expectations. 5 elders, please test this little girl's aptitude. Lu Hinti instructed. The 5 elders looked at Ning Xiaoma suspiciously. In the vast Sky Empire, the aptitude test was carried out before the age of 3, and the young lady in front of him was obviously over the age limit. Besides, they were here to test the aptitude of the children of the royal family, and there was only one princess. They had never heard of a second one. Could it be that this was also a dragon seed left behind by the emperor when he was young? Is she also His Majesty's princess? One of the men in red asked. Lu Hinti was speechless. She made it sound like he was a playboy. He was very picky when it came to this. It was not easy for a dragon seed to be left outside, and Jianyao was an exception. 5 elders, she is the daughter of Marquis Jing Yuan, General Ning's daughter, Ning Xiaoma. She is not a princess. Ji and Huang promptly explained. Marquis Jing Yuan's daughter? That big trash? The elder in green was obviously disdainful. Damn, it seemed like her reputation as a trash was not small. She had reached a certain level of being a trash. Chapter 101. Deep down, Ning Xiaoma was an unperturbed child. Their level of offensive language was nothing to her. She treated it as a kind of gas. She smiled and took a step forward. It's rare that Xiaoma's reputation has reached the ears of the elders who guard the crystal pillars every day. Xiaoma is very honored. Perhaps one's physique is innate, but it doesn't mean one has no ability. Everyone who works hard should be respected. Since the 5 elders are able to serve the imperial family, I presume that your cultivation and temperament are top-notch. You won't be as shallow as those ordinary people. Don't you think so? The 5 elders were speechless. Ning Xiaoma was clearly praising them, but they could not refute her. She stood there with a smile. Her eyes were like pearls, sparkling with light. Her thin lips were slightly pursed, as if she was smiling but not smiling. At such a young age, she had a kind of temperament. Standing in front of her, the 5 elders actually felt ashamed of their inferiority. Her words also made their hearts move. Physique was indeed innate. Did people who were born trash deserve to be despised by everyone? Couldn't they live openly? Then what was the difference between them and ordinary people? The 5 elders usually thought highly of themselves and thought that they were extraordinary. Now that they heard Ning Xiaoma's words, they were angry at first, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt a little ashamed. They could not help but look at Ning Xiaoma again. No matter if this girl was trash in psychokinesis or not, she was not simple, just based on her temperament. She could throw the so-called psychokinesis geniuses several streets away. Miss Ning, please. The black-clothed elder gestured, his tone no longer showing any disdain. Thank you. Ning Xiaoma smiled and slowly walked forward. The test of aptitude followed the order of water, metal, earth, fire, wood. Ning Xiaoma followed their instructions and tested them one by one. Just as she expected, a miracle did not happen because of her transmigrator. The first 4 crystal pillars did not have any reaction at all. They did not light up at all. There were actually many useless people on this continent, but even the most ordinary person would have some sort of reaction if they pressed their palms on the crystal pillar. The more ordinary a person was, the more varied their telekinesis aptitude was. Some people could even make the 5 pillars light up faintly. It was also their first time seeing someone like Ning Xiaoma. Although it was within her expectations, Ning Xiaoma's heart still felt a bit uncomfortable. It seemed like her psychokinesis was really trash. It wasn't like those stories about strong women who transmigrated to another world where the testing equipment malfunctioned. Although she was a little disappointed, Ning Xiaoma didn't take it to heart because she was already mentally prepared. On the other hand, Ji and Huang could not bear to see her like this. Seeing that she was walking towards the green crystal pillar again, he reached out to stop her. Xiaoma, there's no need for the test. Ning Xiaoma's big eyes curved. It's okay. When you do something, you have to do it to the end. You can't give up halfway. She pushed his hand away and strode towards the pillar. Ji and Huang's expression changed slightly as he looked at her back. Not everyone had the courage to face failure head-on like this. If it was an ordinary girl, she would have stopped while she was ahead. She would have left some hope for others, and for herself, she would not be like her. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, she would ask for a clear result. The 5 elders' eyes also revealed a look of admiration. This little girl had courage. Chapter 102. When Ning Xiaoma placed her palm on the green crystal pillar, the green crystal pillar did not have any reaction, just as everyone had expected. Ning Xiaoma smiled bitterly in her heart. She removed her hand from the crystal pillar and shrugged her shoulders. She walked down. Just as she stepped down from the platform, the green crystal pillar that had been dim all this while suddenly glowed faintly. Everyone looked at the crystal pillar, but the light disappeared in a flash, and the pillar returned to its original appearance. Ji Yanhuang, on the other hand, was somewhat excited. He took a step forward and said, "Xiaoma, try again carefully. Maybe you have a wood element psychokinesis aptitude." Ning Xiaoma's heart was filled with hope. She placed her right hand on the pillar again. At first, the crystal pillar didn't have any reaction, but after a while, a faint green light shone from the bottom of the crystal pillar and climbed up little by little. When it reached the height of an inch, it stopped moving. It shook slightly and extinguished like a flame. Everyone was speechless. The crystal pillar was 1 meter high. The higher the psychokinesis, the higher the part of the pillar that lit up. 3 inches represented the first level of psychokinesis. An ordinary person would usually light up between 3 and 6 inches. Those who were slightly better could light up to 12 inches, which was the 3rd level. They could be considered to have better aptitudes. Ji Yanhuang's pillar was 20 inches high, which was already considered a genius. Ning Xiaoma pressed on the pillar for a long time, but it only lit up a little. It was not even enough to light up the 1st level. Lu Hinti looked at Ning Xiaoma with disappointment. She was still a trash after all. She was not worthy of his most outstanding son. Ji Yanhuang coughed lightly and smiled. "Congratulations, Xiaoma. It seems that the crystal pillar was wrong. You still have wood element psychokinesis." Ning Xiaoma had stayed here for a while and knew that her aptitude was not good enough. She was only slightly better than a super trash. However, she was not discouraged. After all, she still had some potential, right? As long as she made good use of it, there was still room for improvement. Moreover, she could still cultivate her inner energy. This body was a good seedling for cultivating inner force. She clapped her hands and smiled nonchalantly in response to Ji Yanhuang's congratulations. "Many thanks." She then jumped down from the stage and asked Lahinti to leave. "Your Majesty, there shouldn't be anything for this humble girl to do, right? Can this humble girl return home now?" She had already been out for 2 days and 1 night. Right now, Marquis Jingyuan's mansion was in a complete mess. I don't know if that international friend's chastity testing beast is roaring because it can't communicate with people. Before Lahinti could say anything, Ji Yanhuang also jumped down and landed beside Ning Xiaoma. "Xiaoma, this prince will send you back." Lu Hinti calmly looked at his son and then looked at Ning Xiaoma. His brows slightly furrowed. His son seemed to be very concerned about this little girl. This was not a good sign. He had to think of another way to completely dispel his son's ideas that he shouldn't have. His son was so outstanding. Naturally, he needed the most outstanding and perfect girl to match him. Ning Xiaoma was obviously not good enough. What method should he use? After all, she was Marquis Jingyuan's daughter. He couldn't be too ruthless. Just as he was thinking of a way to satisfy both sides, the inner palace chief steward, who had always been calm outside, suddenly rushed in. He ran too quickly and almost tripped on the doorstep. Before he could steady himself, he used an excited voice to report to Lu Hinti, "Your Majesty, Dizun. Dizun has come to visit." Chapter 103. Before he could even steady himself, he used an excited voice to report to Lu Hinti, "Your Majesty, the ancestor has come to visit." Everyone was shocked. Lu Hinti suddenly turned around and walked out in large strides. "Pass down the order. Clean the streets with fresh flowers. Let everyone welcome the ancestor." He hurriedly took 2 steps out and turned around to instruct Ji Yanhuang and Ning Xiaoma. "You two also come with me to welcome him." Ning Xiaoma was speechless. Ji Yanhuang aside, why did the emperor call her? Shouldn't only those with official positions have the qualifications to welcome him? Why did he call a commoner girl like her? She really wanted to go back to her own residence to rest. She didn't want to welcome that old swindler. However, since the emperor had given this order, her small arms could not twist the emperor's thighs. She could only follow unwillingly. The efficiency of the imperial palace was not to be underestimated. Although the ancestors' arrival was sudden, the people in the imperial palace were still orderly. In just a moment, they had already formed 2 rows in front of and behind the emperor and hurriedly walked towards the palace gate. Ning Xuema walked side by side with Ji and Huang. She quietly asked, "It seems like the ancestor doesn't come often." "Of course. The last time he came was 18 years ago." "That's not right. Didn't he appear once a few days ago?" "That time, he even conveniently gave her justice. That time, he was just passing by. He only appeared for a quarter of an hour before leaving. So, his appearance was just for show." Ning Xuema was extremely speechless. "That's right. You said that the hot spring in your residence was created by the ancestor. Could it be that it was 18 years ago?" Ji and Huang nodded. "That's right. At that time, I was only 5 years old. Imperial Father had just built the Crown Prince residence for me. I didn't even have time to live there before I was fortunate enough to become the place where the ancestor was received. Furthermore, the ancestor only stayed there for 2 days before leaving. Imperial Father only paid him a visit once. This Dizun really knows how to show off to the highest level. He should have some skills, right?" Ning Xuema unkindly ridiculed him in her heart. How old is the ancestor? Since she was bored and couldn't leave, she decided to gossip. Ji and Huang shook his head. "I'm not sure either. Aren't you his grand disciple? How could he not even know Master's age? Isn't this grand disciple of yours too unqualified?" Ji and Huang lightly sighed. "Don't talk about me. I'm afraid that even my master doesn't know. The ancestor accepts a new disciple every 80 years or so. Currently, the ancestor has a total of 18 disciples under his tutelage, and my master is the youngest. My master is already 60 years old this year." Ning Xuema was speechless. According to this calculation, it had been 1,500 years since the ancestor had accepted a disciple. This was not even counting the number of years he had spent before he accepted a disciple. The lifespan of the people in this era was no different from that of her original era. An ordinary person could live up to 80 years old. Only those who had reached the first rank of the earth level could slow down their aging. The higher their cultivation, the longer their lifespan. When one reached the 8th level of the earth level, they could break through the limits of life and live for 1,000 years. However, they wouldn't be immortal and would die after a certain age. For example, the first few disciples that the ancestor had accepted were no longer in this world. According to legend, only when one's psychokinesis broke through the 2nd rank of the heaven level could one truly break through the barrier of life and death and become immortal. Could it be that the ancestor had really become a deity? He was close to 2,000 years old and could be compared to the god of longevity. Chapter 104. He was close to 2,000 years old and could be compared to the god of longevity. She wondered if his face was also as red as the god of longevity. Ning Xuema began to imagine the ancestor's appearance in her mind. The palace gates opened wide. Ning Xuema followed the welcoming team out of the palace gates and finally saw the ancestor's carriage. It was still the same sedan chair that was as bright as the day, the same young girls wrapped around the sedan chair with fine muslin, the same delicate and pretty boy leading the way, and behind the sedan chair were still the same tall and straight youths who could run for model. Apart from the ancestor's carriage, everyone else who passed by knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Lu Hinti waved his hand, and the civil and military officials behind him all knelt down. Ning Xuema naturally could not stand there, and also knelt down. Lu Hinti bowed in greeting. "Welcome, ancestor." "Don't." A word finally came out from the sedan chair, a word that was as precious as gold. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. She finally heard the ancestor speak. His voice did not sound old or young, like the wind at the top of a mountain, faintly blowing past everyone's ears. Lu Henti said a bunch of polite words about the ancestor's presence. Although he did not bow down to the ancestor, his respectful appearance was like a greeting to the heavens. Ning Xuema knelt there until her knees hurt. She could not help but curse in her heart. This emperor was even more long-winded than some leaders who made reports. But his ability to improvise was really good. He wasn't like some leaders who read from a script. She heard that the ancestor liked to be quiet and did not like people to be long-winded. Why was he so calm this time? Was it a way to show off? She could not help but quietly look up at the sedan chair. The emperor had spoken for so long. Why don't you say something again? But the group of people stood there quietly, not even coughing. There was no sound from the sedan chair, not even half a word. Even though Lu Henti was talking to himself, the venerable emperor had no intention of getting off the palanquin. Lu Henti said a lot of things, but he still didn't get any response from the other side. He felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, a boy stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Venerable D said that he will only rest here for 3 days. He only needs a really clean courtyard. Your Majesty doesn't need to be busy with other things." Lu Henti's face reddened. The ancestor's arrival was too sudden, and the palace's preparations were not complete. He had deliberately said so much in front of the palace gate, but it was only to delay a little bit so that the palace servants could prepare properly. Who would have thought that the other party would be able to see through it with a single glance? He could only bow again and didn't dare to be long-winded. "Ancestor, please." The ancestor's carriage finally entered. Ning Xuema finally saw the venerable sovereign's extravagance with her own eyes. The boy in front casually threw down a snow-white carpet, as if he had laid a layer of white clouds on the road. After the venerable emperor's carriage passed, the boy in the back put away the carpet. The whole group of people walked lightly, as if they were floating on the clouds. It was magnificent, as if the sun god was patrolling the sky. Ning Xuema sighed in her heart. Compared to the venerable emperor, the old monster of Xianxia, who made his disciples shout civil and martial virtues, unifying Jianghu every time he went out, was really weak. This was the highest level of pretentiousness. Xianxia was low-key and noble. He was worthy of being a monarch who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. This aura was simply natural. It was impossible not to be convinced. Chapter 105. The palace was the place where the emperor lived. The eunuchs and palace maids were all cautious and conscientious. No matter which hall it was, they were all clean and spotless. There were very few places that were unclean. However, Lu Henti understood that the cleanliness that the ancestor wanted was not the usual kind of cleanliness, but the kind of cleanliness that no one had ever lived in. Fortunately, there were many halls in the palace, so it was not difficult to find one. Chongwen Palace was the best place to go. With Lu Henti personally leading the way, the ancestor's sedan chair finally stopped at the entrance of Chongwen Palace. Ning Xuema unconsciously held her breath. She could finally see the ancestor's true appearance. He could not possibly let people carry the sedan chair into the main hall, right? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figures of the young men and women beside the sedan chair flashed, like a blooming flower surrounding the sedan chair. Ning Xuema's lips twitched. These people were holding a piece of gauze made of unknown material in their hands, which densely covered the sedan chair. The gauze was thin and transparent, reflecting the sunlight, flashing with a rainbow light. And in this rainbow light, one could faintly see a person coming down from the sedan chair. Because of the veil, Ning Xuema was unable to clearly see the person's appearance. She could only vaguely make out a person's silhouette. It was as if a floating immortal was draped in multicolored light as it walked into the main hall. When the gauze was removed, the figure in front of the main hall could no longer be seen. Even the sedan chair was nowhere to be found. The young men stood in a fan shape at the entrance. Ning Xuema. No way. After being busy for so long, she could only see a vague figure? What loss? No wonder Jian Huang, as his grand disciple, had only seen him twice. This ancestor was too difficult to meet. His every move was being closely guarded by the guards. Could it be that he had to be surrounded even when he went to the toilet? She looked at Lu Henti, who was also blocked outside, then looked at Jian Huang. She could not help but yawn and whispered, "Your Highness, the ancestor has already come in. There's nothing else for me to do, right? Can I leave now?" Although the ancestor was mysterious, Ning Xiuma did not have any interest in finding out. She felt that rather than looking at the birthday boy who covered his face, it was better to go back and look at Tom's bitter face. As soon as she finished speaking, the main hall's door opened, and a boy walked out slowly. He said in a clear voice, "The ancestor invites your majesty to have an audience after you have bathed. Your majesty can bring 2 people in. The rest can leave. The ancestor likes peace." Ning Xiuma's heart was filled with joy. The emperor could only bring 2 people with him, so he definitely wouldn't choose her to accompany him. She could finally go home and sleep. Just as she was about to cheerfully bid farewell to Ji Yanhuang, Emperor Zhou Xian spoke. "Yanhuang Xiuma, quickly go bathe and change your clothes. Accompany me to meet the emperor." Ning Xiuma? Why did the ancestor brought her? She was just a commoner with no background and no one to rely on. Okay. Her heart suddenly moved. Could it be that the old ancestor was fooled by her nonsense about heaven's gift and thought that the ancestor was the one who came into her dream to teach her medical skills? Was that why he wanted to bring her in to verify it? Could he not be so melodramatic? She could run into the biggest boss just by talking nonsense. She did not have any objections to Lu Hin Ti treating her as the ancestor's disciple. After all, she could make the ancestor think twice before doing anything to her. But if she went in and exposed this lie, she did not know what the ancestor would do to her. She was just about to find a reason to refuse when a voice suddenly sounded from behind her. "Father, I can accompany you in with Brother Crown Prince." Chapter 106. Ning Xiuma turned her head and saw a young girl fluttering in from behind. Her palace dress fluttered in the wind, and her appearance was cool and elegant. It was Princess Ji Yunyao, the one who harbored special feelings for her elder brother. In front of her imperial father and her elder brother, she was much gentler and no longer had her previous arrogance. She first greeted Lu Hin Ti and Ji Yanhuang, then quietly pushed aside Ning Xiuma and stood side by side with Ji Yanhuang. She intimately held his arm and said, "Brother Crown Prince, let Yunyao go in with you, okay?" Ji Yanhuang, who had always been indifferent to others, saw this little sister and his brows relaxed a lot. He patted her hand and said, "Aren't you cultivating in the courtyard? Why did you come out?" Ji Yunyao pouted and said, "I just happened to come back to the palace. Since the ancestor wants 2 people to accompany Imperial Father, naturally, they must be people of similar status. It can't be just any random person. Yunyao is the most suitable candidate. Imperial Father, don't you think so?" After she finished speaking, she glanced at Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma almost wanted to yawn. The ancestor wanted Lu Hin Ti to bring 2 people in, but it was only for them to kneel and listen to his orders. What else could it be? She didn't want to do the job of waiting on others. Although this princess's words were a bit arrogant, it was exactly what she wanted. Therefore, Ning Xiuma also took the opportunity to say, "Princess is right. If Princess and His Highness the Crown Prince accompany His Majesty, then it will truly complement each other. This humble girl still has matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. This humble girl will take her leave." Ji Yanhuang slightly frowned and glanced at Ning Xiuma. Seeing her smiling face, his intuition told him that this little fox actually wanted to slip away. Lu Hin Ti straightforwardly said, "Yunyao, don't cause trouble. Xiuma, you and Yanhuang will accompany me in. Quickly go bathe and change your clothes. Yunyao, go back and cultivate first. Don't cause trouble here. This is an imperial edict. Go quickly." Once the emperor's imperial edict was issued, even Ji Yunyao didn't dare to disobey. She bit her lip and unwillingly replied with a yes. She then coldly glanced at Ning Xiuma before turning to leave. Ning Xiuma almost rubbed her forehead. The old emperor was afraid that her life would be too carefree, so he made another enemy for her. A jealous princess was the most annoying, especially when it was the princess who harbored feelings for her elder brother and tried her best to get rid of her dissidents by any means necessary. That was even more detestable. There is a beauty in the north who stands aloof from the world. A single glance could topple a city, and a second glance could topple a country. Her clothes were reflected in the clouds, and her face was reflected in the flowers. She suspected that they had met under the moon in the Jade Pavilion. The moment Ning Xiuma finally saw the Dizun, all the poems that she had learned to describe beauties flashed through her mind. She felt that these poems were actually quite appropriate to describe the ancestor who was sitting at the head of the table. However, he had to change a few words. For example, changing it to the first seat has a beauty standing aloof from the world. The first ice chills the heart. The second ice chills the entire seat. The clouds think of clothes made of ice, resembling a glacier meeting under the moon. A living ice sculpture. A beautiful living ice sculpture. A living ice sculpture that was snow white, with only black hair and eyes. He was wearing a snow-white robe of unknown material, which was unbelievably large. On the robe, there were dark patterns in the shape of clouds moving. Along with the owner's occasional movements, those clouds seemed to float and move. On his head was a cloud-shaped white jade crown. The jade crown looked like mutton fat jade, but its luster was much warmer than mutton fat jade. It was translucent, and there seemed to be wind and clouds flowing inside. His long hair was like a curtain that flowed like water behind him, dragging directly on the ground with the white robe. Chapter 107. Move. His long hair was like a curtain of water flowing behind him, dragging directly on the ground with his white robe. White and black were intertwined, but the contrast was even more striking and soul-stirring. Sure enough, he was wearing a mask, an ice mask that covered his entire face. Not a single inch of his skin could be seen, only a pair of eyes behind the mask. To be exact, only his extremely black eyes could be seen, and even the shape of his eyes could not be seen. He just sat there like that. His entire body seemed to be shrouded in ice and snow, making it impossible to tell his age, ugliness, or beauty. If not for his tall and straight figure, Ning Xiuma would not have been able to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Ning Xiuma had never seen such a cold person in her life. Just one glance was enough to make people feel as if the coldness had seeped into their bones. It was clearly midsummer, so the room should be very hot. But this ancestor was just sitting there, emitting a faint aura, making the entire palace seem like an ice cave. The only thing missing was the cold wind whistling above their heads. This ancestor couldn't be a 1,000-year-old snow monster, right? How could he be so cold? Ning Xiuma could not help but wrap her clothes tighter around her body. Then, she looked at the people serving the ancestor, and her heart skipped a beat. The people beside the ancestor were all children with delicate features. Each of them looked like a red boy from a painting, making them extremely lovable. Among them was the child who had acted as a judge for her. He stood beside the ancestor, quietly waiting on him, slightly pursing his small lips without speaking or moving. These children were clearly very lovable, but each of their small faces was as cold and solemn as the ancestor. As for the accompanying young girls, each one of them stood far away, not moving forward. They were clearly at a lively age, but they were standing there like old pedants, acting like statues. What a waste! What a waste! Ning Xiuma secretly shook her head and frowned. Suddenly, she felt someone's gaze sweep over her. She subconsciously raised her head and met the eyes of the familiar child. Ning Xiuma thought of his benevolence and slightly nodded her head at him, the corner of her lips curling up. The boy's eyes were like black crystals. His gaze was calm as he stared at Ning Xiuma for a moment. Then, he looked away and continued to stand there with his eyes lowered. Ning Xiuma didn't care. She sighed again. That time at the square, although this child was also cold and aloof, at least he was still somewhat popular. But now, standing next to the ancestor, there wasn't even the slightest trace of vitality. It seemed that the ice sculpture syndrome was contagious. The coldness also made Lu Hinti uncomfortable. He secretly activated the telekinesis in his body to protect himself. Only then was he able to speak as if nothing had happened. Naturally, he uttered another round of eloquent phrases. The venerable sovereign just sat there with his eyes slightly lowered. No one knew if he had heard him or not. From Ning Xiaoma's angle, she could only see his thick and long eyelashes. Lu Hinti's enthusiastic welcome speech didn't receive a single word from him. This venerable sovereign hadn't come for decades. Now, he suddenly came to the palace with great fanfare. There had to be some official business, right? But now, he didn't say a single word. He was acting like an ice sculpture, not eating, drinking, or receiving. Could it be that he was just here to act cool and make his presence known? Ning Xiaoma was suspicious. She glanced at Lu Hinti again. She was a little surprised. Lu Hinti's face was green and his lips were white. Although he was still standing there, his clothes were trembling slightly. There was even a faint layer of frost on his forehead. It was obvious that he was extremely cold. Chapter 108. Ning Xiaoma also felt cold, but it was still within a tolerable range. She did not need to circulate her energy to resist the cold. She looked at Ji Yanhuang again. Ji Yanhuang's face was also slightly pale, but his complexion was much better than Lu Hinti's. His body was also not trembling. He looked normal. The main hall was silent for a while. Even a pin drop could be heard. This silence made Lu Hinti uncomfortable. As the host, how could he allow an awkward silence? However, he had already finished reading the poem that Hamlin Academy's great scholar had specially written for him. He had even memorized the original manuscript. If he wanted to continue, he would have to improvise. However, he did not understand this ancestor very well. He could not think of any common topics to talk about. Talk. Only when the other party responded could it be called a conversation. Although there were many people in the main hall, there was not a single person who could respond. Lu Hinti was completely talking to himself. He was somewhat embarrassed and wanted to think of something to say. "You may leave." The ancestor finally opened his mouth. Lu Hinti felt as if he had been pardoned. "My mother." He could finally be free. He bowed again and said, "Yes, this little Huang will leave now." "Ancestor, this little Huang specially brought the two of them. If the ancestor needs anything, just instruct them." He pointed at Ning Xiaoma and Ji Yanhuang who were standing behind him. Damn, she knew that they were here to be maids. At this time, she could not say no. Therefore, Ning Xiaoma could only stand side by side with Ji Yanhuang and salute. "We pay our respects to the ancestor." The ancestor did not say anything. He only raised his hand slightly, indicating that they were dismissed. Ning Xiaoma took the opportunity to stand up. She could feel a pair of ice-cold eyes on her body. It was strange. That time in the plaza, she and the ancestor were not only separated by a crown, but also by the bodies of countless people within a few dozen meters. But that time, she clearly felt a pair of ice-cold eyes sweep over her. That one glance made her shiver in the hot weather. That feeling was so distinct that it was still fresh in her memory. Now, this ancestor was sizing her up again. Although his gaze was cold, it was strangely different from before. It was as if they were not the same person. Perhaps the first time, the ancestor deliberately wanted to give her a show of strength, so he faintly released his aura to frighten her and punish her for her offense. But this time, he was just sizing her up, so his aura was weaker. The mask on the ancestor's face was too tight, so she couldn't see his expression. However, seeing how calm he was, perhaps he had already forgotten who she was. Lu Hinti was also secretly observing Di Zun's reaction when he saw Ning Xiaoma. If he really was the master in her dreams, he would definitely have a trace of surprise or some other expression on his face when they met. However, he was soon disappointed. This venerable sovereign was born with facial paralysis and wore a mask, so he couldn't see anything. He did not give up and simply said, "My son Yin Huang is your grand disciple. There is no need for me to introduce her. Although this girl looks ordinary, she has received a gift from the heavens and has some special skills." The ancestor finally raised his eyes. Although he was still calm, there was some emotion in his tone. Gift from the heavens? Special skills? That's right. This girl received a gift from a deity in her dreams last year. Her medical skills are superb. Lu Hinti spoke again. He wanted to introduce her in detail. The ancestor only answered him with a single word, neither salty nor light. Chapter 109. The ancestor only replied with a single word. Zhou Xian Emperor couldn't see anything from the ancestor's reply, nor could he guess anything. Although Lihinti was unwilling, this place was really too cold for him. It was so cold that he almost couldn't stand. Before he directly turned into an ice sculpture, he could only choose to leave. The ancestor was meditating. He didn't eat or drink. The hall was so cold that even mosquitoes and flies didn't enter. Naturally, there was no need to fan him to drive the mosquitoes away. The room was also so clean that it was as if it had been washed with alcohol. Not to mention dust, even germs couldn't be found. In this kind of situation, Ning Xiumo really didn't know what she was supposed to do. She stood in place for a while and looked at the young girls and boys. They were all like wooden sculptures with their eyes slightly closed and heads lowered, as if they were also meditating. These people's cultivation was obviously not low. When they were meditating, even their breathing couldn't be heard. The entire hall was so quiet that it was like a tomb for the living dead. Not a single sound could be heard. Ning Xiumo was going crazy. This ancestor came all the way here just to occupy this palace and pretend to be an ice sculpture. It was fine if he wanted to pretend to be an ice sculpture, but he shouldn't drag her into it. She had been tossing and turning until now and hadn't had a good night's sleep. She was very sleepy and missed the new big bed in her residence. Moreover, the injuries on her body hadn't completely healed. Now that she had been standing for a long time, the injury on her back was faintly aching. Xiumo, meditate. Ji Huang's voice came from beside her ear. It came from his mouth and directly entered her ears. No one else could hear it. Ning Xiumo glanced at Ji Huang beside her and found that he had also closed his eyes and was meditating. His cultivation was high. Even though they were so close, Ning Xiumo couldn't hear his breathing. Meditating while standing? Please forgive her for not knowing how to do it. She would rather go back and be a corpse than be an ice sculpture here. Ning Xiumo smiled faintly. Suddenly, she stepped forward and said, "Ancestor, is there anything you need Xiumo to do?" Her voice was clear and melodious, like a stream splashing down on a rock, breaking the deathly silence here, like the first flower blooming on the icy plains. No one had ever dared to speak while the ancestor was meditating. Ji Huang's expression changed slightly, but it was too late to stop him. The others were like ice sculptures that had come back to life. They opened their eyes one after another and stared at the person who dared to make such a ruckus in front of the ancestor. The ancestor, who had been sitting upright all this time, finally opened his eyes. His extremely dark gaze fell on Ning Xiumo. He paused for a moment before he slowly opened his mouth. "Are you Ning Xiumo?" It turned out that this venerable emperor could also speak a lot. She thought he was a monosyllabic creature. Yes, this humble girl is indeed Ning Xiumo. A few days ago, I would like to thank the ancestor for speaking up for Xiumo, so that Xiumo would not have to die unjustly. Thank you very much. Ning Xiumo's etiquette was not lacking. She smiled, perfectly revealing 4 small teeth. It was even more standard than the standard smile of an air stewardess. It was even more official and gentle. "You come here." The ancestor said 3 more words. What did he want her to do? Fan him? Massage his shoulders? Or massage his legs? Ning Xiumo's mind was filled with questions, but she knew that she could not disobey him. She walked over and stood about 5 meters away from him. She bowed and said, "What orders does the ancestor have?" Before she could finish her sentence, her feet seemed to be pulled by something indescribable. She staggered and involuntarily fell into the ancestor's arms. Damn! She did not want to throw herself into the arms of a big ice cube. Chapter 110. Ning Xiumo's waist stiffly twisted, her body swaying like a butterfly. In an instant, she had already found her balance. Just as she was about to regain her footing, her wrist suddenly tightened, causing her to stagger. Finally, she took a big step forward. This step almost caused her to slip into the ancestor's wide white robe. She hurriedly stood still. At this moment, she was less than 10 centimeters away from the D-zone. This distance could only be maintained by the person closest to her. Therefore, Ning Xiumo's mind was alarmed. Could it be that this Zun, who looked like a super immortal and super otherworldly, was actually a wretched boy lover? This Zun was really not an ordinary kind of noble and virtuous person. He was actually holding her wrist with a brocade handkerchief. Did he have to be so pretentious? She calmly looked at the Zun's hand that was holding her wrist. That hand was perfect, with slender and smooth fingers like ivory carvings, but it was also as cold as iron. Although there was a snow-white handkerchief between them, the coldness was like a line of ice that drilled into her wrist. It quickly spread up and rushed straight to her heart. Wherever it passed, her blood vessels seemed to be frozen inch by inch. Damn, you wouldn't kill her because of this, right? Naturally, she did not dare to let the coldness from his hand directly invade her heart. Otherwise, her heart would stop beating. Ning Xiuma subconsciously mobilized her internal energy to fight against the ice line that suddenly drilled into her body. Unexpectedly, just as her internal energy collided with the invisible ice line disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ning Xiuma was shaken and almost hurt by her own internal energy. Fortunately, her reaction was quick-witted. As soon as she saw that something was wrong, she immediately rushed her internal energy to the place where the ice line had invaded and reopened the blood vessels there from an outsider's point of view. The Zun and Ning Xiuma were very close. The Zun was holding Ning Xiuma's wrist, while Ning Xiuma was almost lying on the Zun's body. However, they were standing in a strange posture, looking very intimate. Who would have thought that these two people had actually already fought for a round? Ning Xiuma had even rolled around the gates of hell and almost died. Your psychokinesis trash. This time, Zun's improvement was even greater. He actually said 6 words. Ning Xiuma secretly rolled her eyes. Grandpa, can you not touch the pot that doesn't boil? But there's another kind of power in your body. What is it? The ancestor continued to ask, speaking more words. His breath was extremely cold. When he spoke, it was as if there was a stream of ice flowing around Ning Xiuma. This guy's body was so cold, but why wasn't his blood frozen? That was really strange. Being too close to him, the coldness became even more overwhelming. Ning Xiuma resisted the urge to shiver and replied, "This is the power that Xiuma cultivated. You can call it inner force." Internal force? Zun repeated softly, his tone unclear. Suddenly, he loosened his grip. Ning Xiuma's wrist was finally free. She immediately took a step back. Yes, internal force. That is what this humble girl calls it. How did you learn it? It was bestowed by the heavens. Ning Xiuma pushed the credit to the heavens again. Anyway, the heavens wouldn't expose her. This was really an all-purpose reason. Zun was speechless. He looked into her eyes. You're lying. I wouldn't dare. Ning Xiuma's eyes were full of sincerity. Xiuma really brought the kung fu with her when she came. She wasn't lying. Cultivating internal force was indeed a kung fu from her world. One was sitting and the other was standing. Ning Xiuma looked at the Zun and suddenly felt that this posture was actually quite advantageous for her. At least she was looking down on him. Chapter 111. The two of them were so close that Ning Xiuma could almost count how many eyelashes he had. She didn't know how the ancestor looked like, but his eyelashes were really handsome. They were long, dense, and distinct. He wasn't wearing fake eyelashes, was he? His eyes were as black as ink, as if he was wearing contact lenses. What are you criticizing me for? The ancestor spoke again. What? The ancestor is a man of literary and martial virtues, unifying. Ning Xiuma naturally didn't admit it. Her eyes were even clearer and more innocent. She had blurted out a line from Jin Yang's novel. The ancestor asked, "Unifying what?" His voice was indifferent and cold. Well, Xiuma is saying that the ancestor is a man of literary and martial virtues, and the whole world is convinced. Ning Xiuma promptly changed her words and didn't say unifying Jianghu. The ancestor was so powerful that even the emperors of this continent had to be respectful and wait upon him, not to mention the Jianghu. Unifying Jianghu was no longer a compliment to him, but rather a belittling of his prestige. The ancestor was so fussy that she didn't want to be frozen into an ice sculpture because of a few words. The ancestor looked at her indifferently for a moment and finally let go of her hand. Glib tongue, I don't know. He stopped here and didn't know what to say. Ning Xiaomo raised her eyes to look at him, but his mask was so tight that she couldn't see his expression and didn't know what he wanted to say. She waited for a moment, but the ancestor didn't say anything else. He slowly wiped his hands with the brocade handkerchief. Ning Xiaomo was speechless. She took 2 steps back. The ancestor probably doesn't have anything for Xiaomo to take care of. Xiaomo will take her leave. The ancestor was wiping his hands with the brocade handkerchief very carefully, 1 finger at a time, even the gaps between his fingers. Hearing her words, he stared at her. He raised his hand and a dark green date flew into Ning Xiaomo's palm. Eat it. Ning Xiaomo was an expert in the use of poison. She could tell if something was poisonous or not as soon as she touched it. She held the jujube in her hand and knew that it wasn't poisonous, nor was it poisoned. It was a clean thing, so it shouldn't be a problem for her to eat it. She calmly glanced at the handkerchief that the ancestor had just thrown away. It was obvious that the ancestor had a serious case of misophobia and disdain to have any physical contact with anyone. Therefore, not only did he use the handkerchief to hold her wrist, he even wiped his hand after holding her wrist. She smiled faintly and used her sleeve to rub the jujube. Only after she had almost wiped off a layer of the jujube's skin did she reluctantly put it into her mouth. After chewing a few times, she smiled like a flower and said, "Many thanks for the jujube, ancestor." The jujube looked extremely green, but it actually tasted extremely sweet and had a strong jujube fragrance, causing her to salivate in an instant. The ancestor was speechless. He looked at the sleeve that had been pulled off by Ning Xiaomo after she had wiped the jujube and threw it on the ground. Unfortunately, the sleeve was lying next to the handkerchief he had thrown away. The ancestor stared at her face for a moment. Then he waved his sleeve, and the 2 pieces of cloth on the ground disappeared in an instant. 2 groups of airflow appeared and circled around Ning Xiaomo. Ning Xiaomo instantly shuddered. She had sharp eyes and saw that the 2 groups of airflow were the handkerchief and sleeve that had already been vaporized. The ancestor's skill really couldn't be underestimated. He could actually vaporize things in an instant. It seemed that he wasn't just an old swindler. He still had some skills. The 2 groups of airflow almost froze her whole body. She desperately mobilized her internal energy to circulate in her body so that she wouldn't be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Chapter 112. The 2 balls of qi almost froze her whole body. She tried her best to circulate her internal energy within her body so that she would not be frozen into an ice sculpture. However, her face and lips were covered with a layer of white frost, which looked a little scary. Ancestor. The boy behind the ancestor who had once stood up for Ning Xiaomo bowed. Ancestor, please be lenient. She is only a child. If she has offended Ancestor, I hope Ancestor can let her go. After all, Ancestor had once saved her life. She is actually very grateful. Ji and Huang saw that the situation was not good. He hurriedly stepped forward and also bowed to plead for leniency. Under the mask, the ancestor's eyes flashed. He said indifferently, "Why would this ancestor lower himself to the same level as a child? This ancestor is only testing her martial arts." His sleeves moved slightly, and the 2 balls of qi that were revolving around Ning Xiaomo floated out of the main hall through the crack in the door. A low cry came from outside, and then there was no more movement. Although you are a waste, you are not completely useless. Go. The ancestor finally let her go. However, his words were somewhat malicious. In a situation where the enemy was strong and she was weak, Ning Xiaomo was naturally not stupid enough to go against him. Therefore, she smiled and said, "Many thanks to the ancestor. I bought watch last year. The ancestor is really a god." Xiaomo excused herself. She turned around and left. The ancestor did not understand one of her words. While he was distracted, Ning Xiaomo had already opened the door. His eyes flashed with a strange light. This little girl was clearly a waste, but she had a proud an unyielding character. What was even more strange was that her physique was different from ordinary people. Unexpectedly, she was not injured by his glacier palm. Ning Xiumo walked out of the door. Outside, the sun was shining brightly. The warmth of the sun shone on her body. She could not help but face the sun and stretch her body. But as she stretched, she paused. The two fan-shaped rows of flower-like youths outside the door were still there, and they were still standing in such a neat and orderly manner. After such a long time, they were still in the same position as when Ning Xiumo went in. It seemed that this venerable emperor was not just a little strict with his subordinates, as expected of a man who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. Not only was he old-fashioned and cold like a coffin board, but he was also a man who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. Even his subordinates had been trained to behave like this. They were like a bunch of moving coffin boards. Her gaze fell on an ice sculpture not far from the door. His eyes narrowed slightly. She didn't remember seeing any ice sculptures at the entrance when she went in. Moreover, this ice sculpture was too lifelike. Its eyebrows, eyes, nose, and mouth were all extremely lifelike. Even the clothes it was wearing were no different from those of the palace guards. This guard looks a little familiar. She had seen him by the emperor's side just now. Ning Xiumo looked at his half-open mouth and widened eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this was not an ice sculpture, but a real person? Was he frozen by the demonic wind created by the venerable sovereign? She couldn't help but want to go up and take a look. Miss, he is sealed in ice. Within 24 hours, he will be unsealed. He cannot be moved. One of the youths stopped her and said in a low voice. That voice was really low. Only Ning Xiumo could hear it. It was obvious that this place needed absolute silence. These youths did not dare to open their mouths and could only use their telepathy skills. As expected, it was the demonic wind created by that old swindler. Who would have thought that the demonic wind would be so powerful that it could turn a person into a block of ice in an instant? Was this the realm of an expert in psychokinesis? It was so mysterious that it made people want to grind their teeth. Chapter 113. She also wanted to reach this height. Then she would subdue this old swindler. She would freeze him, melt him, freeze him, and melt him again. Who asked him to act pretentious and arrogant again? She would step on his back and sing the song of conquest so that he would never be able to turn over again. Unfortunately, her little body had a psychokinesis trash physique. Thinking about it really made people wring their hands. That's right. She remembered that her physique didn't have any psychokinesis in the beginning. Now, she more or less had a bit of it. Did this mean that her physique wasn't completely hopeless? Perhaps if she took good care of it, her aptitude could be improved by another step? Ning Xiumo pondered as she walked outside. Just as she walked past a few palace gates, someone suddenly shouted in front of her, "The emperor has arrived." She raised her head and saw a group of palace servants escorting Lu Hin-ti as he strode toward her. Ning Xiumo cursed in her heart. She had met a lot of people from the imperial family recently, and she had also met the emperor frequently. She could only salute. Lu Hin-ti waved his hand to let her get up. His gaze swept over her body, and he was somewhat surprised. "Didn't I ask you to serve the ancestor inside? Why did you come out? What was there to serve? She was just a block of wood and ice." Okay. Ning Xiumo cursed at her heart, but on the surface, she was still obedient. "Your Majesty, the ancestor asked me to come out." He probably saw that Xiumo's body was weak, so he empathized with Xiumo and let her out. Lu Hin-ti's eyes moved slightly. In fact, every time the ancestor went on an inspection tour, no matter which country he went to, he would have two of the most important people in the palace accompany him. Although it was said that they were to serve him, it was more like they were hostages. Only when the ancestor left would the two people regain their freedom. He didn't expect that Ning Xiumo would come out less than an hour after she went in. The ancestor was cold-hearted and never easily empathized with people, saying that he pitted Ning Xiumo because of her weak body. Anyone who had a little understanding of the ancestor wouldn't believe it. Perhaps the ancestor felt that her status was too low to be used as a hostage, and that Yun Huang alone was enough. Or maybe the Dizun was the one who taught Ning Xiuma Kung Fu in her dream, so he let her go. Lu Hinti had a hard time guessing. He glanced at Ning Xiuma, and his heart skipped a beat. Wherever the venerable sovereigns were, there was a kind of aura that no ordinary person could get close to. Furthermore, this atmosphere was extremely strange. Only young boys and girls were allowed to stay inside for a long time. If one lost their virginity, once they entered the hall, they would feel a bone-chilling coldness. That coldness was bone-chilling. With his cultivation, he was almost frozen to the point of being unable to walk after staying inside for a while. When he came out, he had to surround the stove and shiver for a long time before he recovered. Apart from the people around the ancestor, even if a virgin boy or girl went in, if they didn't have strong skills, they would be frostbitten within an hour. They would need to rest for a while to recover. This girl was clearly a psychokinesis trash. She had been in there for an hour, but she was still alive and kicking. What in the world was going on? Zhou Xian Emperor discovered that this little girl, who had a pair of limpid eyes, had a lot of mysteries surrounding her body. It made him want to keep her by his side and investigate her thoroughly. Xiuma, I wronged you before. Your father used to be my right-hand man. You are a loyal person, so I will really compensate you. What do you want? Lu Hinti's tone was kind and warm. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions, especially when the emperor was solicitous who knew what he wanted. Chapter 114. Ning Xiuma was slightly alarmed. She took a step back and said with a smile, "Thank you, Your Majesty. How about I double the 10,000 taels of gold?" Lu Hinti was speechless. Was money the only thing in this girl's head? She was really just a child. She didn't know what was best. Xiuma, gold is just an inanimate object. If you have a certain status, wouldn't things like gold be easy for you? Lu Hinti guided her patiently. Could it be that the old emperor regretted and wanted to give her another marriage? Give her a prince? No way. She wasn't interested in a prince or anything. She tilted her head and smiled. Xiuma is still young and doesn't have big ambitions. I'm not interested in being an official. Well, if Your Majesty still feels that you owe Xiuma something, you can double the amount of gold. She looked up at the sun in the sky. It was just past noon, and the sun was burning hot above her head. She squinted her eyes and yawned slightly. However, she seemed to have thought of something and covered her mouth with her small hand. She blinked her eyes and said with an embarrassed face, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry. Xiuma is too sleepy and has been impolite in front of you. Your Majesty won't blame Xiuma for this, right?" Lu Hinti was speechless. In front of so many people, how could he make things difficult for a child because of such a small matter? A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he smiled generously. "Of course not. Since you're sleepy, go back and have a good rest." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiuma will take her leave. Lu Hinti stood there and watched her small back gradually disappear in front of him. She was smart and clever, shrewd and eccentric. She also had good medical skills. Although her body hadn't fully developed, her appearance was that of a beauty. It would be a pity if such a talent fell into the hands of an ordinary family. However, if he let Huang accept her, he would be criticized. She wasn't worthy of his Huang. Therefore, he could only... Little girl, the reward will come soon. It will definitely give you a big surprise, because the news that Ning Xiuma was still alive had not reached Marquis Jingyuan's mansion. When Ning Xiuma swaggered at a Marquis Jingyuan's mansion, it caused quite a stir. After the commotion, it was time to celebrate. Marquis Jingyuan's mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Even though she had only gone missing for 2 days, it was also an exceptionally torturous 2 days for the servants of the Marquis of Jingyuan's mansion. Those maids who had just been hired to protect the courtyard thought that Ning Xiuma had already died and couldn't see any hope, so they left one after another. When Ning Xiuma returned, other than old Zhong, there were 2 guards, 2 maids, and a kitchen. Ning Xiuma rewarded them for their loyalty in front of everyone without hesitation, and doubled their wages immediately. Ning Xiuma's monthly allowance was already higher than others. Now that she had doubled it, everyone was naturally grateful. Ning Xiuma took the opportunity to set the rules. She only recruited loyal servants, righteous servants, and brave servants. When their master was in trouble, those who left their master would never be recruited. When this rule came out, those who stayed were naturally overjoyed and became even more loyal. As for those who left, when they heard that Ning Xiuma had returned, they were directly rejected by the Marquis, Jing Yuan's mansion. It was difficult for them to take a step into the Marquis's mansion. They regretted it so much that they wanted to bang their heads against the wall. After Ning Xiuma returned, she naturally went to see Tom, the chastity-testing beast. Tom's face was like the end of the world. Its only confidant was also dead. It was full of a bored expression. Seeing Ning Xiuma suddenly appear, it almost couldn't believe its own big eyes. With a cry, it banged its head against the iron cage and directly hit its head. Chapter 115. The two of them had a lively conversation. Ning Xiuma briefly told Tom about her experience and what happened in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. She was not afraid that Tom would tell on her. First of all, it was her friend now. Second of all, even if it told others, they would not understand. Tom was frightened and even slapped the cage with its paws when it heard the story. Perverts. They are all perverts. The people of the royal family are not good people, especially the old emperor. He actually treated the daughter of a meritorious official like that. His conscience is really bad. And that princess, she is not a good person either. Ning Xiuma glanced at it. Don't overturn a boat with one pole. In fact, His Highness the Crown Prince is quite good. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been able to turn things around. Tom opened its big eyes and said, he is indeed not bad. Hey, don't tell me you have feelings for him. You're speaking for him, but he is actually just a pretty boy. Ning Xiuma rolled her eyes and said, you are the one who has feelings for him. I am just speaking the truth. I don't have any feelings for him. Besides, I don't want to stay in this world forever. I have to find a way to go back. Go back. You wish. We are all transmigrated. How can we go back? Tom could not lift its spirits and sighed again. I have had enough of this stupid society. It is backward, ignorant, and unable to communicate. It is not as humane as our society. Ning Xiuma touched its big head and said, don't be sad. Maybe we still have a chance to go back. Don't touch my head. Hey, what did you say? We still have a chance to go back. Its eyes opened wide again. Ning Xiuma nodded and said, I have been reading some books in the Crown Prince's mansion for the past 2 days. I accidentally saw some information about the space-time tunnel. As long as our martial arts practice to a certain level, we can find the space-time tunnel. Maybe we can go back to our time. Tom was shocked. The space-time tunnel should exist. There was such a saying in our time, but no one has ever found it. It seemed to have thought of something and said dejectedly, even if we find it, it is useless. If you really transmigrate back, at least you'll still be a human. But I'm a beast. If I really transmigrate back like this, I'm afraid I'll scare a lot of people. The scientific community will also capture me and use me as a test subject. No matter how it thought about it, its future was bleak. Ning Xiuma glanced at it. Look at you, you're so useless. Have you forgotten that beasts can also cultivate? If a fox can cultivate into a fox spirit and have a human skin, why can't you do the same? In any case, you've already gained sentience, so you should be able to cultivate with twice the result with half the effort. Once you've cultivated into a human form, what are you afraid of? Tom's eyes brightened. For the first time since he had crossed over, he had hope. Well, I'll try to practice too, but I can't read the books of this world. Don't worry about that. I got some books on cultivation from the Crown Prince. I'll translate them for you later. Ning Xiuma promised generously. Since they were both transmigrators, she still had some feelings for this fellow countryman. Tom's eyes lit up even more. Great. Moi. Finally, it said a sentence in Chinese. Ning Xiuma flicked its nose. Moi. Ning Xiuma was very generous. When she returned safely, she immediately ordered a big banquet to be held regardless of seniority. The master and servant reveled. In Chongkong country, there was no master and servant drinking at the same table. Chapter 116. In Chongkong country, there was no such thing as a master and servant drinking at the same table. So Ning Xiuma's actions undoubtedly made these people very moved. She was straightforward in her work, clear in her rewards and punishments, and had good manners. At such a young age, she had more strength of character than those aristocratic family heads. After a few interactions, everyone respected her and was willing to work under her. After the master and servant banquet, Ning Xiuma ordered people to go out and put up a recruitment notice. On it were written the rules and conditions of employment. Because the price she offered was high and there were old servants desperately advertising in front of the notice, in less than 2 hours, more than 10 people came to join her. Ning Xiuma sent old Zhong to explain the rules of the Marquis Mansion as usual. After all the new people agreed, she signed the employment contract with them. In less than half a day, the Marquis Mansion was back on the right track and was even more lively than before. After the meeting was over, old Zhong frowned and said, "Young miss, after the monthly salary is given out, we don't have much money left. I'm afraid we won't be able to last much longer." Ning Xiuma smiled. "Don't worry, someone will send us money very soon." Old Zhong was flabbergasted. Young miss was all alone here, and that scum of a husband had broken off the engagement. Who would send her money? Before he finished thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of ceremonial music coming from outside, coming from the direction of the Marquis Mansion. A moment later, someone ran in from outside to report, "Young miss, the imperial edict has arrived." Ning Xiuma smiled and stood up. "The gold is here. Let's go and receive the edict." Ning Xiuma never knew that her peach blossoms would be so luxuriant. It was simply to a terrifying extent, making her want to curse. Everyone said that transmigrated women had many peach blossoms, but wasn't this too much? It had only been a few days since she transmigrated, and she had already attracted 3 big peach blossoms. The 6th prince and the crown prince were fine. In any case, they were young and handsome men. But what was the matter with the old emperor? He actually issued an edict to make her his concubine. And what kind of beast concubine was that? Beast his sister. He was a beast. His whole family were beasts. The one who came to deliver the imperial edict was Eunuch Lu, the head of the imperial household. Not only did he bring the imperial edict, but he also brought countless gifts. They flowed in like water, almost filling up the entire hall. After he finished reading the imperial edict, his old face smiled like a chrysanthemum that had just bloomed in the wind. "Congratulations, Your Highness. From now on, Your Highness can be considered to have reached the heavens in a single bound. These are all betrothal gifts from the royal family. They are very impressive. His Majesty sympathizes with Nyang's difficulties in managing the household alone, so he specially ordered a few palace servants to help Nyang prepare for the wedding. Nyang only needs to rest and wait for the wedding in 3 days." Ning Xiuma resisted the urge to curse the old emperor and his 8 generations of ancestors. She accepted the imperial edict with a smile and thanked the emperor for his kindness. The old emperor was a lunatic. 2 days ago, he had set a trap for her and wanted to kill her as soon as possible. Now, he had come with great fanfare to ask for her hand in marriage and take her as his concubine. Had his skull been damaged by the venerable sovereign's cold air, or had he been stimulated by something else? Ning Xiuma knew that this was not the time for her to explode. She couldn't even show the slightest bit of unhappiness, so she pretended to be pleasantly surprised and happily accepted the imperial edict. She even rewarded Eunuch Lu with an ingot of gold and sent him away happily. After sending Eunuch Lu off, Ning Xiuma turned around and looked at the betrothal gifts in the hall. The old emperor was quite willing to spend a lot of money. The gifts were either gold or silver, and there was also a large chest of jewelry. Chapter 117. The old emperor was quite willing to spend a lot of money. The things he sent were either gold or silver, and there was also a large chest of jewelry. There was also a large pile of coral and jadeite ornaments. Ning Xiuma made a rough estimate. These things added up to around 30 to 40,000 taels of gold. It was 2 or 3 times more than the 10,000 taels of gold she asked for. It was already considered very generous. However, the old emperor was also very calculative. If she entered the palace as an imperial concubine, she would need to bring enough dowry. She did not have any other relatives in the palace, so the things he gave her would most likely have to be brought back to the palace. As expected of the emperor, he really had a good plan. But to scheme against her, Ning Xuan, hey, Nyang Nyang, these servants will take care of it. Nyang Nyang only needs to be a beautiful bride in 3 days. The 4 palace maids left behind by eunuch Lu came forward, wanting to take care of the gold, silver, and jewelry. Ning Xuan raised her hand and stopped them. She lightly said, "The 4 of you have just arrived and do not understand the rules of my Marquis, Jing Yuan's household. There is no need to trouble you." Uncle Zhong. Old Zhong immediately stepped forward. "This old servant is here. Bring some people to exchange these gold and silver for banknotes. Send the jewelry to the storeroom." "Yes." Old Zhong agreed and immediately brought some people to carry the chests. The 4 palace maids looked at each other in dismay. The leader stepped forward. "Nyang Nyang, His Majesty ordered us to prepare the dowry for Nyang Nyang Nyang. If she took all the things away, what would they use to prepare the dowry?" Ning Xuan smiled. The dimples on her cheeks were like intoxicating wine. "Then you can go prepare it yourselves. Try to make it look as good as possible and make it as sumptuous as possible." But Nyang Nyang took all these things away. "We servants are unable to prepare them. Did His Majesty say that we must use these betrothal gifts to prepare the dowry?" Ning Xuan asked back. "That is not the case." "Then it is. Since these things were given to me by His Majesty, then I have absolute control over them. I can use them however I want. You have no right to say anything." Ning Xuan's small face became cold. But what about the dowry? Let's make a salad." Ning Xuan's eyes slightly curved. "Whoever gave the order for you to buy the dowry, go find that person for the money. Don't even think about having any ideas about my things." Old Zhong was very efficient. In just a few moments, all the boxes in the hall had been moved out. Although the 4 palace maids knew a little bit of martial arts, it was obviously not enough in front of the guards brought by Old Zhong. Besides, they didn't dare to really take action and snatch it. In their anger, they hurried back to the palace to report. Lu Hinti was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. He first listened to Eunuch Lu's report. Eunuch Lu was very reliable and eloquent. He reported all of Ning Xuan's reactions and words in detail. Lu Hinti nodded slightly. He thought that the little girl would show an unhappy expression. After all, she was now very close to the crown prince, Ji Yanhuang. In her heart, she might even have thoughts of becoming the crown prince's consort. He didn't expect her to agree so readily and like it so much. Of course, even if she didn't agree and didn't like it, she couldn't go against the imperial edict. However, to be able to agree so readily made Lu Hinti look better. At least that little girl is tactful. She knows when to advance and retreat. Or maybe she knows that she is a good-for-nothing and doesn't deserve Huang. So, it's good that she can find a higher branch to marry. For a weak and lonely girl like her to be able to marry into the palace as a consort, she must have burned incense for 8 lifetimes. One had to know that when the daughters of many officials married into the palace, they were only nobles or something like that. It was a few ranks lower than a consort. At least he didn't let her father down. Besides, he wasn't old. He was only 43 years old. Because of his body's magical power, he didn't look old. He looked like he was in his 30s, which was the age when he was full of charm. Perhaps that girl really did have feelings for him. He couldn't help but look at the bronze mirror in front of the imperial table. The bronze mirror reflected a handsome face. His eyebrows were like swords. His eyes were like phoenixes. His nose was like a gallbladder. His lips were square, and there was a slight beard at the side of his lips. It made him look even more handsome and dignified. Chapter 118. His appearance genes were undoubtedly outstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given birth to a bunch of handsome sons. Although his appearance wasn't as outstanding as Ji Yanhuang's, he was still considered very handsome. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many beauties in his harem falling for him. Even when he went out incognito, there were still 16 beauties who became lovesick because of him. Therefore, that little girl being able to marry him as his concubine could be considered climbing up the social ladder. Head steward Lu looked at Lu Hinti in horror as he looked at himself in the mirror. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what the usually cold and arrogant emperor was thinking. At this moment, the four palace maids returned and told him how Ning Xiuma had put away all the betrothal gifts and didn't let them handle them. Lu Hin-ti laughed in his heart. It seemed that the little girl was afraid of being poor. She didn't have an ordinary passion for gold and silver. It wasn't out of his expectations that she wouldn't let others handle it. She was so greedy, so she definitely wouldn't be willing to throw those things in the Marquis mansion. When she married, she would still bring them over. It was fine as long as she had a plan. With a plan, he could subdue her and make her only serve him in the future. She would bow down and listen to his every word. He thought for a moment and then allocated some silver to the four palace maids to let them prepare Ning Xiuma's dowry. They wanted to look more glorious. The four palace maids originally thought that he would fly into a rage and punish Ning Xiuma for her crimes. They didn't expect that he would settle the matter peacefully. It seemed that His Majesty really doted on this Miss Ning. She hadn't even married into the palace, and he was already so obedient to her. If she entered the palace, she would definitely be a favored concubine. Then they couldn't offend that little girl even more. The four palace maids were also very good at adapting to the situation. They immediately praised Ning Xiuma's beauty and character in unison. Then they received the imperial edict and went to the palace's treasury to get the silver. There was a set of complicated procedures to withdraw money from the palace. After the four palace maids finished the procedures, it was already 4 hours later. The sun was halfway down and the curtain of night was about to fall. When the four palace maids returned to the Marquis mansion, they quickly discovered that something was wrong. The main gate of the Marquis mansion was tightly shut and quiet. There wasn't a single sound. They knocked on the door for a long time, but no one came out. It was as if it had become an empty house. After all, they were quite knowledgeable. They knew that something was wrong and immediately sent someone to report to the palace. The palace quickly dispatched a team of imperial guards to forcefully break open the main gate of Marquis Jingyuan's mansion. However, the scene inside shocked everyone. The servants of the Marquis of Jingyuan's mansion were all lying on the floor in disorder. Each and every one of them had a pale complexion and were unconscious. Even old Zhong was lying on the table in the main hall. No matter how he was pushed, he wouldn't wake up, as if he was poisoned. Actually, no one cared about the life and death of the servants. What they cared about was the safety of the master of the Marquis estate. Therefore, these people quickly turned the entire Marquis estate upside down, but they didn't see Ning Xiuma's shadow. The leader of the Imperial Guards did not dare to be negligent. He quickly sent someone to the palace to report to Lu Hin-ti and quickly invited all kinds of doctors in the city. After a period of tossing and turning, Lu Hin-ti arrived. Uncle Zhong and the others were also finally rescued and woke up. They were collectively poisoned. Although the poison was fatal, it was a common poison. The doctors in the city were able to cure it. Coupled with the timely rescue, none of them lost their lives. However, when they were asked about Ning Xiuma's whereabouts, these people were even more at a loss than the emperor. Everyone said that when Miss Ning was lecturing them on how to manage the affairs of the Marquis' estate in the future, they inexplicably heard a faintly discernible sound of music, followed by a faint fragrance of flowers. Before they could react, they fainted. Chapter 119. Lu Hin-ti's face was as gloomy as water. That girl most likely ran away from the marriage. He, the emperor above millions of people, was actually forced to run away from his marriage by a little girl. If this were to spread out, where would he put his face? This was simply too shameful. He was afraid that he would become the laughingstock of the continent. That daring girl, did she not know that running away from the imperial family's marriage was a capital offense? After old Zhong finished his confession, he also cried on the ground. "Your Majesty, my family's young miss must have been kidnapped by a strong person. That flower fragrance was probably the poisonous gas released by the strong person. That's why we were poisoned and the young miss was kidnapped. I pity her for being a lonely and helpless girl. I don't know where she's suffering right now. I beg your Majesty to send people to find her as soon as possible. I pity the Marquis for having only one daughter. I originally thought that she would receive the Emperor's appreciation and be conferred the title of Imperial Concubine. reaching the heavens in one step. Who would have thought that she would encounter such a thing? He wailed and kowtowed. The officials and imperial guards who came with the emperor were all moved. At this time, Lu Hinti could only push the boat along with the current and conclude that Ning Xiuma was kidnapped by a strong person. After all, saying that she was kidnapped by a strong person would make the imperial family's face look better. Fortunately, whether she ran away from the marriage or was kidnapped by a strong person, it could be considered as having a deeper stain on her record. The former was disobeying the imperial edict and was punishable by death. The latter was ruining her reputation. Regardless of which explanation it was, she could no longer marry the crown prince, Zhou. He also had a good explanation for his son. However, knowing that the other party ran away from the marriage and still couldn't pursue the matter, Lu Hinti felt as if he had eaten a fly and was extremely unhappy. He really wanted to kill everyone in the Marquis mansion as a warning to that girl. But that girl, in order to escape, did not hesitate to use a fatal poison on everyone. It was obvious that she did not care about the life and death of these people. Even if he killed all of them, that little girl wouldn't be sad at all. Instead, it would make him seem too cruel. Besides, if he were to take his anger out on the innocent, it would be easy for the common people to gossip and impeach him. His breath was stuck in his chest, and he didn't know whether to spit it out or not. This was the first time he had tasted such a cowardly feeling that he could only swallow his broken teeth. He took a deep breath and suppressed the unhappiness in his heart. He asked about the time when Ning Xiuma went missing. Old Zhou, on the other hand, told her everything he knew. He said that Miss Ning was afraid of losing the betrothal gift given by the emperor, so she only left behind 1,000 taels of silver. The rest of the betrothal gift was exchanged for banknotes and was kept by Miss Ning. Because young Miss was happy to be conferred the title of imperial concubine, she gathered everyone together and wanted to celebrate together. Unexpectedly, while young Miss was lecturing them, they were ambushed. It has been more than 2 hours since then. Lu Hinti secretly clenched his fists in his sleeves. 2 hours was more than enough time for that girl to escape the city. His eyes slightly flashed, and he immediately ordered the entire city to be locked down and martial law was imposed. He ordered people to search for Ning Xiuma's whereabouts. Naturally, the people outside the city would not be let off. All the roads were searched, orders were issued one after another. The imperial army, the provincial government soldiers, the Yamen's bailiffs, everyone who could be used was sent out. Because Ning Xiuma had a large amount of banknotes and other items on her when she went missing, there was a possibility that she was robbed by someone who was jealous. Therefore, everyone who had grievances with the Marquis mansion was searched. Chapter 120. Old Zhou knelt on the ground and kowtowed to express his gratitude, but he was silently praying in his heart. Miss, take care. I have already done everything I can. I will do my best to take care of Marquis Jingyuan's residence. We will wait for your safe return. Ning Xiuma wore a beggar's outfit and squatted in a corner. Looking at the soldiers searching the streets, she didn't even have the strength to curse. What was a mistake in 100 plans? What was a careless mistake? It was referring to the current her. Originally, she had planned everything very well, and it could be said to be flawless. First, she changed all the betrothal gifts into banknotes. She carried some with her and secretly gave some to old Zhou so that he could still run the Marquis' residence normally after she left. In order not to implicate everyone and to not leak the news, she only told old Zhou about her escape. Although old Zhou didn't agree, he now followed Ning Xiuma's lead. Whatever Ning Xiuma told him to do, he would do. After the master and servant discussed, they used the excuse of being conferred the title of imperial concubine to gather everyone in the hall. Then, old Zhou secretly used poison to poison everyone, to create the illusion that a strong person had come. Originally, everything was planned perfectly. She even calculated the old emperor's reaction when he came. She only needed to escape the city and hide in a cave for a few days, and everything would be fine. Then, she could come back and continue her carefree life. But she didn't expect that in a moment of carelessness, when she drugged everyone, she also inhaled some poison powder. Her original body was almost invulnerable to poison because of the constant exposure to poison, but this small body couldn't. It was actually very sensitive to this kind of poison. Although she took the antidote in advance, she still felt dizzy. She forced herself to disguise as a beggar and ran out of the Marquis's residence. However, the poison in her body began to act up. She forced herself to run to a secluded place and sat down in a corner of a small alley. She used her internal energy to force the poison out of her body and unknowingly fainted. She had been unconscious until now. The sky was already dark. Teams of soldiers were searching the streets, causing chaos and chaos. Every city had its dark corners. There were many beggars on the streets, and there were also many who were sleeping by the roadside. Therefore, no one paid any attention to her when she slept on the street. Even when two groups of people passed by her, they didn't notice her. Ning Xiaoma had secretly sneaked to the city gate to take a look. The inspection at the city gate was extremely strict. Children around the age of 10, regardless of their gender, were the main targets of the inspection. Not only would they verify the appearance of the person in the portrait, they would also let the hounds come forward to sniff the scent. It must be said that the efficiency of the imperial family was quite high. In just a short while, her portraits were plastered all over the city gates. These portraits were quite skillful and looked like oil paintings. They were 70 to 80% similar to her original appearance. And Ning Xiaoma's disguise technique was not as miraculous as it was said to be. If she were to use a human mask, she could just smear it, pinch it, and fix it. She could even create someone else's appearance. If they didn't look carefully under the light, they could still fool them. However, she didn't have a human skin mask with her now. Tui Dao's face had been discarded because she found it disgusting. Therefore, her current disguise technique was only to darken her small face a little, make her eyes a little smaller, and draw her mouth a little bigger. It was still somewhat similar to her original appearance. Chapter 121. If someone were to scrutinize her face, she would definitely be exposed. Ning Xiaoma patrolled around the city gate for a while before walking back and sitting down at a place where there were many beggars. She thought that the old emperor must have thought that she had escaped from the city. That was why the soldiers were searching the area outside the city. She was afraid that she would just go through the motions inside the city. It might be safer for her to stay in this group of beggars for a few days. The most dangerous place was the safest place. As a secret agent, she knew this very well. Therefore, she deliberately sat at the corner of a bustling street with a group of beggars. Occasionally, she would even stand up like the other beggars and hold a broken bowl to ask for money from passers-by. In order not to be conspicuous, she almost didn't speak. She was skinny and her face was dirty like a cat's. She looked more like a beggar than a real beggar. Naturally, she wasn't likable. Therefore, the money she asked for was much less than the other beggars. After almost 2 hours, there was only 1 copper coin in her broken bowl. She had always been dedicated to her work. She looked like a dragon or a tiger. Now, she was even more realistic as a beggar than a real beggar. Among the beggars, no one doubted her identity. The world of beggars was actually very competitive. Before the big copper coin in Ning Xiaoma's broken bowl could warm the bottom of the bowl, a dirty hand reached over and took the copper coin in her bowl. He blew on it and looked at Ning Xiaoma. "Little girl, are you new here? You should know the rules of this area. You have to pay me for the land. Your Tong Zi will belong to me." Ning Xiaoma lowered her head and didn't fight for it. She seemed to be very scared and took a step back. "Big brother, take it if you want it. In the future, if I want more, I will give some to you. I just hope that you won't chase me away." Her obedience made the beggar very happy. He squinted his eyes and raised his hand to pat Ning Xiaoma's head. "Little girl, you are quite good at making trouble. Well, from today onwards, I will take care of you." Probably because it was the first time that he had a younger brother, this beggar was very excited. He showed his yellow front teeth and told Ning Xiaoma his begging experience. Although Ning Xiaoma really wanted to knock out his yellow teeth one by one, she knew that this was not the time to stir up trouble. Moreover, if she mingled with these beggars, it would be easier for her to conceal herself and evade the search of those soldiers. Ning Xiaoma, under the guidance of the beggar brother, managed to get a few more copper coins. She only kept one for herself and gave the rest to Huang Buck. Teeth Huang was even happier and chatted with her even more happily. While Ning Xiuma dealt with him casually, she was also paying attention to the movements of the soldiers who were searching for her. She saw that her uncle and aunt's family, as well as the relatives who had been to her house to ask for money, had all been taken away by the soldiers. Obviously, they had also become suspects in the abduction of Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma laughed in her heart. The old emperor had a tacit understanding with her in this play. He had done everything according to her wishes. He deserved to be praised. None of her relatives were easy to deal with. Now that they had been implicated by her, it could be considered that they had paid back the debt of Ning Xiuma, who had died unjustly. Even if these people were innocent, the old emperor would definitely put on an act and let people interrogate them strictly for the sake of his face. He might even find a scapegoat among them. This strict interrogation would only involve torture. The torture instruments in the Ministry of Justice's prison were enough to make those people happy for a few days. Chapter 122. These people often bullied the original Ning Xiuma and often beat and scolded her. That big cousin sister even pushed the 10-year-old Ning Xiuma into the lake in the dead of winter and almost drowned her. Although she was lucky enough to swim to the shore, she also fell seriously ill, which made her body even weaker. These people once made the original Ning Xiuma live in hell, and now it was time for them to pay back their debts. The sky was already dark, and the soldiers on the streets were still searching. These soldiers probably thought that there was a possibility that Ning Xiuma was disguised as a beggar and started to pay attention to the weak beggars who were alone. Ning Xiuma inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Although Buckteeth Huang was noisy and had a bad breath, he was a very good shield. The city gate was already closed, and she definitely could not leave the city today. She could only hide in the beggar nest in the city for the night. When she woke up, the sky was slightly bright, and the east was faintly showing the white of the fish belly. At this time, the city gate should be open. She had to go and see if the inspection of the city gate was lax. She stood up from the smelly beggars and was about to slowly go out. Suddenly, a rider galloped from the main street in front of them. A man on the horse shouted, "The officials at the Shenglu are giving out porridge and clothes. Those who are under the age of 13 can get 2 portions. Let's go quickly." A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and all the hungry beggars stood up and rushed towards the Sheng restaurant like a swarm of bees. Ning Xiuma's heart moved. She was a smart person and immediately knew that this was a trap. It seemed that the officials did not find anyone in the inns and finally started to think of all the beggars. Gathering all the beggars in one place would naturally make it easier to find them. If she went, she would be recognized very quickly. If she did not go, when all the beggars rushed towards the same direction, she would be even more conspicuous as a beggar. It seemed that the imperial guards who were in charge of this search were not completely incompetent. She was slightly distracted, and the yellow teeth who was resting beside her stretched out his hand to pull her. "Little brother, why are you still in a daze? The Sheng restaurant's food is very delicious. You're definitely not 13 years old, right? Let's go and get 2 portions." In front of and behind her, there were soldiers patrolling the streets, paying attention to these beggars. At this time, Ning Xiuma naturally couldn't be left behind, so she could only follow Yellow Teeth and run forward. Along the way, there were more and more beggars. Ning Xiuma was not conspicuous among them. She was thinking of ways to escape. When she passed by the gate of a noble's mansion, she saw a rather luxurious carriage parked there from afar. There were 2 guards standing in front of the carriage. It was obvious that some noble in this mansion was going out. She looked around and saw the lantern hanging from the carriage. There were 2 words on the lantern, Hao Mansion. Ning Xiuma suddenly realized that this place was actually the 6th prince, Ji Yunhao's Hao Palace. Because he had been beaten yesterday and was demoted to a commoner, the signboard at the entrance of the palace had been taken down and replaced with Hao Palace. The lanterns of Hao Palace had also been changed to Hao Palace lanterns. Could it be that Ji Yunhao wanted to leave the city today? Maybe she could have some ideas on him. Her mind moved quickly. Seeing that she was about to pass by the carriage, she suddenly clutched her stomach. "Ouch! my stomach hurts. Big brother, you go first. I'll find a place to relieve myself first. I'll go later. You can help me line up. Chapter 123. Her thoughts moved very quickly. Just as she was about to pass by the carriage, she suddenly clutched her stomach. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Big brother, you go first. I'll go find a place to relieve myself first. I'll go later. You help me line up. She shook off Huang Braid's hand and ran to the dark corner of the wall. Little bastard, you're really a lazy donkey. Hurry up. If you're late, you won't be able to get anything. Huang Braid exhorted her from behind. He didn't want to wait for her and ran away on his own. He was an old fox and knew that there was a limit to the amount of porridge distributed by the government. If he was late, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to get the soup. They only cared about running forward. They didn't know where a small stone came from, but it hit the leg of the person running in front. That person cried out in pain and fell flat on his face. The people following him couldn't keep their footing and were tripped by him. This caused a chain reaction, and a large number of people fell down with a pa sound. Curses were heard everywhere. The movements of these beggars naturally alerted the two guards who were guarding the carriage. The two of them swept their gazes over there and saw the group of beggars in a sorry state. They couldn't help but laugh and take a few glances at the commotion. What they didn't notice was that a small black shadow took advantage of this fleeting opportunity to drill into the bottom of the carriage and quietly attached itself to the wooden planks of the bottom of the carriage. A moment later, Sixth Prince Xianxia was indeed carried out in a soft and delicate manner. Behind him was a group of crying concubines. After Xianxia got out of the sedan, the group of concubines surrounded him and cried to express their reluctance to part. Xianxia's handsome face was cold, and he didn't pay attention to them. With the help of the two guards, he boarded the carriage. "Prince, why do you have to set off so early? Your injuries haven't healed yet, so you don't need to be in such a hurry. The emperor also ordered you to delay it for a few days." A concubine grabbed his robe and cried, "Shut up. What did I say? I'm now a commoner. I'm not some prince. Do you want me to commit the crime of disobeying the imperial edict?" Xianxia's voice was cold as he reprimanded him. That concubine didn't dare to say anything else. The other concubine said, "Master, please calm down. Sister is just worried about Master." "Master, don't worry. Master, the emperor will definitely not let Master continue to be wronged like this. After this storm, Master will definitely come back. Master, don't worry. We sisters will definitely take care of the affairs of the residents properly and wait for Master to return." These words were quite sensible. Xianxia's complexion improved a bit. "That's more like it," he said indifferently. "Let's all go back." He turned around and entered the carriage. No matter how reluctant the concubines were, there was nothing they could do. They stood at the door and watched as the carriage gradually disappeared into the distance. Because Xianxia was exiled, the carriage he rode in was an ordinary luxurious one, not a prince's carriage. He couldn't bring more than 2 servants with him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in line with the royal system. Fortunately, the 2 people who followed him were his most trusted personal guards. Not only were their martial arts first class, they were also very capable. At this moment, the coachman who was pretending to be him was sitting in front. Xianxia sat in the carriage. The injuries on his body were not light. Although the imperial physicians in the palace gave him the best medicine, he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. At this moment, he was still in pain. If he moved a little, the pain would penetrate his heart. That girl must have added something to the torture sticks. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so painful. Even after he let the imperial physicians examine him, not a single one of them could tell that he had been poisoned. Chapter 124. That wound was obviously several times more painful than a normal stick wound, but the inspection did not reveal anything. Ever since he received that fat beating, he had not slept a wink. It hurts. The severe pain made him unable to sleep at all, and he had endured until now. Drowsiness plus pain made his temper irritable, and Ning Shuima's face could not help but appear in his mind. Bright eyes, captivating red lips, 2 dimples when she smiled. Her appearance was obviously so lovable, but her temperament. She was simply a little freak, a little demon. He did not expect that this time he would fall into the hands of a little girl. It really made him gnash his teeth in hatred. If he catches that little demon again, he must do what? Xianxia's mind was suddenly at a loss. He hated that girl to death, but it was difficult for him to forget her. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would see her smiling face and innocent little eyes. There had never been a woman who could occupy his heart like this, making him unable to forget her. He was thinking about her so much, probably because he was not reconciled to the fact that he suffered at her hands. When he finds a way to get his revenge, he would probably forget about her. If he catches her, he must first fiercely whip her, and then press her down. He wants her to completely surrender to him, and there will be no one else in her eyes. The speed of the carriage was not slow. In less than a quarter of an hour, it was already approaching the city gate. In the morning, there were many people leaving the city, but the soldiers were still searching very carefully. Not only did they check the inside of the carriage, they also searched the bottom of the carriage where people might be hiding. Xianxia lifted the curtain of the carriage, glanced at the city gate in the distance, then lowered the curtain, sighed, and leaned back on the stool. Where would that girl escape to? Although he had been living in the mansion, but he was still very well informed. He already knew that Xianxia was bestowed a marriage and then went missing. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. An ice-cold object was pressed against his neck. If you don't want to die, don't scream. A low voice sounded in his ear. Xianxia's body slightly stiffened. He slowly turned his head around. Reflected in his eyes was a little kitten's face and a pair of lively big eyes. Xianxia, cover me, or I'll kill you. Xianxia's words were very sharp. The knife in her hand moved slightly forward, and a line of blood flowed down Xianxia's neck. She originally wanted to climb under the carriage to sneak out, but she did not expect that the soldiers would not even let go of the bottom of the carriage. They would crawl under the carriage to check. She had no choice but to take the risk and fight for a chance of survival. Xianxia should also be very afraid of death, right? She was confident that she could kill him and bury him with her before he called for the guards. Master, we're about to reach the city gate. Are you doing well inside? Suddenly, a guard's voice came from outside the carriage. Obviously, that person's ears were very sharp. He heard a little noise and became suspicious, so he asked. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. If Xianxia's answer was slightly incorrect, the guards would probably rush in to take a look. I'm fine. You guys can continue to drive the carriage outside. Xianxia suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was steady and calm. Yes. The two guards disguised as coachmen stopped talking and focused on driving the carriage. So tactful? Xianxia suspiciously looked at him, but she still ordered in a low voice. When we reach the city gate, you will reveal your identity in the carriage. You are a prince, so they definitely won't enter the carriage to check on you. Chapter 125. Right now, I'm just a commoner. Right now, the guards at the city gate are the bailiffs of the Supreme Court. They won't listen to anyone and will inevitably lift the curtain to take a look. Xianxia also spoke in a low voice. His finger pointed to a chest at the side. There are manservant clothes over there. You should quickly change into them and pretend to be one of my attendants. You should be able to muddle your way through. He was actually willing to help her. Did this guy change after being beaten with a stick? But this time, she didn't have much time to think. The knife in her hand paused slightly and once again approached his throat. Open your mouth. Xianxia's eyes slightly darkened, but as expected, he obediently opened his mouth. His throat felt cold as something rolled down his throat. It was like a line of ice entering his stomach. Don't play tricks. I gave you the soul-severing pill. If you don't have the antidote, it will take your life in one day. No one will be able to cure it. Xianxia finally withdrew the knife. Xianxia lowered his eyes and sighed. Xianxia, don't worry. I don't want you to be captured more than anyone else. His imperial father would take in concubines once every 3 years. There was no lack of 11 or 12-year-old children among them. He didn't care. Sometimes, in order to curry favor with his father, he would send some beautiful women into the palace. But Xianxia couldn't do it. He couldn't let her enter the imperial harem and become his little stepmother. Ning Xiuma also felt that he probably didn't want her to become his little stepmother. Her eyelashes curved as she said, "I'll believe you for the time being." She opened the chest. Sure enough, there were 2 sets of manservant clothes inside. They were clean and new. Looking at the length, they were actually about the same height as her. Yunhao didn't bring any manservant with him. Why did he bring manservant clothes? This question turned in Ning Xiuma's mind for a moment before she put it aside. They were about to reach the city gate. She didn't have much time left. She was actually wearing a tight-fitting undergarment underneath her beggar's clothes, so she didn't avoid changing her clothes under Ji Yunhao's gaze. She quickly took off her beggar's clothes and changed into the manservant's clothes. Then, she took a wet towel from the side and wiped her small face clean. She then combed her hair into the manservant's hairstyle. Ji Yunhao half sat there looking at her, watching her as if she was performing a magic trick. In the blink of an eye, she had completely changed her attire and appearance. Her ink-black hair covered her forehead, half covering her eyes. She slightly pursed her small lips, looking just like a manservant. She stuffed the Huazi clothes into the box. Ning Xiuma had spent half the night among the beggars, so she was a little smelly. However, this carriage actually had its own fragrance. Not long after Ning Xiuma entered, the smelly smell disappeared, and the carriage was still fragrant and pleasant. Ning Xiuma's gaze shifted as she used her hand to touch the carriage. Aromatic wood. This royal family really knows how to enjoy life. The carriage is actually made of fragrant wood. It must be known that in this continent, a piece of fragrant wood that was 1 square meter was worth thousands of gold taels. In other words, the wood of this carriage was worth tens of thousands of gold taels. This 6th prince was demoted to a commoner, but the carriage he used was also worth so much. Ji Yunhao was half lying on the brocade mattress. Pretend to fan me. At this time, Ning Xiuma naturally didn't want to go against him. Sure enough, she took a fan from the side and gently fanned him. She lowered her eyes and fanned him very professionally. If one ignored the sharp knife she secretly pressed on the left side of his waist, she was no different from a real manservant. I have to call one of them to come in and let them know of your existence. Otherwise, we will be exposed when they check. Ji Yunhao said in a low voice. Chapter 126. What he said was the truth. When the curtains were opened during the inspection, if the 2 guards suddenly saw her, there would definitely be a change. Ning Xiuma's eyes turned, and she readily agreed. Okay. Ji Yunhao was somewhat puzzled as he stared at her. Aren't you afraid that I'll take this opportunity to call them in to deal with you? Ning Xiuma smiled. Your little life is still in my hands. I believe that you won't be so stupid. The knife in her hand was definitely faster than his shout. Moreover, she had also fed him poison which could only be neutralized by her unique antidote. Smart girl. Ji Yunhao secretly sighed. He lightly clapped his hands, and a guard immediately opened the curtains and came in. Master you. When he suddenly saw Ning Xiuma, his expression changed. A light flashed in his palm, and a long sword flashed. He's my Tong heir Junqing. Do you hear me? Ji Yunhao indifferently said, successfully stopping the guard from making trouble. The person who could be his personal guard was naturally very perceptive. He immediately replied, Master, don't worry. Number 2 understands. You can leave. Ji Yunhao waved his hand. Yes. Number 2 bowed his head and left the carriage. Ning Xiuma's eyes slightly flashed. It seemed that this 6th prince was not a complete idiot. He was able to train this kind of shadow guard. He still had some ability. The carriage quickly arrived at the city gate. The guards at the gate came to inquire about the owner of the carriage. During this time, the guards quickly checked the bottom of the carriage to make sure that no one was hiding there. Only then did they withdraw. The 2 guards driving the carriage explained Ji Yunhao's identity. The guards at the gate were very conscientious. They bowed. We didn't know that this was 6th Master's carriage. We have offended you. However, the Emperor ordered that all carriages that pass by, regardless of whether they are royalty or nobles, must be carefully inspected. We asked for 6th Master's forgiveness. His meaning was to open the curtains and let them take a look. After all, this carriage did not indicate that it belonged to the sixth prince's residence. It also did not mean that the person inside was the sixth prince, Ji Yunhao. Ji Yunhao slowly opened his mouth, opened the curtains, and let them take a look. Because Ji Yunhao often went out of the city, these city guards all recognized him. At this moment, when they heard his voice, they immediately knew that it was indeed him inside. The news that he was punished because of Ning Xiuma in the imperial palace had already spread throughout the city, and these soldiers also knew about it. If it were any other nobles, they would believe that Ning Xiuma could be brought out, but Ji Yunhao, he probably hated that girl to the bone, so he naturally wouldn't do such a thing. As a result, the soldiers guarding the city relaxed. They only glanced into the carriage after the guards opened the curtains as a matter of routine. The interior of the carriage wasn't complicated and could be seen at a glance. Ji Yunhao lazily reclined in the carriage. Beside him, there was only a young servant fanning him. There was nothing wrong with it. All the soldiers thought to themselves, a descendant of the royal family is indeed a descendant of the royal family. Even if he is demoted, he still has the same attitude and enjoys it. I'm afraid that this demotion is just for show. Soon, he will still be the honorable sixth prince. These soldiers naturally didn't dare to make things difficult for Ji Yunhao. They hurriedly bowed and said a few words of apology and atonement before finally releasing the carriage. Where are you going? The road was filled with tall and lush green trees. The sound of horse hooves was crisp and clear, breaking through the morning fog. They were already 7 or 8 li away from the city. Along the way, they encountered several groups of people searching for them, but they were all easily sent away by Ji Yunhao. Ning Xiuma was unprecedentedly safe by his side. Chapter 127. Ning Xiuma had a feeling that life was like a play to her now, that her mortal enemy had become the person who had helped her escape from danger. She saw that there was a large mountain on the left in front of her, and a hazy silhouette appeared in the misty morning light. However, this carriage was about to turn to the right, in the opposite direction of the large mountain. Ning Xiuma waved her hand towards Ji Yunhao. Sixth Prince, this time you saved me, so I won't bicker with you about your previous schemes against me. We're even now. The Green Mountain doesn't change. The Green Mountain flows forever. We'll never meet again. She turned around and was about to jump off the carriage. Ji Yunhao raised his hand and pulled on the corner of her clothes. With a smile that wasn't a smile, he said, "How are we even now? I gave you 3 lashes of the whip, and you gave me 80 strokes of the rod. Our previous grievances are even, but this time I saved you. No matter how you look at it, you owe me a favor." Ning Xiuma pulled back her clothes. "You also schemed against me and sent me to prison. If I wasn't quick-witted, I would have died in there. The one who schemed against you and sent you to prison wasn't me, but someone else. You're so smart. Could it be that you can't figure out who the mastermind is?" Ji Yunhao looked at her with a gloomy gaze. "Of course I know who the mastermind is, but you can't escape your contribution in adding fuel to the fire. Besides, you still owe me a life. It's already good enough that I didn't ask for it from you." Ning Xiuma's figure rose and jumped down from the carriage. "When did this prince owe you a life?" Ji Yunhao was puzzled. He couldn't help but lift the curtain and stare at her. "In the iron cage in the plaza." After Ning Xiuma replied with these words, she waved a small bag in her hand. "I'll take your snacks. Just treat it as a small compensation for me." She turned around and ran towards the mountain. "Where are you going?" Ji Yunhao looked at the large mountain and his heart sank. He couldn't help but remind her, that's Heavenly Book Mountain. Magical beasts run amok there. It's not a place you can go. If you don't have anywhere else to go, you can follow this prince. Ning Xiuma did not stop, nor did she look back. Her qin gong was excellent, and in a few moments, she was already far away. Now, she and the sixth prince could be considered to be friends. She didn't want to have too much interaction with this prince. Moreover, she had long wanted to explore the Heavenly Book Mountain. This was the perfect opportunity. Firstly, she needed to gather some herbs that couldn't be bought on the market, and she needed them urgently. Secondly, this place was dangerous, so she could avoid the pursuit of the emperor's soldiers. It was said that even the Imperial guards did not dare to set foot on this mountain. It would be just right for her to go back after 2 or 3 days of collecting herbs here. It wouldn't delay anything. Ji Yunhao looked at her back as it quickly disappeared into the horizon. He felt a sense of loss in his heart. A question flashed through his mind. Although he had let her down in the iron cage in the square, he had not taken her life, right? Why did she say that she still owed her a life? Master, did she poison you just now? Do you know how to detoxify the poison? An Imperial guard reminded him. Ji Yunhao finally remembered the pill she gave him. His heart sank. This little girl said that if he didn't take the antidote for a day, he would die. She wouldn't really want to kill him, right? His figure rose, but he suddenly felt something in his sleeve. He reached out and took out a purple-red pill. There were 2 words engraved on the pill: antidote. The Imperial Guard was not at ease. This pill's composition is unknown. Why don't you go to the town ahead and find a doctor to examine it? Chapter 128. No need. Ji Yunhao raised his hand and placed the pill into his mouth, swallowing it. A warm current flowed down his throat, finally dispelling the cold feeling that the previous pill gave him. He snickered in his heart. Although this little girl was smart, she was still too young and didn't think things through. If she gave him the antidote now, wasn't she afraid that he would immediately send people to capture her, or that he would leak her whereabouts to other soldiers? In the end, this little girl was still too inexperienced. He sat down and began to circulate the antidote. After a while, he felt his entire body heat up. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his entire body was burning up. His mouth was also dry, and there was a bitter taste. What was going on? Was this the normal reaction of the antidote, or he was so hot that he couldn't help but raise his hand to take off his outer robe? He didn't expect that a slip of paper would fall from his outer robe. This slip of paper was placed in a very good position. If he didn't take off his outer robe, this slip of paper wouldn't have fallen out. There was only a short line of words on the slip of paper. This antidote can suppress the poison for 5 days. After 5 days, come to Marquis Jingyuan's estate, and the real antidote will be delivered. Ji Yunhao? This cunning little girl? She was simply a fox reincarnated. Ji Yunhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was both angry and amused. After thinking for a bit, he ordered, "Number 2, follow her and make sure she is safe." Number 2 was somewhat puzzled. This little girl had schemed against His Highness so many times. Shouldn't His Highness hate her to the point of gnashing his teeth? Him not making things worse for her was already giving her face. Why did he still want to protect her? Ji Yunhao saw the doubt in Number 2's eyes and lightly said, "This prince doesn't want her to die. She still hasn't given me the real antidote." This time, Number 2 understood and immediately bowed. "Yes, master." He turned around and chased after Ning Xiuema. You only need to secretly protect her. Unless there is no other choice, don't show yourself. Ji Yunhao instructed again. Understood. Number 2 didn't waste any words. His figure flashed, and he chased after Ning Xiuema. Number 1 looked at Ji Yunhao with a complicated gaze. His Highness seemed to treat this little girl in a special way. He chose this time to leave the house, especially to send this little girl off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared clothes suitable for this little girl in the carriage. Although Ji Yunhao had been demoted, his information network was not the slightest bit blocked. As a prince, and an ambitious one at that, he naturally had a complicated network of connections and information. Everything that happened in the city would be transmitted to Ji Yunhao's ears in a timely manner. The Dali Temple's most famous arresting god led 12 gold medal arresters, riding fast horses and leading hunting dogs. They searched outside the city for an entire night, but they couldn't find even half a corner of Ning Xiuema's clothes. Ji Yunhao guessed that Ning Xiuema should still be in the city. Therefore, he chose to go out at this time and even made the carriage so ostentatious. Are you wondering why I want to help her? Ji Yunhao glanced at his subordinate. This subordinate really doesn't quite understand. Bodyguard number 1 was also straightforward. I don't want her to enter the harem. Regarding this point, bodyguard number 1 understood. This little girl was mischievous. If she entered the harem, she would definitely be an expert in wielding power. Furthermore, She had some friendship with the crown prince, Jianhuang. If there were any unforeseen events in the harem, she would definitely side with Jianhuang, which would not be beneficial to their sixth master. I can't think of a way to get rid of her. Ji Yunhao secretly rolled his eyes. Get rid of her? That's easy for you to say. I almost got rid of by her, okay. Chapter 129. However, if he really wanted to kill her, it was not impossible. Although the little girl was smart and quick-witted, her martial arts were only average and she did not have any backing. If he really wanted to kill her, he had plenty of ways. However, he did not know why he could not bear to do so. Perhaps he was also moved by the thought of taking pity on her. After all, this little girl had superb medical skills. If he could subdue her and use her, it would not be a loss of a good arm. The mountains were extremely high and pierced through the clouds. There were many mountain ranges, and it was a magnificent sight. This mountain had a total of 17 peaks. The outermost peak was the shortest and also the longest. Then, each peak was taller than the previous one. However, the length of the mountain also began to shorten. The tallest peak was the 9th peak. After the 9th peak, the peaks became shorter and shorter. If one looked down from the sky, the entire mountain looked like an open book. It also looked like some kind of array. The mountains were bent and surrounded the 9th peak as if they were worshipping it. Clouds and mist lingered in the middle. The name Heavenly Book Mountain was very appropriate. Heavenly Book Mountain was a sacred mountain. There were many ferocious demonic beasts in the mountain. This was something that every citizen of the Xianxia continent knew. Ordinary people did not dare to enter this place. Even warriors with good martial arts did not dare to enter the mountain. At most, they would move around the periphery and gather some rare medicinal herbs. If they could hunt a demonic beast that did not have high attack power, they would be treated as heroes. Of course, this was also an excellent place to cultivate. The disciples of the various sects in the vast sky empire often came here to kill monsters and cultivate. However, they only dared to move around the 3rd peak and below. Only cultivators who had reached the peak of the human stage dared to go deeper. However, they could only go up to the 6th peak and did not dare to go deeper. This was because it was said that the 7th, 8th, and 9th peaks were the gathering place of large demonic beasts. It was said that the demonic beasts there were ferocious and tyrannical. Moreover, they could use psychokinesis to attack. Their attack power was extremely strong. Even cultivators who had just reached the 1st stage of the Earth stage did not dare to face them directly. It was said that the current crown prince had once reached the middle of the 8th peak and hunted a demonic lion. He obtained the crystal from the demonic lion and became famous. The wood crystal that Ning Xiuma used to test her psychokinesis in the palace was this crystal. As for the 9th peak, it was said that the demonic beasts there were not only ferocious but also cunning and fickle. They could change into various shapes, and it was impossible to guard against them. In the entire Xianxia continent, only the patriarchs of the 5 great sects had been in there. The others could forget about it. They would only be courting death if they went in. Ning Xiuma was a psychic trash. With her talent, it would be dangerous even if she entered the 1st mountain. Therefore, number 2 thought that Ning Xiuma was just hiding from the pursuers at the periphery of the 1st mountain peak and would not go deep into the mountain recklessly. What the guard didn't expect was that not only did Ning Xiuma quickly cross the 1st mountain, she also quickly crossed the 2nd mountain. He had only followed her for 6 hours, but she had already started to cross the 3rd mountain. The mountains were densely forested, and the Heavenly Book Mountain, in particular, was practically a primeval forest. There were naturally many ferocious beasts in the primeval forest. This bodyguard had followed Ning Xiuma from afar, so he had naturally encountered them several times. What made number 2's jaw drop was that Ning Xiuma's movements were not just a little strange. She would avoid the ferocious beasts if she could, but if she met them on a narrow path, she would run. In the eyes of this bodyguard, Ning Xiuma's movements were not the fastest, but she was the most agile and the most tricky. No matter how aggressive the ferocious beast was, she would always be able to avoid it in the nick of time without a single injury. Chapter 130. No matter how aggressive the ferocious beast was, she would always be able to dodge it in the nick of time without suffering any injuries. She would take a step to the east and a step to the west. It didn't seem like she was using any method, but the beast would always miss her. Moreover, she would never continue fighting. Once she dodged a beast's attack, she would immediately run away. Her running route was also strange. She would suddenly run to the left and right, up and down, making the beasts chasing after her confused and disoriented. In the end, they gave up. Of course, there were also beasts that were more persistent. They would chase after her without letting go. If she could shake them off, she would do so. If she couldn't, she would suddenly turn around to face the enemy. The beasts that chased after her didn't have a good ending. They would be hit by the flying needles in her hand. The needles were obviously poisonous. Once the beasts were hit by the needles, they would immediately fall to the ground and die. She would often pat the beasts' heads and sigh. "Poor child, don't you know that some people can't be eaten? You're so persistent. Aren't you courting death? Originally, I took pity on you because you're a second-class protected animal and wanted to be merciful to you. It's you who didn't know what's good for you." After she finished lamenting, she would pluck a bunch of flowers or grass from the side and stick them in the ears of the beasts as a final sacrifice. Then, she would get up and continue on her way. However, number 2, who was following behind her, was greatly shocked. What kind of monster was this little girl reincarnated from? He was originally very disdainful of Xianxia, who would really look up to a good-for-nothing. When Ji Yunhao sent him to protect her, he was originally somewhat impatient and had some complaints. But now, he was suddenly glad that he had followed her. There were too many strange things about this little girl. He couldn't help but want to explore more. Following behind her wasn't boring at all. This imperial bodyguard was already at the 8th level of the human realm. Naturally, he didn't feel any pressure when traversing the 3 mountains. He was also confident that he could protect this little girl when she was in danger, but if this little girl was avoiding the pursuers, hiding on the 2nd mountain would be enough. Why did she run to the 3rd mountain without looking back? Did she not know the danger? Or did she have a plan? Another 4 hours passed. Number 2 felt that his whole body was going to be unwell. This girl actually managed to pass through the 3rd and 4th mountain peaks without any mishap, and was now heading towards the 5th mountain peak. With number 2's cultivation, he could still barely deal with the beasts on the 4th mountain, but even he wouldn't dare to charge into the 5th mountain. Did this little girl eat the guts of a leopard? Where did she want to go? The mountain forest became denser and denser. The tall trees covered the sky and the sun, preventing the sunlight from penetrating. Under the trees, there were all kinds of shrubs covering all the paths. The branches were intertwined with each other, poisonous and non-poisonous shrubs entwined together. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to walk in it. However, Xianxia was not an ordinary person. She was a special agent who had undergone countless field training. She did not have many things on her, but she could always use the grass and trees around her to make it as easy as walking on flat ground in this primitive forest. For example, when the path in front of her was covered with needle-like thorns, she would take out a long vine that had appeared in her hand at some unknown time. With a shake of her hand, she would throw it towards a big tree in front of her. Then, she would swing the vine forward like a swing and land on the tree. She would then throw the vine towards a big tree in the distance and swing over again. She was even more agile than a monkey, swinging from tree to tree. Number 2 couldn't help but secretly give her a thumbs up. Chapter 131. Not to mention other things, just based on her qigong, she was much stronger than that lady who had 3rd-level psychokinesis. What was even rarer was her reaction speed and adaptability. Even if it was him, he would have to concede defeat. It was such a pity that such a girl had to bear the title of trash. But with her martial arts, she could deal with the beasts from the first 3 peaks who only knew physical attacks. But could she deal with the magical beasts from the 5th peak? Their attacks were not only physical attacks, they also had psychokinesis from a distance. The larger and more ferocious the beast, the lesser the number of beasts. This was the case with the beasts on the 5th peak. You couldn't see them easily, but once you encountered them, it would usually be fatal. Like now, Xianxia was holding onto a vine and was flying on the tree. just as she was about to land on a tree trunk. Just as her toes touched the tree trunk, a green shadow suddenly sprang up from the tree trunk and opened its black mouth to bite Ning Xiuma's legs. Jasper Centipede. Number two's fingers instantly clenched tightly. Ning Xiuma had seen all kinds of centipedes, but she had never seen such a huge one. Its body was as thick as a bowl and 10 feet long. Its entire body was dark green, and its head was like a flat dustpan. There were countless claws on both sides of its body, which were like rows of sharp blades, shining with a cold light. There were 2 long feelers at the side of its mouth, which swayed in the wind like a snake, and its 2 front teeth were as sharp as knives. Ning Xiuma had no doubt that once her body was bitten by this thing, she would definitely be cut in half. This thing was extremely good at camouflage. She didn't know where it was lying in ambush earlier, and it actually took advantage of Ning Xiuma's lack of support to launch a surprise attack. Ning Xiuma's reaction was extremely fast. The moment she realized that something was wrong, she suddenly flipped her body upwards, and her feet brushed against the centipede's feelers as she flew over. Her dodge was extremely thrilling, and the tip of her feet almost kicked the centipede's 2 front teeth. She took the opportunity to land on the branch of the tree behind the Jasper Centipede. She hadn't even steadied herself when the Jasper Centipede suddenly let out a sharp shriek. Its large tail swept towards Ning Xiuma. Damn, this thing's attack speed was actually so fast. Ning Xiuma flew up again and narrowly avoided the centipede's tail. A cold light flashed in her palm, and she pierced the centipede's body. Her needle was dipped in a strong poison, and even an elephant would be poisoned in an instant. Although this thing was bigger than an ordinary centipede, it was still much smaller than an elephant. As long as the needle was pierced, the centipede's numerous claws would kick. Ding! The sound of metal colliding rang out as Ning Xiuma's needle pierced the centipede's body. But it was bounced back. The jade green scales on this fellow's body were actually harder than steel. Her stab, which was infused with her inner strength, was completely unable to pierce through it. True, although the Jasper Centipede's body wasn't pierced, it was still shaken by Ning Xiuma's inner force. All of a sudden, it was enraged. Its body suddenly curled up before shooting outwards. Unexpectedly, it was like an oversized cannonball, smashing towards Ning Xiuma. The evil wind blew against her face. Ning Xiuma didn't dare to face it head-on. In a moment of crisis, she used an iron plank bridge. First, she leaned against the tree trunk, then her body fell straight down. Using her legs to hook onto the tree trunk, she finally avoided this guy's cannonball attack. Bang! The Jasper Centipede's huge body crashed into the tree. With a loud crack, the tree that was as thick as a person's arm fell down. Ning Xiuma's body fell straight down from the tree that was more than 10 feet tall. Chapter 132. Shit, I forgot that this guy is heavy. The green vine in Ning Xiuma's hand flew out, finally wrapping itself around a nearby tree. With a tug, her body flew out diagonally. Just as she was about to land on the tree again, a burst of scorching hot air suddenly rushed towards her from behind. She hurriedly lowered her body, and a fireball flew over her head. Although it did not hit her head, it hit her vine. The vine snapped, and, at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly corroded the end of the vine that Ning Xiuma was holding. Ning Xiuma had no choice but to throw the vine away. At this moment, her body was still in the air. Without anything in her hand, she could only fall down. The green jade centipede also leapt, pouncing towards the falling Ning Xiuma. A pair of soybean-sized red eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Little brat. A little brat dares to fight with me? I'll roast you into jerky. Another fireball shot towards Ning Xiuma. Number 2 sensed something was wrong and was about to act, but unexpectedly Ning Xiuma, who had nothing to rely on, twisted her body in the air and evaded the fireball. At the same time, with a flick of her sleeve, a sparkling long rope flew out. Like a bolt of lightning, it shot up and wrapped around the thick waist of the green jade centipede. With a tug, her body actually flew up again, and the Jasper Centipede's speed of descent became even faster. Thereupon, puff! The sound of branches breaking rang out one after another. The green jade centipede's huge body smashed into the thorny brambles, knocking down a large area. On the other hand, Ning Shuama's body lightly landed on a tree several zhang away, completely unscathed. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. It's even more wonderful than watching two masters fight. Number 2, who was hiding in the shadows, was entranced by the scene. This little girl is too cool. If he did not remember the 6th prince's instructions, he would have cheered out loud. Whoosh! A gust of wind rose from the ground, and the green jade centipede flew straight up from the brambles. It was probably the first time it was in such a sorry state. The scales all over its body stood up. With a long howl, a pair of wings grew out from its ribs. With a flap of its wings, it pounced straight towards Ning Shuama. Flying centipede. The centipede actually grew wings. Does it have to be so abnormal? The jasper centipede was clearly enraged. It continuously spat out fireballs from its mouth and flew towards Ning Shuama. Number 2's expression changed drastically when he saw the jasper centipede grow a pair of wings. What Ning Shuama had provoked was a flying dragon centipede's centipede. But the flying centipede's centipede was a flying centipede. A flying centipede's centipede. However, the flying dragon centipede was the king of centipedes. Its psychokinesis had already reached the 6th rank. It should be a monster that only existed on the 6th peak. He did not expect to encounter one on the 5th peak. Even he might not be a match for it. I'm afraid this is bad. Before he could finish his thought, Ning Shuama shot towards him like lightning. Number 2, don't just watch. Give me a hand. Number 2 was stunned. Number 2? Who is she calling? Does she have other helpers here? She shouldn't have, right? If there were other masters nearby, he should be able to detect them with his skills. No. Her eyes were clearly looking at him. She was calling him. Number 2's handsome face darkened, but Ning Shuama had already brushed past him. She even brushed aside the leaves that he was hiding behind. Chapter 133. As a result, Number 2's figure was completely exposed to the flying dragon centipede that was pouncing towards him. Damn it! A black light flashed in Number 2's palm, and a black iron sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of the sword, ripples of light appeared, and the fireballs that were chasing after Ning Shuama directly collided with the ripples of light. Number 2 was originally standing on the thick trunk of a large tree, and the huge impact caused his body to sway. However, the trunk under his feet could not withstand the impact, and with a cracking sound, the branches broke and he fell down. Fortunately, his qinggong was not bad, and with a turn of his body in the air, he jumped onto another large tree. That flying dragon centipede was blocked by him and was instantly enraged. It immediately changed its target and vented all its anger on him. In the blink of an eye, one person and one insect were fighting. This fierce battle caused the nearby trees to suffer, and broken branches and leaves flew everywhere. Fireballs and blue waves danced together. Mixed with the deafening roar of the centipede and the sound of trees breaking, it was exceptionally hair-raising. Number 2 was also distracted by the fierce battle to find Ning Shuama's whereabouts. That little girl had lured a disaster to him, and by now, she had already disappeared without a trace. That girl who burned the bridge after crossing it. This flying dragon centipede was extremely fast, and it was petty. If he slightly offended it, it would definitely not let him go and would not rest until he was dead. Ning Shuama could take the opportunity to escape, but Number 2 could not. He could only grit his teeth and fight with it. After fighting for about half an hour, Number 2's forehead was covered with sweat, and his arms were sore and limp. This flying dragon centipede was really too strong, and its strength was great, its movements were fast, and its fireballs were fierce. Every direct hit caused Number 2's arms to go numb, and the bones in his body felt like they were about to be shattered. The blood in his chest was surging, and there were several times where he wanted to vomit blood. On the other hand, that flying dragon centipede did not suffer many injuries. There were only a few places where it was stabbed by his sword, leaving shallow traces of blood. To its huge body, These injuries were obviously just superficial wounds and were not fatal at all. It had not even slowed down its movements at all. Am I going to die here? This place was deserted, so he didn't have to hope for reinforcements at all. Moreover, he was obviously not a match for this monster. If this stalemate continued, then he would be unable to escape death sooner or later. Number 2 felt despair in his heart. However, as a bodyguard who often rolled on the battlefield of life and death, he had a belief that even if he knew it was a dead end, he would fight until the very last moment. He gritted his teeth and fought hard. Even if he died, he wanted to leave a few more bloody wounds on this guy's body. Just as he was getting dizzy from all the killing, a clear voice suddenly rang out not far away from him. "Lure it over here, Ning Xiaomo." She didn't take the opportunity to run for her life. He actually came back. Number 2's heart, which had always been calm, warmed slightly. He was a bodyguard. Since young, he had been taught to serve his master until his death. It was their instinct to protect their master and retreat in the face of danger. Moreover, they had never felt that it was wrong for their master to abandon them and flee alone. Although Ning Xiaomo was not his master, she was someone he had been ordered to protect, and she was also the daughter of a marquis. He felt that it was normal for her to run for her life, but her reappearance was out of his expectations. However, with her 3-legged cat's martial arts, even if she came back, she would only be sending herself to her death. She would not be able to change the outcome. Chapter 134. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Number 2 shouted anxiously. "Stop talking nonsense. Lure it over." Ning Xiaomo's voice rang out again. This time, her voice was much more stern and firm. Number 2 was slightly stunned. He had seen many girls who liked to throw their weight around, but it was his first time encountering someone like Ning Xiaomo. His heart trembled, and he subconsciously wanted to obey. But if he lured the monster to her, wouldn't both of them die? "Pa!" A sharp sound rang out as a broken limb shot towards the flying dragon centipede's back. While Number 2 was in a daze, Ning Xiaomo made her move. Although she didn't hurt the centipede at all, she successfully angered it. It turned its head and saw Ning Xiaomo standing on a branch not far away. The branch was very thin. She stood on top of it and waved at her with a smile. "Come on, many-legged monster." When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The flying dragon centipede roared and rushed over. This reckless girl. Number 2 also rushed over. Aya. The branch under Ning Xiaomo's feet was burned by the flying dragon centipede's fireball. She screamed and fell down. Number 2's heart sank. The place where Ning Xiaomo fell was a thorny forest that was taller than a person. If she fell in, even if she didn't die, she would be pierced by the thorns as thick as steel needles and become a hedgehog. The flying dragon centipede probably hated her so much that it didn't let her go even after forcing her down the branch. It wanted to burn her again or slap her with its claws. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed down. It was obvious that it wanted to finish her off. Just as Ning Xiaomo's body was about to fall into the thorny forest, she threw out a soft rope with lightning speed and wrapped it around the flying dragon centipede's body. It was the same move as before. Ning Xiaomo used the momentum to fly up and kick the flying dragon centipede. And so, bang! The flying dragon centipede fell into the thicket once more. Ning Xiaomo lightly stood on top of a tree branch not far away. She beamed as she pointed her pinky at the brambles. "You fell in the same place twice. An insect will always be an insect. You only have a body, but not a brain." Number 2, who had rushed over, was speechless. Not only was this little girl unbelievably clever, her battle experience and reaction speed were actually not inferior to him, a bodyguard who had once rolled around in the Azure battlefield. And there were so many strange and bizarre ideas. Although the flying dragon centipede had fallen into the thicket, he did not dare to be careless. Subconsciously, he stood in front of Ning Xiaomo, ready for battle. This kind of brambles would not be able to trap this kind of monster with copper skin and iron armor. It would immediately counterattack. Chirp! The flying dragon centipede suddenly let out an extremely mournful cry. Its huge body suddenly started to roll around in the thorny undergrowth. What was going on? Number 2 was puzzled. Logically speaking, even if the thorns on the thorny undergrowth pierced into the flying dragon centipede's body, it would at most cause a small flesh wound. It should not be able to fight. However, this was not the only thing that made number 2 even more surprised. The flying dragon centipede started to twitch after rolling around in the thicket for a while. After a while, it straightened its body and stopped moving. Dead. Number 2 was stunned for a moment. He stood up and wanted to go down to check. There's no need to check. It's dead. Chapter 135. There's no need to look. It's already dead. Ning Xiuma opened her mouth. Her small face was slightly pale as she sat on the branch of a large tree. It seemed like those moves just now had consumed quite a bit of her strength. She spoke carelessly, but her tone was very certain. Number 2 was able to become Ji Yunhao's personal bodyguard, so he had some real skills. His mind was also very quick. He immediately understood. These brambles are poisonous. But he recognized these brambles. They were only slightly poisonous. Being pricked by them would cause a burning pain, but it wouldn't be fatal. Could it be that they were actually the flying dragon centipede's nemesis? He was bewildered and subconsciously wanted to go down and take a look. If you don't want to die like it, then you can go down and take a look. Ning Xiuma opened her mouth. Number 2 stopped in his tracks and raised his head to look at her. She was sitting there lazily, her small feet swinging back and forth. She was 3 parts lazy, 6 parts leisurely, and 1 part serious. Was it you who poisoned the brambles? Number 2's guess was pretty close. Ning Xiuma swung a branch in her hand and lightly laughed. If your master was here, would you also ask the same question? Number 2 choked. His master was here, so he naturally wouldn't ask. He cupped his hands. My apologies, this subordinate has overstepped his boundaries. Ning Xiuma tilted her head and looked at him. She suddenly laughed. Actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you. As long as a vicious creature appears, there will always be food that it likes, but there will also be a nemesis. Just now, I tried to look around nearby and found a few juicy plants growing on a hillside. That hillside is where the mole lives. There are many traces of this centipede's activity there, proving that this centipede often forages there. The vegetation there has been destroyed by its large body, leaving only a few plants intact. It's very clear that these plants are its nemesis. So I smeared the juices of these plants on these brambles. Number 2 couldn't help but sigh. You took a bit of a risk. If those plants just happened to not be destroyed and were not its nemesis, then you'd be in trouble if you blindly came back to provoke it. You shouldn't have come back. Wouldn't you be dead if I didn't come back? I will not leave any of my companions behind. She tilted her head and looked at him again. Although you came uninvited, you've been protecting me in the dark all the way. Companions? She actually treated him as a companion? Number 2's heart warmed even more. A person like him was often used by his master as a spear to attack others and a shield to defend for his master. This was the first time he was treated as a comrade by the person he was protecting. Hot blood seemed to surge in his chest. Originally, he had been sent to secretly protect Ning Xiuma, but now, all his grievances had turned into gratitude. A light flickered in his eyes as he once again bowed to Ning Xiuma. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. He vowed to protect Miss Ning with his life, not because of his mission, but because of the kindness she showed him. Miss Ning, where do you plan to go next? Ning Xiuma blinked her eyes and replied with an irrelevant answer. I'm hungry. Number 2 immediately replied. Miss Ning, please wait. This subordinate will go hunting now. It was already afternoon. This place was high above sea level and the forest was dense. Although the sun was still hot outside, the place where Ning Xiuma and number 2 were was very cool. Chapter 136. It had to be said that number 2 was a very qualified bodyguard. He was good at fighting, hunting, and barbecuing. A rabbit and a pheasant were roasted by him until they were bright and fragrant. Ning Xiuma's appetite was greatly stimulated and she was drooling. She was really hungry. Number 2 tilted his head and saw her sparkling eyes staring at the pheasant. He didn't know why. but he felt a surge of warmth in his heart, a strong urge to protect her, to cherish her, and to give her the best things in the world rose in his heart. He tore off the roasted drumstick and gave it to her. "You eat first." He secretly used his psychokinesis to warm the drumstick to room temperature. "Thank you." Ning Xiuma's eyes curved as she thanked him. She took the drumstick and began to eat. You're welcome." Number 2 was not used to being thanked. "What else do you want to eat? I'll continue to roast for you." "Chicken wings, rabbit legs, and the meat on its back," Ning Xiuma casually said. "Good. Just wait. It'll be ready in a while." Number 2 immediately went to roast the rabbit. "You don't want to eat a little?" Ning Xiuma raised the drumstick in her hand. "No, it won't be too late for me to eat later. Miss, please enjoy yourself first." Number 2's hands moved quickly. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. His hands paused, and he looked into the depths of the forest. "It smells good. It seems that we're not the only ones on this mountain. There are people from other sects as well." A clear male voice came from the forest. "Let's see who it is." A cold female voice followed. "This person's barbecue skills are not bad. I'm also hungry." "Not bad, not bad. We also hunted some wild game." 4 young men and women walked out from the depths of the forest. There were 2 men and 2 women. They looked to be around 20 years old. The women were wearing white clothes and white skirts. They looked like fairies. The men's white robes fluttered in the wind. Their collars were embroidered with a bird feather pattern. It was obvious that they were from the same sect. They should be disciples of some sect who came here to gain experience. Ning Xiuma glanced at them and couldn't help but rub her eyebrows. This white dress was indeed beautiful, but was it really suitable for training in the deep mountains and forests? Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the beasts? Aren't you afraid of being stained with dust? He really wanted to be elegant and not care about his life. The figure of the ancestor flashed through her mind. His white robes were like the clouds and the moon. Comparing him to the snow and frost seemed to stain his color. Could these people be the ancestor's disciples? This style of dressing is very similar. That's not right. The robes of the Sun Moon sect's disciples were embroidered with cloud patterns, not bird wings. Number 2, who was roasting meat, frowned slightly when he saw the faces of these people. The 4 people naturally saw the 2 people eating the barbecued meat and were surprised. They didn't expect that the person who could enter the 5th mountain would be a little girl who looked about 10 years old. As for the person barbecuing the meat, Number 2, why are you here? Among the 4 people, the coldest girl recognized Number 2's identity. Number 2 could only cup his hands. "Miss Zhou." "So, it was an acquaintance?" Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows. Number 2 didn't have a name? This Miss Zhou actually called him Number 2. Who is this little girl? Miss Zhou sized up Ning Xiuma with her sharp eyes. She couldn't tell who this little girl was. Chapter 137. Who is this little girl? Miss Zhou's sharp eyes scanned Ning Xiuma from head to toe. For a moment, she couldn't tell who this little girl was, nor did she see anything special about her. Her tone was condescending. Number 2 was stunned and also looked at Ning Xiuma. He didn't know if he should reveal Ning Xiuma's identity. Ning Xiuma smiled slightly and lazily said, "We're just strangers who met by chance. In the blink of an eye, we'll go our separate ways. Why ask for my name? How dare you? My 8th senior sister is giving you face by asking for your name. How dare you be so unappreciative?" The round-faced girl in white who came with Miss Zhou shouted. What an arrogant girl. She had to answer honestly just because they asked her? What kind of twisted logic was this? Ning Xiuma was too lazy to pay attention to her. She turned to Number 2 and urged, "I still want to eat the rabbit leg. Let's roast it ourselves." Miss Zhou and the others were completely ignored. The round-faced girl was obviously someone who often walked sideways. She raised her eyebrows and was about to get angry again when Miss Zhou waved her hand. "Forget it, 9th sister. Why lower yourself to the same level as a child?" She turned to Number 2 and asked, "Number 2, how is your prince?" "Very good. Thank you for your concern. No need to be so polite. When you go back and see your prince, send my regards to him on Rushuang's behalf." "Yes, I'll definitely pass on your message." Zhou Rushuang nodded and said, "Number 2, Your roasted game is pretty good. Help us roast it too. 15th brother, give the game in your hands to him to take care of. One of the handsome young men in white nodded his head and placed the meat in his hands in front of number 2. Number 2 was stunned for a moment and frowned slightly, but he still nodded. Okay. 8th senior sister, who is he? The round-faced girl asked curiously. He's the 6th prince's personal bodyguard. I've seen him once in the crown prince's residence, so I recognize him. Zhou Xian replied. Oh, so he's a bodyguard. The round-faced girl spoke quickly and showed a trace of disdain. She immediately stopped being polite. I want to eat fully roasted. I want to eat the one that's covered in mud and then dried and depilate. The 4 of them each said what they wanted to eat, obviously treating number 2 as a servant. Those who could come here to train were not ordinary people. Their telekinesis was at least a 6th-order master. These people came here. Their white clothes were not stained with much dust, and they did not look embarrassed. Obviously, their martial arts were not low. This Zhou Xian had also entered the crown prince's residence. Could it be that she was an acquaintance of Ji and Huang? Ning Xiaoma was on the run. She felt that she should keep a low profile and not cause any trouble. But these people's attitudes were really annoying. She actually dared to bully her people in front of her. She was the head of the Secret Service in her previous life and was usually very protective of her subordinates. She could scold and beat her subordinates when they did something wrong, but she couldn't tolerate others criticizing them. Right now, she had already subconsciously treated number 2 as her subordinate brother, and this group of people was shouting at him like this. Don't you have arms and legs? Roast whatever you want to eat yourself. Ning Xiaoma's face tensed up as she spoke. What a bold little girl. We're letting him roast meat because we think highly of him. Do you know who we are? The round-faced girl clearly had a fiery temper and exploded at the slightest provocation. Ning Xiaoma smirked. I don't care who you are. I only know that he's not your servant. There's no reason for him to serve you for free. Even if he agreed, you should at least thank him. Don't you have any manners? Chapter 138. The round-faced girl choked at Zhou Xian's question. He's the 6th prince's bodyguard, and we're the crown prince's junior brothers and sisters, Zhou Xian said flatly. So, we can treat the 6th prince's bodyguard as a servant. Are you satisfied with this answer? Ning Xiaoma's eyes flashed. They were actually Ji Yanhuang's juniors? Then they were also from the Sun Moon sect? Why didn't they wear the same clothes? Miss Ning, they're disciples of the Bright Reverend School. Their psychokinesis is above the 8th rank of the human realm. We can't afford to offend them. Bear with it. Number 2 suddenly transmitted his voice to Ning Xiaoma. Bright Reverend School? Ning Xiaoma quickly searched her mind for the origins of this school. Suddenly, a legend floated into her mind. According to the legend, 300 years ago, the ancestor had made an exception and accepted a female disciple named Yi Qingwan. Later, for unknown reasons, she was expelled from the school and refused to acknowledge it. That female disciple was also a strong person, so she founded the Bright Reverence School. Bright Reverence actually meant worshipping the sun and moon, implying that she was from the Sun-Moon sect. These people claimed to be Ji Yunhuang's juniors. Could it be that they were the direct disciples of the Bright Reverence School's founder, Yi Qingwan? If Yi Qingwan was still alive, she would be over 300 years old. Her disciples, on the other hand, were very young. Miss Ning, don't be fooled by their appearance. They are actually over 70 years old. It's just that they have a technique to retain their youthful looks. Number 2 continued to transmit his voice to her. They were actually so old. Psychokinesis was really a mysterious thing. Ning Xiaoma once again yearned for psychokinesis. Which girl didn't want to retain their youthful looks? Even Ning Xiaoma was no exception. Only when your psychokinesis breaks through the 1st rank of the Earth realm can you truly retain your youthful looks. They haven't broken through the Earth realm yet. The reason why they can retain their youthful looks is because their master has a special technique to retain their youthful looks. He also taught it to them. Number 2 continued to explain. Ning Xiaoma nodded. She felt that she had gained a lot of knowledge. What are you two whispering about? The round-faced girl's face was full of suspicion. There. Isn't that a flying dragon centipede? A white-robed youth suddenly pointed at the thorny thicket and shouted. Like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples, the other three immediately looked in the direction he was pointing. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. Her usually cold and arrogant face also showed surprise. As expected, we can complete the task that Master gave us. So the long how we heard just now was indeed from it. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Fortunately, you came here to take a look. This thing has always grown on the 6th summit. Who would have thought that it would actually be found on the 5th summit? We're lucky. That's right. There must be a 6th grade fire crystal in its body. Let's take it back and complete the mission. The 4 of them spoke one after another and actually treated the flying dragon centipede as their possession. I'll go get the crystal. A white-robed youth volunteered. Just as he was about to fly up, Ning Xiuma successfully stopped him with a sentence. This centipede was killed by us. Did you ask for our permission to take it? Zhou Xian glanced at Ning Xiuma, and then her gaze fell on number 2. Number 2, your martial arts have improved. You can actually hunt the flying dragon centipede alone. It was obvious that she didn't take Ning Xiuma seriously. She also didn't expect that Ning Xiuma would take the lead in killing the flying dragon centipede. She changed the topic again. This flying dragon centipede is something that my master needs. Get to us. I'll definitely explain it to your master later. Chapter 139. This. Number 2 glanced at Ning Xiuma and saw that she was looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. His courage was boosted. My apologies, forgive me for not being able to comply. This thing was Ning Xiuma's prey, so he had to protect it for her. Although the flying dragon centipede was a monster of the 6th peak, there were very few of them. Even if they wandered around the 6th peak for half a month, they might not be able to find one. Moreover, the fire crystal inside its body was extremely pure, comparable to an 8th grade crystal. It had a price, but no market. Even if they wanted to buy it, there was nowhere to buy it. If Ning Xiuma could offer this crystal to the imperial court, perhaps the emperor would pardon her for running away from the marriage and give her other rewards. Zhou Xian's pretty face sank. You've got guts, daring to refuse me? In this world, not many people dare to refuse the request of a direct descendant of the Bright Reverence sect. Even the disciples of the Sun Moon sect would give them some face, but this little guard in front of her actually dared to say no. My apologies. The fire crystal inside this flying dragon centipede is something that our master wants. Without his personal agreement, forgive me for not being able to comply. Please forgive me, Fairy Zhong. Everyone's skills are profound, and you're all dragons and phoenixes among men. Relying on your own strength, you should be able to hunt the flying dragon centipede and report back. Number 2 had no choice but to use Ji Yunhao's name. He couldn't mention Ning Xiuma, lest he bring a fatal disaster upon her. Ning Xiuma glanced at number 2. Although this guard had a baby face, he was a serious person. She didn't think that he would be able to say something so logical and not offend anyone. Zhou Xian paused, her eyes flashing with a hint of sternness, but the corners of her mouth curved slightly. All right, since it's something that the 6th prince wants, we'll go hunt it ourselves. Let's go. Senior sister. The round-faced girl couldn't help but call out, clearly not wanting to give up. Let's go. Zhou Xian only said one sentence. The other 3 people's faces were filled with anger, but they couldn't disobey. They glared angrily at Ning Xiuan and number 2, then stood up to leave. Brothers and sisters, please wait. Ning Xiuan stood up. Zhou Xian turned around and glanced at her. What else do you want? Ning Xiuma had an apologetic look on her face. We're very sorry that we can't give you the flying dragon centipede crystal. How about you let us grill a few more game for you as an apology? Her voice was sweet, her eyes were clear, and she called out to them intimately. This made these people who were close to 70 years old but still maintained a youthful appearance feel very comfortable. Moreover, they were really hungry, and they were too lazy to roast anything themselves. More importantly, it was difficult to roast it with such perfect color, aroma, and taste. Little girl, you're quite sensible. All right, we'll eat your meal to make you feel at ease. Zhou Xian and the other 3 sat down. Number 2 was grumbling in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to roast meat for these people, but he had finally managed to get rid of these fiends. Now that Ning Xiuma had asked them to stay, he didn't know what unforeseen events would happen if they stayed. The little girl knew their identities. Was she afraid of offending them? So she used this as a gesture of goodwill? He couldn't guess Ning Xiuma's thoughts, so he could only go and clean up the game. Ning Xiuma ran over and rolled up her sleeves. I'll help you with it. It'll be faster, too. Don't let these brothers and sisters starve. Number 2 didn't want her to interfere. He was about to refuse and ask her to go and rest first. However, Ning Xiuma smiled at him and winked. Number 2 didn't know what she was up to, so he just let her be. Chapter 140. Zhou Xian and the others didn't suspect anything else. They were only a little afraid of the ancestors' children. They didn't care about the other children. What's more, this child spoke so clearly that she was a little girl. Since she was with Number 2, it was obvious that she wasn't one of the ancestors' children. What else did they have to be afraid of? One of the youths in white even joked with them. Number 2, this little girl isn't your little wife, is she? Her little face is quite handsome, and her little hands are quite skillful. Number 2 stiffened and subconsciously wanted to refute. Ning Xiuma turned around and glared at that person, whispering, "No way." She denied it, but her little face turned red. This was simply a disguised admission. The few people looked at each other and laughed in their hearts. This little girl was still too inexperienced. Zhou Xian had been a little suspicious and guarded against her. But at this moment, that little bit of vigilance disappeared. The game was roasted very quickly. Just as the few people had expected, it looked, smelled, and tasted good. It whetted their appetite. The round-faced girl was anxious and grabbed a roasted rabbit to start eating. Wait! Zhou Xian stopped her. Out of nowhere, she took out a silver needle and pricked the rabbit's body. She then pulled it out to take a look. The silver needle was as bright as before. Only then was she relieved and handed it to the round-faced girl. She was obviously very suspicious. She tested all the game that was passed to them with her silver needle one by one. Only after confirming that it wasn't poisonous did she feel relieved to eat it. Like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. It only took a moment for the few wild animals to be reduced to a pile of bones. Zhou Xian stood up. Thank you for the game. We should go. She signaled to the others with her eyes. The others also stood up and hastily bid farewell to Ning Xiuma and Number 2 before walking into the dense forest in the distance. Ning Xiuma was still waving enthusiastically at them from behind. Brothers and sisters, take care. I hope you get what you want soon. When did this little girl become so eager to curry favor? Number 2 couldn't help but look at her again, only to find that she was rapidly writing on the ground. Be careful of their sneak attack. Retreat to the brambles. Number 2 was stunned, and it was at this moment that an unforeseen event occurred. 4 streaks of golden light, accompanied by 4 silhouettes, flew towards Ning Xiuma and Xiao Luo. Like a thunderbolt or a lightning bolt, it struck the vital points of Ning Xiuma and Xiao Taiying. Obviously, it was a fatal move right from the start. It didn't give them any chance to survive. Fortunately, with Ning Xiuma's warning, the 2 of them were prepared. The 2 of them quickly retreated, as if they were in a panic, and directly jumped into the thorny undergrowth. Zhou Xian also did not expect that the 4 people's joint attack would not work. When she raised her head to look, she saw Ning Xiuma and Number 2 standing on top of the thorny undergrowth, looking at them. The little girl seemed to be quite angry. She opened her eyes wide and asked, "Why do you want to kill us?" Since her purpose had already been exposed, Zhou Xian decided not to hide it any longer. Because you must die. The crystal pillar in the flying dragon centipede's body was theirs. However, they didn't want to become enemies with the imperial family of Chong Kong country, so they chose to silence them to prevent future trouble. The round-faced girl sneered and added, "Originally, we wanted to give you a quick death because you helped us roast meat. We didn't expect you to be so tactless. Don't blame us for being merciless. If you know what's good for you, then you too should stop your pointless struggle. Obediently accept your death." The young man in white also smiled proudly.